Is the case a malevolent spirit? Chapter 1. The Unattended Piano. Chapter 1. The Unattended Piano. Yu Qing's duplex apartment spans approximately 400 square meters, and in the living room on the first floor, there stands a piano that is entirely incongruous with the decor. Yu Qing arranges her guests and designates one of the guest rooms as the base for setting up the equipment. Su Guo gazes enviously at the panoramic floor-to-ceiling windows, thinking that if she becomes successful in the future, she too would want large windows in her home. As Su Guo sets up the equipment, she admires the overall ambience of the apartment, the vintage murals, the unidentifiable plants. Do you like it? As she was working, Su Guo suddenly noticed Yu Qing standing behind her. Her nervous expression flushed with embarrassment, and she nodded. This is designed by my best friend. It embodies her vision of an ideal home. Yu Qing's tone carried a hint of nostalgia, and the slight upward curve of her eyes revealed her fondness for her dear friend. She walked to the center of the living room, pausing before the piano, gently caressing the keys. This is also the last remnant she left me. Su Guo, at a loss for words, could not find anything to say that might comfort Yu Qing. Sensing Su Guo's predicament, Yu Qing decided not to pursue the topic further. I had no idea you needed so much equipment. I initially thought it would only involve a few machines. I'm surprised to see over a dozen displays, reminiscent of a television station. It's quite impressive. Yes, it's to scientifically and effectively observe the spirit's movements. Right now, I'm measuring the temperature, and if a spirit appears, the temperature will drop, allowing our base to record it immediately. Su Guo. At that moment, they heard Shen Yunsi's voice coming from upstairs. Divine One, the preparations over there should be nearly complete. Let's head upstairs together, Su Guo said involuntarily. Ha! You don't need to call me Divine One, just call me by my name. Su Guo scratched her head, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Where do the strange occurrences mainly happen? Shen Yunsi inquired. Glancing at the previously designated guest room, now transformed into a room filled with equipment, Yu Qing was momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained her composure. There isn't a specific location. The living room and bedroom seemed to have more incidents. After pondering for a moment, Yu Qing replied uncertainly. In that case, let's add an extra camera to both locations. Zhao Chu nodded in agreement. Could it be a noisy spirit? Zhao Chu asked as he adjusted the camera in front of him. That's a possibility. What is a noisy spirit? Su Guo asked, bewildered. It refers to spirits that move objects in the house, creating significant noise. In the study of the mind, they are also termed noisy spirits, Shen Yunsi explained, noticing Su Guo's still perplexed expression. He sighed. There are records to consult. During Japan's Edo period, inexplicable phenomena occurred in Chiiri village, where stones fell from the ceiling and dishes in the kitchen moved on their own, accompanied by strange noises. Shen Yunsi paused to observe Su Guo, who seemed increasingly intrigued, and continued. In parapsychology, there exists a hypothesis known as the poltergeist hypothesis, suggesting that such phenomena are caused by the unstable psychology of adolescent boys and girls, resulting in unconscious use of their psychic powers, commonly referred to as RSPK. RSPK? Su Guo asked. Unconscious movement of objects that leads to supernatural occurrences. Then, considering age, it shouldn't be Yu Qing's doing, right? It must be a real spirit. Su Guo exclaimed, rising with excitement. That's highly probable. However, movements, lights, fire, loud noises, doors opening and closing freely, and knocking can all be indicators of a noisy spirit, so we must observe the subsequent events to make a judgment, Shen Yunsi stated as he sat beside Zhao Chu, focusing on the display screen. All equipment has been calibrated, and Su Guo has completed the temperature measurements. Now we just await Lin Shu and the others' arrival tonight, and we can commence our work. Zhao Chu stretched lazily. At that moment, a melodious piano tune wafted up from downstairs. The Divine One plays the piano beautifully. Su Guo was entranced. Lis Liebstrom, Shen Yunsi remarked as he turned to hand a cup of tea to Zhao Chu. However, Zhao Chu did not accept the cup. He remained fixated on the screen, ignoring Shen Yunsi's steady gaze. Noticing Zhao Chu's unusual demeanor, Shen Yunsi turned his attention to the screen, and both of them sat motionless, brows furrowed. For a moment, the air grew still, and Su Guo felt a sudden difficulty in breathing. She approached the screen, and upon seeing it, gasped and stepped back, covering her mouth. On the screen, there was no one before the piano in the living room, yet the keys were being pressed frantically, sending chills down Sugua's spine. "It seems our work is about to commence," Zhao Chu remarked, his earlier nonchalance replaced by a serious demeanor. At that moment, a scream echoed from a nearby room, prompting Sugua to dash towards the bedroom, nearly colliding with the hurriedly approaching Yu Qing, whose face was ashen. She could not articulate a word, merely gesturing in panic towards Sugua. Peering into the bedroom, Sugua was taken aback by the sight within. The bookshelves and CD racks were all askew or overturned. How could such heavy objects have shifted so dramatically in an instant? Shinyan Si observed the scene with narrowed eyes, deep in thought. Sugua helped Yu Qing to the sofa in the base and handed her a cup of hot tea. Once she calmed down, Shinyan Si began to inquire what happened. "I heard someone playing the piano and wanted to go downstairs to check. Just as I opened the door, the cabinet blocked my way. In an instant, it tilted, creating a gap to let me through, and I escaped," she recounted, still shaken. "Can I stay here?" she pleaded, looking at Shun Yun Si with earnest eyes. Shun Yun Si nodded. May I ask what was being played just now?" Yu Qing inquired. Su Guo and Zhao Chu exchanged glances, debating whether to reveal the truth, not wanting to frighten her further with such a terrifying revelation. "No one," Shun Yun Si interrupted their deliberation, causing Su Guo to bury her face in her hands in exasperation. Yu Qing's face turned pale once more. "Was this the first time someone played the piano?" Shun Yun Si asked, observing Yu Qing's reaction. "Yes, that piece." "What about that piece? Do you have any thoughts on it?" His tone remained indifferent. Yu Qing shook her head. "Nothing." Zhao Chu scrutinized the footage. "It's as he said while we were focused on the living room. The bedroom temperature dropped by 15 degrees within 10 seconds, and the cabinet indeed moved in an instant." However, Zhao Chu hesitated. "But what?" "When the cabinet was moved aside, its temperature actually increased." Shun Yun Si fixed his gaze on the temperature sensor. "Don't you find that strange?" Shun Yun Si asked Zhao Chu. "Your reaction is rather slow typically. Noisy spirits avoid unrelated individuals at first." A glimmer of insight sparkled in Shun Yun Si's eyes. "Indeed, but to confront us so soon upon arrival is quite intriguing," Shun Yun Si remarked, looking at Zhao Chu. "This is somewhat troublesome, yet rather interesting," Zhao Chu replied, a faint smirk tugging at his lips. "Sugua, do you have any discoveries?" Zhao Chu turned to Sugua, looking past Shun Yun Si. "None." Suddenly, Sugua felt as though someone was watching her, and before she could finish her sentence, she whipped her head towards the doorway. "What's wrong?" Shun Yun Si asked, noticing Sugua's sudden movement. "I felt like someone was looking at me just now." At that moment, the doorbell rang, startling everyone. Only Shun Yun Si remained composed, glancing at his watch. "That must be Sister Dan and the others. Is the case a malevolent spirit?" Chapter 2. Is it a malevolent spirit? I am thoroughly fed up. Just when I was in high spirits and called back to work. That person is truly dreadful. Even before seeing her, Sugua recognized the familiar voice. It was Sister Dan, who had been summoned back. "Ah, C.I. You know the type, those who prioritize work above all else." Zhao Chu quickly reassured, wary of being swept up in her ire. "I know, but I'm still angry. I just want to vent. How about I give you a good beating?" Sister Dan mockingly raised her fist. "You are utterly unreasonable. I was only trying to be kind," Zhao Chu retorted, unwilling to engage with her antics. "Long time no see." Zhao Gu, the cheerful voice of the Lin brothers, reached his ears. Zhao Chu quickly approached. "It's been a while, gentlemen. We'll be relying on you again this time." "No trouble at all," Lin Shu replied in a gentle tone. "Is there time for idle chatter?" Shin Yun Si's cold voice interrupted the group. "Shin Yun Si, why are you still like this?" Lin Yin sighed, shaking off the goosebumps caused by his icy demeanor. After the three settled their luggage, they gathered at the base. Zhao Chu briefed them on the situation and the existing theories. Lin Shu was the first to share his thoughts. "The likelihood of it being a noisy spirit is minimal given the current circumstances. It is likely a malevolent spirit. Did you all sense anything?" Lin Yin asked. Sister Dan pondered for a moment, closing her eyes to feel the movement of the air around her. "It shouldn't be this quiet. Indeed, there are malevolent spirits at play, Yet the atmosphere surrounding us remains eerily tranquil. It is quite peculiar, Zhao Chu remarked. In places where spirits exist, the air transforms, deviating from its usual state. Sometimes it becomes distorted. Other times it feels viscous. This current situation is unlike anything I have encountered before. Tonight, Zhao Chu and I will monitor the surveillance. You all should rest early, Shen Yanxi observed, noting the weariness of the three newcomers. Dan Jie, you and Yuqing can share a room. This arrangement will also ensure her protection, Shen Yanxi suggested, glancing at Yuqing, who was seated in the distance, nodding incessantly. Dan Jie signaled an affirmative with an okay gesture and approached Yuqing, gently patting her to indicate that it was time to return to their quarters for some rest. I'll watch with you. I can't sleep anyway, Sugwa said, looking at Shen Yanxi. Feel free if you become tired. You may take a rest, Shen Yanxi replied. I may need to step out for a matter tomorrow, Yuqing said, now fully awake and somewhat embarrassed, recalling Shen Yanxi's earlier insistence that she should not act alone for her safety. Then Dan Jie and Lin Shu will accompany you. How does that sound? Zhao Chu inquired. Observing Yuqing's conflicted expression, Shen Yanxi calmly stated, we are merely here to handle the situation. You are the employer, and we are your employees at this moment. Understanding that it was for her safety, Yuqing hesitated for a moment before nodding in agreement. Shen Yanxi began perusing Yuqing's family records, casually conversing with Zhao Chu. We can rule out any family curses. As for other possibilities, we still lack any leads. Perhaps due to the prolonged examination of the documents, Shen Yanxi pinched the bridge of his nose to alleviate the strain in his eyes. Zhaoge, look, Su Guo exclaimed, still engrossed in the footage captured that day. Zhao Chu slid his chair closer, following Su's pointing finger to discover a vague, tiny silhouette appearing in the corridor. Seemingly merging with the wall, it could easily be overlooked if one did not scrutinize closely. Given the direction, it seems to have emerged from Yuqing's room, Su Guo hypothesized. Aside from this location, were there other places where you observed anything? Shen Yanxi inquired, bending over to examine the screen from behind Su Guo, the posture suggesting an embrace, causing Su Guo to blush involuntarily at the refreshing scent of mint emanating from him. What are you thinking about? The voice that reached her ears made her ears flush. Nothing, just that segment, Su Guo replied, feigning calmness. A child? Shen Yanxi mused, struggling to comprehend how this related to Yuqing, yet acknowledging that its appearance must hold significance. Additionally, there was no spectral presence around the piano, but I did notice a slight increase in temperature, by about 3 degrees, Su Guo added. 3 degrees does not indicate much. I was considering that perhaps this apartment hosts more than one spirit, one that raises the temperature and another that lowers it. Su Guo shared her speculation with Shen Yanxi, though the notion seemed somewhat humorous. Perhaps, Shen Yanxi remarked, glancing at the time. You should rest early. You have an early start tomorrow. Ah, the child has grown up and learned to care for others, Zhao Chu teased with an expression of paternal pride. Su Guo and Shen Yanxi exchanged knowing looks, choosing to disregard his comment. The following day, Yuqing led the two individuals outside. While Dan Jie and the others refrained from inquiring further, they were simply aware that their task was to safeguard Yuqing. Winding their way to a dilapidated tenement, Yuqing observed the weathered walls, evidence that the building was at least a product of the 1980s. She rhythmically knocked on the door, which opened only a crack upon seeing Yuqing. The doorkeeper immediately gestured for her to enter. He cast a puzzled glance at Dan Jie and Lin Shu, as Yuqing typically arrived alone, and their presence sparked unspoken questions in his eyes. Everything is fine, Yuqing replied succinctly, not providing further explanation. As they entered the living room, Dan Jie was taken aback by the chaos. Books and printed materials were strewn everywhere, leaving little room to navigate. This is my private investigator, Fong Nan. These two are Danis and Lin Shu, Yuqing introduced. Hello. They exchanged greetings before taking a seat on the sofa. Have there been any recent developments from Chile? Yuqing asked directly. You must understand. It has been too long. Even if there were evidence back then, it has likely been destroyed, Fong Nan said, fidgeting with his lighter. However, I did uncover something. Seems to be in a relationship with Lung Jiamei, who I found out was originally named Mei Li and is a former middle school classmate of Qi Li. Lung Jiamei had recently risen to fame as a star from a talent show, experiencing meteoric success. In Yuqing's memory, This girl had suddenly exploded onto the scene. Securing abundant resources, the only connection she had with her was a previous high-end endorsement that Yuqing had been informed she was replaced in, with Lung Jiamei stepping in. Having grown disillusioned with the fickle nature of the entertainment industry, Yuqing felt discomfort upon learning this news. Was my previous endorsement switched because of him? Yuqing murmured softly. I'm not entirely sure, but Qili has indeed thrown obstacles in your path. Fong Nan remarked with a dismissive tsh. That man harbors a grudge. I never liked him when he was dating a Dai, and I consistently advised a Dai to break up with him. How could he not resent me? I just didn't expect his influence would reach the entertainment industry. By the way, you mentioned he is dating Lung Jiamei. Can you find out when that started? Yuqing inquired. It will take some time, but I will notify you once I have any updates. What are you thinking? I hope it doesn't align with my suspicions. Having watched too many melodramatic dramas makes one ponder after all. Dramas are drawn from life, are they not? If that is the case, then that would be truly heartless, Fong Nan remarked, forcefully extinguishing his unfinished cigarette in the ashtray. Do take care of yourself, Yuqing advised. Rest assured, I will also look into Adaya's situation after all. She has previously aided me. As they prepared to leave, Fong Nan called out to them. Oh, by the way, I almost forgot Li seems to be inquiring about capable mediums recently. In this day and age, still indulging in superstition? Unbelievable, Fong Nan muttered to himself. The two individuals exchanged glances, somewhat taken aback. Searching for mediums? Do you know why? Yuqing's brow furrowed. Why was he also seeking mediums? Fong Nan had not uncovered any leads, so Yuqing excused herself and departed. Once they were seated in the car, Yuqing abruptly shattered the silence between them. You must be curious as to why I am investigating Qili. I suspect he murdered my close friend. Dan Jie and Lin Shu exchanged glances, unsure of how to respond. Yuqing seemed to be merely seeking an outlet for her feelings or a confidant, failing to notice their discomfort as she continued. My best friend, you may have heard of Hareen Dai, known as a genius designer. Tragically, she committed suicide just a week before her wedding. I understood her. Well, she was so optimistic and had envisioned a future with me, even designing bridesmaid dresses to surprise me, only to suddenly take her own life. The media reported that her suicide was triggered by an argument with Qili, where he carelessly stated that he wouldn't marry her, leading to her demise, claiming their conflicts had been long-standing, but that incident was the breaking point. What a farce! I never believed it. Afterward, I had several dreams where Dai claimed she was murdered by Qili, prompting me to start investigating. Sadly, I have yet to find any substantial evidence. Upon hearing Yuqing mention dreams, Dan Jie straightened up abruptly. Wait, you said you dreamed of your friend several times? Yuqing nodded. Can you recall approximately when you dreamed of her? Dan Jie took out a notebook to jot down notes. Sorry, I don't remember well, but I definitely dreamed of her on the 7th day after her passing, since that day was particularly significant. Yuqing contemplated for a moment before responding. Is the case related to a malevolent spirit? In the 3rd chapter, is it a guardian spirit? Only when they safely returned to the apartment did Lin Shu and Sister Dan finally breathe a sigh of relief. Yuqing expressed her fatigue and wished to rest first. That I will return to the bedroom later to keep you company, Lin Shu assured her. Sister Dan contemplated for a moment before deciding to first visit Shun Yin Ci to discuss the events of the day. Although it was a personal matter concerning Yuqing, there was an unsettling feeling, especially upon hearing that Qili was also seeking a medium. She couldn't help but speculate whether the bizarre occurrences in Yuqing's home were somehow linked to him. Yuqing nodded, feeling somewhat embarrassed, and said, Actually, I think I'll be fine on my own. Sister Dan shook her head disapprovingly, and the two parted ways at the stairwell. However, just as Sister Dan stepped into the base, an agonizing wail pierced through the air, seemingly capable of penetrating eardrums. The group hastily rushed to the source of the sound, discovering a pale-faced Yuqing kneeling on the ground, her hands pressed against the floor, her eyes brimming with tears. What happened? Lin Shu rushed over to check if Yuqing was injured. That it hurts. My knee hurts so much. Sister Dan knelt beside her, trying to see if there were other injuries. Just now, someone pushed me. With great force, Yuqing said, gasping for breath in between her words. Lin Shu and Sister Dan gently helped her up, but inadvertently touched a tender spot, causing Yuqing to gasp again in pain. What's wrong? Sister Dan froze, afraid to touch Yuqing further, her voice laced with urgency. That my back hurts as well. Bear with it. Let's get inside so I can examine you. Dai Yuqing gritted her teeth and nodded. Enduring the excruciating pain that radiated from her back, Sister Dan carefully applied ointment to Yuqing's already bruised knee. Her heart sank further upon seeing the bruises on her back. Yuqing, may I photograph this bruise on your back? Sister Dan inquired. Did I ask there a problem? Please take it, it's fine. The bruise on her back was centrally located, palm-sized, and roughly the size of a child's hand. It seemed that their arrival had provoked this malevolent spirit, which had now begun to act. Sister Dan sent the photos to Zhao Chu, explaining the situation. The team in the base was reviewing the surveillance footage and noted a shadow lurking behind Yuqing as she approached her bedroom. It enveloped her from behind, just before she collapsed to the ground. Upon receiving the image from Sister Dan, Zhao Chu handed it to the others for inspection. Did I ask this a child's spirit? Sugwa speculated, examining the palm-sized bruise. During Yuqing's absence, there had been no peculiar occurrences, but upon her return, she was injured. That it appeared this spirit had specifically targeted Yuqing rather than the house itself. Shen Yunci deduced. Thus, we must investigate Yuqing and her friends. Lin Shu pondered. We are here precisely to prevent such incidents. Yet something has still occurred. Shen Yunci scoffed at Sugwa could sense Shen Yunci's ire. Indeed, it was disgraceful for a client to be harmed under the watch of so many practitioners. That a sigh echoed in Sugwa's ears, sending chills down her spine. She spun around, certain she hadn't imagined it. Just then, Lin Yin noticed Sugwa's unease and asked, "What's wrong, Sugwa? Did you hear someone sigh just now?" It was a female voice, Sugwa replied, crossing her arms and rubbing her shoulders. "No, it must be your imagination," Lin Yin suggested, shaking her head, as did the others. No, it's not a figment of my imagination. Someone really sighed, just once, Sugwa insisted, closing her eyes to sense any fluctuations in the air around her. By the way, Sister Dan and I discovered a clue regarding Yuqing. It's a personal matter, but Sister Dan believes it may relate to the extraordinary events. Lin Shu suddenly interjected. What matter? Yuqing has been privately investigating the circumstances surrounding her friend's death. She suspects it was not a suicide, but rather a homicide. Her friend committed suicide. Did she have a falling out with her? Shen Yunci's remark left Sugwa momentarily speechless. They are friends, not enemies. Sugwa gritted her teeth in frustration to, the bedroom. Zhao Chu suddenly raised his voice. Just then, everyone's attention returned to the monitor. In the bedroom, Sister Dan was asleep on the couch while Yuqing lay quietly in bed. Above her, a white figure shimmering with a faint glow appeared, seemingly a girl, who floated motionless above Yuqing. Lin Yin instinctively moved to rush out, but Lin Shu held her back, insisting they observe, as the spirit bore no malice. The white figure gently caressed Yuqing's head before shifting down to her injured knee. For some reason, Sugwa felt a sense of concern emanating from the spirit toward Yuqing. The white figure did not linger long before dissipating. This must be a guardian spirit, Lin Shu remarked, glancing at Zhao Chu. Indeed, it is quite rare, and it seems this guardian spirit is on borrowed time, having grown weak. Zhao Chu responded to a guardian spirit. Have you never read properly? Shen Yunci's tone was tinged with disdain. Sugwa, feeling somewhat embarrassed, pleaded, I have read, but my memory. You know that a guardian spirit is a type of spirit that watches over you, while another type is a malevolent spirit. However, encounters with guardian spirits are exceedingly rare due to the stringent conditions required for their existence. As humans are inherently selfish, and becoming a guardian spirit demands significant sacrifice, Shen Yunci said, casting a meaningful glance at Zhao Chu. Zhao Chu managed a bittersweet smile. Over the years, aside from this case, I have only encountered one guardian spirit. Just think about how precious they are. Guardian spirits do not exist indefinitely. Each time they protect you, they deplete their own energy until they ultimately fade from this world. Are you implying that if this guardian spirit were to vanish, it would never have the chance to reincarnate or ascend to a higher state? Precisely, unless the person they guard possesses formidable spiritual energy and signs a contract with their guardian spirit to provide spiritual support to sustain its existence. Shen Yun explained. Sugwa glanced at Yuqing on the screen, an ordinary person, and a wave of sorrow washed over her. There's one more possibility. What is it? Sugwa's eyes flickered with a glimmer of hope. Believing that a benevolent spirit should not meet such a tragic fate, that it remains in this world, by the side of the person it wishes to protect, likely due to unresolved matters and concerns. It seeks to fulfill her wishes and alleviate her worries to earn its ascension. Its wishes and concerns. Sugwa asked, lowering her head, that I asked the case related to a malevolent spirit. In the 4th chapter. Comfort by the way, Zhao Gu, aren't you able to summon spirits? Why not summon her to inquire about the situation? Sugwa recalled a previous case, where Zhao Chu had utilized a summoning ritual to uncover the cause of death, prompting her to question him. Guardian spirits have transcended life and death. I can only summon those who have recently passed, Zhao Chu clarified. Little Sugwa, you're giving me too much credit, haha. Moreover, this guardian spirit only revealed itself after we had been here for quite some time, indicating a level of wariness toward us. Had Yu Qing not been injured, it likely would have remained hidden, Shenyan Ci remarked, still focused on the monitor. The incident with the cabinet last time must have been another instance where it assisted Yu Qing. Sugwa recalled, remembering how Yu Qing had once mentioned being blocked by a cabinet and how it had inexplicably moved aside. Should we inform Yu Qing about the guardian spirit? Let us hold off for now. We should investigate further ourselves, Zhao Chu suggested. Guardian spirits are typically close to their protectors. Friends or relatives, right? Didn't T. Lin Shu mention that Yu Qing's friend had died? Zhao Chu noted. What was her friend's name? We can look into it. Zhao Chu continued that Su Gua hesitated, feeling that Zhao Chu's memory was rather lacking. Her name is Yin Dai. She is a designer, we can check her information, Lin Shu said, pulling out a notebook to review the day's records. Su Gua felt a nagging familiarity with the name, tapping her forehead until she suddenly exclaimed, Yin Dai. I know her. She was once again struck with astonishment, realizing that even the friends of the influential were themselves noteworthy figures. You figured it out again? With that time, why not read a book? Shenyan Ci retorted, unusually confrontational, as he was shot him a glare, having grown increasingly aware of his sharp tongue and insufferably proud demeanor over time. Leave the research to me, Lin Yin volunteered. You're a lifesaver. Lin Yin, how do you manage to get the information every time? You did the same for the last case. You must have some solid connections. Su Guo inquired, blinking curiously. Lin Yin stiffened momentarily before returning to her usual nonchalant demeanor. Buddha says, do not speak of it. Lin Yin waved her hand dismissively. Then aren't you a Taoist? Why are you quoting Buddhist phrases? Su Guo gazed at him with a smile. That I in this moment. I am a disciple of the Buddhist sect, Amitabha, she said, completing the gesture of prayer, which prompted Su Guo to laugh heartily, since he did not wish to elaborate. Su Guo chose not to pursue the matter further. The presence of a guardian spirit could, to some extent, assure that Yu Qing was not in any mortal danger. However, it did not exclude the possibility of complete safety. I hope you all take this case seriously. Shen Ci's sudden interjection caused Su Guo's laughter to abruptly cease. This person truly knows how to disrupt the atmosphere, that Su Guo made small gestures behind his back, expressing her disdain for his tedious behavior. Shen Yunkai maintained his focus on the documents, his voice low and somber. Does this person have eyes at the back of his head? Su Guo scoffed and turned her attention back to the surveillance screen to continue her work. That night, Su Guo and Zhao Chu were on duty at the base. Brother Zhao, do you think Shen Yunkai holds a consistent grudge against me? Why would you think that? Zhao Chu slid his chair closer to Su Guo. It's just a feeling. He always seems to look down on me, as if he believes my abilities are lacking. That Su Guo absent-mindedly twirled the pen in her hand. That no, ACI is actually quite good to you. Quite good? Are you sure? Su Guo responded incredulously. How should I put it? The current ACI carries a certain vibrancy about him, much gentler than during our time at the headquarters in the UK, that you've heard about how his parents went missing when he was young. And his sister, who was closest to him, endured considerable suffering to protect him, that he has always felt uneasy, fearing that anyone connected to him would be drawn into misfortune. It wasn't until he returned to Hua country and met you that I realized he possessed other emotions. No longer the cold person who kept others at arm's length. Zhao Chu gently pressed down on Su Guo's head, signaling her not to overthink. All right, I'll trust you this once, Su Guo nodded. Would you like a cup of coffee? Zhao Chu stood up, reaching for a cup, with ice. Thank you, Brother Zhao. Su Guo smiled brightly as she handed him her CUP. That Su Guo adjusted the display screen, checking each room one by one that the temperatures and electromagnetic waves in Dan Jie and Yu Qing's room were normal. And no anomalies were found in the other rooms either. The clock on the wall pointed to 2:15 and that I hope tonight remains peaceful. She yawned widely. Miss Su, your coffee has arrived. Zhao Chu's voice came from behind. Thank you, it's so quiet tonight. After all, we already engaged in mischief this afternoon. Tonight's calm is quite normal, so there is no need to be overly tense. Zhao Chu reassured her. The two chatted about mundane matters while monitoring the surveillance equipment. Is the case related to a malevolent spirit? Chapter 5. The disruption of fortune the next day. Due to Yu Qing's severe injuries, she had to rest at the apartment for a few days before returning to work. She was aware that Dan Jie felt guilty about her injury and continuously offered her comfort that if the spirit's target is Yu Qing, then it is likely to strike again during this time. Shen Yunkai instructed Dan Jie to protect Yu Qing closely, ensuring every frame was under surveillance. Has the temperature started to drop? Zhao Chu inquired. Which room? Shen Yunkai approached the monitor. The bedroom has dropped the most. Other rooms have also seen a decline. The temperature gauge's display appeared to have been tainted, turning a shade of blue. Blue indicates temperatures nearing freezing, while red signifies excessive heat. The screen showed Dan Jie and Yu Qing sitting on the couch, chatting and watching television, when suddenly Dan Jie grabbed Yu Qing and ran towards the door. At that moment, the screen filled with static, and the speakers emitted a piercing sound. All displays on the first floor have ceased. Zhao Chu's voice rose in alarm. No sooner had he spoken, all surveillance feeds displayed error, and before anyone could react, all power in the apartment was cut off, plunging them into darkness. The presence of the spirit caused the waveforms to distort. Such electrical and wireless devices could not operate, signaling the arrival of the malevolent spirit. Dasuigwa covered her mouth with one hand, her heart pounding loudly in her ears. Thump, 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 as if someone were running upstairs in high heels. The sound echoing from all directions. Meanwhile, Dan Jie immediately sensed the once comfortable room growing cold, the surroundings warping as if a giant were squeezing the house. She quickly pulled Yu Qing to escape. Yet the door refused to budge, seemingly unlocked. Dan Jie shielded Yu Qing behind her as the previously turned-on television began to switch channels chaotically. Ready to confront the impending threat, she retrieved the soul-calming bell. Just then, all lights in the room extinguished simultaneously, casting the space into utter darkness. Bang, bang, bang echoed the sound of something striking the ceiling, followed by tap, 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 reminiscent of someone running within the room. Cold air surged from the floor upwards, and suddenly, the apartment was filled with the shrieks and wails of children. The moonlight streaming through the window provided only a faint illumination, yet in the darkness, Sugwa spotted a small childlike figure glowing red, pressed against the door, before it vanished in an instant. Brother Zhao, there's someone at the door. Sugwa's voice carried a sharp edge. Zhao Chu swiftly grabbed a flashlight and dashed out. Realizing that the malevolent spirit's target was still Yu Qing, he raced towards the bedroom, waving his left hand, unleashing a beam of white light that struck the bedroom door with a resounding whoosh, as if shattering something. He forcefully pushed the door open and found the two unharmed, allowing his anxious heart to finally settle. Thank goodness, you two are safe. However, at that moment, he sensed something amiss that he turned to Dan Jie and asked, I didn't close the door when I came in, did I? Observing the now closed door, both remained silent. Just then, the apartment lights flickered back to life, and the two regained their composure to Yu Qing, still trembling from her fright, clung to Dan Jie, who reassured her with gentle pats. It's all right, it's all right. Perhaps due to the continuous fright over the past few days, Yu Qing began to develop a fever that persisted through the night. To avoid drawing media attention, her manager had to bring a family doctor to treat her at home. The manager shared with Shen Yunkai and his team what had transpired concerning Yu Qing. Yu Qing's family was relatively affluent, and her career had proceeded smoothly until now. The only significant blow she suffered was the suicide of her close friend. Following that tragedy, she became obsessively intent on investigating the matter. Firmly believing her friend was murdered, as if entrapped in a delusion, the police had already closed the case, leaving uncertainty as to what she was clinging to. Since then, the manager had noticed Yu Qing behaving unusually, frequently zoning out and encountering unexpected dangers on set. Endorsements would inexplicably vanish, and even Yu Qing herself wondered if she was being targeted by someone malicious. While discussing these matters, the manager hesitated before voicing a thought. You all know how the entertainment industry can be a den of iniquity. Some would do anything to gain fame. That I've heard stories of stars being cursed out of jealousy. Could it be that our Yu Qing is under a curse? A curse? Shen Yunkai retorted, glancing at Zhao Chu, that it's not a curse. A cursed person would exhibit black lines of malediction on their hands. Yet Yu Qing shows no such signs. Zhao Chu responded. Could it be the disruption of fortune? Su Guo pondered aloud. Someone who was once favored suddenly becomes unfortunate. I often see on Weibo discussions about stars hiring spirits. Disruption of fortune? It's not impossible, but given the presence of a guardian spirit, it may prove somewhat challenging, Shun Yunkai elaborated. When a common person experiences a disruption of fortune, their blessings dim and lose their luster. Although Yu Qing's light is not entirely extinguished, it is plausible that the guardian spirit is shielding her from some of it, which might explain the spirit's weakened state. If it is indeed a disruption of fortune, the priority would be to identify who seeks to siphon it away, Shin Yunkai stated. Exactly, typically, such individuals experience a surge of good fortune shortly thereafter. But the scope is rather broad, Su Guo remarked, turning to Shin Yunkai. Those capable of stealing another's fortune are usually acquaintances, familiar with their birth dates and recent interactions. Zhao Chu added, glancing at the manager. With that said, the scope has indeed narrowed. Hearing this, Yu Qing's manager began to ponder deeply. How recent are we talking about? He inquired. Shin Yunkai calculated. Yu Qing mentioned the onset of the supernatural occurrences began around 4 months ago. Few truly know Yu Qing's birthday, the manager began, but was interrupted by Su Guo. Wait, isn't Yu Qing's birthday the official one? Did you even take the client's information seriously? Shin Yunsi cast an irritable glance at Su Guo. I hope you could take your work seriously, he said sternly before Su Guo could finish. Realizing that Shin Yunsi was genuinely angry, he detested those who were careless in their work. Su Guo, aware of his own culpability, promptly offered an earnest apology. Under these circumstances, there are 2 individuals in the studio who fit the criteria, both of whom are rising stars. The manager noted their names and handed them to Shin Yunsi. These 2 girls do not seem to be the ungrateful sort. They were both nurtured by our Yu Qing and have a good relationship with her. The manager, still unsure of his own judgment, inquired, could we arrange to meet these 2 girls soon? The manager hesitated, but there's no need for a discussion. I merely wish to see them. Zhao Chu discerned the manager's dilemma that if they indeed possessed the ability to siphon off another's fortune, they would likely carry the aura of those from whom they had taken. Shin Yunsi elucidated for the somewhat perplexed Su Guo. The day after tomorrow is our studio's regular meeting, which everyone will attend. Shall we schedule it for that day? Lin Shu and Lin Yin should also return then. May I accompany you? Su Guo asked, her eyes sparkling with anticipation as she looked at Zhao Chu. You may come along. It will be a valuable experience for you, Shin Yunsi decided before Zhao Chu could respond. Yay, Su Guo exclaimed, raising her finger in a gesture of triumph. You aren't going just to idolize them, are you? Zhao Chu teased playfully. Just as the words left his mouth, he caught the sharp glare of Shin Yunsi directed at Su Guo. Am I that superficial? I merely wish to broaden my horizons. Su Guo retorted, feeling aggrieved as she quietly cursed Zhao Chu for his insensitivity. After meeting with the manager, he arranged for Su Guo and Zhao Chu to use the break room adjoining the conference room. I will position those 2 girls where you can see them, he assured. Thank you for your assistance to ITS nothing. It's all for Yu Qing, the manager replied, shaking his head. However, after about half an hour, just when Su Guo was on the verge of restlessness, the door to the conference room swung open, and a group of people entered. Su Guo discreetly turned to glance, realizing it was the manager guiding the 2 girls to their designated seats. She tugged at Zhao Chu's sleeve. Zhao Guo, look at those 2, the dark aura surrounding them and the shadow over their foreheads. This portends calamity, Zhao Chu observed, noticing wisps of black mist swirling around the girls. It seemed they had been in this state for some time. Perhaps due to their makeup, their faces did not appear overly pale, yet their fatigue was palpable. Not that. I meant, have you seen the children? Su Guo shot Zhao Chu a look. Children, he glanced again but did not see the youngsters. Su Guo mentioned. One is on the back of the chair, and the other is clinging to their leg. Su Guo described. Still, Zhao Chu could discern nothing, shaking his head in resignation. How old are they? They seem like twins, about 60 centimeters tall, Su Guo estimated. Then they are not spirits born of a miscarriage. Zhao Chu concluded that if they were the spirits of children lost before birth, they would appear as infants. This gives me the impression of the little ghost described in the books I've read. Su Guo mused, recalling the familiarity she felt. Upon hearing this, Zhao Chu had a revelation. The spirits of the children from Yu Qing's family were likely among these 2 malevolent entities, perhaps sensing they were being watched. The two spirits began to look around, and in an instant, their gazes met Su Guo's, and before she could retreat, she found herself frozen in place, her body rigid. The eyes of the malevolent spirits swirled like a vortex. Su Guo forced herself to resist being drawn in, desperately attempting to reclaim her consciousness. But it was futile. She wished to call out to Zhao Chu, yet no sound emerged, leaving her helplessly mouthing words as goosebumps prickled her arms. She could clearly see Zhao Chu observing intently, while she remained motionless, as if detached from her own body. She could see herself, suddenly realizing she was viewing everything from a third-person perspective. She endeavored to draw near to her own body, longing to return, yet found it impossible. Just then, the scene shifted, and she witnessed the two children's spirits merging into a more formidable malevolent entity. The suffocating black resentment enveloped them, and Zhao Chu seemed to sense something amiss. He called out Su Guo's name several times, but she remained unresponsive. The dark resentment drew closer, and she yearned to extend her hand to Zhao Chu, to indicate her presence, but in that moment, it felt as if she had pierced through some barrier. A chilling, oppressive force enveloped her, the stifling air making it difficult to breathe. Die. Can you see me? Her soul seemed anchored in place as icy little hands grazed her arm, slowly rising, leaving purple marks in their wake. Those hands reached her face, and in that moment, Su Guo truly beheld the visage of the child, dark skin, devoid of pupils and red eyes. She had seen those eyes before. As those small hands reached for her eyes, just when she thought she would lose them, a flash of white light appeared. It was Zhao Ji's Shikigami, saved. Her soul returned to her body, and Su Guo was drenched in cold sweat, involuntary tears streaming down her cheeks. You nearly scared me to death, Zhao Chu said, holding Su Guo and patting her back as one would comfort a child. When Su Guo regained her composure, she noticed that the conference room was empty, devoid of anyone. The two malevolent spirits are one and the same. They may merge. Su Guo relayed this alarming news to Zhao Chu. They discovered me earlier, and I nearly lost my life. Zhao Chu's worry deepened. Thus far, only Su Guo had encountered these malevolent spirits directly. Others had merely witnessed them on video and remained oblivious. Just as today, aside from the dark aura, he had detected nothing of the children Su Guo mentioned. This posed a significant disadvantage for them. After the harrowing experience, Su Guo returned to the base and immediately sought rest. Her unusual silence puzzled Shin Yunsi. It was only after Zhao Chu recounted the day's events that everyone realized the situation was more complicated than they had initially thought. Shin Yunsi, encountering dual-spirited ghostly children for the first time, could only utter a phrase of concern. This is troublesome. Upon returning to the break room, Su Guo threw herself onto the bed, burying her face deep into the pillow. Suddenly recalling something, she sat up. She retrieved a talisman that Zhao Chu had drawn for her that day, affixing it to the headboard to create a small protective barrier, ensuring she could rest peacefully that night. After organizing everything, she heard a knock at the door. Shin Yunsi, do you need something? Su Guo opened the door to find Shin Yunsi holding a tray of snacks, leaving her somewhat perplexed. Zhao Chu asked me to bring you something to eat, he said, handing her the tray before turning to leave. Looking at the treats in her hands, Su Guo smiled, realizing she might have a restful night ahead. The following day, they received unfortunate news. All right, yes, please send over the forensic report, Zhao Chu said, his brow furrowed as he conversed on the phone. The manager had informed them that one of the two girls had been found dead in her apartment that morning. Zhao Chu turned to Shin Yunsi, wondering if they had inadvertently exposed something that alerted the other party to, it seems we have startled the snake in the grass. It has begun to tighten its net. Shin Yunsi mused, sipping his tea with a somber expression. What do the autopsy results say? They will send them over shortly. It appears the circumstances of her death are quite peculiar, Zhao Chu replied. Just then, the fax machine whirred to life, and Shin Yunsi began extracting the documents. The time of death was the day before yesterday, and the cause was acute fright, Shin Yunsi remarked, puzzled, as he continued to peruse the materials in silence. Su Guo quietly leaned in, taking out the newly arrived report to read silently. Xiao Su Guo, didn't I tell you to rest more? Why are you up so early? Zhao Chu asked with concern. I woke up and couldn't fall back asleep. Lying there was pointless, so I figured I might as well get up, Su Guo replied, her gaze fixed on the documents. Cardiac arrest led to death. The deceased showed varying degrees of myocardial cell damage, myocardial fiber rupture, and cardiac hemorrhage. Moreover, the images reveal blood spots interspersed within the myocardium, and her posture upon death is rather strange. She handed the photo to Zhao Chu. The girl in the picture appears contorted, her limbs twisted outward, and her expression reflects immense suffering, her mouth agape, with clear signs of blood around her nose and mouth corners. The black aura emanating from this photo is truly nauseating. Zhao Chu abruptly thrust the photographs into Dan Jie's embrace, exclaiming, "Zhao Chu, you rascal!" Initially, Dan Jie wore a perplexed expression, unable to grasp the situation, but upon glimpsing the images, she could not help but unleash a torrent of profanities. Black aura. Su Guo looked at the two individuals reacting so dramatically, puzzled. The deceased captured in photographs are often accompanied by a black aura, yet I have never encountered such a foul stench before. Zhao Chu remarked. Moreover, the presence of a foul odor indicates that the individual did not meet a natural death. They were likely harmed by a malevolent spirit, Dan Jie added. Why can't I detect it? Is my spiritual energy insufficient? Su Guo inquired. Dan Jie and Zhao Chu exchanged glances, both equally perplexed, as Su Guo's ability surpassed Dan Jie's, yet she was unable to sense it, which seemed rather odd. Is the case related to a malevolent spirit? Chapter 7. The act of sending one to their death. Hey, Zhao Chu, have you finished your inspection yet? Dan Jie nudged Zhao Chu with her elbow. It's quite strange. Logically, Su Guo's abilities should elicit a stronger response than yours. When I probed with my spiritual energy, it appeared she had no reaction at all. What? You just probed me with your spiritual energy? Su Guo frowned. Each spiritual practitioner possesses unique traits, and any intrusion into their spiritual realm would typically be felt. However, she had not sensed Zhao Chu's energy at all. Perhaps you haven't fully recovered? Zhao Chu suggested, brushing his fingers against Su Guo's forehead, noting her lingering pallor. Maybe, Su Guo replied, touching her own forehead, realizing it felt slightly warmer than usual. You should rest, Dan Jie advised. All right, then I shall take my leave. If you find yourselves overwhelmed, be sure to call for me. Sure. After a day of slumber, Su Guo finally awoke at dusk. She washed her face and proceeded to the base. Upon opening the door to the room, she discovered two new occupants, Lin Shu, Lin Yin. You're back. The two were busy making copies of documents and smiled upon seeing Su Guo. Yes, we've gathered the information from our investigation, but there is something about this data that feels off. An indescribable sense of incongruity. Zhao Chu picked up the documents and began to read aloud. Qi Li, a senior fashion designer, hailed as one of the top 10 renowned wedding gown designers internationally, is most famously known for winning first place in the Angel's Kiss International competition. Upon seeing the Angel's Kiss photograph, Dan Jie and Su Guo gasped in awe. How beautiful. Indeed, the gown of one's dreams. My word, it's simply exquisite. Before the two could fully express their admiration, they were interrupted by Shun Yun Ci, who slammed a file on the table. Do you still wish to work? Clearing his throat, he continued, this wedding was intended for his then-fiancée, Yin Dai. Unfortunately, she tragically took her own life before the ceremony. The reason for her suicide stemmed from the couple's frequent arguments and the subsequent onset of her depression, leading her to consume a lethal dose of sleeping pills. Zhao Chu summarized, moreover, the police's autopsy report and investigation are quite thorough, clearly indicating it was indeed a suicide. Just as he finished speaking, the door swung open abruptly, and Yu Qing, visibly agitated, shouted, "It wasn't suicide. It was murder." Dan Jie was taken aback by her outburst. Yu Qing swiftly approached Zhao Chu, forcefully yanking the file from his grasp and flipping through it with a rustle. This is what I discovered during my investigation. But this is clearly incorrect. Tears streamed down her face as she covered it. Silently sobbing, did I swear, she didn't commit suicide. You must believe me, she wept. Dan Jie stepped forward, guiding her to a nearby sofa. Gently patting her back, for a moment, the room fell silent. Shin Yun Ci exchanged glances with Dan Jie, signaling for them to wait until Yu Qing calmed down before taking her back to her room for rest. This investigation is based solely on Qi Li's own account. Thus its authenticity is indeed questionable, Shin Yun Ci pointed out, gesturing to the case file copied from the police records. Certainly, our materials must remain devoid of any subjective bias. Zhao Chu concurred. However, the only information we have is limited to this. Although Yu Qing has claimed that in her dreams, Yindai told her she was murdered, Lin Shu began, but was interrupted by Zhao Chu. Yu Qing dreamed of Yindai? Was it a recent dream? Zhao Chu pondered if it was indeed a recent dream, it would imply that Yindai's spirit was not as weak as presumed. Providing a chance for contact and uncovering the truth of the events that I Haven T inquired about that, Lin Shu replied. Zhao Chu stood up, intent on seeking Yu Qing immediately, but recalling her tearful state. He sighed and decided it would be best to wait for another opportunity. Our primary task now is to expedite the investigation of the living star who raises spirits, having already stirred the hornet's nest. We must act swiftly, Xinyan CI declared that I have contacted Yu Qing's manager, and this afternoon she will bring the girl over. I am eager to see what sort of spirit she has been nurturing. It was evident that Xinyan CI was somewhat irate, understandably so, as just when they had stumbled upon a lead, a malevolent entity had intervened, thwarting any chance of saving the girl's life. Reflecting on the youth of that girl, Su Guo felt a profound sense of sorrow that in the evening, the manager brought the girl and explained the situation. The girl, sobbing, pleaded, "Will I end up like Meng Ning? I don't want to die." Xinyan CI, observing the girl in tears, remained silent, waiting for her to calm before beginning the interrogation. "Where did you acquire the spirit doll?" She hesitated, lowering her gaze. "Is your life more valuable than your own?" Xinyan Ci's words were devoid of emotion, cold, causing the girl to shiver. "Its Lung Jiamei. How intriguing. Yu Qing suspects Qi Li murdered her best friend. Yet Qi Li is rumored to have an affair with Lung Jiamei, who introduced the spirit doll to the artist from her former agency," Lin Yin remarked with a hint of mockery. "It seems the seemingly unrelated individuals are now connected," Su Guo pondered, stroking her chin. "What offerings do you usually provide for the spirit doll?" Xinyan CI continued his inquiry. The girl gazed at him in confusion. "Nothing. Lung Jiamei said she would help me with offerings when she provided for her doll." Xinyan CI fell silent, his brow furrowing, and after a moment, a realization dawned upon him. "Did you know that this spirit doll absorbs a person's fortune?" "I know. Lung Jiamei mentioned it would siphon luck from others for itself." "Do you believe that fortune is intended for you?" "Foolish. The true master of this spirit doll is Lung Jiamei. You are merely a temporary vessel for her luck. She cannot absorb too much fortune at once, so she disperses it to absorb gradually. Once she has accumulated enough, you, the vessel, will cease to exist." "That is not true. I am the master of this spirit doll," the girl retorted. "Nurturing a spirit doll requires offerings. Consider this. Have you ever provided any offerings? It's always been Lung Jiamei." "I have made offerings. I've offered my blood." "Utterly foolish." Xinyan CI scolded her ignorance. The girl fell silent, tears streaming down her face, choking on her sobs. "What should I do? I don't want to die." She slumped over the table. "Where's the spirit doll? Bring it forth," Xinyan CI commanded, devoid of sympathy. I only sent it to Lung Jiamei for safekeeping when I heard my manager was looking for me." Fearing exposure, she stammered, her voice growing fainter. Xinyan CI clenched his fists. "That talisman around your neck is truly just for show." This was the first time Su Guo found Xinyan Ci's mockery to be less harsh. The others were equally astonished by the girl's actions. It was their first encounter with someone so eager to court danger, prompting exasperated sighs. "Please, I beg you, save me. I don't want to die. It seems we must wait for it to come to us." Xinyan CI glanced at Zhao Chu, who immediately understood his intent. "Lin Shu, go with Dan Jie to protect Yu Qing. We will remain here to keep watch. If I'm not mistaken, there will be movement in the next couple of days." Zhao Chu instructed, "Be sure to stay safe. This spirit doll is no ordinary one. It can split and merge." Su Guo grasped Lin Shu's arm, reiterating her warning that we've overlooked one thing. Aside from Su Guo, none of us have seen that spirit doll. That is precisely why I kept her here. Xinyan CI affirmed that go for it, Su Guo. Zhao Chu winked at her. "Just watch me." Su Guo stood tall with an air of pride, suggesting that instead of jesting here, they should better prepare themselves. Xinyan Ci cast a fleeting glance at the two before exiting the base. Was the case truly linked to a malevolent spirit? Chapter 8. The Past. "What shall we do next?" Su Guo inquired. "Protect this girl and safeguard the base," Lin Yin replied, throwing her hands up in exasperation, uncertain of Xinyan Ci's purpose for leaving at such a moment. The clock struck past 1 at midnight. The entire house trembled, and a chilling wind swept through the room as if intent on turning the place upside down. Furniture began to dislodge from its position, and the sounds of children laughing and crying echoed ominously. "How terrifying," Su Guo remarked, her unease palpable. It was the first time she had experienced such intensity. Zhao Chu encircled the girl with a barrier, sternly warning her not to step outside. Shen Yunxi focused intently on the screen, searching for the spirit of the ghostly child. Just then, Su Guo noticed a wisp of black mist flickering across one of the screens that it's Machine 9. Immediately, Shen Yunxi magnified the image of Machine 9, revealing the black mist suffusing the entire corridor. "The grudge runs deep," Zhao Chu muttered. Shen Yunxi furrowed his brow, observing the dark mist, which had grown several times larger compared to their first encounter. The malevolent energy surged past Yu Qing's room, heading straight for the base. "The IT seems its target is indeed us," Zhao Chu remarked with a wry smile. Upon hearing this, the girl attempted to flee into the adjacent lounge, only to be swiftly restrained by Shen Yunxi, his icy gaze warning her to remain still if she wished to survive. The girl, intimidated by his stare, froze in place. However, this distraction caused Shen Yunxi to lose track of the shadow he was pursuing, and the screen no longer displayed its presence that he bent low over the workstation, his eyes darting across all the cameras. Suddenly, a deafening crash reverberated throughout the base. Something had collided with the barrier. Zhao Chu shouted, directing his voice towards the girl encased within the barrier. "Do not move. Absolutely do not move." The air shimmered with concentric ripples. Evidence of Zhao Chu's barrier in motion. "IT has arrived." Shen Yunxi surveyed the room, "But I see nothing, not a trace," Su Guo, noticing Shen Yunxi's gaze resting upon her, spoke up. The barrier continued to endure the onslaught. Shen Yunxi swiftly adjusted the base's surveillance feed, revealing a dark figure thrashing about in the room. Zhao Chu observed the footage while continuously summoning Shikigami to attack, yet each attempt seemed just a fraction too late, resulting in failure, perhaps enraged. The black mist coalesced into thin tendrils, lashing out towards them. "IT hurts," Su Guo exclaimed, feeling a stinging cut along her arm, akin to being scraped by a sharp edge. "Ugh," Zhao Chu gasped from the other side. "What on earth is this ghostly child?" The ghostly child wreaked havoc, and Su Guo felt as if she were a headless fly, bewildered by her inability to perceive the spirit's presence, as though her eyes had been covered by an unseen force. At that moment, a woman within the barrier screamed, suddenly standing and bolting out of the protective enclosure. "Damn it!" Zhao Chu disregarded his injured arm and dashed after her, but he was still a moment too late. The woman was lifted into the air, her hands flailing as if someone were choking her, her eyes filled with terror as she gazed upwards. "Warriors of the battle array, assemble!" Su Guo quickly drew the 9-character spell and directed it skyward. There was only a fleeting moment of hesitation. She realized that her aim had been amiss, as everyone anxiously sought a solution. A white figure soared into the air, spiraling around the woman. Suddenly, the woman plummeted from the sky. Su Guo blinked, and for the second time, she could see the ghostly child, its form enveloped in a cloak of black mist interspersed with glimmers of white light. With newfound resolve, she unleashed the 9-character spell towards the ghostly child, simultaneously as Lin Yin thrust her magical sword at it. Just as she prepared to act again, the ghostly child vanished from sight. "IT escaped," Shen Yunxi scoffed, noting the faint traces of blood on his white shirt. Zhao Chu helped the girl to her feet with a sigh. "AT that moment." Su Guo's attention was drawn to the fading white figure. "Wait," she called out, halting the spectral form midair. The white figure turned to face her. For an instant, Su Guo found herself at a loss for words that we wish to uncover certain truths. "Could you share them with us? It is also for Yu Qing's sake." Zhao Chu stepped forward to inquire. Upon hearing Yu Qing's name, the white figure trembled slightly. "Tell me, how did you die? What connection does this ghostly child have with you?" Shen Yunxi interrogated mercilessly. Su Guo placed her hand on her forehead, lamenting the insensitivity of such questions. It was akin to pouring salt on an open wound. Could they not phrase it more delicately? The white figure nodded in response. "Spirit binding technique," Su Guo declared. Upon hearing Shen Yunxi's voice, she dispelled her chaotic thoughts and hastily produced a paper effigy, casting it towards the white figure. Zhao Chu, observing the flickering form, understood that the spirit had nearly depleted its energy. The burden of suppressing the ghostly child had taken its toll. resulting in a release of energy that as Su Gua emerged from the fog. She found herself in an unfamiliar place, taking stock of the disarray of furniture around her. Moving hesitantly, from one of the rooms, she heard raised voices. "Why did you use my manuscript without my permission?" "I'm sorry, Dai Dai. It's my fault. I didn't consider your feelings. That was the wedding dress I designed specifically. I wanted it to be ours, a memory just for us. Why did you enter it in a competition? Why did you sign your name on it? I tolerated your past works, but this wedding dress is my line in the sand. Do you realize you are trampling on our feelings? Chi Li, I believe we need some time apart, that I also think I should reassess our relationship, and I hope you can return my work to me." The girl's accusations received no response from the boy, leaving her disappointed as she turned away. In that fleeting moment of her departure, Su Gua caught a glimpse of malice in the boy's eyes. "Sisterine, are you still having trouble sleeping?" The assistant inquired with concern. "Yes, I don't know why I can't sleep lately. Come with me to the hospital for a checkup." Dai Dai, still unable to sleep? The man asked gently, looking down at the woman in his arms. "I have a headache, by the way. Have you informed the competition committee about withdrawing that design?" The woman asked, eyes closed. "That I have. They need time to process it. After all, now that the results are out, it won't be easy to explain the withdrawal." That he gently patted her back, although a glint of hatred flickered in his eyes. "Dai Dai, you have a fever. Please rest," the man said, wrapping his arms around the agitated woman. "Chi Li, let me go. We agreed on withdrawing." She protested. "What happened? You've been deceiving me. I won't marry you." The girl forcefully pushed him away, striking him across the face. The man paused momentarily, then lowered his head. "That you're still running a fever. You should rest. When you're better, you can hit me again. That I don't feel good either." The girl swayed unsteadily due to her fever. But the man stepped forward to support her, guiding her to bed. "That I've brought you water and medicine. Remember to take it," he said, placing a glass of water and a pill on the cabinet before turning to leave. Later that night, the girl, feverish and thirsty, mindlessly drank the water from the cup. After that, she never awoke again. "This is the reason for my death." He had laced that cup of water with sleeping pills. "My fever and insomnia were all orchestrated by him. Such a simple method of murder, yet no evidence to be found," the girl remarked bitterly as she cast a glance at Su Gua. "The surveillance confirmed that I drank from that cup, and then he replaced it with one I regularly used, timing it perfectly to call for an ambulance. That's men for you. Their money and honor take precedence over any love or emotion. While you dream of a future with him, he is plotting how to ensure you have no future. Would you like to meet Yu Qing?" Su Gua gazed at her and suddenly inquired. "Forget it. I owe her an apology. I used to think she was trying to tear us apart, but later I realized she was actually trying to save me. Unfortunately, by then, a rift had already formed between us." Sigh. For a moment, she fell into silence. "That I might vanish at any moment. I entrust you all to Yu Qing." Indai floated beside Su Gua, her expression solemn as she spoke. "Since I became aware after my demise, I have been by Yu Qing's side. That I noticed her investigating my case closely. That man, Chi Li, is treacherous and cunning. That I feared for her safety, so I have been protecting her. That black doll is a creation of Chi Li's lover and is quite formidable. So do exercise caution. If no one in this world cares for you, that is the beginning of your disappearance. It is precisely because she has continually thought of you that your consciousness awakened beside her." Su Gua regarded her intently and abruptly uttered something nonsensical. Indai fell silent at Su Gua's words. "That is the case of the lost spirit and evil entity." Chapter 9. Possession. Su Gua awakened and explained the situation to Shun Yunci. "Brother Zhao, is there any way for the two of them to meet?" Su Gua earnestly asked Zhao Chu. "Possession. Possession? How is that done? For this, we need Dan Jie. She is quite proficient in such matters." Zhao Chu smiled, pointing to the screen where Dan Jie was conversing with Yu Qing. "Are you saying I can meet Dai Dai?" Yu Qing's eyes widened in surprise as she lunged towards Su Gua. Su Gua nodded, seeing the eager and joyful expression on her face. "Dan Jie, I leave it to you." Shin Yunci turned to her. "Finally, it's my turn to take action. It seems like I am always the one left out while you all are busy." Dan Jie crossed her arms, candidly remarking that I need a quiet room without sunlight. Dan Jie looked to Yu Qing for her request, that while Yu Qing led everyone to the storage room. Fortunately, there weren't many items inside. Shin Yunci switched on the lights, and the incandescent glow cast a dim ambience in the room. Dan Jie closed her eyes and brought her hands together, positioning them at the level of her lips to maintain stability, preventing her body from tilting backward. Her palms faced upward, with her right hand below and left hand above, her thumbs lightly touching, then resting about 5 centimeters below her navel at the dantian point. Suddenly, her body began to move involuntarily, producing a crackling sound. This was what they referred to as spiritual possession. In the blink of an eye, Dan Jie opened her eyes, and Su Guo immediately felt a shift in Dan Jie's aura. No, it was now Yin Dai that a somewhat hoarse voice emanated from Dan Jie. Wai Yuqing was already in tears. She reached out, wanted to touch that face, but hesitated, her hand lingering in midair. Dan Jie. She was unable to hesitate further as Dan Jie grasped her hand and placed it on her own face. At that moment, Su Guo felt someone tap her hand. She looked up to see Xin Yun Ci, signaling her with his eyes. She nodded slightly and quietly stepped out of the room with him. It was better to leave this to them. Once outside, Xin Yun Ci spoke to Su Guo. Isn't anything going to go wrong? Su Guo asked with a hint of concern. Dan Jie is no pushover. You need not worry. He smiled at Su Guo. Ci. Regarding that ghost doll, what should we do now? Rest assured, the sacrificial offering that wasn't consumed will return, but I still prefer to eradicate the root of the problem. What do you mean? The ghost doll is a stillborn child born prematurely, crafted through a process that as long as the body exists, it will continuously regenerate. Why not simply uproot its lair? Xin Yun Ci exchanged a meaningful glance with Zhao Chu. Let's set a barrier in the apartment that can contain it. I'll step out for a while. After speaking, Xin Yun Ci picked up his phone and exited the room. Ci. Where are you going? To uproot its lair. Zhao Chu sighed helplessly, watching Xin Yun Ci's departing figure. This man remains so unorthodox. Su Guo waited outside for Dan Jie, and the moment the door opened, she rushed in. She scrutinized Dan Jie from head to toe. Xiao Su Guo. Dan Jie called her name in confusion. It's nothing. I'm just a bit worried. They say possession can be harmful. Su Guo explained. It's nothing to worry about. Trust in my abilities. She ruffled Su Guo's hair. You all continue your conversation. I'll head back to my room. Wai Yuqing's eyes were already red and swollen, nearly unable to open. After speaking, she turned and returned to her room, likely needing some time to process. Let us go. I need to discuss some matters with Ci and the others. Upon entering the base room, Zhao Chu was the only one slumped in the chair. Whereas Ci, Lin Yin, and Lin Shu aren't here either. Dan Jie scanned the room, inquiring that Ci said he went to uproot the ghost doll's lair. Lin Shu and the others are downstairs guarding the little girl. After hearing this, Dan Jie's face reflected confusion that Ci doesn't exorcise spirits. He must be joking with you, right? Has he ever made a joke? Zhao Chu retorted that I must go find him and no need. He has his own plans. Let us follow his lead and set the barrier in the apartment until he returns. Zhao Chu restrained Dan Jie, who was about to rush out. I almost forgot to mention something important. At that moment, Dan Jie recalled she had urgent news to share with them. That ghost doll is Lung Jimei's child. What? Su Guo and Zhao Chu exclaimed in unison that Dio not interrupt. At that time, Yin Dai was still alive when Qi Li had an affair with Lung Jimei. Later, for reasons unknown, a miscarriage occurred, and Lung Jimei sought someone to turn the child into a ghost, drawing on the fortunes of others. Remember how Yuqing was investigating the cause of Yin Dai's death? Qi Li discovered this and sent someone to investigate Yuqing. However, Lung Jimei found out and assumed Qi Li had ulterior motives towards Yuqing, so she attempted to eliminate Yuqing first. Dan Jie took a sip of water and continued. Qi Li's side initially intended to dispose of Lung Jiamei, but feared her ghost would start seeking spiritual energy practitioners everywhere. All of this was seen by Yin Dai as a spirit after her death. She was afraid that Yuqing would be harmed by these two, so she never reincarnated, remaining by her side. Creating a ghost is not something an ordinary person can accomplish. Does she know who helped her with the crafting? Zhao Chu asked, looking at Dan Jie with a puzzled expression. That I find this matter perplexing as well. Creating a ghost requires at least a master level of skill. Lung Jiamei is just an ordinary person. I've checked her background, and she has no extraordinary experiences, just a plain existence, which is indeed strange. Forget it. I'll mention this to Ci later and see what he thinks. After covering the room with talismans for the barrier, the group collapsed onto the sofa. Why are we putting up talismans? Su Guo inquired. Didn't Xin Yun Ci only mention setting a barrier? I suspect ACI wants to keep the spirit contained here, giving ample time to eliminate the ghost doll's body. Extra precautions can only be beneficial. Zhao Chu shared his thoughts. However, it does increase our stress. Dan Jie examined the talisman surrounding them and remarked, "Why can't Xiao Su see that ghost doll anymore?" Zhao Chu recalled that harrowing experience. "I think the ghost doll might be afraid of me seeing it, so it tampered with my vision." Su Guo recalled the chilling sensation when the ghost doll brushed against her eyes, shivering involuntarily. "But now that it has been severely injured, the shackles on my vision may have been lifted. Still, we must be cautious." Su Guo and Dan Jie exchanged a knowing glance before exiting the room. Is the case of the lost spirit an evil entity? Chapter 10. Exorcism inside a coffee shop in the city center. ACI. It's been a while that a woman with long, jet black hair, casually draped over her shoulders, greeted the man across from her. Her emerald green eyes shimmering with a glimmer of water, the corners of her eyes lifting in a smile. When did you return to the country?" The man's cold demeanor surprisingly conveyed a hint of warmth. "A week ago." "What do you need me for?" The woman, curious since he rarely reached out, was intrigued by his initiative. "May I borrow your prayer beads?" As soon as the words left his mouth, the woman almost spat out her coffee, hastily wiping her mouth. "Just that. Your prayer beads are special. They can destroy a ghost." "You don't intend to use my prayer beads on a ghost, do you?" The woman asked incredulously after drying her lips. Seeing the man nod, she was momentarily at a loss for words. "Here, just remember to return it." She removed the prayer beads from her wrist and tossed them to him, then glanced around, sensing something was amiss, and continued, "Zhao Chu, didn't he accompany you?" "Surely not. What dangerous thing are you planning to do?" "Return my beads," that as she crossed the table to retrieve the prayer beads from Shun Yunxiai. He replied, "If you don't return it, I must accompany you." Shun Yunxiai gazed at the girl as resolute eyes and sighed deeply. "Let us go." She followed Shun Yunxi into a prestigious residential complex. As soon as the words left her lips, she sensed something amiss. Wisps of black mist wafted through the air before her. Following the source of the mist, she arrived outside a mobile villa. Shun Yunxi stepped forward and pressed the doorbell several times. "Hey, what are you doing?" The girl reached out, attempting to intervene. With a resounding bang, accompanied by a woman's scream from within, the door was flung open from the inside. Fortunately, the two reacted swiftly. Otherwise, that black mist would have engulfed them. They rushed into the house to assess the situation, only to be enveloped by the darkness. "Look." The girl gestured for Shun Yunxi to look up. There, on the ceiling, glimmered the faint phosphorescence of a child's forehead. The child floated downward, its crimson eyes fixated intently on the two. They held their breath in trepidation as the child's body emerged entirely from the ceiling, its mouth clenching a gruesome object. As the girl leaned in for a closer look, she gasped in horror. The object was a bloodied human head. Shun Yunxi recognized the owner of the head. Those who commit wrongful acts will meet their demise. This little specter was likely severely injured by us before resorting to consuming its own master to survive. "Look here." Shun Yunxi spoke steadily, casting the prayer beads in his hand towards it. As if ensnared, golden light wrapped around the entity. Seizing the opportunity, the girl clasped her hands and chanted, "Namo Sarvana, Sami Simba." The little specter clutched its head in agony. The severed head it had been holding tumbling to the ground, rolling a few times before settling at Shun Yunxi's feet. With the girl's chant quickening, the specter's suffering intensified, and a faint shadow began to drift away from it. Before the girl could act, the shadow shot out into the ether. "It's all right. Zhao Chu will handle that." Shun Yunxi grasped the girl, who was eager to chase after it, and stepped forward to retrieve the prayer beads that had fallen to the floor. The surrounding black mist dissipated, revealing splatters of blood everywhere, with a headless corpse sprawled across the living room sofa. "Let the police deal with the aftermath. Then aren't you afraid we will be regarded as suspects?" The girl cast him a sidelong glance. "That I have faith in your capabilities. I shall take my leave." "Hey, you ungrateful wretch." Shun Yunxi merely waved his hand, not bothering to look back. "That I in an apartment adorned with barriers and talismans." Several individuals were already drowsy. Suguin nodded incessantly as Dan Jie returned from Lin Shu's side, confirming there were no issues there. "You should rest in the lounge," Dan Jie suggested to the nearly eyelids closed Yu Qing. Yu Qing shook her head. Zhao Chu mentioned that the likely target of the ghost child is Yu Qing. After all, Lung Zheme most desires to eliminate her, followed closely by the girl chosen as the sacrifice. Recalling the numerous setbacks caused by that girl during their first encounter, Lin Yin proposed that they should incapacitate her. He and Lin Shu could keep watch to facilitate support. They were thus arranged next door. Not long after, the room began to tremble. Su was startled and scanned her surroundings. There were no shadows, yet the air felt dense and distorted. Suddenly, the floor creaked ominously, and a thin mist began to rise, gradually coalescing into a silhouette. Before anyone could react, it darted towards Yu Qing, that Su Guo instinctively blocked it, feeling as if something had slammed in her shoulder, causing her to crash against the wall. That hurt. Zhao Chu's Shikigami continually attacked, but each time they weakened its energy, it would slowly recover. Zhao Chu realized that if this continued, they would be drained of strength. Dan Jie's soul-requiting bell rang rapidly. The sound crisp and clear, yet it could not prevent the entity from lunging at Yu Qing. That it seems Lung Jiamei has issued a death order for Yu Qing. One of the spirits seized Yu Qing's wrist, slamming her harshly to the ground, eliciting a muffled groan. Zhao Chu once more commanded his Shikigami, but once again, they were ensnared. The black mist thickened, filling the room, as the vapor seemed to flow into the ghost child's body like sustenance. At that moment, a hand-like appendage, resembling a black mudfish, emerged from the mist, lunging towards Yu Qing. No, Su Guo hurled a paper effigy in an attempt to block it, but it was too late. With a loud thud, a white figure ensnared the black mist, binding it together like a rope. Points of white light streamed into the black mist. My time is running out. Be happy. Gradually, the white light devoured a vast expanse of black mist, causing it to vanish. Just then, Zhao Chu's Shikigami shot into the black mist, emerging moments later. The speed at which the mist coalesced was not as rapid as before. Zhao Chu exchanged glances with Dan Jie, and they both understood, relentlessly attacking. Su Guo noticed that the ghost child's speed and strength were beginning to wane, and for reasons unknown, it suddenly erupted into tendrils of black mist that scattered in every direction. It's trying to escape, Dan Jie remarked. That it won't get away. This barrier was created to trap it. Just as Zhao Chu prepared to continue his assault, the ghost child let out a piercing scream, curling into a tight ball, ultimately transforming into a bead that fell to the ground. Dan Jie appeared utterly bewildered. That it seems ACI has destroyed its physical form. Impressive, that lad. Zhao Chu picked up the bead and placed it into a golden box. How is Su Guo faring? Dan Jie hurried over to Su Guo's side. It hurts so much, Su Guo replied, her tone somewhat whiny, tears streaming uncontrollably. Dan Jie, please check on Yu Qing. Su Guo pointed out Yu Qing, who was kneeling on the ground like a marionette with severed strings. Before Dan Jie could rise, Zhao Chu approached, a faint white light glowing in the center of his palm. This is the last remnant of Yin Dai's spirit. Take good care of it. He pushed the white light towards Yu Qing, which seemed to sense her presence, gently brushing against her cheek before merging into her eyes. Yu Qing touched her eyes, ultimately succumbing to uncontrollable sobs. Take good care of it. When the time comes, she will naturally reincarnate. Epilogue. Lung Jiamei has been criminally detained, though it is said her mental state is far from stable. It seems the backlash from the ghost child has harmed her consciousness. Lin Yin observed the messages arriving on his phone, and that Qi Li will eventually face justice too. After all, he administered sleeping pills to Yin Dai, leading to her suffocation and death. Su Guo fumed. Don't be upset now. How is your arm faring, little Su Guo? Zhao Chu sat on the office sofa, offering comfort that it's manageable, just needs a few more days of plaster. Su Guo sighed, lamenting how the office was permeated with the scent of plaster, prompting Dan Jie to complain daily that her perfume had turned medicinal. Please attach the video and records of this case with a note and place them in the archives. Su Guo ambled out. Oh, little Su Guo, would you like a cup of hot tea? Dan Jie habitually called out as she entered, only to change her mind upon catching a whiff of the plaster scent. I'll get it myself. That moment, Su Guo noticed a girl trailing behind Dan Jie, clad in a forest-themed dress and donning a hat adorned with flowing ribbons. The girl, with emerald eyes, glanced at Su Guo and offered a gentle smile. Hello, you. Hello, Su Guo replied reflexively. Upon entering, Su Guo finally spotted Xin Yunci bringing up the rear. It turned out Xin Yunci had come to pick up this girl, prompting her to speculate about their relationship. I want to introduce you. You already know everyone at our office, Xin Yunci stated, his tone lacking its usual coolness. Su Guo, this is Yin Sui, Dan Jie introduced. Observing Zhao Chu and Dan Jie's familiar demeanor with Yin Sui, Su Guo surmised that she was likely from headquarters. That I know you, Su Guo. Thank you for your hard work. This person is terribly proud and oblivious to social nuances, so please bear with her. Yin Sui said, poking Shin Yunxi's forehead, but he deftly evaded her. Watching their familiar interaction, Su Guo couldn't help but let her imagination run wild. He doesn't even say thank you for helping him. Umph. Yin Sui recalled borrowing the prayer beads from her, returning them without a word of gratitude. That you're not here just for a vacation, are you? Shin Yunxi ignored all of Yin Sui's remarks and inquired. Indeed, I'm here to investigate a few matters. Though it's best if you remain uninformed. Yin Sui responded with a shushing gesture. That moment, Yin Sui noticed Su Guo's downcast demeanor and chuckled knowingly, drawing the attention of everyone. That I formally introduce myself. I am Asi's sister, his biological sister. Yin Sui, taking my mother's surname. Su Guo seemed to grasp Yin Sui's intention, her cheeks flushing crimson as she hastily declared, I'm going to make some tea. And bolted away. I cannot believe someone could actually like you, Yin Sui remarked, appraising Shin Yunxi. Let us wait for little Su Guo to calm down before we go out for a meal. It's on me. Zhao Chu declared, slapping the table decisively. Sure, I'll definitely eat you out of house and home. Yin Sui chimed in. Absolutely, Dan Jie concurred. Once Su Guo returned, Yin Sui wrapped her arms around her. Come, sister will treat you to a meal. I must tell you just how unlovable Asi was as a child. Epilogue. Although the results of Lung Jiamei's case have not been made public, at the very least, she has received her due retribution. Her bizarre death shall remain a secret. Lin Yin gazed at the messages on her phone, pondering the inevitable arrival of Qi Li, the one who had administered sleeping pills to Yin Dai, leading to her tragic demise. To Su Guo, filled with indignation, lamented, do not be upset. How is your arm? Xiao Su Guo. Zhao Chu, seated on the couch in the office, offered words of comfort. It's manageable, but I still need to apply the plaster for a few more days. Su Guo sighed, remarking that the office had been permeated with the scent of plaster lately, prompting Dan Jie to incessantly bemoan that her perfume had been overshadowed by the medicinal aroma. As Su Guo leisurely exited, she affixed sticky notes to the recordings and records of the case in the archive room. Xiao Su Guo, do come have a cup of hot tea, Dan Jie called out as she pushed the door open, only to retract her invitation upon catching a whiff of the plaster. I'll get it myself. That moment, Su Guo noticed a girl following Dan Jie, clad in a forest-themed long dress and adorned with a hat featuring fluttering ribbons. The girl's emerald eyes met Su Guo's, and she offered a gentle smile. Hello, you. Hello, Su Guo replied reflexively. Once they entered, Su Guo realized that Shin Yunxi was the one accompanying the girl, leading her to speculate about their relationship. I want to introduce her. You already know everyone from our office, Shin Yunxi remarked, his tone devoid of its usual coldness. Su Guo, this is Fei Chui, Dan Jie introduced. Observing the familiarity between Zhao Chu and Dan Jie with Fei Chui, Su Guo surmised that she was likely from headquarters. I know you. Su Guo, you've worked hard. This one is quite prideful and lacks social grace. So please be patient with her, Fei Chui said, poking Shin Yunxi's forehead, though he deftly avoided her gesture. Watching their intimate interaction, Su Guo could not help but let her imagination wander. Childhood sweethearts. Engaged, girlfriend, and he never even says thank you for helping him. She scoffed inwardly, recalling how Fei Chui had borrowed her rosary and carelessly discarded it at the crime scene, leaving her to explain herself. You surely didn't come just for a vacation, did you? Shin Yunxi, dismissing Fei Chui as playful jibes, inquired. Indeed, I'm here to investigate a few matters, but it's better if you remain uninformed. Fei Chui responded with a shushing gesture. Noticing Su Guo's somber demeanor, she chuckled knowingly, drawing the attention of the others. Allow me to formally introduce myself. I am Asi's sister, his biological sister. Yin Fei Chui, taking my mother's surname. Su Guo instantly understood Fei Chui's intention, her cheeks flushing crimson as she hurriedly declared, I'll go brew some tea, before rushing away. It appears there is someone who can actually like you. Fei Chui remarked, sizing Shin Yunxi up. Let us wait for Xiao Su Guo to calm down before we go out to eat. It's on me, Zhao Chu declared, slapping the table with determination. Of course, I'll ensure I eat you out of house and home. Fei Chui laughed. Yes, Dan Jie chimed in. Once Su Guo emerged, Fei Chui enveloped her in a hug. Come, sister will treat you to a meal. I must tell you how unlovable a CI was as a child. The sign outside the Mind Research Institute flipped to close. Xunyun CI, half pushed by Zhao Chu, reluctantly exited that we can organize the documents tomorrow. The day after or even later. This meal is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, CI. You need to integrate with us. Understand? Xunyun CI pinched the bridge of his nose, acquiescing to Zhao Chu's enthusiasm that Xu turned to look back at the cheerful commotion behind her. Warmth swelling in her heart. Though this profession bore its perils, she felt fortunate to encounter such companions, hoping this camaraderie would endure. After school, during evening study hours, the first chapter of their experience unfolded. This was the office of the PRS Anomalous Case Investigation Group. Situated in a corner of the city center, that IT served as a research facility for psychological phenomena and a collective focused on studying anomalous occurrences and supernatural abilities. Yet, it had been several months since they had received any assignments that Gua. A cool voice called from behind, that was snapped back to reality. What is wrong? I called you to sort the materials. And you didn't respond. What on earth are you doing? Xunyun CI, holding a teacup, looked at her with confusion. Instead of answering, Su Guo presented her phone to him, scrolling through a page. Look at this trending post. Ghost sightings at experimental middle school. It's been all the rage on forums recently. Shouldn't we check it out? Focus on your work, Xunyun CI replied dismissively after a brief glance. But I'm serious. I believe there may be truth to these ghost stories, Su Guo shouted after his retreating figure. Good morning, Xiao Su Guo. You're full of energy this early, Zhao Chu teased as he entered. Spotting Su Guo sprawled on the couch, waving her hand. Renewed by his presence, Su Guo eagerly shared the post with Zhao Chu. Look at this hot topic. Ghost sightings at experimental middle school. They've recently implemented a no-evening study policy since the start of the year. Parents protested, and the school eventually relented, but just 3 days after reinstating evening study, an incident occurred that a student developed a mental breakdown and was hospitalized. Subsequently, rumors emerged of ghostly apparitions. Intrigued, Zhao Chu took Su Guo's phone and began to scroll through the post. Then the school halted evening studies again, and parents didn't protest this time. IT also mentions that some students claim to have seen ghosts, and several have been on medical leave, which seems suspicious. Moreover, did you see that a student inexplicably fell into a pool, and the restrooms have been overflowing despite multiple repairs? There's also, before Su Guo could finish, Zhao Chu placed his hand on her fluffy hair. Calm down. Don't believe everything you read, that they're just sensationalized stories meant to attract attention. Treat it as a joke, he said before heading to the break room. Xu glared at Zhao Chu's departing figure, puffing in annoyance. She then put her phone away and began organizing the backup materials from the previous case. Spotting the latest newspaper with the headline, Internationally Acclaimed Wedding Dress Designer Involved in Murder Mystery. She reflected on the inevitability of cause and effect. Just as Su Guo was about to file the materials in the archive room, a visitor gently pushed open the office door. Excuse me. Is this the studio that investigates anomalous phenomena? Yes, she replied, noticing a few girls looking at her, slightly taken aback, perhaps not expecting to be greeted by someone their age. What seems to be the issue? Su Guo inquired. The girls appeared somewhat timid, but one who seemed to take the lead finally spoke up. There have been rumors of ghosts haunting our school that we impulsively decided to see if it was true and played the pen spirit game. Although we followed the rules and the coin moved to answer our questions, nothing abnormal happened when we attempted to dismiss it. However, in recent weeks, we have felt unusually heavy and have seen ghostly figures during the night. Not just me. But they've seen them too. The appearances have been increasing, and we are terrified that is it possible we failed to properly dismiss the pen spirit. What should we do? The girl's anxiety escalated. Xu Guo. Can you sense anything? Xunyun CI observed the girls in a state of disarray. I don't sense any spirits present. Su Guo replied after careful observation, convinced that there was no supernatural presence among them. I believe it's merely a psychological burden manifesting in your minds. She then closed her notebook and stood to leave. Feeling helpless, Su Guo turned to apologize to the girls that we're doomed. We're doomed, they cried, their hopes seemingly dashed. Observing the girls in tears, Su Guo felt a pang of sympathy. Perhaps you could leave your contact information, and I can discuss this with my boss. Before she could finish, one girl grasped her hand, expressing gratitude. After completing the registration, she escorted the girls out. As she glanced at the registration form, Her eyes widened in surprise. As a student of the experimental middle school. A fervent flame ignited within her as she made her way to Shun Yunsi's office. Just as she was about to knock, the sound of a wind chime resonated once more, causing her to glance towards the entrance. Hello, a venerable elder, having crossed the threshold of 60, entered. Sugwa swiftly approached him, at which point the elder retrieved a business card from his bag and handed it to her. Greetings, I am Li Yin, the principal of the experimental middle school. Our school has recently. The elder paused, seemingly contemplating how best to articulate the matter at hand. Upon receiving the card, Sugwa was taken aback to discover the school's name. Exclaiming, it's the experimental middle school, the one that's been in the limelight recently. The elder nodded in affirmation. Please wait a moment. I shall summon our boss. Sugwa guided the elder to the sofa and offered him a cup of hot tea. In the reception room, the customary inquiries resumed. What issues have you encountered? Please elaborate, Shin Yunsi inquired, turning his gaze towards the elder. The elder hesitated momentarily before responding. Strange occurrences have been transpiring at our school recently. Shin Yunsi gestured for him to continue. Every night, in the power outage of the teaching building, one classroom lights up. Initially, the security guards presumed it was merely a malfunction and proceeded to investigate the classroom. They reported seeing a group of children with ashen complexions attending class. At first, I was skeptical, but after several security personnel experienced the same phenomenon, I decided to work the night shift myself. Did you witness it with your own eyes? Sugwa interjected. The elder nodded. Recently, the timing of these bizarre events has been advancing. Previously, they occurred around midnight, but now they commence around 10 o'clock. Furthermore, some students have fallen gravely ill. After recounting a few more peculiar incidents, the elder cautioned, I hope you can conduct a discreet investigation, avoiding media attention, as we fear it may incite panic. After bidding farewell to the old principal, Shin Yunsi resolved to commence the investigation the following week. Due to the Lin brothers being abroad for personal matters, this case would only involve a team of 4, which rendered the workload somewhat daunting. Chapter 2. Unusual cases at the experimental middle school. Something extraordinary was unfolding. The following day, the team arrived at the school, intending not only to interview those who had encountered the anomalies, but also to inquire among local residents about any rumors concerning the school. The teaching building had been reconstructed 2 years prior, with a modest land area, primarily serving as a branch for the third-year students. This land had originally belonged to the 6th primary school, later allocated to the experimental middle school following a merger with another institution. Upon Shin Yunsi's arrival at the school, it coincided with class hours, leaving only a handful of students engaged in physical education on the playground. Zhao Chu observed the students thoughtfully. Have you discerned anything? Shin Yunsi inquired. Not really, just found it a bit odd, Zhao Chu replied, shaking his head. Damp and sticky, Sugwa muttered absently. What do you mean by that? Just a feeling I can't quite articulate, Sugwa replied apologetically to Shin Yunsi. The 4 of them proceeded to the principal's office, where Shin Yunsi introduced Dan Jie to the principal and prepared to delegate tasks. Principal Li, could you gather those who have encountered unusual events for a statement? Shin Yunsi asked. Certainly, but we can only convene the students during recess, replied Principal Li. Shin Yunsi nodded in acknowledgement and subsequently designated the conference room as their base of operations. The first to provide a statement was the night security guard, an elderly gentleman in his 50s. Please share the unusual events you have encountered, Shin Yunsi prompted, opening a file for Zhao Chu to record. About half a year ago, I began hearing strange noises while patrolling the building at night. Initially, I paid little heed, attributing it to mice or the like, until one day, the elder shivered involuntarily. One night, I noticed a classroom on the 3rd floor illuminated that I thought perhaps someone had forgotten to turn off the circuit breaker, so I went to check, only to find the breaker was indeed off. Terrified, I hastily returned to the duty room. This phenomenon began occurring weekly, and the timing kept advancing. Eventually, I could no longer endure it and confided in the principal. Initially, he was skeptical, but he later accompanied me on a night shift. The elder paused for a moment before continuing. That night, at around 11, it happened again. The principal and I, out of sheer curiosity, went to investigate the illuminated classroom, only to find it filled with students. And at the front stood 2 teachers with ashen skin, drenched from head to toe. We were paralyzed with fear and rushed back to the duty room. The elder fell silent, unable to continue. Is there more? After that, I ceased working night shifts and I am unaware of what transpired afterward. At that moment, the school bell rang, signaling the end of class, and several students entered the conference room. Have you encountered any unusual events? Shin Yunsi inquired. The girls exchanged glances before one spoke. On several occasions, we've arrived for class in the morning to find our desks and chairs soaked with water. Initially, we thought it was a prank by our classmates, but then we discovered it affected the entire class, even our books at times that we reported this to our teacher, and after we changed classrooms. The issue ceased. Shin Yunsi continued to probe. Which classroom were you in before? The third classroom on the third floor, which is currently vacant and lacks a class nameplate. Any other unusual occurrences? There was a girl in our class who, after evening study hall, returned to retrieve her forgotten homework and claimed to have seen a ghost. She has since become rather eccentric and is currently on leave. There was also someone who claimed to have seen a child in the hallway during evening study. Yes, I heard about that too, and they say the child vanished mysteriously while running. Additionally, the clock in our classroom always stops at the same time. During the eye exercises broadcast, we can faintly hear the sound of children singing, no matter how many times we change the tape. Anything else? Sometimes, students who do not belong to our school appear, conversing briefly. That'd be why the time you realize they aren't from your class, they have vanished without a trace. That's about it. We don't have evening study anymore, and we typically return home around 4 after dismissing the girls. Shin Yunsi regarded the documents in hand, deep in thought that is so many unusual events. Zhao Chu remarked, stretching his fingers. While we still have some time, let's set up the equipment. Wow, AC, you think of us as mere laborers. Dan Jie lamented that I'll go with Zhao Chu. You two stay at base, Shin Yunsi sighed. Haha, may good fortune follow you throughout your life. Su Guo thumbed up. Shortly, some documents will come through. Please help me receive them, Shin Yunsi instructed, gesturing towards the computer. Understood. Su Guo waved them to hasten their installation of the equipment. Shin Yunsi shook his head helplessly, noting how Su Guo's boldness had grown. You seem to be getting along quite well with ACI. Dan Jie teased that I've recently discovered that this person is merely a tsundere. Su Guo replied, Ditto. When did you and Shin Yunsi become acquainted? Dan Jie inquired curiously. Quite a long time ago. I was his teacher when he was a child. Wait, Dan Jie, are you really that old? Su Guo gasped. Indeed, ACI had a rather difficult childhood. But Su Guo refrained from responding, her gaze fixed intently on Dan Jie. Don't try to pry. If you wish to know, just ask him yourself that I'm merely curious. What are you curious about? Sometimes, I feel as though Shin Yunsi isn't entirely genuine. He can be rather rigid in his actions. Although he possesses an attractive face, interacting with him feels somewhat dissonant. Su Guo contemplated before speaking. Curiosity about a person often signifies the onset of entrapment. Since meeting you, ACI's emotional depth has significantly enriched that if you truly like him, I can assist you. Stop saying nonsense. I don't know what's there to be embarrassed about. Go for it. I only admire his looks, Su Guo retorted, her ears nearly aflame. Whose face do you fancy? Zhao Chu's voice chimed in from behind. Oh, you're back so soon. Su Guo swiftly shifted the topic. Little Su Guo, you still haven't revealed whose face you admire. Yours. Su Guo hurriedly pushed Zhao Chu's back, seating him in front of the monitor. I knew you had ulterior motives towards me. He crossed his arms defiantly. Just shut up, you old cow. Dan Jie let out a slight huff, stating, We are here to work. If it's just idle chatter, you might as well head home. With a decisive snap, Shin Yunsi closed the folder. The three exchanged playful tongue gestures. The case at hand was set to take place after school during evening study hours. Chapter 3. The Disappearance of Su Guo before sunset. They completed the installation of all equipment and settled in the base to leisurely sip tea. This hardly resembles a work environment. It feels more like a picnic in the wild, Su Guo remarked with a hint of sarcasm. Your tea, she said, handing a cup to Shin Yunsi. Thank you, he replied. Zhao Chu nonchalantly propped his legs on the table, leaning back in his chair. Dan Jie shook her head disapprovingly at his slouched posture. We are merely waiting for the children to finish school. Yes, based on previous patterns, they should start appearing around 10 o'clock, Shin Yunsi noted, gesturing for Zhao Chu to remove his feet from the table. Reluctantly, Zhao Chu complied under Shin Yunsi's gaze at that moment. Shin Yunsi's phone rang. He glanced at the screen with annoyance and promptly hung up. Who was that? Su Guo inquired, intrigued by the expression on his face. Most likely it's Fei Tsue, Dan Jie chuckled. Fei Tsue is that formidable? Su Guo giggled. Her influence rivals that of nuclear weapons. Instead of indulging in gossip, it would be more prudent to review the materials, Shin Yunsi interjected. His tone tinged with dissatisfaction. That as the school bell rang, students swiftly evacuated, leaving the campus in silence. The wind rustled the trees, and after confirming that no students remained, the security guard also departed. Asugwa glanced at the clock, which read 9:15. "Then I'm going to the restroom," she announced, grabbing the phone from the table as she exited the base. "Take Dan Jie with you," Shin Yunsi suggested, lifting his head. "It's fine. Don't forget that I'm also a psychic." She winked at Shin Yunsi. The corridor was eerily quiet, with only Sugwa's footsteps echoing. Upon reaching the restroom, she realized it was the men's room and recalled that in this school, only the odd-numbered floors housed the women's restrooms. With no other option, she ascended a floor as she pushed open the restroom door. The sensor light flickered on, revealing an unusually serene environment, save for the drip-drop of the faucet. However, she failed to notice several streams of water trickling from above the mirror. After resolving her physiological needs, Sugwa felt a sudden chill as she stood up, instinctively holding her breath at that moment. She noticed a large volume of water spilling from the adjacent stall, flowing toward her feet. Could it be a toilet overflow? Impossible. It must be spiritual. Just as she opened the door, a powerful jet of water surged toward her, catching her off guard and causing her to cough violently. In the instant she regained her composure, it felt as though someone had forcefully pushed her back, and her body plummeted as if weightless. For a moment, the world spun around her. Her throat felt as if it were being pierced by needles. Her nose tingled, and she struggled to call for help but could not produce a sound. She urged herself not to lose consciousness. Yet as the fall continued, she gradually succumbed to darkness. Shin Yunsi occasionally glanced at the clock on the wall, noting that Sugwa had been gone for quite a while. "It's normal. She always spends time in there watching videos," Dan Jie commented. "It's been half an hour. I'll check on her," Shin Yunsi declared as he stood up. "Wait, that's the women's restroom. I should go instead." Dan Jie pulled him back, that we saw her enter but not exit. Is it possible that Sugwa got too engrossed in her videos? Zhao Chu jested while watching the surveillance feed. Dan Jie, observing Shin Yunsi's worried expression, felt a strange sense of comfort. "Rewind the video," Shin Yunsi instructed, focusing intently on the monitor outside the restroom. "Did I ask there's something amiss?" Zhao Chu queried, puzzled, but he still replayed the footage slowly. "Look here. Did something fall?" Shin Yunsi pointed with his long fingers on the screen. "Let me see." Zhao Chu leaned closer. "It appears something dropped from the ceiling." Shin Yunsi spoke into the wireless mic. "Dan Jie, could you check if anything unusual is outside the restroom door? The surveillance indicates something fell." "Understood." Upon arriving at the third-floor restroom door, Dan Jie noticed a puddle of water seeping from the restroom. An unsettling premonition washed over her. She hurriedly pushed the door open and called out Sugwa's name, but received no response. She checked all the stalls, discovering nothing but the water-stained floor. Sugwa was nowhere to be found. "ACI, Sugwa has vanished," Dan Jie exclaimed into the wireless intercom, her voice suddenly rising in urgency. The two individuals in the base were taken aback and stood up in alarm. Shin Yunsi quickly reviewed the previous surveillance footage, confirming that he had only seen Sugwa enter with no sight of her leaving. After several replays, he slumped back into his chair. Dan Jie pushed the restroom door open and discovered Sugwa's phone lying next to the toilet in the middle stall. As she continued to search the area, she found no signs of struggle. As a capable psychic, Sugwa could not have simply disappeared without a trace, indicating that her adversary possessed considerable power. The base door swung open, revealing Dan Jie returning. "Did the surveillance capture anything regarding Sugwa?" she asked anxiously. "No. This is a disaster." Zhao Chu clenched his fists and slammed them onto the table. "On the very first day, and it's Sugwa of all people." Zhao Chu continued, "Is there any activity in room 3? Shin Yunsi inquired, attempting to regain his composure in unusual occurrences. Temperature remains stable, and the floor shows no signs of subsidence. Zhao Chu reported while examining other equipment that I need to step out for a moment. Before either of them could react, Shin Yunsi exited the base that he returned to the location of Sugwa's disappearance. Feeling drawn to the object that had fallen, despite Dan Jie dismissing it as mere water, he crouched down, touching the puddle, which felt entirely ordinary, like any common water. Bringing it to his nose, he detected a hint of earthy odor. He then looked up at the ceiling, observing nothing out of the ordinary. Standing up, he opened the door to the women's restroom and approached the stall where Dan Jie claimed Sugwa had vanished. He knocked on the partition and inspected the surroundings, noting water stains on the door and walls, and observed that the mirror bore several streaks of water, which appeared recently created, as they had not yet accumulated dust. Was Sugwa's disappearance linked to the water? A living person could not simply vanish without reason. Had she been drawn into another dimension created by a spirit? If it were a ghost wall scenario, it would be child's play for Su Jiyu. An ominous feeling surged from deep within him. With each passing minute, Sugwa faced increasing peril. Shinyunsi picked up his phone and dialed the number he had been ignoring. We need your assistance. Sugwa has disappeared. Chapter 4. Substitution and Cycle. Zhao Shiming. Wake up. Sugwa slowly opened her eyes, feeling her throat, the suffocating sensation still vivid in her memory. She found herself seated at a desk. Suddenly sitting upright, she surveyed her surroundings. This was a classroom, and it seemed to be during a break with students around her chatting and laughing. Zhao Shiming, what are you thinking about? A girl next to her crouched down. Bringing their eye levels to P.A.R. Sugwa looked at her in confusion. Zhao Shiming, are you so excited from last night that you didn't sleep? Are you acting silly today? The girl inquired again. Zhao Shiming? Who is that? Sugwa asked, bewildered by the situation. She had just been attacked in the restroom. Oh no, this child has lost her mind, the girl exclaimed, placing her hand on Sugwa's forehead. Am I Zhao Shiming? Sugwa probed tentatively. If you're not, then how could you say that? The girl rolled her eyes. Forget it. It's clear you're just dazed from sleep. Before Sugwa could continue speaking, the girl waved her hand dismissively. Sugwa refrained from further commentary. She surmised she had been pulled into the world of spirits. The only course of action was to follow the narrative set by this spirit and await Shinyunsi's rescue. She stood up and tentatively raised her hand, moving with fluidity and ease. Suddenly, she noticed that the scar on her right hand had vanished, as well as the mole that had once adorned her skin. This body was not her original one, she deduced. Surveying her surroundings for a mirror or a window to glimpse her reflection, she was abruptly pulled out by the same girl. Let us go. If we hurry, we might find a good spot by the window, the girl exclaimed, dragging Sugwa along. Where are we going? Sugwa inquired. Have you forgotten? We're going on a field trip, the girl helplessly inquired. Autumn outing? Indeed, she replied, but I can't believe you brought so many delicious snacks. The girl tugged at Suwa's backpack, at which point Suwa realized that, at some unknown moment, a backpack had appeared on her back. Suwa was passively pulled closer to the bus. How about sitting in the front row by the window? You can enjoy the scenery ahead as well as the view to the side. The girl turned and smiled at Suwa, who responded perfunctorily, sure. She noticed that every time a classmate boarded and they made eye contact, she would clearly see their faces, but the moment they turned away, their features would slip from her memory. She turned to gaze intently at the girl beside her, earnestly trying to sketch her appearance in her mind, yet when she closed her eyes to recall, she found herself utterly unable to remember. Why are you staring at me like that? The girl asked. It's nothing. Suwa shook her head. Shiming, we must take plenty of photos this time. After all, it's our last autumn outing. The girl cheerfully handed one of her earphones to Suwa. Suwa regarded the earphone thoughtfully, slowly putting it on, only to discover that there was no sound at all. Hey, aren't you going to listen? The girl asked. Just as Suwa was about to respond, the voice of the supervising teacher pierced through. Master, is this the wrong way? Are we lost? The teacher looked at the phone's navigation system. No, the navigation just took a longer route. We are taking a shortcut. Look, the cars behind us are following along. The driver replied with a hearty laugh. At that moment, Suwa suddenly felt a jolt of panic. She clutched her chest tightly. Shimon, what's wrong with you? Stop. Suwa found herself uncontrollably repeating the words. The supervising teacher, noticing Suwa's distress, rushed over. Zhao Shiming, what's happening? Is your heart uncomfortable? Stop. Suwa continued to utter helplessly. The teacher looked up at the driver, but before uttering a word, the driver abruptly slammed on the accelerator, and the bus lurched violently through the guardrail. The teacher was flung against the side door by the force that Suwa's eyes widened, watching as the windshield drew closer to the water's surface. Suddenly, a deafening roar filled her ears, and countless shards of glass hurtled towards her face. Yet she felt no pain. The sensation of suffocation grew, increasingly severe until she choked on water, bubbles erupting from her mouth. And her throat began to ache violently. Gradually, she lost consciousness once more. It was unclear how long Suhua had been submerged when she regained consciousness, finding herself back in the classroom. The pain in her body reminded her of what she had just experienced. Zhao Shiming, you're here so early today. It was the same girl, standing with her hands behind her back, smiling at Suhua. Suhua could only respond perfunctorily. Are you unable to sleep because of the excitement for the autumn outing? Autumn outing, Suhua mused. It was about the autumn outing again. That what's wrong? This is the last time. We must take plenty of beautiful photos. The conversation returned to the same topics. Autumn outing. Photographs that the bus has arrived. Let's hurry and get a good seat. The girl tugged at Suhua, sprinting towards the staircase. Suhua passively acquiesced, wanting to discern the reason behind this spirit's entrapment, that it was the same seat, the same bus taking the shortcut again. As they neared the spot where they would plunge into the river, Suhua felt an intense anxiety, as if she could sense the pounding of her heart through her teeth. She fixated on the driver, who suddenly accelerated, aiming straight for the railing. The driver's actions were decisive, as though he had marked the railing as his target without a hint of hesitation, when she tried to discern the expression on the driver's face. The vehicle had already plunged into the river, the tremendous impact rendering Suhua dazed. Her nose and throat throbbed painfully as she desperately gasped for air, but her lungs felt as if they had exploded. And she once again succumbed to unconsciousness. Zhao Shiming, can you hear me? The girl shook the person beside her. Suhua coughed several times before awakening, gazing at the familiar scene and the familiar girl. This time, she took the initiative to cover the girl's hand with hers. The girl's hand felt cold and sticky. What is your obsession? Suhua asked, looking in her eyes. The girl appeared puzzled, tilting her head at Suhua. What's wrong with you? You seem off. Is it the excitement for the autumn outing? Is your obsession the autumn outing? Is it the photographs or something else? The girl ignored her inquiries, tugging her towards the bus parked at the entrance. Suhua silently observed her repeating the previous conversation, watching the teachers and classmates boarding the bus, feeling a twinge of sorrow. She was unsure what she felt sorrowful about. Regret, sadness, helplessness. Various emotions surged within her. Causing her eyes to sting as she looked at the road leading to death once more. She found the courage to lunge at the driver, naively attempting to steer the wheel back to safety. Why are you doing this? Suhua glared at the driver. Yet the bus continued to plunge into the river as before. Suhua could not recall how long this cyclical torment persisted. Each time, she succumbed to drowning and suffocation. No matter what she did, she could not alter the final outcome. Suhua realized that if this continued, she too would surely break, and eventually, she would become one of them. The only certainty she possessed was that this calamity was deliberately orchestrated. Who was the driver? Why was he doing this? Was he still alive? What were the students' obsessions? Countless questions bombarded Suhua. And who was Zhao Shiming? Why had she become her? All these thoughts coalesced, nearly causing Suhua's mind to implode. As death repeated itself, watching the bus careen into the river, Suhua closed her eyes. Just as she thought she would suffocate to death, in the instant of plunging into darkness, a pair of warm hands grasped her. Slowly, she opened her eyes to find a pair of emerald green eyes before her. Jade, I finally found you, Jade sighed in relief, and Suhua smiled as she closed her eyes. That it's finally over. Chapter 5. The Incident. Suhua, you're awake. Upon seeing Suhua's bewildered expression, Dongjie quickly rose to fetch some water. Then am I back? Suhua gazed at the familiar faces surrounding her bed, hesitating to ask. How do you feel? Shin Yunsi sat beside her, accepting the water Dongjie handed over. Suhua, observing her dazed demeanor, Shin Yunsi patted the blanket beside her. I can't believe I'm still alive, Suhua said hoarsely. Moreover, she sensed something different about Shin Yunsi today. Drink some water. Shin Yunsi offered the cup to her, his eyes filled with tenderness that Suhua's throat burned, and her head felt muddled, akin to a car ride. How did I get back? After gradually finishing the glass of water, Suhua felt a semblance of calm wash over her. Jade brought you back. Dongjie gently stroked Suhua's forehead. That if you're still feeling unwell, we can head to the hospital later. Noticing Suhua's lack of her usual vitality, Shin Yunsi spoke with concern. That I'm all right. It's just that the impact from that other dimension was too overwhelming. Suhua shook her head that moment. She turned to Jade, curiously asking, how did you find me? Jade is an ESP and PK dual sensitivity spirit user. What does that mean? Shin Yunsi took the empty cup from Suhua's hand. Noticing her eagerness to learn, and began explaining. ESP is a type of extraordinary ability related to cognition. Jade excels in X-ray vision, while PK, as a mental ability, can manipulate external objects. Jade located you using the notepad you frequently use to pinpoint your location and employed her X-ray vision to survey your surroundings. Then utilized her PK ability to extract you. That sounds complicated. Is Jade all right? Don't worry about her. She knows her limits. Hey, are you still her little brother? Jade playfully kicked Shinyunsi. Suhua couldn't help but chuckle, and the oppressive feeling lifted somewhat. What happened that day? Danja softly inquired. Honestly, I'm not entirely sure. I was pulled into the spirit world. Suhua reflected on the events of that day to be why the way. Can you look into this person, Zhao Shimen? What is the matter? Do you have any clues? Shinyunsi asked that I end that world. I became Zhao Shimen. It definitely holds some special significance, and we kept reliving that class's autumn outing traffic accident. They fell into the river, and the driver intentionally drove towards the water. As she spoke passionately, Suhua grasped Shinyunsi's sleeve. That driver was very suspicious. He seemed unafraid of death, giving me the impression that he was certain he wouldn't die. You need to investigate him. Shinyunsi nodded, acknowledging that the class had indeed encountered a tragic traffic accident during the autumn outing. Among the occupants, only 3 students and the driver survived, while the others tragically perished. This mirrored your experience, and if I am not mistaken, Ling wishes to convey some message to you that I merely recounted that day. It seems devoid of any significant information. Repeating death, Shinyunsi pondered thoughtfully. Yes, I have endeavored to alter the itinerary of that day, yet I have never succeeded even once. What has transpired cannot be changed, Shinyunsi remarked earnestly, gazing intently at Sujiuo.ah. In truth, she understands this principle. Yet she remains unwilling to accept it. Indeed, unwilling. Sug was suddenly realized, fully aware that although change is impossible, she is inexplicably compelled to try, utterly unable to control her own emotions to know, it is not mine. It should belong to that Zhao Shiming. Each time, it is filled with regret and discontent. Shinyunsi. This Zhao Shiming must be a crucial lead. Su Guo could scarcely contain her eagerness to leap from the bed. I understand now. You should rest well, and we will handle the subsequent matters that come on. I am nearly recovered, Su Guo murmured playfully. Rest well, and do not overthink. Danjia playfully flicked Su Guo's forehead and departed the room alongside Shinyunsi. No matter how much Su Guo pleaded, Shinyunsi resolutely refused to allow her to return to the base, leaving her with no choice but to continue recuperating at a hotel near the school. How peculiar. What do you find strange? Danjia inquired, puzzled. The location where Su Guo was found is indeed curious. The point revealed through my vision was in the restroom, yet everything surrounding it appeared blurred, as though something was obstructing it, akin to a barrier. And no wonder you exhibited such an awkward expression when you mentioned locating Su Guo. It is indeed challenging to ascertain if one is not within the same dimension. Zhao Chu realized. This is precisely why I chose the restroom, allowing Danjia's soul restraining bell to shatter that barrier. The soul restraining bell possesses a unique sound from the 3 realms capable of purifying the heart. Its resonance can penetrate any barrier, and only after breaking the barrier could my vision function to extract Su Guo. You ought to inform us in advance. You startled me by suddenly pulling Su Guo from thin air. You were the only one startled. See how calm Danjia and ACI are, so you must put in more effort. After saying this, Feitsue patted Zhao Chu's shoulder. Instead of idling away, why not investigate that Zhao Shiming? Shinyunsi turned to regard the leisurely trio with disdain. That it seems this incident is related to the previous old school. Can we retrieve its records? Feitsue, abandoning her previous nonchalance, focused intently. Zhao Chu transferred the documents to the printer. While Shinyunsi awaited, the still-warm documents were distributed among everyone, revealing discrepancies between the information about this school and Su Guo's experiences. Shinyunsi examined the documents in her hands, noting, a few years ago, an autumn outing organized by the old 6th elementary school resulted in the tragic deaths of 36 students and 2 teachers from one class. Zhao Chu followed Shinyunsi's lead and located the accident analysis document. 5 vehicles were involved in the outing. The bus carrying Class 3, Year 3, plummeted into the river due to the driver's improper handling while traversing an overpass. Only the driver survived, while all others perished. Zhao Chu contemplated the words driver survived thoughtfully, I recall Su Guo mentioning that she saw the driver deliberately plunge into the river. Zhao Chu indicated to Xin Yunzi that there must be something amiss. Has this driver been investigated? Dan Jie asked. The driver was sentenced to 6 years, and it appears he has just been released. Xin Yunzi approached the calendar, that I shall meet this driver. The others were taken aback, surprised that Fei Zue would proactively suggest an investigation. The driver is set to be released next Monday. We entrust this task to you. Not even a simple thank you. That impudent child, Fei Zue muttered with a hint of complaint. Furthermore, there are no clues regarding the Zhao Shiming Su Guo mentioned. Xin Yunzi added, which further perplexed him. Not a classmate. Indeed, I also checked the familial relations of the deceased, but this individual is entirely absent. Appearing as if a figment of imagination, Zhao Chu explained helplessly. Zhao Shiming. Chapter 6. The extra person Asa. The temperature is dropping. Zhao Chu's voice rose in alarm. The temperature gauge, which had previously displayed an orange hue, suddenly transformed into a chilling blue. Accompanying this change, a red light flickered on the screen. What is this? Fei Zue pointed toward a corner of the screen, seeking an explanation. No one responded. All eyes were fixated on the display. Zhao Chu, raise your voice. Zhao Chu's fingers deftly manipulated the machine, and a cacophony erupted from the speakers. What time is it? 21:14. Zhao Chu glanced at the screen. Initially, the sounds were muffled, but soon they became clear, revealing voices of conversation and laughter, reminiscent of the usual school break atmosphere. This is an empty classroom, shrouded in darkness without moonlight, yet filled with lively sounds that echoed throughout the base, sending chills down the spines of those present. The temperature continued to plummet. The once icy blue had deepened to a dark blue. This must be below freezing, Dan Jie remarked anxiously, her hands clenched tightly. The sounds abruptly ceased, after a few seconds of silence. The dripping of water could be heard, as if it were falling upon the hearts of those listening. A few droplets of water seemed to have gathered on the camera. ACI? People, Fei Zue involuntarily pointed at the screen. The group scrutinized the display, gradually discerning the outline of a figure, followed by 2, then 3, until the classroom was filled with students, all sitting upright, gazing intently ahead, their hollow eyes seemingly piercing through the camera. Judging by their attire, they appeared to be students, while 2 adults stood at the front of the podium, whom Dan Jie speculated to be teachers. Each individual's expression was rigid, adorned with a chilling smile, as if enduring immense suffering while forcing themselves to grin, a grotesque and fearful sight. Fei Zue sprang to her feet in haste. Fei Zue, Xin Yunzi attempted to intervene, but was too late. Dan Jie gestured for Xin Yunzi to stay put and hurried after her. Those 2. Zhao Chu contemplated leaving but returned to his seat, unable to abandon the equipment at its fine. With Fei Zue around, Xin Yunzi reassured himself. Fei Zue dashed to the door of the 3rd-floor classroom, taking a deep breath before forcefully swinging the door open. The classroom was thick with smoke, a damp sensation enveloping her. Namo Sada, Samyik Buddha. Fei Zue clasped her hands, reciting the mantra, as her voice resonated in the classroom. The fog gradually dissipated, and the 3 figures at the podium turned their heads rigidly to face her direction. Dan Jie arrived shortly after, and upon witnessing the scene within the classroom, instinctively covered her mouth, realizing she had forgotten to bring the soul-restraining bell in her haste. Every student in the class had their heads bowed, their bluish-black skin revealing their abnormality, and they were drenched. When they looked toward the 2 individuals at the podium, a small puddle had already formed beneath their feet. At that moment, one of the individuals at the podium began to move, levitating into the air. Fei Zue raised her gaze, scrutinizing the figure, feeling an unsettling dissonance. Before she could ponder further, the figure lunged toward her. Namo Sada, Samyik Buddha, Jujabana, Tajiom, Svaha. Fei Zue recited the mantra at an astonishing speed. With the incantation, the figure that had floated toward her was repelled, crashing heavily to the ground, while the students emitted piercing screams, rampaging through the classroom like inhabitants of the Avicii hell. Fei Zue continued her recitation of the mantra for what felt like an eternity, and gradually the classroom returned to normal, the levitating figure vanishing without a trace. Do you not find anything amiss? Fei Zue turned to Dan Jie. What do you mean? Dan Jie asked, confused that I cannot articulate it. I just sense that something is not right. Fei Zue's heart was akin to being scratched by a kitten, a feeling of being on the verge of revelation, yet uncertain of where to direct her thoughts. Let us return and see what ACI has to say. Danjia once again closed the door and walked back to the base alongside Feitsue. However, at the very moment the door was sealed, Feitsue distinctly sensed a sudden impact against it, akin to waves crashing upon the shore. She swiftly turned and yanked the door open, only to be met with a torrent of liquid imbued with the scent of earth. The classroom appeared as though it had been submerged, with water stains sprawling everywhere. Feitsue wiped her face, confirming that there were no other anomalies, and signaled to Danjia that it was time to return to the base. As Feitsue entered, both she and Danjia were taken aback by her drenched appearance. "I'll go change into some dry clothes. Please wait for me a moment," she declared, leaving before either could respond. During her change, Danjia relayed the events that had transpired. "Did we capture anything?" "ACI?" Feitsue inquired as she pushed the door open, freshly attired. Once the mist dissipated, all monitors were blacked out, and our infrared cameras seemed to have malfunctioned. Zhao Chu replied earnestly. "Did you discover anything else?" Shen Yunzi asked, noticing Feitsue's contemplative expression. "Yes, but I am unsure of the specifics. IT feels as though I have overlooked something," Feitsue stated, striding briskly to the table, resting her chin on her hand. Her gaze fixated on a particular spot. Shen Yunzi recognized that Feitsue had begun to retreat into her thoughts, blocking out her surroundings. That he gestured to the other two, signaling them not to disturb her for the moment. Feitsue continued to mentally replay the events that had just unfolded, pondering what felt amiss: the drenched students, the teachers, and the woman who had attacked her while suspended in midair. Though initially concealed, Feitsue had discerned her presence, and it was clear that the woman was aware of being noticed. ACI, the previous incident only resulted in the demise of 2 teachers, correct? Feitsue asked in a low voice. "Yes, including the 2 teachers." "The entire class," they responded. "What have you uncovered?" The seats below were fully occupied, while 3 individuals stood at the podium. "3 individuals?" Feitsue exclaimed, gripping Zhao Chu's sleeve with excitement. "There was one more person." Danjia suddenly comprehended the implication. "But I distinctly remember only seeing 2 teachers at the podium," Zhao Chu interjected. "That individual must have appeared later, after the surveillance was compromised." Feitsue pondered the dissonance. She noted that the woman who had floated was impeccably clean, devoid of any water stains. One more person, an absent classmate. Shen Yunzi recalled Zhao Ximing, whose background was elusive. IT seems the clue still points towards Zhao Ximing. Who exactly is she? Zhao Chu pondered, stretching his legs that had grown stiff from sitting too long. In the days that followed, the classroom would manifest each night, yet no leads emerged, causing the investigation to stagnate. Early one morning, Feitsue departed the school, intending to meet the driver, hoping she would return with good news. Danjia slumped over the table in frustration. "Everyone, I'm back," a familiar voice echoed before her presence was even seen. "Sugwa." Danjia dashed to the door, embracing the freshly arrived Sugwa. "Have you recovered?" Shen Yunzi shifted his gaze from the monitors to Sugwa. "I was fine ages ago. You all insisted I rest longer," Sugwa complained. "What progress have we made?" she asked, tilting her head toward Zhao Chu and Shen Yunzi. "None whatsoever," Danjia lamented. "How could this be? We're currently stumped by Zhao Ximing," Zhao Chu replied. "Zhao Ximing? What are your thoughts?" Shen Yunzi inquired. "ACI, Sugwa just returned and hasn't even had a sip of water. And you're already bombarding her with questions. Is your mind solely occupied with this case?" Danjia teased, pushing Sugwa gently into a chair while chiding Shen Yunzi. Shen Yunzi shook his head helplessly, turning to place a cup of tea in front of Sugwa, who smiled sheepishly in gratitude. "During my days of rest at the hotel, I contemplated much. That I believe Zhao Ximing is not malevolent. I can sense her desire to save those children. Otherwise, why would I repeatedly find myself caught in this cycle? Moreover, when I became her, I could feel her inner turmoil and regret that Sugwa had been reflecting on the case during her recuperation, convinced that Zhao Ximing's appearance bore significant implications. However, we still cannot discern the connection between Zhao Ximing and the children lost in the accident. That I do not believe someone would act without reason," she continued. Danjia shared the general findings of the investigation thus far with Sugwa. "We have been entirely unable to establish a link between them." Sugwa expressed her confusion. "While it may cause discomfort, I urge you to recall any details you might have overlooked during your experience," Shen Yunzi suggested earnestly, that I do have a question. Although I was Zhao Ximing in that dream, I could not see my face nor remember the person who kept speaking to me. It is quite peculiar. Su Gua recollected. I would like to revisit that spiritual realm. I wish to confront her directly that I believe that the one who spoke to me might be the true Zhao Ximing. She asserted. Why do you say that? It's just a feeling. Perhaps a woman's intuition. Su Gua chuckled bashfully. Chapter 7. Connections ACI. Didn't you say you would handle the inquiry into the driver alone? Why are you following me? Zhao Chu questioned. Sensing her concern. That I'm uneasy, she replied, feeling that while Fei Tsue had the capacity to handle spiritual matters, this involved confronting a man with a criminal past. Sometimes, humans could be more terrifying than ghosts. You are well aware of my abilities, Fei Tsue retorted, rising on her toes to grip Zhao Chu's neck. Let us go. He sidestepped her grasp. Hey, here he comes, Zhao Chu stated. Observing a man emerging from the closed door, that two gang, Fei Tsue approached, blocking the path of a short, bald man. Who are you? The man scrutinized them warily. That we wish to have a word with you, Fei Tsue asserted. What is there to discuss? The man, defensive, attempted to turn away. Seeing this, Fei Tsue sprinted forward, confronting him directly. The incident with the school bus plunging into the river was unintentional. Wasn't he it? The man suddenly froze. Terror flashing across his face as he swung his bag forcefully at her. Zhao Chu swiftly pulled Fei Tsue aside just in time, and they watched as the man fled with remarkable speed. Zhao Chu understood that even if he forcibly detained the man, he would reveal nothing of value. Yet, the man's reaction suggested that there were more significant clues concealed beneath the surface. That was terrifying. Thank goodness you pulled me back, Fei Tsue gasped, patting her chest. What did you see? Zhao Chu helped her straighten up. How did you know I was looking? Dark energy surrounded him, that a person who was supposed to be dead still walks the earth. How strange is that? It felt oddly familiar, as if I had encountered this sensation before, but I cannot recall the specifics. Fei Tsue tangled her fingers in her hair, striving to remember various encounters from the past. Are you suggesting he should have already passed away? Zhao Chu sought clarification. Indeed, he should have long since been gone, she affirmed. Zhao Chu couldn't help but think of the term borrowed life. Borrowed life? Not exactly borrowed life. There is more to it than that. Fei Tsue sighed. It seems we must investigate this driver ourselves. You should return first. I will follow shortly. Fei Tsue nodded in agreement. And with that, they parted ways at the base. As progress stagnated, Su Gua proposed another foray into the spiritual realm to seek clues. Little Su Gua, you intend to synchronize with that spirit using soul attachment techniques? Zhao Chu asked anxiously. Yes, nothing ventured, nothing gained. That I understand your concerns, but we cannot continue dragging this out, she replied resolutely. Let us hold off a bit longer. Perhaps a breakthrough will occur unexpectedly, Dan Jie suggested. That as soon as she finished speaking, the base door swung open. Shen Yunzi entered, holding two folders. That I have a small lead on Zhao Ximing, that I found her in the missing persons archive. She vanished on her way to work, and she remains unfound, alive or dead. The last footage captured was from a convenience store, he said, placing the documents on the table for everyone to review. A working professional? But how does she relate to these students? Have you found any connections to the driver? None whatsoever. Shen Yunzi massaged his aching eyes. Then we are back to square one. Dan Jie expressed her frustration. No, there is a connection. There must be a link to the driver. Jade gazed resolutely at the data and recalled the reaction of two gang when they encountered each other earlier that morning. The woman's sixth sense surged. It was indeed a possibility. Zhao Ximing wished to save the students, while the driver seemed intent on harming them. Zhao Ximing must certainly be aware of the driver's motivations. There must be a connection between the two that we have yet to uncover, and likely a rather superficial one at that. Shen Yunzi pondered aloud, yet these are merely hypotheses, devoid of any concrete evidence. Our investigation currently revolves around the social circles of both individuals, as well as their professional networks. These are the only realms accessible to us that if their relationship were one of mere chance encounters, it would undoubtedly not appear in the records. Much like a random act of murder, Shen Yunzi trailed off abruptly, realizing, indeed, a random act of murder stemming from a brief acquaintance. What if Zhao Ximing's disappearance is linked to the driver? Shen Yunzi directed a pointed inquiry at the group. That I believe we should have a discussion with Zhao Ximing, Su Gua suggested, subtly hinting at utilizing the soul binding technique. The soul binding technique synchronization. Shen Yunzi hesitated. Fear not. I am fully prepared. Trust me, Sugwa asserted with unwavering conviction, her gaze piercing into Shun Yunsi's. The case unfolded during the evening self-study session after school. Chapter 8. The car accident, that as per usual. Around 10 o'clock at night, an extraordinary event recurred within the classroom. Except for Dan Jie and Zhao Chu, who were stationed at the base, the other three arrived at the classroom door. The moment the door swung open, a damp, putrid odor rushed forth to greet them as Hugo involuntarily gagged at the scent, and Jade could not help but sniff in disgust. This stench was far more potent than the previous incident. A swift scan revealed that Zhao Shiming was absent from the podium. Over there, Sugwa pointed towards the back row of storage boxes in the classroom. Jade, witnessing the slowly emerging figure, clasped her hands together, preparing to strike, but Sugwa swiftly restrained her and shook her head, positioning herself protectively in front of Jade. Zhao Shiming, I know you mean no harm. I only wish to understand your intentions. The figure in the air suddenly lunged towards the speaking Sugwa without warning. Jade attempted to shield Sugwa, only to be halted by Shin Yunsi, who raised a finger to his lips in a gesture of silence. As the figure approached, Sugwa quickly produced a paper effigy and threw it forward. The figure vanished abruptly, and Sugwa's body fell backward, only to be caught by Shin Yunsi. What is this? Sugwa observed her surroundings, which felt vaguely familiar. This was the previous spiritual realm. The spiritual realm accelerated as if fast-forwarding, with everything replaying at multiple speeds. She searched for Zhao Shiming's figure and spotted the girl who had been taking pictures with her. Yet beside her stood another unknown girl instead of Zhao Shiming. This is wrong. Where is Zhao Shiming? Am I Zhao Shiming now? Sugwa looked at the scar on her hand, reaffirming that this body was indeed her own. In her confusion, the fast-forwarded scene gradually resumed its original pace. She found herself in the car, where children joyfully played, their eyes sparkling with delight for the autumn outing. That moment, the accident flashed in her mind. She focused intently on the driver's actions. Still that shortcut, still the same foot pressing the accelerator, and that peculiar smile curling at the corners of the driver's mouth to know there was a shadow behind the driver, seemingly exerting all its strength to pull the driver's hand. Yet it was in vain. Sugwa could not help but step closer, eager to discern the shadow's appearance. However, just then, a surge of water flooded her nostrils, forcing her mouth open, and more water rushed in. Was she drowning? Yes, she was plunging into the river. That near-death sensation enveloped her once more, and as her consciousness began to fade, she heard a girl's faint voice. I cannot save them. I never intended to harm them. I only sought revenge, never wishing to harm these children. Gradually, Sugwa's awareness sank deeper, as if descending into a bottomless abyss. When she regained consciousness, Sugwa realized her body seemed unresponsive. She opened her mouth to call for Dan Jie and the others, yet no sound emerged, and her mouth was filled with a metallic taste of rust. Slowly, she opened her eyes, only to be met with darkness. Had she not yet emerged from the spiritual realm? Calming her thoughts, she sensed the swaying around her and caught a whiff of gasoline, indicating she was likely in the car. But why was it so dark? Time slipped by, and a glimmer of light appeared before her. She discerned a narrow crack, which widened to reveal a hazy figure. Suddenly, her body was dragged out, and she realized she had been confined in the car's trunk. In her blurred vision, she recognized the outline of the vehicle's interior. It must be a taxi from the city. As the scenery rapidly retreated, she deduced they were in the suburbs. After an indeterminate time, she was thrust into a pit, her face pressed against the ground, rendering her unable to see the person's face. It felt as though something was gradually covering her, making it increasingly difficult to breathe, as mud and sand began to fill her mouth and nose. Just as Sugwa felt her lungs might burst, she detached from that body. Her consciousness began to float upward, and she witnessed a man burying a burlap sack at the roadside. Down a slope in the woods. Zhao Shiming? Could that be Zhao Shiming? Sugwa. Jade gently called her name from beside her. Jade? Looking into the emerald eyes, Sugwa regained her senses, realizing she had returned. How are you? Shin Yunsi sat at the foot of her bed, watching her intently. Zhao Chu and Dan Jie were seated nearby. You suddenly gasped for air, scaring us to death, Dan Jie remarked, pulling the blanket closer. Thank goodness. I saw Zhao Shiming. Sugwa recalled that suffocating sensation and overwhelming helplessness, causing her to pause. Rest for now. We can talk later, Jade insisted, pressing down on Sugua, who wished to rise. Chapter 9. The Origin of Fate. You mean to say that Zhao Shiming did not vanish without reason, but rather was murdered in addition to the accident? Jade exclaimed, astonished upon hearing Sugua recount the events of the spiritual realm. To be precise, she was buried alive, all the while retaining her consciousness. That Sugua clenched her fists in anger. Yet even now, knowing the driver killed Zhao Shiming, we possess no evidence to take any action against him. Zhao Chu remarked. Indeed, as a taxi driver, he is well versed in the layout of surveillance and which routes are suitable for disposing of a body. It is no wonder this matter has remained undiscovered for so long. Restarting the investigation now requires substantial evidence that if we could ascertain the location of the body. Zhao Chu glanced toward Xin Yunsi. That is quite difficult. Even Zhao Shiming herself likely does not know where she is. Xin Yunsi replied, shaking his head. Ultimately, the resolution of this matter lies with the driver. Tu Gang that we will address Zhao Shiming's case later. I believe our immediate priority is to resolve the haunting at the school, as it has begun to disrupt the students' normal learning environment. Jade interjected, cutting through the group's discussion, that we must consider why Zhao Ximen continues to linger at the school, why she repeatedly attempts to save these students. I have a conjecture. After Zhao Shiming was murdered, she may have followed Tu Gang, discovering his sinister intentions towards these children, which could explain her current state. Sugua mused, feeling slightly dazed by her own theory. Why would Tu Gang wish to kill these children? Xin Yunsi posed the critical question. All right, we've come full circle again, Jade sighed, throwing her hands up in exasperation. Jade, when I went missing, you were the one who found me. Can you locate Zhao Shiming? Sugua had a sudden inspiration. I have never attempted to reach out to the deceased. I have only sought the living, Jade replied, contemplating the feasibility of this suggestion. It might be worth trying. Then you must provide me with something she used in her lifetime. Jade extended her hand toward Xin Yunsi. What is this? Xin Yunsi handed her a lipstick encased in a transparent bag. Borrowed from the police. You just took this casually, didn't you? Jade teased. Xin Yunsi feigned a cough, opting for silence. You planned this from the start, didn't you? You came prepared, Jade noted, turning away from him in a huff. Jade tightly clenched the lipstick in her hand, closing her eyes as she sat motionless on the sofa. The scenery before her raced backward until it halted in a wooded area in the suburbs. Jade scanned her surroundings, seeking recognizable landmarks, but aside from the trees and the distant road, there was nothing of note. This situation was dire. She didn't even know how to investigate her current location. So she slowly moved toward the road ahead. As she drew closer, her body felt increasingly heavy, and she realized she had reached the limits of her PK perspective ability. Watching the vehicles pass by intermittently, Jade felt disheartened, crouching by the roadside. With no identifiable markers to confirm their location, this endeavor seemed futile. Just then, she spotted two cars approaching from either side, passing each other closely. Inspiration struck her as she fixated on the license plates. Silently committing them to memory, her consciousness began to blur. She knew it was time to return. How did it go? Sugua gazed as the awakened Emerald approached. Surrounding them were trees and roads, devoid of any distinctive landmarks. The Emerald turned to Xin Yunsi with a look of regret and said nothing for a moment. As the group fell into silence, Sugua sat in a corner of the sofa, feeling despondent. However, the Emerald. Danjie glared at the Emerald, stating by coincidence, two cars passed by, and I took note of their license plate numbers that we can check their dashcam footage. It should have captured each other's plates, allowing us to determine their approximate meeting location. Impressive, Emerald. Zhao Chu exclaimed, giving a thumbs up. The rest is up to you. This new lead shattered the previous pall of gloom. Chapter 12. Borrowing life base. We have news. But we need to go there ourselves. Sugua pushed open the door. She immediately raised her right hand, exclaiming, I want to go too. Do you even know where we're headed? Danjie playfully flicked Sugua's forehead and laughed. Are we going to find Zhao Shiming? Then Danjie and Zhao Chu will stay at the base. Emerald, Sugua, and I will go, Xin Yunsi instructed, turning away. All right, Danjie replied, removing her outer jacket once more. The police had cordoned off the area with yellow tape, and upon seeing Xin Yunsi and the others arrive, they rushed over. Professor Xin. Hello. Professor Xin? Sugua was astonished, wondering how this person suddenly became a professor. Then we'll leave this to you, Xin Yunsi said. Emerald, can you remember the general location? The emerald surveyed her surroundings, recalling how far they had previously walked. After estimating the distance, she left the road and ventured deeper into the woods. She constantly adjusted her position, orienting herself according to the view of the road, and then waved her hand at ACI. It's probably around this area. She indicated at her feet. Shinyansi approached, signaling to the nearby officer to start digging. Professor Shun, is this the spot? Yes, dig. The investigation team worked from noon until dusk. Observing the sunset, someone beside them asked, "What if we got the location wrong?" "No, keep digging." "What is this?" One staff member pulled out a piece of fabric. Shinyansi crouched down, gently tugging at the rope, which broke due to age and being buried underground. The emerald yanked Shinyansi back, just in time, as a stream of black mist wafted from the bag's opening. It slowly coalesced into a discernible figure, hovering motionless in mid-air. Shinyansi stood up and cleared the surrounding earth from the bag. This bag, the investigation team gathered around, carefully extracting and opening it. A segment of a human fibula came into view. "What is this?" The officer stared in disbelief at the remains on the ground. But it's Zhao Shiming, the missing girl. The unclear mist in mid-air gradually took shape, revealing the girl's face to Sugwa. The girl opened her mouth but could not utter a sound. Seeing this, the emerald said, "If you don't mind, I can take you for a ride. We have some unresolved questions for you." The girl gazed at the emerald and nodded faintly. "Base, we're back. Did you find her?" Zhao Chu inquired. "Yes, we found her and brought her back," the emerald replied, waving her hand, revealing a figure floating in the air. Zhao Chu was taken aback by the emerald's display and nearly summoned a spirit in reflex. "Hey, that was so sudden. She doesn't have enough energy to speak, and we hope Dan Jie can lend her a body to ask her some questions." The emerald disregarded Zhao Chu's comment. Dan Jie nodded, while Shinyansi and Sugwa turned off all the lights in the room and drew the curtains. The girl's figure merged with Dan Jie's body, and Dan Jie slowly opened her eyes. "Zhao Shiming?" Shinyansi began his questioning. The girl nodded. "Why did you save those children? They should have no connection to you. They are related. I harmed them, that I only wanted to take revenge on that driver. Continued that I had tortured that driver nearly to death, but one day I found I couldn't get close to him. Something on him was restraining me. Subsequently, I could only follow him from a distance and discovered he was borrowing life. I clearly saw that he was on the brink of death, but as he interacted with others, he plotted accidents to survive. What happened on the day of the autumn outing? That day, I knew he had taken on this job. He was unusually excited, so I suspected he would do something, but I never imagined he would be so ruthless that I genuinely wanted to save them." The girl sobbed. "Since when could you not get close to him?" Shinyansi knew that this borrowing life technique was not something an ordinary spiritual practitioner could accomplish, and he found that the driver was just an ordinary person that I can't quite remember. "Think carefully," Shinyansi said, growing impatient. "That I think it was in the rest area of a gas station." "Who did he encounter?" "I don't quite remember." The girl lowered her head apologetically. "The previous ghost doll and this borrowing life. It seems like some unseen hands are pushing everything. Why do you want to stay here? Those children, I saw their wishes before they died. I don't want them to leave in injustice. They just wanted to happily take photos with friends. Attend classes and graduate together, so you let them relive their last day as nightmare. I didn't tea. I only wanted to save them. They're already dead. No matter what, that is the outcome. You only increase their suffering, trapping them in the suffocating cycle of their last moments, which they must experience daily. Have you ever asked them how they feel?" Shinyansi scolded. "But their wishes. Ask them how they feel now." He interrupted angrily. The girl fell silent. The case emerged after evening self-study. Chapter 10. Epilogue. Can Zhao Shiming's case be resolved? Sugwa asked with concern. The lack of evidence might make it challenging. Zhao Chu replied, shaking his head at the previous case files. "What should we do?" Sugwa anxiously clutched Shinyansi's arm, that we can only approach the driver and get him to confess willingly. Shinyansi's long fingers tapped the table. "Confess voluntarily? That is unlikely." That Sugwa stared at him in disbelief. "This requires everyone's cooperation," Shinyansi replied with a mysterious smile. "Park, is that the man?" Sugwa discreetly pointed a finger at a man in the distance. "Yes, from here on, it will test everyone's acting skills," Shinyansi encouraged, patting Zhao Chu's shoulder. As Zhao Chu brushed past the man, she suddenly said, "Were you drunk before? You seem to carry a heavy burden." The man's body stiffened, slowly turning to Zhao Chu. "What nonsense are you talking about? A woman who died because of you. Though you escaped this time, she has returned. Hit and bury, borrowing life. These matters are known only to you and that mysterious person. Yet another spiritual practitioner can see through it, he thought, his eyes widening in terror, that if you want to save yourself, I advise you to confess. Upon hearing the words confess, the man's expression shifted again, and he sneered. What confession? What are you talking about? Zhao Chu did not respond to him, but rather cryptically said, She's back at that moment. Dan Jie staggered toward the man, appearing somewhat unsteady. Has Dan Jie been possessed? Su Guo asked. No, just acting. Impressive, Dan Jie. You hit me. It hurt so much. Dan Jie lowered her head and suddenly lifted it, staring at the man with a dark and ominous gaze. The two locked eyes for about a minute, causing the man to stumble backward in panic, tripping over himself. The woman's face before him morphed into that of the girl he had killed, prompting him to scream in terror. Is it really that frightening? Su Guo disdainfully observed the scene. Dan Jie must have given him a psychological suggestion, Shen Yunci explained from behind her. The man scrambled to his feet, not daring to look at Dan Jie. And in the blink of an eye, he vanished without a trace to— Oh no! He got away! Su Guo tugged at Shen Yunci's clothes, urging him to think of a way. It's fine. He won't escape. We can head back now. Is that it? Dan Jie looked incredulously at the fleeing man, having not yet used her trump card. Let us go. Zhao Chu called to Dan Jie. Base Zhao Shiming, suspended in midair, appeared despondent and motionless, occasionally sobbing softly. You finally returned. This spirit is such a crybaby, the Emerald said, rubbing her temples. That we will deal with her matter tonight, Shen Yunci stated. That man will likely face consequences, and the truth of your case will be revealed. Su Guo comforted, as the classroom, enveloped in darkness and silence at night, brought Zhao Shiming into this space, that a few individuals stood in the corner, surveying their surroundings. Gradually, moisture began to condense in the still air. The icy droplets felt piercingly cold against their skin. The mournful cries slowly became audible, a sound that Su Guo had heard countless times before, the desperate wails of children plunging into water, their voices strained with hopelessness. Suddenly, the classroom began to sway violently, the sound of kata resonating as a few clung to the walls to prevent themselves from falling. The cries morphed into laughter and the sounds of reading. As countless shadows of children emerged within the classroom, they were the spirits of those children, trapped not merely in this classroom, but rather in the final day of their autumn outing, with nowhere to go. They were condemned to relive their demise. Yearning for freedom, do you hear their voices? Su Guo asked. What they seek is not rebirth, but reincarnation. You have bound them here with your own will, merely filling the void of your guilt. Thus you too are shackled, becoming a spirit of bondage. Release yourself, and grant these children their freedom. Su Guo gazed at the girl, who overflowed with sorrow. I am sorry for them. I am so sorry. She lamented, realizing that such negativity could transform her into a malevolent spirit. Jing Chui looked seriously at the woman suspended in midair and anxiously turned to Shen Yunci. Can you help these children find peace? Shen Yunci surveyed the children as spirits swirling in the dark mist at OM. Ma, nba mi hum, he intoned, producing a small dharma staff entwined in his hands, palms pressed together in prayer. That as Jing Chui's pace quickened, the surrounding black mist gradually transformed into their original forms. Look, Su Guo exclaimed, as the classroom before her transformed into its former self, with students seated upright and orderly, the earlier suffocating darkness fading like a fleeting dream. Say your goodbyes, Zhao Shiming said, lowering her gaze to the group of children. Grappling with her own sorrow of lost life, compounded by the sight of their demise and her stubborn attempts to save them, she had only pushed them deeper into despair. The children smiled at Zhao Shiming, while the two teachers stood at the podium, their gentle gazes causing Zhao Shiming's eyes to well with tears once more. You have trapped us, but we have never blamed you. Do we understand your desire to save us? They said, turning to the children below. Do you like this sister? Yes. Then how about we take her along on this outing? Good. The children sprang up, rushing towards Zhao Shiming. The girl who had been clamoring for more photos took Zhao Shiming's hand, leading her towards the classroom exit. The moment she stepped out, Zhao Shiming glanced back at Shen Yunci and the others, her eyes shimmering with gratitude as she mouthed a silent thank you. The children dashed out of the classroom, leaving only a few behind. The once dusty chairs, the tilting podium, and the silver moonlight streaming across the floor remained. Did I it over? Not yet. Those deserving of punishment have yet to receive their due retribution. Shin Yunsi remarked as he turned to exit the classroom. In the aftermath, the sentence has been passed. The driver. Indeed. Life imprisonment. Unjust. It should be the death penalty. Zhao Chu smiled at Su Guo, who was so expressive. Merely chuckling at the situation. In this world, how often do things go as you wish? If sins are not settled in this life, they shall carry over to the next. Shin Yunsi perused the detailed case files, feeling vexed by the mysterious benefactor who had provided the driver with the talisman. Their encounter had been fleeting, and since then, they had vanished without a trace. Don't dwell on it. Things will resolve themselves in due time. Jing Chui patted him on the back. Come on, let us go grab some Xiao Long Can. Jing Chui called back to the others in the office. Wow, Jing Chui is so generous. Zhao Chu immediately set aside his work. Rising to his feet, that you're treating, and I'll pay. Shin Yunsi quipped, tilting his head in mockery. As long as you know. Ha ha ha. They bantered as they exited the office, the wooden door closing softly behind them. Chapter 1. New case. Hey, have you heard? What? Another one has died. How many is that this month? What is happening at this school? Is it cursed? Wasn't there someone who climbed over the wall last month, only to get stuck and die in the fence? This time, they say it was crushed by the subway. Goodness, don't say that, it's terrifying. They say she was trying to squeeze in, and then the door just suddenly closed, trapping her in the middle. That's impossible, right? The chances are minuscule. The door should reopen with sensors. That's why it's so eerie that I suddenly don't want to go to class anymore, but there's no choice. I heard Ling has come back for revenge. Hey, Ling. Who is that? The first-year girl, the one with a bad reputation. Oh, is she the one who jumped off the building? Yes, that's her. Let me tell you, that day I saw it, blood everywhere. It was so disgusting I couldn't even eat dinner. Wow, you didn't have a nightmare? Actually, I didn't see it too clearly, just a pool of blood. I told you. You lack courage. Who do you look down on? If I saw her, I wouldn't be afraid. Can she really come after me? Don't say that. What if someone hears? Be careful of being haunted at night. Ha ha ha, let them come. Could you all show some respect for the deceased? Oh, now you want to act like a good person. Don't you say similar things all the time? Double standards. At the city center, PSR. It's so hot. Su Guo exclaimed, bursting through the wooden door, carrying 2 large buckets of water. Ah, little Su Guo is back. Zhao Chu grinned, revealing his bright white teeth. Zhao Guo, why are you only back now? Su Guo dropped the water at the entrance, letting her arms hang limply as she asked, exasperated, is your water dispenser broken at home? Yes, it's so annoying to be. By the way, what did you do this morning? Su Guo inquired, glancing at the black bag at Zhao Chu's feet. Lin Yin and the others commissioned us to handle a matter. Lin Yin and the others. It's been a while since I've seen them. Lin Yin and Lin Shu were first introduced in the initial case as disciples under the Taoist sect. Are we tackling this case together? Exactly, that we should treat them to a good meal. Su Guo's mind began to wander to various delicacies. That moment, Shin Yunsi emerged from the office, clearing his throat as he regarded the two sprawled on the sofa. ITS still working hours. Please take this seriously. All right, we got ITS. Would continue to lounge. Shin Yunsi shook his head in exasperation, choosing not to press further. What commission did Lin Yin have? Su Guo stood up and walked into the tea room, pouring the previously chilled fruit tea into cups before returning to place 3 on the table. The curse incident at Yubei High School. What? Shin Yunsi's expression turned grave as he focused on her. Students at that school have been encountering incidents, some hospitalized and others dead. Su Guo instinctively covered her mouth, inhaling sharply. She had seen something about it on Weibo, but it had been quickly censored, and she thought it was a false report. There have been 4 incidents in the last 3 months. Shin Yunsi gestured for her to continue. The most recent was a subway accident, where someone was crushed in the middle. There was also an earlier incident involving a tram that resulted in fractures. Over the past 6 months, the frequency of incidents has surged, leading to rumors of a curse at the school, which have spread widely that if this continues, it could lead to unrest among the students. Hence the school wishes for our intervention. You have specific details? This document compiles all the accident reports, starting from about 6 months ago. 6 months ago. What could have triggered such abnormal occurrences? It can't be without cause. Indeed, the first incident involved a girl who committed suicide by jumping off a building, and since then, the nature of the incidents has escalated from minor injuries to fatalities. A curse? Or perhaps a bound spirit? Shin Yunsi mused, propping his chin on his hand. staring into the tea before him, lost in thought that we can't be certain just yet. We'll need to assess the situation once we arrive. When is Danjie coming back? She is on a flight today. She should be back by tomorrow morning, Desu Guo replied as she scrolled through the messages Danjie had sent her. Truly, Danjie was a frequent traveler, always off on adventures whenever she had free time. The life of the affluent was indeed simple. Then we'll set off the day after tomorrow, Desu Guo. You can head home and rest up? Okay. With that, Sugwa eagerly grabbed her bag, ready to head home. Hey, little Sugwa, why are you so swift? Do you dislike spending time with me? Zhao Chu feigned sadness, making a crying face. Not at all. The new drama has updates today. I need to go watch the live stream. Bye. Xin Yunxi and Zhao Chu exchanged glances, unable to suppress a sigh, after Sugwa's departure. The previously light atmosphere grew heavy. I have been harboring a question. What question? Why did you invite Xiao Sugwa to join our investigative team? Don't tell me it's merely due to her latent abilities. I know you too well. She possesses a fragment of my soul's essence. A.S. Xin Yunxi's words fell. Zhao Chu's eyes widened in disbelief, her hand holding the cup frozen mid-air. I have previously inquired with Danjie and Fei Cui, yet they remained tight-lipped. However, I was able to surmise certain things. I merely wish to confirm now. Confirm what? Zhao Chu recalled that for 2 years, due to family matters, she had not been by Xin Yunxi's side, hinting that something had transpired during that time. Xin Yunxi offered no response, calmly sipping his red tea. 2 years prior, he too had considered delving deeper into that incident, but was thwarted by Danjie and Fei Cui. He had never been particularly curious by nature, so he chose not to pursue the investigation further, confident that those two would not wish him harm. The vague memories he had buried deep within him resurfaced when he encountered Sugwa, provoking a profound spiritual resonance. For the first time, he felt a different sensation, and those hazy memories began to clarify, like mist dissipating. Moreover, it was not only Sugwa who bore a trace of his soul's essence. There was an indescribable feeling that he yearned to comprehend. Observing Xin Yunxi lost in thought, Zhao Chu realized there was little more to be gleaned from him and resolved to inquire with Danjie or Fei Cui at a more opportune moment. The Case of the Cursed School. Chapter 2. Does the school possess spirits? Are we truly going to do this? The girl's voice trembled slightly. Afraid? Coward? Given all that has happened in the school? What if we truly attract something unclean? What is there to fear? We agreed to play together, so don't be such a wet blanket. Let us forget it. It's been years since we last played this game. Look, other classes are participating. What are you afraid of? Indeed, besides, we are here. The two girls still shook their heads in refusal, that if you two want to play, then just watch that I'll play with Xiao Yu. You're such a killjoy. The two girls remained silent, taking a step back. The remaining two girls shot them a glance before retrieving a sheet of white paper and a pen from their bags, their hands crossed, with a red ballpoint pen nestled between them. Pen spirit, you are my past life. I am your present life, that if you wish to make a wish, please draw a circle on the paper. However, the pen remained still, merely quivering due to the physiological tremors of the two girls. The onlooking girls breathed a sigh of relief at the pen's inactivity. Let us try again. The two recited once more. Yet the pen remained unmoved. Deflated, the girls released their grasp. What a disappointment that very moment. As their hands parted, the classroom lights flickered, and before anyone could react, they extinguished suddenly. The two timid girls couldn't help but scream. As if responding to their cries, the lights flickered back on point. One girl, who had been playing the pen spirit game, lay motionless on the desk. The other girl, startled by the sight, jumped to her feet, the chair scraping against the floor with a jarring sound. Xiao Yu. The girl timidly extended her hand, hesitating to touch her friend, in the midst of their trembling voices and confusion. The girl on the desk suddenly sat up with a laugh. Ha ha ha! Did I scare you? Are you out of your mind? The girl opposite her scolded. Look at your frightened face. It was just a joke. With that, she burst into laughter again, before the girl could retort. The classroom door swung open. The four inside froze, terror-stricken as they turned toward the entrance. You lot! Why are you still here after school? What are you doing in the classroom? Hurry home. It was merely a patrolling teacher. The students hastily apologized and gathered their belongings to leave. Yet none noticed that the moment the door closed behind them, the white paper was filled with crosses, and the red ballpoint pen had been snapped in two. Its ink flowing across the desk, trickling down the legs, This school is magnificent, truly reminiscent of the elite institutions depicted on television. That Su Guo, filled with envy, surveyed her surroundings. She had previously attended ordinary schools. Although she was at a key high school, it paled in comparison to the private ones. Of course. Are you unaware that Yubei High School is an elite institution? Zhao Chu replied, glancing at her. Ah, I truly was unaware. That as Xin Yunxi and his companions arrived, classes were in session, with only a few students huddled in a corner of the playground, seemingly engrossed in discussion, not participating in physical education. The teacher leading them sighed helplessly upon noticing the group of students. You are all aware that we are an elite school. Some students are beyond our jurisdiction. After all, teachers are merely ordinary instructors. And some students are not to be trifled with. Could you elaborate on the recent incidents involving those students? To be frank, after their incidents, several of us teachers breathed a sigh of relief. Su Guo looked at him in confusion. Those students could hardly be called good. They were worse than street thugs, having committed every imaginable misdeed. Were their parents not informed? Su Guo inquired. The teacher remained silent. A mixture of disdain and mockery flickering across his expression. Dan Jie tugged at Su Guo's sleeve, signaling her to refrain from further questioning. That I've heard you wish to investigate the matter concerning An Ling. Her former roommate will sneak over to meet you after school. You may discuss it then. Sneak? Su Guo questioned, perplexed as to why it needed to be a clandestine meeting. After guiding them to a small meeting room, the teacher suddenly knelt before them. Dan Jie and Su Guo recoiled in shock, while Zhao Chu, momentarily stunned, quickly helped the teacher back up. That I am unsure whether you will address this matter with the care it deserves, as previous individuals did, but I implore you not to disclose the identities of the students providing information. That if you must find a scapegoat, let it be me. All I wish is for my students to be safe. Tears welled in the teacher's eyes, and had Zhao Chu not held him tightly, he would have repeated his earlier gesture. The room was steeped in an oppressive silence, broken only by the teacher's subdued sobs. We will safeguard everyone's privacy. You needn't worry about that. Xin Yunxi approached the desk, pulling out a chair and gesturing for the teacher to sit. That I believe you must have something to share with us as well. The teacher nodded but did not continue. Zhao Chu, momentarily perplexed, looked at Xin Yunxi, who seemed to understand the teacher's unspoken hesitation. Zhao Chu checked the room for surveillance cameras and listening devices. Disabling them all, Su Guo locked the door, and Dan Jie was asked to prepare some tea. As everyone regained their composure, Xin Yunxi issued directives. Zhao Chu retrieved his scanning equipment and indeed discovered listening devices hidden in several discrete locations. "CI, how did you know there were listening devices?" Zhao Chu inquired, curiously toying with the black objects in his hand. The individuals who came to address this matter were Lin Yin and Lin Shu. Given their character, they would not resort to breaching privacy. Then why did they suddenly leave? Did they rush through it? Su Guo found it hard to believe. They had been investigating here for nearly a week, stating that the number of spirits in this school was astonishing and beyond what they could handle alone, hence their hasty withdrawal to enlist our help. Astounding. Dan Jie, standing by the window and gazing out at the playground, saw nothing amiss. The entire school seemed enveloped in a shroud of darkness. That Su Guo voiced her sentiments. From the moment I entered the school, I felt as if I could scarcely draw breath. The air before me not only felt distorted, but was also permeated by an ominous, fog-like substance. Yet, I have not discerned a single spirit. What are these black, mist-like entities, a black bag, this metaphor of yours? Xiao Su Guo leaves me somewhat baffled. Zhao Chu chuckled that Su Guo found it difficult to articulate her thoughts clearly, offering only an awkward smile in response to a tea that moment. Dan Jie returned with tea, and once they were seated, the teacher began to speak slowly. The case of the cursed school, Chapter 3. An incident occurred. That Mr. Wang, could you provide us with an overview of this school's situation? Zhao Chu inquired as he opened his laptop. What do you mean? Everything you know, any and all details. Xin Yunxi cast a piercing gaze towards him. Then let us begin with the recent incidents involving several students. The students who recently encountered accidents are all regarded as leaders within the school. To put it bluntly, these so-called leaders are individuals who can oppress others. They employ every conceivable means of bullying, and at times, such actions may even lead to loss of life. That he let out a self-deprecating chuckle. You must be wondering why, despite the fatalities, no news has surfaced. Money and power can easily bury the truth, allowing the perpetrators to roam free. He stood up in a surge of agitation, slamming his cup down upon the table. The sound startling Su Guo and Sister Dan into a brief tremor. "Teacher, please calm down." Zhao Chu rose, crossing the table to place a reassuring hand on his shoulder. I apologized. He resumed his seat, exhaling heavily. "Can we discuss in Ling?" In an instant, Teacher Wang's pupils quivered, his eyes widening, his hands clenched into tight fists as his body involuntarily shook, a sound akin to wind escaping a flute escaping his throat. It is said that all the unusual incidents began with Ling's suicide. Shen Yunxi, seemingly oblivious to his distress, continued to inquire in a calm tone. With a resounding bang, Teacher Wang forcefully pushed the chair beside him across the floor. And Ling did not commit suicide. It was murder, he shouted at Shen Yunxi. "Murder? Why do you say that?" Teacher Wang offered no response, lost in his thoughts, his hands incessantly rubbing the rim of his cup. Shen Yunxi did not press him, simply waiting in silence. After an indeterminate period, Su Guo had already consumed several cups of tea when Teacher Wang finally spoke again. That Ling was a student in our class, excelling academically and possessing a kind disposition. Aside from her less-than-ideal family circumstances, I still do not comprehend why she was ostracized by her peers. Initially, I had no inkling, but I later discovered she bore numerous injuries. I presumed she had been a victim of domestic abuse, but upon contacting her family, I found that not to be the case, until that day, when her photos were plastered all over the school bulletin board and the internet. I finally learned the truth that he cradled his head, his voice thick with emotion, that I feared she might take drastic measures. So I stayed close, constantly encouraging her. She truly was optimistic. Despite enduring such mistreatment, she never contemplated death. She once said, "If I die, someone will be heartbroken. For those who love me and whom I love, I will strive to live on." Yet the very next day, after our conversation, she jumped to her death. This is absolutely inconceivable. Moreover, it is rumored that those leaders were also present on the rooftop that day, which leads me to believe they must have pushed Ling off. Otherwise, why would the surveillance footage conveniently be missing? Su Guo filled the cups of those present with tea. Without concrete evidence, we truly cannot ascertain whether it was suicide or murder. "It is certainly not a suicide, I assure you," he exclaimed. "What about the recent events?" 7 days after Ling's fall, one of the leaders plummeted from a high building. Another was thrown from a roller coaster, and yet another fell from her own balcony. They got what they deserved. Each month brings a different manner of death. Does it not? There is such a notion, though I have only heard whispers. One incident involved a person being stabbed while walking home at night. Another was a fall that coincidentally landed them on a knife. Quite peculiar ways to die, which surely indicates Ling has returned for vengeance. Are you suggesting that all these unusual incidents are orchestrated by Ling? It must be her spirit seeking to avenge the injustice of her demise. The number of these anomalous deaths is rather alarming. Su Guo recalled the scant details provided by the principal, which merely skimmed over 1 or 2 events, indicating that the school was indeed concealing something. Shen Yunxi narrowed his eyes, recalling Lin Shu's earlier words. Though the school was rife with spirits, Ling's essence was notably absent, that if Ling were indeed causing these disturbances, her spirit would undoubtedly linger within the halls. Yet, the Lin brothers remained oblivious, suggesting that the underlying issues were likely more complex than they appeared. Suddenly, the door to the base was flung open with great force, colliding with the wall and bouncing back, causing the girl who had just entered to be thrust outside once more. "What is it? Why the urgency?" Teacher Wang turned to the girl, who was clutching her forehead. Lu Xiaoyu, the girl stammered, trembling uncontrollably, as if under a spell. That a few girls following closely behind her spoke through tears. "Lu Xiaoyu is in trouble in the sports equipment room." Teacher Wang stood abruptly, brushing past the girls, and sprinted towards the equipment room. Su Guo glanced at Shen Yunxi, who gestured for the others to follow. Sister Dan waved her hand, indicating she would remain at the base. Watching Teacher Wang's blurred figure, Shen Yunxi inquired of the nearby girls if they could guide them to the equipment room. Hesitating, one girl eventually relented, and a nearby boy stepped forward, offering to lead them. Su Guo, noticing the boy's downcast demeanor, asked what exactly happened. "Lu Xiaoyu seems dead." The boy hesitated. "Seems," he continued, "there were too many people crowding the entrance. I only caught a glimpse. There was blood." Su Guo, sensing the grim reality, refrained from pressing further. The entrance to the sports equipment room was cordoned off with makeshift tape, keeping students at a distance. Several teachers were stationed outside, occasionally shooing away onlookers. When someone attempted to breach the barrier, they were met with the principal's stern instruction to wait for the police, stating that their presence would be futile. Teacher Wang leaned against a nearby flower bed, supported by another teacher, his demeanor suggesting he had suffered a significant blow, that if we go in, would that not constitute tampering with evidence? Sugwa pondered aloud. Do you believe the scene remains untouched? Shin Yunsi countered, and Sugwa found her words caught in her throat. Indeed, the chaotic footprints scattered across the floor and the disarray of the surrounding items spoke volumes. With a resigned sigh, Sugwa followed Shin Yunsi. Before they could enter, Sugwa was already assaulted by the pungent odor permeating from within. Just as she was about to peer inside, Shin Yunsi's hand extended backward. Halting her, Sugwa, stay outside. Why? Just do as I say. Zhao Chu also turned to Sugwa, shaking his head. With a sigh, Sugwa resigned herself to waiting at the entrance. The stench emanating from the room caused Sugwa considerable discomfort. It was not merely the scent of blood, but also a foul, decaying odor, prompting her to step back a few paces. Chapter 4. The Spirit Riding Game, gazing upon the horrific scene within. Even Zhao Chu, who had encountered numerous trials, could not help but shudder. He turned to Shin Yunsi, whose brow was furrowed in deep concern. For Sugwa, remaining outside was perhaps a blessing. The blood on the ground had begun to congeal, and amidst it, 1 or 2 footprints were visible, likely left by students who had entered without realizing the darkness of the room. The girl lay on her side, her head crushed beneath a dumbbell, which had become lodged within her skull. Her hands were outstretched, as if she were attempting to crawl forward. Zhao Chu switched on his flashlight, avoiding the bloodstains as he approached the girl. ACI, come here. Look at this. Shin Yunsi followed the direction of his finger, noting the bruises on the girl's wrists and neck. Zhao Chu leaned closer to her face, despite a portion being obscured by blood. Her unblinking eyes remained wide open, as if her pupils were struggling to escape. What had she witnessed in her final moments? Shin Yunsi offered no reply. Outside, Sugwa found herself idly gazing around to pass the time. A growing number of students had gathered at the periphery, peering inside, some capturing the scene on their phones. Out of the corner of her eye, she thought she caught a glimpse of something. But upon searching again, it vanished, as if it had been an optical illusion. Yet she was certain she sensed a chill of death approaching. What should we do? What if we are next? They say we shouldn't play around. I regret it all. It's all Lu Xiaoyu's fault. Be quiet. One girl, trembling, covered her mouth, fearful that if Lu Xiaoyu's spirit were to hear, it might drag them all into the abyss as well. From a distance, Sugwa observed 2 girls behaving unusually. Unlike the others who were merely curious, their eyes were filled with terror and despair. After a moment of contemplation, Sugwa approached them. Hello, Sugwa's sudden appearance startled the 2 girls, causing them to jump. I apologize for frightening you. The girls shook their heads in unison, one of them with reddened eyes. I asked there's something you need help with. For a moment, the 2 girls were taken aback by Sugwa's inquiry. I have been invited to investigate the unusual occurrences at the school. Upon hearing the words anomalous events and investigation, the eyes of the 2 individuals instantly sparkled with intrigue, noticing their expressions. Sugwa understood that they had something significant to reveal. Please, you must help us. One of the girls grasped Sugwa's hand tightly, her body instinctively bending as if to kneel. There's no need for such desperation. What troubles you? We are being haunted. We are going to die. We are going to die, the girl stammered, her words tumbling out in a disjointed manner. That moment, the short-haired girl took a deep breath and added, we might be possessed by a ghost. Lu Xiaoyu was killed by that very spirit. Su was straightened her posture involuntarily, scanning the somewhat chaotic environment before stating, this is not the place for a conversation. Follow me. With that, she intended to lead the 2 back to the base. Before departing, she sent a message to Zhao Chu via her phone, briefly outlining the situation. Inside, the 2 girls inspected the surrounding suspicious areas before deciding to withdraw. A CI, Xiao Sugwa has messaged, saying she is heading back to the base. It seems 2 girls are aware of the circumstances surrounding this girl's death. We will also proceed. The police should be arriving shortly. A distant sound of sirens echoed outside. Xiao Sugwa, you're back. What transpired? Dan Jie inquired upon seeing Sugwa enter. Dan Jie, could you please attend to our guests? I shall prepare some tea as Sugui entered. She noticed the two girls following closely behind her, particularly the long-haired girl, whose eyes were evidently red and swollen. Please, have a seat. Danjia welcomed them, and after exchanging glances, they settled down. Su Guo emerged from the back, presenting 4 cups of steaming red tea before each person. Let us sip some tea to calm our nerves. Neither Su Guo nor Danjia pressed for inquiries as the two girls, slowly lifting the warm cups, took small sips of the fragrant tea. The base was unusually quiet. Aside from the hum of machinery, an aura of reassurance enveloped them. Before long, the two girls had drained their cups. We knew that girl. She was Lu Xiaoyu. One of the girls began recounting the events they had encountered. So you mean to say that after playing the game Pen Fairy, strange occurrences began to unfold? Danjia questioned. Indeed, but at that time, only Xiaoyu and Xiaoming participated in the game. Xiaoming suddenly stopped attending classes last week. Her family claimed she was ill and currently hospitalized. However, whenever we express our desire to visit her, her family always declines, and it seems they are concealing something. And what of Lu Xiaoyu? Su Guo inquired. Since last week, Xiaoyu has frequently mentioned feeling as though someone was following her, that we accompanied her. Yet we could not identify any suspicious individuals. Today, during physical education class, the teacher instructed Xiaoyu to retrieve some equipment from the storage room, and she never returned. After completing our 800-meter run, we decided to search for her, only to hear others exclaiming that Lu Xiaoyu was in trouble. Did Lu Xiaoyu ever utter anything peculiar or discuss strange occurrences with you? Su Guo pressed. The short-haired girl pondered for a moment. Xiaoyu mentioned that she sometimes felt someone playing with her hair, that on one occasion, she even claimed to have seen her hair levitate, suspended in midair, and spoke of consistently seeing a shadowy figure. A shadowy figure? Su Guo echoed that on several occasions. She pointed it out to us, but we saw nothing. Did I ask there anything else? Danjia prompted. Xiaoyu resides at the school. She mentioned seeing a woman's reflection in the window. Yet the girls accompanying her did not witness it, suggesting perhaps she was merely imagining things. When was the last time you saw the other girl who played the game? Danjia inquired. About a week ago. Did she exhibit any unusual behavior? Perhaps she too saw the shadow? Not that I know of, but she seemed somewhat unwell at the time. We assumed she was merely fatigued. However, she did appear quite irritable during those days. Irritable? Su Guo asked. Yes, she was quick to anger, and whenever she did, her demeanor seemed entirely transformed, as if she were a different person. The other girl nodded in agreement, expressing that her face appeared as though it belonged to someone else, and her voice would deepen, resembling that of a man, which frightened us, causing us to keep our distance. Eventually, she took sick leave. Do you possess her contact information and address? Su Guo inquired. Yes, please provide it to me. She handed over a pen and paper, and the girls trembled slightly at the sight of them. Just then, the door to the base swung open once more, revealing Xin Yunxi and Zhao Chu returning. What is going on? Zhao Chu gestured toward Su Guo, observing the two girls' bewildered demeanor. As she sighed, they are aware of some details regarding the girl's death in the equipment room. She recounted the information to them. Are you suggesting that the death incident is linked to the Pen Fairy? Xin Yunxi's slender fingers lightly tapped the table. Indeed, there are many spirits present here, but we cannot definitively ascertain their connection to the Pen Fairy. That it is plausible that other spirits are at play, and the Pen Fairy may merely be coincidental. Have you noticed any anomalies surrounding you two? Xin Yunxi asked. The girls shook their heads that we did not partake in that game. We merely observed. However, one girl suddenly recalled, on the day we played the game, the lights in the classroom went out, and Xiaoyu took the opportunity to scare us. The classroom lights went out. Su Guo interjected. The appearance of spirits can indeed affect electrical devices and signals, which implies they may have summoned something. Or it could simply be an issue with the school's power supply. Do you remember the specific time you played that day? Xin Yunxi probed. After a moment of contemplation, the two girls replied. It was the Friday before last, shortly after school, around 5:30 p.m. Zhao Chu, please request the surveillance footage from that day at the school. Understood. Xin Yunxi's gaze fell upon the paper with names and addresses written upon it. Could you tell me about this individual? He asked, pointing at the name on the paper. Xiaoming, the girl who played the Pen Fairy game with Xiaoyu. She has been recuperating at home since last week. What peculiar behaviors did she exhibit? Did she say anything after completing the game with Lu Xiaoyu? Actually, it was Xiaoming who first started behaving oddly. Initially, we dismissed it, thinking she was joking. She typically has a pleasant disposition and rarely gets angry. That day, Xiaoyu remarked on our timidity, and to reassure her, Xiaoming participated in the game, though we even asked her if she was afraid, to which she replied that she had a powerful talisman that could keep evil spirits at bay. A talisman? Su Guo murmured. Yes, she claimed to have carried it since childhood, that in the beginning, Xiaoming mentioned seeing a shadow in the crowd, but we could not see it. Now, I wonder if our inability to see it was due to us not participating in the game. A shadow, reminiscent of a school enveloped in darkness, Su Guo pondered, considering the possible connections, recalling the faint dark mist she thought she had glimpsed while waiting by the equipment room door. Do you recall when and where they saw the shadow? I'm afraid we don't remember that clearly, one girl admitted, shaking her head. Thank you for your cooperation. Should further questions arise, we hope you will assist us again. Dan Jie, noticing Shun Yunxi's silence, decided to escort the two girls back to their dormitory. One girl hesitated. Did I ask there's something troubling you? Dan Jie inquired. Knowing that you specialize in such matters, could you possibly provide us with 2 talismans? I can purchase them if necessary, although we did not partake in the game. Dan Jie smiled gently, placing a reassuring hand on the girl's shoulder, signaling that their oversight was unintentional. Observing this, Su Guo retrieved the talismans Zhao Chu had drawn earlier and handed them to the 2 girls. Keep these with you. Typically, spirits will not approach. The girls accepted them, bowing repeatedly in gratitude at Su Guo. Accompany me outside for a moment. Dan Jie will remain at the base to await Zhao Chu's return. You two check the surveillance footage for any irregularities. With that, she donned a coat and stepped out of the base. Why wear a coat on such a hot day? Su Guo remarked, teasing the stark contrast in their attire as she jogged a few steps to catch up with Shin Yunxi. Wait for me, little short legs. What? I didn't quite catch that. Su Guo gazed at Shin Yunxi in confusion, feeling she must have misheard. Hurry up. Let us aim to return before sunset. Are we in such a rush? Shun Yunxi remained silent. Where exactly are we heading? As she observed the man focused intently on driving, Su Guo found herself drifting into thought. Why are you looking at me? Su Guo gazed at Shin Yunxi's exquisite visage, and an inexplicable sense of déjà vu washed over her, as if she had encountered Shin Yunxi long ago, before she joined the investigation team. Yet, no matter how she searched her memory, she found no trace. Have we met before? What are you talking about? Shin Yunxi replied, glancing at Su Guo through the rearview mirror. We should have crossed paths before I joined the investigation team. Right? No, Shin Yunxi answered decisively. Really, with a face like yours, it seems impossible to forget. Perhaps it truly is my imagination. Su Guo shook her head, deciding to let it go. Nevertheless, this question lingered deeply within her heart. She couldn't shake the feeling that she had missed something significant, along with the familiarity she felt with Shin Yunxi, which was tinged with a hint of fear. Even she began to doubt herself. Is it all right for us to head to Sun Ming's house without prior notice? Su Guo suddenly shifted the topic. Prior notice? To prepare for what? What? Prepare for what? She then realized. Are you suspecting that there's something wrong with the Sun family? We'll discuss it when we arrive. Hey, why do you only say half of what you mean? A brain is not merely for decoration. Su would turn her head away, unwilling to continue conversing with him. She felt an unshakable sense that she had overlooked something important. By the way, you and Zhao Ge haven't mentioned what you saw in the equipment room. What was the situation? Unusual death. Of course I know what unusual death means. But how did they die? Heavy object struck the head. Was it intentional? Shin Yunxi glanced at Su Guo with a look of disdain. Haha. The specifics will depend on the autopsy results that will wait for news from the police. Su Guo fell silent, merely gazing out the window. Did I have some connection with her? Shin Yunxi observed the faint familiarity emanating from Su Guo, a knowing smile tugging at his lips. Chapter 6. Speculation following the address written on paper. The two arrived at the front of a 2-story villa in the outskirts. I would love to have a house like this, Su Guo remarked enviously. Shin Yunxi placed a basket of flowers from the car into Su Guo's arms and urged. Go ring the doorbell. All right. Su Guo stepped forward to press the bell, and a response came swiftly. Hello, we're students sent by the school to visit Sun Ming. Everyone at school is quite worried about her. Su Guo lied effortlessly without a moment's hesitation. The other party did not respond immediately, seeming to communicate with someone nearby. Please come in. Su Guo entered through the slowly opening iron gate. Shin Yunxi, however, remained behind to survey the surroundings and the stone pillars at the entrance. Shin Yunxi, Sugwa called out, but he turned to her and followed her into the house. Did you sense anything unusual? Shin-Yunsi abruptly inquired as he quickly walked to Sugwa's side. Sugwa scanned her surroundings. That I don't feel anything. Is there a spirit? Shin-Yunsi shook his head, letting out a sigh. What do you mean by that foolish expression? Sugwa poked him playfully. The Sun family is not simple. We might have encountered fellow practitioners. Are you saying they're also spiritual practitioners? I cannot confirm if they are practitioners, but they might be associated with Taoism. Taoism? Lin Shu and Lin Yin are both disciples under Taoism. There's a barrier set up at the door, albeit weak, that I no wonder you asked me upon entering. I thought you meant there was a spirit. But you didn't sense the barrier. The word struck at Sugwa's core, that Sugwa chuckled awkwardly, quickly changing the subject. That's so. Does this mean Sun Meng didn't meet an untimely end like Lu Xiaoyu? It's precisely because her family has someone who can use spiritual energy to fend off malevolent spirits, preventing the evil entity from taking further action and only targeting the defenseless Lu Xiaoyu. The malevolent spirit will certainly seek out Sun Meng again, Shin-Yunsi stated, turning to Sugwa. But you just mentioned the barrier, right? It's merely a matter of finding the right opportunity. That Sugwa intended to continue questioning, but was interrupted by a voice. You two must be Sun Meng's classmates, right? Yes, sir. Hello. We are her classmates. She handed over the basket of flowers. Thankfully, Shin-Yunsi had prepared well and even brought flowers, so she could forgive him for making her buy them on the way. Please come in. Thank you for coming to see our little Meng. The elder led them into the house. Looking at the tea and snacks laid out on the table, Sugwa scanned the surrounding decor. On the high table at the front, there rested a sword, exuding a faint spiritual aura. That moment, Sugwa recalled that Lin Yin's talisman was also a sword. It should be quite similar. I wonder how Sun Meng's health is? When will she return to school? Shin-Yunsi's cold voice pierced through the air. This illness came on her too swiftly. She will need to rest for these 2 months. Once she recovers, she'll return to school immediately, though we haven't seen her in a long time. I wonder if we can meet her. The elder paused and apologized. She is currently resting, perhaps next time. Shin-Yunsi merely nodded in acknowledgement. Sugwa felt a bit puzzled. Wasn't the purpose of their visit to see Sun Meng? Why was Shin-Yunsi so willing to give up, just as she was lost in her thoughts? She vaguely heard someone screaming. Upon listening more intently, she realized it was not her imagination. This is not good. A young girl rushed down the stairs, and upon seeing the guests in the living room, she immediately controlled her demeanor and hurried to the elder, whispering something in his ear. The elder's expression suddenly turned grim. He looked troubled as he glanced at the two sitting on the sofa. Since Grandpa has other matters to attend to, we will take our leave, Shin-Yunsi said, placing his teacup down to propose their departure. Sugwa also stood up and bowed to the elder. After exiting the Sun residence, Sugwa turned back to glance at the house. Ugh! Suddenly, she covered her eyes, her body instinctively crouching down due to a sharp pain. What's wrong? Shin-Yunsi's voice was laced with urgency as he pulled Sugwa into his embrace. Sugwa remained silent, merely gasping for breath. After an indeterminate amount of time, Shin-Yunsi lifted her, carrying her horizontally. Don't. Sugwa attempted to refuse, but only managed to utter a single word inside the car. Once she had slightly calmed down, Sugwa took the drink Shin-Yunsi offered and wiped the sweat from her forehead. I think I saw a dark figure at Sun Meng's house. Just as I was about to tell you, my eyes suddenly hurt, and my head felt like it was splitting. How are you feeling now? It's better. I'm still alive. Shin-Yunsi glanced out the car window, starting the engine and driving away, that we didn't get to see Sun Meng this time, and we remain unaware of her situation. But we have confirmed one thing, that Sugwa felt a twinge of curiosity upon hearing this. Looking at Shin-Yunsi, what is it? Sun Meng is still alive. She was alive all along. What I mean is her soul and body are both Sun Meng. You're worried that the current Sun Meng is possessed. Yes. How did you come to that conclusion? By observing the elder's behavior. Sun Meng's soul is at least still within her body for now. There are still some things I don't quite understand. Sugwa said, her mind feeling muddled. What don't you understand? Why do you suspect that a malevolent spirit might possess Sun Meng? If Sun Meng is not Sun Meng, because of this, Shin-Yunsi waved his phone in front of Sugwa. As she watched the phone sway, Sugwa's head unconsciously followed suit. He tossed the phone to Sugwa and resumed driving. Sugwa caught the phone and glanced at the screen. That it was an analysis report sent by Zhao Chu. He mentioned that, based on the death report, he had a bold idea. Perhaps the malevolent spirit had attempted possession. Chapter 7. Peering in Zhao Chu's side had received an incomplete autopsy report. But since he held such a hypothesis, there must be some rationale behind it that I understand. I just feel that this report is quite strange. Once all the reports are in, I'll send you a copy. Su Guo nodded in response. You, Shin Yunsi hesitated, wanting to say something. What is it? If you feel unwell, remember to speak up that I'm fine, just that moment. What do you think that dark figure was? The dark figure. I don't know. Su Guo's lips twitched as she responded with an uncharacteristic speed and forthrightness. That we're back, she exclaimed, pushing the door open. Have you discovered anything? Dan Jie inquired. Oh, little Su Guo just returned. Let's eat first. The takeout that Dan Jie and I ordered has just arrived. Wow, it looks quite sumptuous. A CI chimed in. Come join us. We need to maintain our stamina for the night shift later. The four of them discussed their findings about Sun Ming's family while enjoying their meal. Due to the particular nature of this case, our equipment is unlikely to prove very effective. With so many spirits residing in this school, our subsequent investigations will rely entirely on your spiritual abilities. I hope everyone takes this seriously, Dan Jie suggested. Shall we only place monitoring equipment on the rooftop and at the side of the fall? Zhao Chu queried as he moved some of the equipment. Addressing Xinyan Ci, that we should also set up a few in more open areas. He added that Su Guo and Dan Jie decided to stroll around the campus to investigate the spirit's presence. Dan Jie. Have you found anything on your end? Su Guo asked, picking up the walkie-talkie. Nothing here, and you? Same here. Although there are many spirits, they seem rather dazed. Dazed? What do you mean? Dan Jie laughed. Typically, the spirits we encounter create disturbances and complicate matters. But many here seem to float aimlessly, lacking purpose or direction. Indeed, I've encountered a few that feel like puppets, Dan Jie pondered. Puppets? Su Guo's mind sparked momentarily before the thought slipped away, and she absent-mindedly tugged at her hair. Nothing significant has emerged. Let's head back. Dan Jie's voice echoed through the walkie-talkie, observing the two with less than cheerful expressions. Xinyan Ci sensed that progress was not going smoothly. Puppets, she mused. Yes, the spirits here appear to wander aimlessly, devoid of intention, Dan Jie remarked, swallowing a mouthful of cold water while contemplating the two spirits they had just encountered. Could they have been purified? Su Guo asked hesitantly. If they were purified, they would have ascended long ago, Zhao Chu interjected. Well, I can't deduce anything either, Su Guo admitted. Could this place be an invisible spiritual realm? Zhao Chu began examining the school's layout. Although there are numerous spirits here, there's no sense of discomfort. Yet, it doesn't feel genuinely comfortable either. The only place I've felt such a gathering of souls was in the Kannon Temple in Kyoto. This surely isn't a spiritual realm, is it? Dan Jie reflected. Lin Shu and the others have investigated and found otherwise, Xinyan Ci quietly contemplated. The investigation had already entered a quandary from the outset. This is rather troublesome. Could it be a curse? After all, the students involved were the ones leading the bullying. Su Guo proposed once again that it's not a curse. Lin Shu and his team have ruled out everything you can think of. They spoke with every hospitalized student and found no traces of a curse. However what? Xinyan Ci prompted. Headaches, emotional instability, irritability. These are the strange symptoms exhibited by those individuals. For a moment, silence enveloped them. So, what do we do next? Tonight, we'll pair up for another night patrol. Xinyan Ci decided that Su Guo's shoulders drooped in fatigue, that in any case, we must exercise caution regarding this case, Dan Jie declared, clapping her hands. The crisp sound reviving their spirits, the quiet of the night. Dan Jie inquired, Zhao Chu, what are your thoughts? I can't say for sure, but I have an ominous feeling that if this isn't a spiritual realm, what could have drawn these spirits here? Spiritual realms attract spirits for reincarnation. What purpose do these spirits serve? Zhao Chu continued. Even Lin Shu and Lin Yin are at a loss, which indicates a high level of danger, albeit hidden from our view. Xinyan Ci concurred with Zhao Chu, acknowledging that their limited data hampered their investigation. When will the autopsy report be fully transmitted? It will likely take another day. Zhao Chu replied that in the stillness of the night. Only the sound of their footsteps echoed through the corridor. Just as Xinyan Ci was about to ask another question, she felt a piercing gaze upon her. She paused, glancing toward the source of the scrutiny before resuming her ascent. What is wrong, Ci? Nothing. Xinyan Ci replied, then pointed her right index and middle fingers at her eyes, subsequently directing them at Zhao Chu. Zhao Chu fell silent, understanding that Shun Yunci had sent someone monitoring them. Aside from the night watchman at the entrance, they were the only ones in the school. The old man had been instructed not to approach this area. Who could it be? Shun Yunci gazed out into the impenetrable darkness beyond the window that on this night, not a single star adorned the sky. The only sources of light in the corridor were their footsteps, the flashlight they held, and the safety exit sign. Who was trailing behind them? Shun Yunci appeared to wander aimlessly, yet she intentionally passed the locations where infrared cameras were set up, hoping to capture something on film. Let us head back, Zhao Chu nodded. The prying gaze lingered, suggesting it was not human that on their way back. Zhao Chu secretly hoped that whatever was watching them would attack, as it might bolster their confidence. Yet, even after they stepped into their base, nothing occurred. Let us continue the patrol ourselves. Su Guo and Dan Jie can guard the base to avoid separating them, Zhao Chu suggested. Are you afraid? Zhao Chu began. But Shun Yunci nodded before he could finish. Let us see if we captured anything. She walked over to the monitoring screen and retrieved the footage from earlier. As they reviewed the tape, a black substance flowed along the path they had taken, reminiscent of asphalt, as if poised to engulf them. The dazed spirits were drawn into the darkness without a struggle, merging seamlessly with the inky void. Did you see any spirits? The screen displayed the moment Shun Yunci had noticed someone watching them, but in the area she glanced toward, there was nothing. How strange. The temperature has dropped, but not significantly. Each monitoring station revealed that black, tar-like substance. What could that possibly be? Zhao Chu, having dealt with numerous cases, found himself bewildered by this unfamiliar phenomenon. The unknown is inherently dangerous. When Su Guo and the others finish resting, remind them to exercise caution, Shun Yunci advised. Chapter 8. Night Spring. Wait, don't Dan Jie and I have to take the night shift. If it's just the two of you, it will be exhausting, Su Guo remarked, having learned about Shun Yunci's decision from Zhao Chu. She felt it was somewhat excessive. After all, both she and Dan Jie were spiritual practitioners capable of defending themselves against malevolent spirits. We don't even know what kind of spirits we're dealing with. Though you and Dan Jie possess abilities, you're not invincible. Before Zhao Chu could finish, Shun Yunci bluntly remarked. Aside from your soul-binding techniques, what else do you have? The 9-character mantra? Or perhaps the talisman Zhao Chu drew for you? Su Guo, being a novice spiritual practitioner, had significant shortcomings. Her exorcism skills were rudimentary at best. And Dan Jie primarily focused on purification and hypnosis, that if they encountered a particularly aggressive spirit, retreating unscathed would be improbable. Regardless, from now on, we should pair up and avoid acting solo. This feels overly restrictive. Dan Jie complained that Su Guo, feeling chastised, remained silent as they reviewed the footage from the previous night. Both she and Dan Jie gazed at the flowing black river, rendered speechless. It was Dan Jie's first encounter with such a scene. Night Spring, Su Guo murmured, not knowing why this name surfaced in her mind, almost involuntarily. What did you say? Zhao Chu's eyes widened in disbelief. Shun Yunci narrowed her eyes thoughtfully, rubbing her temples. Night Spring. Su Guo repeated. What is Night Spring? Dan Jie noted Zhao Chu's atypical seriousness, contrasting with his usual carefree demeanor. The term seemed to have a profound impact on him. Zhao Chu remained silent. Did little Su Guo recall that incident? Shun Yunci gazed at Zhao Chu's expression, and the conjecture that had lingered in her mind was confirmed. It appeared that Su Guo was indeed involved in that matter. The Night Spring, a remnant of the hidden world, is the dark water from ancient legends, born from the obsessions of those who met untimely ends. That it possesses the capacity to devour human will, amplifying the darkness within one's heart infinitely. Zhao Chu elaborated that the case, long sealed in the vault of memory, had been reignited once more. That I cannot fathom why the term Night Spring emerged in my mind upon seeing this black water. She mused. Scenes flashed before her, reminiscent of a black and white silent film, devoid of faces, only vague and jerky images. She felt a strange familiarity with those visions, yet despite scouring her memories, she could find no trace of recognition. If this truly is the Night Spring, then it is beyond the capabilities of even our combined strength to resolve. Zhao Chong's hands clenched tightly beneath the table. He recalled the grim brutality of that case. The only one that had eluded them, claiming the lives of several comrades, that I have never believed in cases that cannot be solved. Shin Yunsi replied with an unusual calmness. ACI, Zhao Chu lowered his head. For now, we must focus on the issues at hand. The night spring only manifests in the hidden world, so this black water cannot be the night spring. The hidden world is a realm that vanishes from sight. Entry is only possible under specific conditions. So, it's a place that doesn't exist. Su Guo inquired, recovering from her daze. Not so much non-existent as it is concealed, Shin Yunsi clarified. Thus, this school does not meet the criteria, eliminating the possibility of it being the night spring. Zhao Chu meticulously laid out his analysis. Then what is this black water? Wasn't it said that the school appeared to be surrounded by a black bag? Could this black water be related to that black bag? And what is the source of this black water? It couldn't have appeared without reason, Dan Jie questioned, returning to this pressing issue, that it seems we are at an impasse. Shun Yunsi remarked, an unexpected smile gracing her lips, almost as if in jest. ACI, you wouldn't dare. A direct confrontation. What? Just a moment ago, you mentioned danger, and now? Dan Jie was taken aback. Zhao Chu, and I will manage. You and Sugwa stay at the base. That no. ACI, you can't. Dan Jie began to protest, but was interrupted. Rest assured, I will be here. Zhao Chu understood that once Shin Yunsi made a decision, it would not be easily swayed. He could only muster all his strength to protect her and ensure she did not unleash her spiritual power. Reluctantly, Dan Jie acquiesced. What do you think the observer's intention is? There is no substantial malevolence. Shin Yunsi replied, though she felt the gaze upon her. It bore no trace of ill will, merely a simplistic observation. So, we simply let it be. For now, let us focus on the unknown black water. Let us prepare more talismans and set up a barrier around the base that I do not wish for anyone to intrude upon our sanctuary. Zhao Chu wore an understanding expression, realizing it was for Su Guo's safety, fearing for her well-being. Shin Yunsi remained silent, her face betraying no emotion as she fixed her gaze on him. All right, I will prepare everything now. That night at the base, let us try to direct the black water within the range of the cameras. And regardless of what occurs outside, the two of you must not leave the base. Zhao Chu instructed that I still have some concerns. Perhaps Su Guo should remain here, and I will accompany you outside. Dan Jie suggested, grasping Zhao Chu's sleeve with apprehension, that I concur with Dan Jie. I truly have no issues being here alone. Dan Jie possesses formidable purification abilities, which would aid you, Su Guo asserted. She understood that Shun Yunsi's insistence on Dan Jie remaining was to safeguard her. Yet with the barrier established at the base, her own spiritual energy was sufficient to handle minor emergencies. Dan Jie's eyes met Shun Yunsi's, and for a moment, words escaped them. Neither wished to yield. That I promised your uncle and aunt I would look after you, Dan Jie suddenly declared, her tone a statement. Yet Su Guo sensed an underlying intensity. The atmosphere shifted between them, becoming oddly charged. Surely, Dan Jie was not threatening Shin Yunsi? No, that couldn't be. It must be her imagination. She dismissed the thought very well. Shin Yunsi conceded, pinching the bridge of her nose. Prioritize your safety. Understood. I will await your return at the base. The Cursed School of the Scattered Case, Chapter 9. Corruption after we go out. Let us make sure we don't get separated. Zhao Chu said, turning to Dan Jie beside him, that I know. I'm not a child, Dan Jie retorted, giving Zhao Chu a firm kick. That Su Guo will communicate via the walkie-talkie. She instructed before dragging Su Guo out by the EA, that Su Guo shook her head and refocused her attention on the monitor, watching as the three figures vanished at the stairwell, only for their images to reappear on the screen below. Zhao Guo, all appears normal here, that we're also fine. We're beginning our patrol from the location where the black water first appeared yesterday. Su Guo scrutinized each surveillance screen, but as she swept her gaze across the top monitor, she thought she glimpsed a shadow. The monitor was focused on the top floor, where Shin Yunsi and the others were not present. It couldn't be them. She adjusted the feed to the central display, where a white figure emerged. It was a spirit. The temperature continued to drop. The white silhouette drifted leisurely, unlike the lethargic spirits they had encountered previously, instead exuding a sense of intent. It vanished at the stairwell, and Su Guo rapidly switched between cameras. Zhao Guo, there's a spirit on the top floor. It's moving downward, but I've lost sight of it. Please be cautious. Received. The walkie-talkie crackled with static. And Zhao Chu, distracted, turn it off. ACI, Su Guo spotted a spirit moving down from the rooftop. There are indeed quite a few spirits here, Shin Yunsi remarked, observing the white dots nearby. This is no ordinary spirit. It possesses consciousness that in an instant. Shin Yunsi and Dan Jie grasped Zhao Chu's implication and said nothing. Continuing their descent to patrol, Su Guo watched as the three entered the hall of the teaching building. While the spirit now appeared on the same floor as her base, she observed the spirit slowly approaching, eventually stopping at the entrance to the base that a knock echoed. Bang, 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 bang. On the monitor, the spirit stood with its arms hanging down, repeatedly striking its forehead against the door. The pounding grew increasingly frantic, and Su Guo held her breath, recalling Shin Yunsi's warning never to leave the base. Regardless of the circumstances, time seemed to stretch indefinitely until the spirit abruptly halted, its body rising slowly until it was nearly pressed against the base door's camera. Su Guo gazed at the enlarged visage. So familiar, it was Ling, the student who had been bullied and jumped to their death. Zhao, oh, that spirit is Ling. After relaying the information, she looked back at the screen, only to find that face had vanished. Zhao Chu was equally startled by Su Guo's revelation. Is it Ling? Shin Yunsi fell into contemplation. Previously, when the Lin brothers had taken over the case, Ling's spirit had not been discovered. Yet now it had surfaced, indicating some hidden truths behind it. ACI, look ahead. Dan Jie halted the two who were about to advance. The substance resembling black water began to seep into the hall from outside. Let us try to block it with a barrier, Shin Yunsi suggested, turning to Zhao Chu. Zhao Chu established the barrier in the center of the hall, resembling a transparent wall. The black water was abruptly halted, beginning to rise upwards. ACI, at this rate, the barrier won't hold, Dan Jie remarked, sensing something. This is definitely not a spirit. I can feel no trace of life or soul, only a repugnant presence that leaves me feeling quite unsettled. Witnessing Dan Jie's sudden agitation, Zhao Chu instinctively stepped back a few paces. Drawing the soul-calming bell from his side, he gently shook it, the sound resonating with a crisp, soothing tone. However, against the ever-rising black water, it had no effect. The black water reached the ceiling, and the barrier was on the verge of collapse. Zhao Chu pressed his hand against the barrier. Just as he spoke, cracks appeared in the barrier, and in an instant, the black water surged forward. Fortunately, Zhao Chu swiftly pulled Dan Jie into his embrace, using his own body to shield her from the encroaching black water. Zhao Chu, are you all right? Dan Jie broke free and looked up at Zhao Chu. Fortunately, it's just... Zhao Chu felt as if his heart were ablaze, a surge of emotions threatening to erupt that he grasped Dan Jie's hand tightly. Holding her arm firmly, Dan Jie, the soul-calming bell, and Hun. Shin Yunsi sensed something amiss and immediately called out to her. Black water continued to surge from the crack. This place was no longer safe, and they had to evacuate immediately. Dan Jie took one of the bells from the soul-calming bell and wrapped it around Zhao Chu's wrist. The moment it was bound, the once golden bell instantly appeared worn and devoid of luster. What is this? Dan Jie was acutely aware of the purification power of her soul-calming bell, now seemingly corroded, causing her to worry about Zhao Chu's condition. Zhao Chu signaled that he could walk on his own, urging them not to support him. Listen, Dan Jie scolded softly. You two return to the base first at Ase. They both spoke in unison. Rest assured, I want to use spiritual energy to no way. The two stood their ground. And Shin Yunsi, feeling helpless, said, You two go ahead. They nodded, and while they weren't paying attention, Shin Yunsi gently touched a spot of blackness. That's it. Suddenly, the two in front halted before them at the stairway. Floated a spirit that in a moment of haste. Dan Jie directly unleashed the 9-character incantation at it. The spirit, startled, looked at Dan Jie with disbelief before vanishing. Dan Jie realized that the spirit posed no malice. Yet the incantation had already been cast and could not be retracted. Let us head back, Zhao Chu said. Upon seeing everyone return safely, Su Guo let out a sigh of relief that I've been calling you all this time. But it seems you didn't hear me. I was almost frantic, she said while inspecting Zhao Chu's injuries. After Su Guo tended to his external wounds, Zhao Chu, observing the fatigued group, suggested, Let us rest for a bit. I am fine now. We can't keep pushing ourselves. How about we try summoning the spirit? Since you all believe in Ling means no harm, She will surely come forth, Sugwa proposed, her mind racing. Shen Yunci turned to Zhao Chu for confirmation. Let him rest first, Dan Jie interjected. Indeed, since the unusual events began with Enling, we should summon her, that I need her birth and death dates, as well as items she frequently used in life. Shen Yunci nodded in understanding. I'll prepare them tomorrow. For now, let us rest. The black water 1T spread to the third floor for a while. Let us go rest, Xiao Sugua. We may have a tough battle ahead, Dan Jie urged, nudging Sugua to encourage her to rest. That I no need. Dan Jie should rest. I'll take care of Zhao Gu tonight. I'll handle it. He has been corroded by the black water, and I can purify him while I'm here. After a moment's thought, Sugua agreed and brought out a folding bed. If you're tired, Dan Jie, you can use this first. I'll go find Shen Yunci and let him rest while I monitor, she said before stepping out of the partition. Chapter 10. Another Shen Yunci. Shen Yunci rolled up his sleeves. A few unruly strands of hair falling over his forehead, giving him an air of languor that he fixated on the repeatedly played video recording. Let us look at it again tomorrow. You should rest well tonight. I'll take the night shift, Sugwa said softly from behind. That it seems you still Haven T recalled, Shen Yunci remarked, his gaze piercing into Sugwa's eyes. Remember what? Sugwa asked. Puzzled, Shen Yunci merely shook his head, offering no reply. I'll leave this to you. Call me in 3 hours, he stated, moving toward the sofa in the back. Hey, aren't you going to the lounge? Sugwa received only the sight of Shen Yunci's retreating figure as a response. She tried to move quietly, avoiding noise, yet her mind was consumed with thoughts of Shen Yunci's earlier question. Had she forgotten something significant? Why did he say she hadn't remembered? In her recollection, the abandoned campus missing persons case was their first encounter. Could they have met before that? Although she sometimes felt an inexplicable familiarity with Shen Yunci. It left her disoriented, prompting her to force herself to forget or to convince herself that it was merely an illusion. Upon reflection, Shen Yunci's casual invitation to join the SPAR anomalous case investigation team felt overly casual. She only learned afterward that the investigators were all formidable spiritual practitioners renowned in their respective fields. For instance, Dan Jie, who was once the president of the Japan Association for Psychic Science, excelled in hypnosis and purification. Zhao Gu, a descendant of the witchcraft tradition, later apprenticed under Abe, making him the strongest among them. Yet, Shen Yunci remained an enigma. Despite being the team leader, he had never employed spiritual energy. The more Sugwa thought, the more her mind spiraled. She stole glances at the man lying on the sofa, unable to fathom his true intentions in bringing her on board. The following day. Zhao Gu, how are you? Sugwa asked, rubbing her sore eyes as she watched the man emerge from the lounge with a tousled hairstyle. That no need to worry. With Dan Jie around, what is there to fear? Zhao Chu playfully flicked his finger, waking Sugwa from her stupor. ISSCI still asleep. Looking at Shen Yunci lying on the sofa, Zhao Chu found it strange he said to call him in 3 hours last night. But I didn't want to disturb him when he didn't wake up after one called. He must be exhausted. Let him sleep a bit longer. Zhao Chu continued to gaze at Shen Yunci, sensing something was off. Given ACI's character, if he said he would wake up in a few hours, he would surely do so. Glancing at the clock, Zhao Chu realized he had already slept for 6 hours. This was highly unusual. Suddenly, he strode over to the sofa and turned Shen Yunci's head to the side. Did ACI? He lightly slapped Shen Yunci's cheek, yet there was no response. This is bad. He lifted Shen Yunci's chin and noticed the grayish-white hue creeping over his exposed arm. Dan Jie. Zhao Chu's expression grew anxious. What happened? Dan Jie rushed out, her demeanor shifting to serious upon seeing Zhao Chu lifting Shen Yunci's arm. This resembles your back from yesterday, corroded by the black water. ACI has come into contact with it. Hearing this, Zhao Chu clenched his fist and struck the nearby cushion in frustration. This is intentional. The black water was a distance away from Shen Yunci last night, with barriers in place. And considering ACI's own defenses, it would have been difficult for him to be infected unless he made contact himself. What? Dan Jie was taken aback that Sugwa, standing nearby, was at a loss, worried for Shen Yunci's safety. Why hadn't she noticed sooner? She hesitated to step forward, glancing at the still man lying there. A fleeting shadow in her mind overlapping with him, only to be forgotten in an instant. And no matter how hard she tried, Sugwa could not recall. Meanwhile, In his unconscious state, Shinyan Ci seemed to have entered another realm. Struggling against an unprecedented fury as he took his first step, that you've finally arrived, a familiar voice echoed in his ears. He lifted his gaze toward the source. Before him stood another Shinyan Ci, wearing a sinister smile. Did they think trapping me here would be a permanent solution? Look, you still came. Shinyan Ci refrained from responding, instead wrestling to suppress the chaotic emotions within him. Feelings he had never experienced before. A primal urge to tear everything apart. Why suppress it? That's you. The current you is the illusion, merely a puppet perfect in the eyes of others, the doppelganger proclaimed, bursting into laughter, mocking Shinyan Ci as a mere jester. What do you want? Shinyan Ci ignored the taunts, calmly inquiring. What do I want? I want to escape, to see the terror in their eyes. The expression on his face grew, increasingly deranged. But no, what do you mean no? As long as I am here, you have no chance. Ha ha. That's the biggest joke I've ever heard. At a teasome point, Shinyan Ci had approached the figure, seizing the Shinyan Ci by the throat. If you don't wish to vanish, then stay here obediently. Go ahead and act. We are one and the same. You can never escape from me. That if I disappear, you will too. That moment, a distant cry shattered the stillness. The sound fracturing everything before her, causing Shinyan Ci to dissipate like shards of glass, vanishing into countless fragments. Shinyan Ci, Shinyan Ci. This voice had been heard many years ago, still resonating with a longing to draw one near. To possess. Shinyan Ci slowly opened her eyes. Before her, Sugua's eyes were red, her cries tinged with a slight nasal tone. The crimson mark encircling Shinyan Ci's neck, along with her labored breathing, sent a chill through her heart. Fortunately, he had awakened at Asii. You should not have done this. Danjie admonished sternly for the first time, her expression devoid of emotion. Shinyan Ci remained silent, gazing profoundly at Danjie and Zhao Chu. Asii. Zhao Chu felt an unsettling sensation arise as he met her gaze. You are concealing something from me. I know it, and I have been waiting for you to speak. That do not make me wait too long. What matter? Danjie was taken aback by this sudden revelation. Shinyan Ci merely fixed her gaze upon her for a moment, choosing not to respond further. The Case of the Cursed School, Chapter 11. Summoning Souls. Watching Shinyan Ci's retreating figure, Danjie couldn't help but speak up. Zhao Chu, what exactly are you hiding from Asii? And what does Asii mean by looking at me like that? Do you remember when the association assigned you to Asii's side, instructing you to hypnotize her? What do you mean? Was that hypnosis not Asii's own consent? You have not seen how Asii was before. Danjie fell silent. Indeed, she had been reassigned to Shinyan Ci's side midway at that time. Shinyan Ci had just reached adulthood, and the association's task for her was not only to assist Shinyan Ci in investigating cases, but also to control her use of spiritual energy. Moreover, the very first task upon her reassignment was to conduct hypnosis to that time. She had believed it was Asii's own acceptance, unaware that it had been done without her consent, an enforced hypnosis. Why was there a need for enforced hypnosis? Without it, Asii would be an extremely dangerous individual. What do you mean? Asii possesses dual souls. What? Danjie had only read about this in books. Unlike schizophrenia, dual souls are akin to two individuals sharing one body, representing a balance of yin and yang within, that if one side surpasses the other, problems arise. Naturally, if the righteous side dominates the wicked, the individual would merely exhibit indecision without significant repercussions. However, should the malevolent side gain the upper hand, the person would become paranoid, antisocial, and a perilous entity. That do you know what Asii's spiritual energy is? Danjie shook her head. Exiting the spirit. Only Asii among the association can exit their spirit. Danjie was astonished. Yes, and what Asii releases is her own living soul. Each time, she expels the yin-bound living soul to manipulate it for slaughter. This is exceedingly dangerous. That if the living soul is injured in battle, then Asii herself would also sustain internal harm. Indeed, yet the released living soul possesses formidable abilities, which is why Asii rarely suffers injuries. However, it has grown increasingly powerful, and Asii can no longer suppress it, culminating in a complete eruption during a recent case that the case you all failed to resolve? Yes. Danjie was momentarily at a loss for words. Observing Asii's current condition, she seemed to have regained her memories, or at least pieced together the general situation. Faced with such circumstances, Zhao Chu found himself unable to make a decision. Ah, this is truly troublesome, Dan Jie sighed, resting her forehead in her hand. Beside them, Su Guo listened to their conversation, beginning to doubt whether her own memories had faltered. Let us set this matter aside for now. Our priority is to resolve the current case. Yes, I understand, Zhao Chu replied. What are your thoughts on the black water from yesterday? Su Guo inquired. That black water, if encountered, incites irritability and heightens negative emotions. Zhao Chu's words reminded Su Guo of the two students who had mentioned that Lu Xiaoyu's emotions had become markedly abnormal before her death. Could it be related to the black water? Upon voicing her conjecture, Dan Jie and Zhao Chu considered the possibility without dismissal. The door to the base swung open once more as Shen Yunci entered with a stack of documents, her expression impassive. The oppressive atmosphere lingered. This is in Ling's personal information, along with her belongings. Zhao Chu will conduct the summoning, she stated. Feeling uneasy, Zhao Chu approached to accept the documents and items that Su Guo was somewhat bewildered as to why these items were necessary. Gazing vacantly at Shen Yunci and Zhao Chu, summoning requires specific information about the deceased, such as birth date and death time, along with items they used in life. Shen Yunci seemed to perceive Su Guo's confusion and began explaining. I see. Shen Yunci continued, Su Guo, please tidy up the rest area. It will serve as the summoning ground. Upon hearing this, Su Guo promptly responded to Shen Yunci. Little Su Guo, remember to sprinkle salt around and affix talismans to prevent interference from other spirits. Zhao Chu instructed. Understood. Once all preparations were complete, the four entered the rest area to commence the summoning. Zhao Chu placed an incense burner in the center of the table, flanked by two black candles. Along with a copper item resembling a small bowl with a wooden handle, Shen Yunci had previously instructed silence. Su Guo held back her questions. Zhao Chu carefully opened a small box, extracting a black ink stone and grinding it gently. With everything ready, he lit the incense and inserted it into the burner, wisps of smoke rising slowly, filling the air with a rich fragrance. Zhao Chu took out a slightly yellowed piece of Xian paper and picked up a brush, inscribing in Ling's name and time of death upon it, and he then placed the paper atop the homework book brought by Shen Yunci. It is about to begin. Zhao Chu signaled for Shen Yunci to extinguish the remaining lights. The only illumination in the room came from the two candles, as Zhao Chu picked up the wooden-handled item and gave it a gentle shake, producing a sound like a bell, which echoed in the small room. Once silence returned, Zhao Chu opened his mouth, releasing an incredible sound, deep yet soft, akin to a whisper. The breath flowed like a gentle breeze, barely perceptible, evoking tones of shushing, hissing, and blowing that Su Guo was drawn in, feeling her weary spirit suddenly soothed and relaxed. Just as she reveled in a moment of peace, a sigh abruptly pierced the tranquility. Starkly out of place, that it was a woman's sigh, startling Su Guo into instinctively clutching Shen Yunci's sleeve. She scanned the surroundings, discovering a silhouette appearing on the wall opposite Zhao. Is that in Ling? Zhao Chu inquired. The shadow nodded slowly. You are dead. The shadow nodded again, indicating her awareness of her own demise. Hence, she should be cognizant of the events leading to her death. Did you take your own life? The shadow nodded but then abruptly shook her head, leaving the group perplexed. However, the time for summoning was limited, and they could only proceed to the next question. Are the strange occurrences at the school related to you? The shadow shook its head. Were you responsible for Lu Xiaoyu's death? The shadow shook her head. Then who was? Suddenly, she raised her hands toward the sky, shaking her body, and abruptly grasped her own throat. Asi, the spirit is losing strength. One last question. Is it a spirit? The shadow fervently shook her head before slowly extending her hand, pointing southeast. Then she vanished. The case of the cursed school, Chapter 12, Possession. What lies in that direction? Could it be referring to Sun Ming's home? Su Guo exclaimed, realizing that direction indeed led to Sun Ming's residence, that at the pen spirit-possessing Sun Ming that is responsible. Dan Jie questioned. Then how do we explain the black water present in the school? Zhao Chu speculated that perhaps multiple factors contributed to the school's peculiarities. Shen Yunci remained leaning against the wall, maintaining her stance that we should split up. Su Guo and I will investigate matters related to Sun Ming, while you and Dan Jie look into the black water at the school. No, you alone, as Zhao Chu began to protest. Shen Yunci shot him a glance that silenced him. Have you heard? The girl who died in the equipment room is quite suspicious that I've heard. The posts are already buzzing. They say she was playing with the pin spirit. What about the others? One seems to have gone mad. They haven't come to school in a while. Some say it isn't because of the pin spirit, but rather karma. What do you mean? The deceased supposedly had killed someone at another school. What? A murderer? That can't be. If she had truly killed someone, how could the school have accepted her? Money talks, I suppose that'd be why the way. Do you know about that website? What website? It is said that only at midnight does it appear. And if you inscribe your wishes and desires, they will come to fruition. What does this have to do with it? I've heard that those who encounter misfortune are often the ones mentioned on the website. How do you know so much about it? Could it be that you were the one who wrote it? Haha, I also heard about it from my sister, who learned it from her classmates. It sounds so implausible, and yet you believe it. By the way, don't forget to complete my homework, and for lunch, I would like fried rice.as for the lunch money for this week, glancing at the boy who was already slumped over in front of him. He clenched his fist, but ultimately relaxed it that if only that website truly existed. Are we still going to Sun Ming's house? Where are we going, and for what purpose? Shin Yunsi did not respond to Su Guo's inquiry. If I am not mistaken, the sword that supports Sun Ming's family must be running low on energy. With that, he reached out to press the doorbell. Upon seeing the elderly man again, Su Guo noticed that his appearance had deteriorated. Now shrouded in a dark aura, it's you two young students again. Grandfather, how is Sun Ming doing now? Su Guo asked cautiously, while Shin Yunsi, disregarding his surroundings, directly approached the sword that was enshrined. Old man, this sword can hardly hold on much longer. Can it? The old man stiffened suddenly, raising his head to gaze intensely at Shin Yunsi. Who are you? Just a spiritual practitioner. In fact, we were invited by the school to investigate some unusual occurrences. Here is our business card. Su Guo squeezed past Shin Yunsi and respectfully handed the card to the old man, to Purus Abnormal Cases Investigation Team. No wonder I felt that you both were somewhat different before. You must have already guessed the entity attached to Sun Ming, right? Shin Yunsi remarked. The old man gestured for a young girl behind him to prepare tea. I can only sense that entity. But I am powerless to act. Although our family is descended from Taoists, the remaining spiritual energy is limited. The only thing that protects us is that ancestral sword. Can you take me to see her? The old man nodded. Upon entering the room plastered with talismans, Su Guo was astounded. She had never seen such a dense collection of talismans before. She placed her hand on one of the talismans. The spiritual energy contained within was minimal, incomparable to Zhao Chu's talismans. This talisman was drawn by my nephew. It is the only one with spiritual energy among our generations, a mere drop in the bucket. Shin Yunsi stated expressionlessly that Su Guo kicked him hard, wondering if this person ever thought before speaking. The three of them entered Sun Ming's bedroom. Sun Ming was tied up with her hands bound to the bedpost. This is to prevent her from harming herself. At first, she exhibited self-harming behavior, the old man explained. What can Su Guo see? There is another presence within her body. Another presence? The old man inquired. Su Guo did not respond, but instead stood before Sun Ming. Gazing directly into her eyes, the entity clinging to Sun Ming resembled roots, tightly entwining around her body as she attempted to speak. It is impossible. The living and the dead belong to two distinct realms. You cannot continue to exist in this world. You must go to where you are meant to be. The spirit seemed unable to accept Su Guo's words, beginning to struggle and thrash about, which caused Sun Ming's body to move erratically as well. Although I do not know the circumstances of your death or what transpired between you and Sun Ming, I merely wish to help you. If this continues, you will be lost forever. Shin Yunsi watched as Su Guo spoke to herself. Fixated on the struggling Sun Ming, it appeared that Su Guo's attempts at communication were ineffective. If I were to guess, this spirit wished to remain in the earthly realm. Finally finding a vessel to inhabit, one that she could manipulate, who would pass up such an opportunity for rebirth? Su Guo, the soul attachment technique. Su Guo immediately shook her head in refusal, explaining that the soul attachment technique requires the spirit's consent. If forced to relive its past, the spirit would suffer greatly, and its journey through reincarnation would become even more arduous. It has endured so much already. We cannot do this to it. Do you think a stubborn spirit would care about such considerations? I disagree, Shin Yunsi sighed, rubbing his forehead. Give me some time. I will persuade it, all right. Su Guo tugged at Shin Yunsi's sleeve, shaking it gently. Shin Yunsi looked down at the fabric wrinkled by her pale fingers and cleared his throat, saying, Do as you wish. With that, he exited the room. Old man, could you tell us about any unusual behaviors exhibited by Sun Meng before this? And when it all began, the two returned to the living room. Approximately 2 months ago, Xiaoming began to act mysteriously. The nanny said she often talked to herself, that I had always thought it was due to her recent stress, especially since she had a protective talisman, and our home is warded, so I never imagined she could become possessed. Had she interacted with anyone prior to this? If the possession was involuntary, there would be instinctual resistance. Just like the current mania. Are you suggesting that Xiaoming willingly allowed herself to be possessed, only for the spirit to refuse to leave her body? Shinyansi nodded. There are many cases where individuals help the spirit inhabit their bodies, only to be overtaken in return. Xiaoming, how foolish you are. Spirits are adept at deception. The old man lamented, cradling his head in his hands. Chapter 13. The source in the bedroom. I do not know the nature of your relationship with Sun Ming, but the fact that she allowed you to inhabit her proves her trust in you. And yet you are contemplating how to seize her body. Do you not feel any remorse for your own conscience? Furthermore, the dead cannot return to the realm of the living. I believe you understand that if you have unfinished business or desires, I can assist you in fulfilling them. The entity latched on Sun Ming ceased its struggles and looked at Su Guo, its mouth moving incessantly. Are you saying you seek revenge? Is there another who has not been punished? Could it be that Lu Xiaoyu's incident was your doing? Su Guo recalled the previous autopsy report, which revealed that Lu Xiaoyu had not been struck by a fallen dumbbell due to the equipment room's disarray, but rather had been killed by a dumbbell thrown by someone. However, at that time, Lu Xiaoyu was the only one in the equipment room, and the surrounding surveillance only captured her entering the room. The implications were clear that as a descendant of a Taoist lineage, Sun Ming inherited some spiritual energy, albeit weak, which often led her to encounter spirits, prompting her to carry protective talismans. 3 months ago, when Sun Ming first encountered the spirit, it confided in her about its suffering, all stemming from Lu Xiaoyu. Lu Xiaoyu had only transferred to Yubei High School last year. Such prestigious institutions only admit students who can afford the tuition, and it was during this time that Lu Xiaoyu and Sun Ming became friends. Initially, Lu Xiaoyu treated Sun Ming well, but as time passed, Sun Ming discovered that she was not as kind-hearted as she appeared. She had witnessed Lu Xiaoyu bullying 2 of her close friends and learned that their friendship was rooted in Sun Ming's family background. In a fit of anger, Sun Ming encountered the spirit that had been following Lu Xiaoyu, which revealed to her that Lu Xiaoyu was her murderer and that she sought revenge. That it was due to Lu Xiaoyu's bullying that the spirit had embarked on a path of no return. And Lu Xiaoyu showed no signs of remorse, destined to become a scourge of society. Thus, the seed of vengeance began to take root. Furthermore, during the that fateful day, the spirit in Sun Ming initially intended to frighten Lu Xiaoyu. But for reasons unknown, she suddenly died. Sun Ming believed that the spirit had betrayed her and killed Lu Xiaoyu without her knowledge, leading to a conflict between them, and the spirit began to entertain thoughts of remaining in the earthly realm. Understanding the chain of events, Su Guo continued to persuade the now silent spirit, saying, "Let go. If you find peace, you can come to us, that we will always be at school. The dead have no rights to choose." Su Guo turned and exited the room. How did it go? I have a better understanding of the situation now, and can we give her some time? If it doesn't work out in the end, we can leave it to Zhao Ge and Dan Jie. Shinyansi nodded, ruffling Su Guo's hair. Xiaoming, are you all right? That spirit will not harm her for the time being. The grandfather can rest easy. The old man sighed in relief, gradually relaxing his body. Old man, just maintain the current state. Su Guo, talismans. That Su Guo immediately understood Shinyansi's intent and took out 2 talismans from her bag. One was a protective barrier for safety, and the other was for dispelling spirits. The elderly man received the talisman, its potent spiritual energy causing him to momentarily gasp in astonishment. That he gazed at the 2 individuals before him with profound contemplation. Were they truly the genuine energy wielders? Grandfather, we shall pay our respects again in the future. Thank you for your assistance today. That Su Guo bowed to the elder, and the 2 departed inside the vehicle. The spirit claimed not to have harmed Lu Xiaoyu, insisting she was not the perpetrator. Spirits are notorious for their deceit. That I sense it is not lying to me. Do you suspect Enling is deceiving us? Enling did not explicitly state that the issue lies with Sun Ming and her associates. It appears not to be overly foolish. Huh. What do you mean? Perhaps the matters we are investigating are merely superficial. We may not have grasped the deeper issues at hand. You speak in such abstract terms. What do you mean by deeper issues? That will depend on what Dan Jie and Zhao Chu uncover. Do you suspect He Shui is the root cause? The origin of He Shui remains unclear. It appeared as if from thin AI, or do you not find that suspicious? Moreover, I suddenly realized that both in Ling and that spirit have been reticent about discussing He Shui. Su Guo abruptly recognized the aspect she had been overlooking as she gazed at the trees retreating outside the window, falling into deep thought that on the school rooftop, look. Is someone on the rooftop? Indeed. What could they be planning? Surely they aren't contemplating jumping. Goodness, is it that thrilling? The teacher is already rushed over. Let us hope no harm comes to anyone. Hey, isn't that someone from your class? A boy nudged a nearby student with his shoulder. Ah, the boy stared blankly at the figure on the rooftop. Could it be? Is that website real? Will he die? Will he die? Then he would be freed and on the rooftop. Despite the teacher's earnest entreaties, the boy offered no response. Merely standing at the edge, as if he were a soulless puppet, oblivious to the world around him. Yet no one noticed the boy's trembling lips. Had one approached, they would have heard his sobs and whispered, "Please, save me." I do not wish to die. He could no longer control his body as he watched his foot step into the void, his heart racing in panic. The last thing he saw was a few figures rushing forward, their hands reaching out in vain, their faces stricken with fear. Da-da! He fell. Having just returned to school, Xin Yunxi and Su Guo observed the congested road ahead, a throng of people whispering, some covering their faces, others fleeing in terror, and some retching. What transpired up ahead? As Su Guo stepped out of the car, Xin Yunxi halted her. "You wait here. I will go take a look." "All right, be swift and return." Watching Xin Yunxi blend into the crowd, Su Guo rolled down the window to peer outside, subsequently messaging Dan Jie and Zhao Chu. Case of the Cursed School, Chapter 14. The Mysterious Website. "Xiao Su Guo, you all are back," as soon as the message was sent. Zhao Chu's call came through to "We are blocked at the school gate. Xin Yunxi went to assess the situation, that we are here as well. If a CI returns, let him head straight to the base." Su Guo responded, and Zhao Chu ended the call. Approximately 10 minutes later, the crowd began to disperse, and Xin Yunxi's figure came into view. The yellow and white caution tape was faintly visible in the distance. "What happened?" she inquired as Xin Yunxi entered the car. "Another student has jumped." "What?" Su Guo covered her mouth. "It is still unclear whether it is related to the spirit. We should return for now." "Yes, Zhao Ge called earlier as well, instructing us to head directly to the base." Xin Yunxi nodded, skillfully starting the vehicle, preparing to leave. "Wait!" Su Guo suddenly called out, leaning out the window to look that a wisp of black mist caught her eye. Reminiscent of what she had witnessed in the equipment room where Lu Xiaoyu had perished. She followed the drifting black mist direction, which coincided with Ling's earlier indication. This could not be mere coincidence. "Did you discover something?" "A wisp of black mist. I saw it before at Lu Xiaoyu's location." "He Shui, black mist?" "Intriguing. They must have some connection to CI. You all are back." Zhao Chu was tapping away at the computer, while Dan Jie stood by the printer continuously collecting freshly printed materials. "Did you uncover anything on your end?" Xin Yunxi inquired, hanging his coat on the nearby rack, "that we have no leads on He Shui. But Dan Jie and I have uncovered a legend surrounding this school." "What legend?" Su Guo leaned in, curious that at midnight, a link to a vending post appears on the school's website. If you enter and express your grievances and desires, they will be fulfilled. It is essentially a curse on those you are dissatisfied with. Have there been successful curses? Well, if a curse succeeds, it equates to murder. Do you think they would admit to it? Xin Yunxi regarded Su Guo with a look of incredulity. Have you found the website? Neither Dan Jie nor I excel in that area, Zhao Chu admitted sheepishly. Let Lin Shu and his team handle it. After all, it is their assigned task, and they must contribute in some way. That he gestured for Zhao Chu to contact Lin Shu and his brother. Dan Jie, please reach out to the school administration. Issue a notification and invite any students who have visited this website to speak with us. That, of course, we will ensure their privacy is respected. Dan Jie nodded, placing the organized materials aside. Will any students come? Su Guo expressed concern that if it indeed involves curses, do you think they will remain unaffected? They are bound to experience repercussions. Everything in this world is reciprocal. To harm others through curses, one must pay a price. There is no such thing as a free lunch. That if you curse others to descend into hell, You may find yourself paying the price of eternal damnation, and sometimes the cost incurred may far exceed the intended outcome. Sugwa fell silent. Shin Yunsi's words resonated with truth. How could there be free lunches in this world? The website appears at midnight each day. Once you exit, the page vanishes, only to reappear at the following midnight. We can attempt to access it tonight, Zhao Chu suggested. Huh. Zhao Ge, that was quick. It was just a phone call. Besides, Lin Shu is a reliable individual. Dan Jie may take longer. After all, those who have accessed that site may be numerous. A CI. What are you pondering? Zhao Chu inquired, noticing Shin Yunsi's contemplative expression. What do you think the purpose of this website is? To disrupt school order? But would they go to such lengths? Zhao Chu found himself momentarily speechless. If we could ascertain its purpose, perhaps the current dilemmas would be resolved. That I need to add something. Sugwa raised her hand. What do you wish to add? Xiao Sugwa. Zhao Chu chuckled. I believe this website is significantly related to Lu Xiaoyu's death. Shin Yunsi gestured for her to continue. That I conversed with the spirit attached to Sun Ming. It merely acknowledged having frightened Lu Xiaoyu, but firmly denied causing her demise. While spirits may sometimes deceive humans, I sense it spoke the truth. Under what circumstances would you establish such a website? The investigation once again found itself in a quandary. Nightfall.is This the website. Sugwa displayed a large logo with a red handprint. Upon entering, an unsettling background melody played. Ugh, Sugwa instinctively pressed her temples. What happened? Zhao Chu inquired, noticing her sudden reaction. It felt as if something pierced my head. Sugwa continued to massage her temples. Is it the music? That seems likely. Sugwa, uncertain, turned the volume back up, and the headache returned with vengeance. It is indeed the music. Xiao Sugwa is very sensitive to spiritual energy, easily influenced by negative spiritual forces. Zhao Chu noted, aware of Sugwa's acute sensitivity. What did you just say? Shin Yunsi's eyes widened, as hidden information began to surface. Xiao Sugwa is too sensitive and can be easily affected by spiritual energy. Zhao Chu reiterated once more, as Shin Yunsi recalled the previous occasion when he and Zhao Chu had encountered the black water, which had similarly incited feelings of agitation within him. He speculated whether there might be some subtle connection between the black water and this ominous website. After Zhao Chu spoke, he too sensed that something was amiss. ACI, during that time, I was affected by the black water. The two exchanged glances, instantly comprehending each other's thoughts. Xiao Sugwa, continue probing. I am quite eager to discover what this website harbors. Zhao Chu rubbed his hands together in anticipation. All right, the case involved a school beset by curses. Chapter 15. The curse to AT that moment. The door swung open. I am utterly exhausted, Dan Jie lamented, massaging her shoulders as she sauntered in. How did it go? Only a handful of students spoke the truth. The others either ignored the matter or feigned ignorance. After all, this is akin to murder. Who would dare step forward to admit it? What do you mean? Those who approached me with the intent to reveal the truth were from the side affected by the curse, and since no severe incidents occurred, at most they fell ill, which emboldened them to speak up. They indeed accessed that website and engaged in cursing, though they bore no malice sufficient to wish death upon others, merely indulging in minor jinxes. However, once those curses manifested, they panicked. Dan Jie stood by the water cooler, poured herself a cup of water, took a sip, and continued, as for those who cursed to death, they likely will not come forward. It seemed Shin Yunsi's earlier conjectures had been misguided. Those students, even aware of the potential backlash, remained silent. What are you all doing here? Dan Jie did not pursue that topic further, but we intend to explore which website may yield useful clues upon hearing this. Dan Jie positioned herself behind Sugwa. Sugwa continued to manipulate the computer. It appears rather ordinary. Aside from the unsettling logo at the outset, once inside, the layout resembles that of any standard website, save for the dark cross at the top. This must be the locus for curses, Shin Yunsi remarked, pointing at the center of the screen. What is the matter? Noticing Shin Yunsi's contemplative expression, Sugwa inquired. Zhao Chu, doesn't this seem familiar to you? Upon hearing this, Zhao Chu leaned in to scrutinize the screen. Indeed, Sugwa stood up and offered her chair to Zhao Chu, who swiftly maneuvered the mouse to zoom out the page. When the page was reduced by half, the entire layout became visible, featuring a simplistic human figure at the center, flanked by two empty spaces designated for the names and birth dates of the intended victims, with incomprehensible patterns adorning the borders. Is this the curse symbol? Sugwa asked. Typically, curses are drawn on paper and buried in tainted grounds to facilitate the jinx. The most crucial aspect of such symbols lies in the incantations inscribed around them. The creator of this website must possess a profound understanding of curse symbols. Fortunately, being online diminishes their potency. Otherwise, it could result in numerous casualties. ISNT had said that they must be buried in tainted locations for efficacy. How can something like this be executed online? Sugwa queried. Tainted grounds refer to graveyards or sites of previous tragedies. The cross at the top of the webpage signifies a cemetery, Zhao Chu elaborated. Thus, Shinyunsi abruptly slammed the folder he held onto the table, the sound echoing sharply in the quiet room. Sugwa, startled, glanced at Shinyunsi, rarely having witnessed him in such a state of agitation. ACI, have you come to a realization? Danjie too was perplexed by Shinyunsi's sudden insight. Curses inherently carry negative emotions and influences, and their transmission online is swifter and more extensive. While each individual's expression of malice online may be minor, collectively they can culminate in a more substantial malevolence that, if I am not mistaken, that black water and the school enveloped in darkness that Sugwa once saw, those are manifestations of the student's malice and negative emotions. But what about Lu Xiaoyu and those students who met with fatal accidents? Such malevolence serves as a veritable feast for malevolent spirits. Would you resist such a sumptuous offering? ACI, are you suggesting that the multitude of spirits in the school is due to their attraction to this malice? Danjie found this notion somewhat incredulous. Yet how do we explain the apparent lethargy of most spirits here? If I am correct, the black water has already materialized, hasn't it? Shinyunsi's statement struck like a bolt from the blue, causing their eyes to widen in shock. When malevolence reaches a formidable strength, it can consume weaker spirits, akin to the ancient practice of raising venomous creatures. Powerful entities devour the weak. This is precisely why Ling and the spirit that possess Sun Meng remain tight-lipped about the black water. Could it be that they fear being consumed and thus, the spirit within Sun Meng sought to occupy her body? Sugwa exclaimed, as if a revelation had struck her. You are unusually astute today. Shinyunsi said with a slight smile. What shall we do now? If it has truly taken shape, can we confront it? Danjie regarded Shinyunsi earnestly. The four of us would find it exceedingly difficult. Nearly impossible. What? Merely grazing it would render one susceptible to its influence, unless one harbors no dark thoughts. However, as long as one is human, a trace of malevolence inevitably exists within. Shinyunsi explained, which also elucidated why bullying and disputes were prevalent in that school. Although the motives behind this remain unclear, it is evident that this scheme has been meticulously orchestrated over time. The black water is not something that materializes overnight. Was Ling's leap from the building a result of such influence? Sugwa inquired. Only she knows the truth. Currently, even the most cunning spirits avoid the black water. This explains why we did not encounter Ling earlier, if even spirits are inclined to shun danger. It is evident how profound the influence of this black water is. Indeed, among the four of us, only Zhao Gu possesses the strongest spirit-repelling abilities, yet it remains insufficient, according to Danjie, while she can purify. The black water is beyond her capacity. Lin Shu and Lin Yin should have completed their tasks by now. We could summon them. ACI, did you conceive this idea long ago? Indeed, one must see things through to the end. Having accepted this case, they should contribute to its resolution. How pitiable Lin Shu and his cohort are, Sugwa remarked with a touch of schadenfreude. What preparations do we need to undertake? The black water only manifests at night. When the atmosphere is laden with energy, though we must prepare talismans capable of counteracting this energy and ensnaring it. Leave that to Zhao Gu. Danjie and I would be of no assistance. Moreover, I have another question that if the black water is eradicated, will the curse cease to exist, or will those who inscribe the curses face backlash? The curse will dissipate, but the backlash will endure. Once a curse is cast, a price must be paid. Now that they are adults, they must take responsibility for their actions. Shinyunsi stated calmly, devoid of any discernible emotion. Sugwa understood his implications and refrained from pressing further, acknowledging the cyclical nature of cause and effect as the most favorable outcome. Chapter 16. Concerns. Sugwa felt an inkling that Shinyunsi was withholding certain truths, though she could not ascertain specifics. Gradually, she moved closer to Danjie. I can't shake the feeling that Shinyunsi, is keeping something from us. What prompts such a thought? Dan Jie chuckled. Lin Shu and the others are certainly within his considerations. He must have known from the outset that the four of us could not resolve this, and he is acutely aware that matters on Lin Shu's end have concluded. ACI likely has his own plans, and he wouldn't voice uncertainties. That as simply as nature, do we need only trust him. All right, Sugwa conceded. Dan Jie, standing behind Sugwa, gave her shoulders a gentle nudge. All right, your hair is nearly thinning. Don't overthink it. We should prepare. Prepare for what? Dinner, of course. As Zhao Chu and Shin Yunsi exited the base, their conversation was anything but lighthearted. Observing Shin Yunsi's stern demeanor, Zhao Chu sensed a deviation from his usual self. Was there still some uncertain factor at play? He opened his mouth to inquire but ultimately fell silent. Given Shin Yunsi's temperament, such a direct question would yield no response. This led him to ponder whether Shin Yunsi was contemplating yet another perilous endeavor. Recalling their first case, he remembered how Shin Yunsi had refrained from utilizing his spiritual abilities, recklessly placing himself in danger without regard for his own safety. ACI, you must cease engaging in such hazardous activities. Another incident, and you will be sent back to the headquarters in England. Are you threatening me? Shin Yunsi met his gaze with calm intensity. I am merely concerned for your safety. Think of your parents. Shin Yunsi fell silent, and Zhao Chu understood that he had absorbed the gravity of the situation. What do you estimate the likelihood of eliminating the black water to be? Shin Yunsi suddenly inquired. Turning around, if it were you involved, I would say 100%. You hold me in too high regard that I am aware of your capabilities. Thank you for your faith in me. Then what is it that concerns you? There is no concern. Zhao Chu could only shrug helplessly behind him. The black water had existed for some time, and even someone of Dan Jie's caliber, a top-tier purifying spiritual practitioner, was rendered powerless that night. Moreover, only those who had been infected could be purified. He speculated that this black water required a host to be purified. What kind of host could withstand such an abundance of black water and negative emotions? He vividly recalled Dan Jie's helplessness in the face of the black water. The path to purification remained arduous. Furthermore, the existence of this dark energy served to anchor itself within human bodies, exacerbating their negative emotions and compelling them to commit irreversible acts. Initially, he had merely intended to trap the black water, gradually purifying what was ensnared, yet he felt a sense of dissonance in that moment. Do you recall how Dan Jie faced the black water? Her soul-calming bell was not hindered by fear. Rather, it was only after your infection that the bell managed to purify. Indeed, that I can only confine it. Any other action feels ineffective, akin to a stone sinking into the sea. Shin Yunsi did not elaborate further. What does that signify? We will devise a detailed plan once Lin Shu and the others arrive. Are you worried about a failed purification? It feels as though things are not progressing smoothly. Zhao Chu could only offer a sheepish grin, remaining silent. In the evening, hello, long time no see. Two young men, possessing striking appearances and keen intellects, stood at the entrance of the base, peering inside and greeting those within. Lin Shu, Lin Yin, it's been a while. Dan Jie and Su Guo greeted the two. What a feast! As they beheld the hot pot set up on a small table, they could not help but salivate. This is prepared specially by me and Dan Jie. One must have strength to work. Is this a sweet day for us? Lin Yin laughed as he approached the table. Did he not speak like that? You both took on this case as well. Su Guo retorted. So, how is it? Shin Yunsi should have informed you. Su Guo probed, perplexed. Lin Yin was eager to know how to resolve the issue, especially since this black water was their first encounter. Shin Yunsi mentioned that it is a malicious curse formed by students, and purification should suffice. Now that you put it that way, it seems quite simple. Lin Yin jested. Did I trust you? Your exorcism abilities are indeed impressive. So, who is stronger, me or Zhao Guo? Lin Yin grinned mischievously. Undoubtedly, it is our Zhao Guo. Just as those words left his lips, the base's door swung open once more. Little Su Guo, what mischief are you speaking of me now? Little Su Guo has not spoken ill of you. She was singing your praises. You two should come and eat. What is this? Su Guo looked at the two men, each carrying a large bag of items, inquiring curiously, "It's just wood planks." After placing the items in the corner, he continued, "What do you need this for?" Achi said it was necessary. What purpose does this serve? Su Guo used public chopsticks to transfer the cooked meat into Shin Yunsi's bowl, smiling sweetly. Human figures. You don't mean to use it for some voodoo doll, do you? Sugwa suddenly realized. Let us see how things unfold. If we cannot purify it tonight, we will have to resort to Plan B. Isn't this meant for cursing someone? Sugwa pointed at the bag, disbelief etched on her face. Curses can be categorized as white or black. White curses assist others, while black curses harm. Many examples exist of the same curse possessing both light and dark aspects. That is true. The yin-yang family's repel enemies also has dual meanings. Zhao Chu added thoughtfully, that I see that Sugwa nodded, that a chi using this is certainly not for malevolent purposes that I know. I never suggested he was up to no good. This wood as a vessel for the soul is known as a drifting doll in Japan. If it is used to replace someone, it will take on that person's experiences that be why invoking calamity for the replaced individual and sealing it away in a river. Purification can be achieved. Zhao Chu continued to enlighten Sugwa. However, given the vast quantity, both a chi and I hope not to have to enact this plan, Zhao Chu added. Understood. Let us eat, and we can discuss this further later. Our priority is to satisfy our appetites, Danja interjected, cutting off the ongoing discourse that, oh, all right, Sugwa nodded, returning to her meal, that I end the cursed school case. Chapter 17. Materialization. Night fell. The black water had predominantly manifested in the first floor hall. So that area would be entrusted to Lin Shu and Lin Yin. Are you both capable of handling this? Shin Yunsi inquired Dadachi. I believe this is not suitable. Shin Yunsi looked up at Zhao Chu, who explained, they have not yet encountered it, and I fear they may struggle. Then Lin Shu and Zhao Chu, you two will guard the first floor, while Dan Jie and Lin Yin will monitor the second floor. Dan Jie signaled an affirmative okay, that I and Sugwa will ensure we can observe the surveillance. This is a binding talisman. We will do our utmost to contain the black water within a certain range, which will facilitate our purification efforts. Zhao Chu handed the talisman to Lin Shu. Is there anything else you require of me? Lin Shu asked as he accepted it. Dan Jie and I previously failed to control the flow of the black water. And if you become tainted by it, your mental state may be compromised, so be cautious not to let it touch you. Understood, I'll be vigilant. Dan Jie and Lin Yin are likely our last line of defense. The spread of the black water is intensifying. Lin Shu grasped Zhao Chu's intent. Should the black water extend to Dan Jie's vicinity, the probability of successful purification would diminish greatly. Currently, the black water only manifested at night. However, we could not ensure that it would not appear during the day if it continued to spread, which would place the students in grave danger. Inside the base, after confirming all surveillance systems were operational, Shin Yunsi donned his headset and began adjusting the sound settings. What should I do? He asked, not lifting his gaze from the keyboard where his fingers danced ceaselessly. You will be responsible for recording the temperature. Shin Yunsi did not even glance up. Okay. Once he confirmed that all monitoring and temperature readings were normal, Shin Yunsi issued the readiness command. The surveillance showed Zhao Chu and Lin Shu affixing talismans at the four corners of the hall, with Lin Shu holding the compass, observing the oscillating needle. The magnetic field here is highly unstable, worse than when we first arrived. The needle swayed back and forth. What differences do you observe compared to when you first arrived? The number of spirits has diminished, yet another strange aura has emerged. That must be the black water. A chi believes it is the malice coalesced within the school. Malice. Suddenly, the door to the hall rattled with a loud clang, as if someone were desperately tugging at the locked door from the outside. Bathed in moonlight, half of the door was cloaked in shadow. Zhao Chu, it has arrived, Shin Yunsi's voice rang out in the earpiece. Unervingly calm. The black water seeped through the crack in the door, a gelatinous substance writhing on the floor. This was Lin Shu's first encounter with such a phenomenon, leading him to question whether this was a spirit. The black water began to surge inward but did not spread further. As if it were waiting for something, the black water continued to accumulate. It gradually took on a humanoid form. Standing nearly 2 meters tall, its face obscured from view. Zhao Chu was also rendered motionless by the shocking sight. Meanwhile, Shin Yunsi detected an anomaly. Sugwa, the computer. Sugwa promptly handed over the nearby computer. Shin Yunsi opened the curse web page and input a program she could not comprehend. Just as I suspected, Shin Yunsi realized, drawing closer to the truth of his hypothesis. What is this? Sugwa asked, bewildered. The number of visitors to the web page surged. Having previously surmised that the energy supply for the black water stemmed from the negative energy of curses, it seemed they were correct. So now, because the energy is sufficient, The black water has taken on a human form? Su Guo inquired. Precisely. Shin Yunsi refocused his attention on the surveillance. What is the temperature? There has been no change in temperature, Su Guo remarked, puzzled. The appearance of the black water had never altered the temperature. Typically, the presence of spirits would lower it. Could it be that the black water was not a spirit? Zhao Chu, just as I previously conjectured, the increase in negative emotions has allowed this black water to take shape. What you may face could be far more perilous. Before Shin Yunsi could finish, he saw the shadowy figure on the screen extract a scythe from its mouth, akin to a reaper, and charge violently towards Zhao Chu. The previously laid binding formation failed to restrain it in any way. Damn it. Zhao Chu upheld the barrier, yet the scythe struck the barrier, causing ripples to emanate across its surface. Meanwhile, Lin Shu withdrew the compass in his hand. Revealing a jade seal in the palm of his hand, he hurled the jade seal towards the shadow, drawing a sword from the void and swinging it at the shadow. The shadow was struck directly by the jade seal. Momentarily pausing, the jade seal caused a portion of the shadow's dark energy to leak out. The shadow attempted to grasp the dissipating dark energy, but clutched at nothing. That it halted and turned its gaze towards Lin Shu. Raising the scythe once more, Lin Shu positioned his sword horizontally before him, staring unwaveringly at it. Zhao Chu also noticed that the spot struck by the jade seal continued to exude dark energy, resembling a vent that incessantly overflowed. There are numerous spirits appearing on the rooftop. They are moving downstairs. Suddenly, Su Guo's voice echoed through the headset. Dan Jie and Lin Yin simultaneously spotted the emergence of spirits at the stairway. Yet surprisingly, those spirits did not attack them. Instead, they moved forward in a dazed manner, all heading toward a singular direction. Dan Jie, this feels a bit off, doesn't it? Lin Yin's sword slowly drooped in his hand. We shall follow them. Dan Jie nodded at Lin Yin, indicating her agreement. Their destination was likely the hall. That Su Guo's voice resonated through the headset once more. Suddenly, a sharp intake of breath filled the air. Su Guo covered her mouth, staring in disbelief at the scene on the monitor. Did I in the hall? Zhao Chu and Lin Shu beheld a horrifying and repulsive sight that made them feel nauseated. The hollow spirits floated directly toward the shadow, and upon reaching its front, the shadow's head suddenly enlarged, transforming into a massive mouth that directly severed the heads of those before it. At a crunch echoed from that direction. Akin to the sound of crunching brittle bones, as the number of consumed spirits increased, the shadow's form became increasingly distinct. Chapter 18. And Ling, the temperature in the hall plummeted to sub-zero due to the multitude of spirits present. The shadow continued to devour these spirits. Should we intervene? Lin Shu turned to Zhao Chu. ACI? Zhao Chu placed his right hand on the microphone. There is no need to intervene. The black water has already taken shape. Previously, it existed as a collective consciousness, making purification impossible. However, once it consumes spirits, it will merge with them, granting us a chance to purify it. Upon hearing this, Su Guo understood Shin Yunsai's intent, that as a manifestation of malicious consciousness. The shadow could only influence human will. Yet if it consumed spirits and acquired their characteristics, it would be able to possess and manipulate reality like a spirit. The shadow became clearer, its formerly obscure visage revealing a familiar face. And Ling? Zhao Chu exclaimed in surprise. How can this be? Su Guo questioned in disbelief. Could it be that Ling is the mastermind behind this? Why would it be you? Zhao Chu was puzzled. The Ling before him bore a heavier aura of malice than the Ling from their previous summoning. Because I do not wish to die, she replied with a piercing laugh. In truth, at the moment of her leap, she had already regretted her decision. The suffocating sensation, the desperate yearning to reclaim everything and return to the beginning, lingered until her soul was displaced. Only then did she realize that she truly did not want to die. Witnessing those who had bullied and insulted her still alive intensified her psychological imbalance. She contemplated revenge but discovered her actions had no effect on them whatsoever, which only fueled her anger further. During her aimless wandering through the campus, she inadvertently discovered the existence of the black water. Noticing its gradual increase, uncertain whether it would benefit her, she observed from the sidelines. Fortunately, she encountered another spirit, the one currently possessing Sun Ming. Through their conversation, she learned that this spirit had died unexpectedly due to bullying by Lu Xiaoyu at their previous school, resulting in psychological trauma. Consumed by hatred for Lu Xiaoyu, the spirit lingered nearby, seeking an opportunity for revenge. However, having become a spirit with insufficient power, it could only engage in minor disturbances, unable to significantly impact Lu Xiaoyu. Upon reflection, Enling recognized that this spirit's state mirrored her own, that a plan began to form in her mind. She urged the spirit to attempt contact with the black water, but the spirit nearly succumbed to being consumed. Although it narrowly escaped, it discovered an expanded range of influence. Until the day Lu Xiaoyu and her friends played a game at school, the spirit intended to frighten them, but realized it could now affect real objects. Thus, it occasionally emerged to scare Lu Xiaoyu, providing a sense of cathartic revenge that alleviated its oppressive mood. Later, she once again encountered the black water, but this time it nearly cost her life. The black water began to absorb the weaker spirits around it, nearly pulling her in as well. Subsequently, she became attached to Sun Meng, waiting for a chance at rebirth. Witnessing the experiences of that spirit made her realize the impossibility of her plan's smooth execution. Just as she was about to give up, she met that person. That person gifted her an object, and after integrating it into her being, she attempted to absorb the black water, surprisingly without rejection or risk of being consumed. The individual informed her that the optimal time to absorb the black water was when it had taken shape. This explained why, after the black water consumed spirits, it formed unconscious spirits before devouring them. Enling extended her hands forward, closing them in a fist as she felt her corporeal form. She gazed at Zhao Chu and Lin Shu standing before her. "Do you wish to obstruct me? Do you realize what you have become? You understand that by doing this, you forfeit your chance at rebirth." Zhao Chu looked at the girl before him with deep sorrow. Enling remained silent. Instead, fixing her crimson gaze on the two before her, that a scythe-like long blade materialized in her hand. Her long hair danced wildly in the air, resembling a frenzied lunatic, as she charged straight toward Zhao Chu. Enveloped in dark energy. Due to her exaggerated movements, the dark energy left afterimages along her path. Beware of this dark energy. Zhao Chu thought that if he was not mistaken, Enling had already become a vessel for malice and negative emotions. While he was unsure how she had merged with the black water, something felt amiss, as he had not detected Enling's intense hatred during the previous summoning, though he could not rule out being deceived by the spirit. Lin Shu positioned his sword horizontally to block the incoming scythe. The scythe, emanating dark energy, made contact with the sword's blade, causing white sword energy to seep into the black energy, only to be devoured in an instant. Lin Shu forcefully thrust forward, attempting to push Enling away, yet she adeptly leaped and landed securely behind Zhao Chu. Fortunately, he had anticipated this, as Enling prepared to stab him from behind. He raised the barrier. In the base, Shin Yunkai witnessed this scene. Both expected and unexpected. "Esugua, I entrust you with an important task. You must see it through." Esugua nodded solemnly in response to Shun Yunsai's grave instruction before quietly slipping out the back door with the item in hand. The battle in the hall escalated, with Lin Shu and Zhao Chu clearly at a disadvantage. Their attacks seemed futile against Enling, as if the black water had altered her spirit constitution, rendering their magical assaults ineffective. "Danjie, can you hear me? Go support Zhao Chu in the hall." Zhao Chu, refrain from using spell attacks. Employ Shikigami instead. Zhao Chu instantly grasped Shin Yunsai's meaning. It appeared Enling had transcended mere spirit. With a physical form, they would attack with corporeal entities. That a sharp whistle escaped Zhao Chu's lips, and in an instant, a beam of white light descended from the sky, crashing down upon Enling. The dark energy was instantly dispersed by the white light, failing to reassemble. Initially, Enling dismissed the event, but upon Zhao Chu summoning a second Shikigami, she sensed something was amiss with her dark energy. The horizon began to glow with white light, and Enling peered through the glass, gazing outside. Just then, Danjie arrived, following her lead, the clear sound of the soul-conquering bell ringing painfully in Enling's head. Summoning all her strength, she directed the scythe toward the trio, but just as Zhao Chu intended to make his move, Danjie acted first. The sound of the soul-conquering bell rippled through the air, spreading waves towards Enling. She took a step back, turning to flee towards the door, vanishing into thin air before anyone could react. Chapter 19. Epilogue. The following day, within a week, there exist 5 celestial beings, divine entities of heaven and earth. However, those formed from desires, malice, and all negative emotions do not belong to any of these 5 beings. rendering our methods of dealing with spirits entirely ineffective against them. Shin Yunkai explained as he surveyed the individuals seated at the table. But why did Zhao Ji's Shikigami affect in Ling? Su Guo inquired, puzzled. Not quite. Zhao Chu's Shikigami is not merely controlled by talismans and charms. The IT carries the consciousness of a human soul. Essentially, a soul that willingly became a Shikigami, forfeiting rebirth to be commanded by Zhao Chu. Shun Yunkai glanced at Zhao Chu, who appeared lost in thought, engulfed in memories. What shall we do now? Dan Jie placed tea before each person, her expression laden with concern. That is Su Guo. Have you managed to arrange the task I assigned you? Shin Yunkai turned to Su Guo, ignoring Dan Jie, i.e., that IT has been dispatched. We should be able to retrieve it by noon. What is happening? Xiao Su Guo? Zhao Chu regained his composure and smiled as he assisted Su Guo with her chair. Shin Yunsi instructed me to distribute the wooden plaques to you all, so that you could inscribe your names and birth dates upon them. That I see. Zhao Chu suddenly comprehended Shin Yunsi's intention. To untie the knot, one must find the one who tied it. Since the source of the dark waters lies within the student's negative emotions, we must begin by alleviating those emotions that I still don't quite understand. There are two methods to dispel the curse placed by the students. One is to follow the incantation, and the other is to return the curse to the students. Both methods seem unfeasible. Danti they, Xiao Suguo is right. Dan Jin nodded in agreement. Hence, I instructed Su Guo to distribute the plaques to the students. Shin Yunsi's long fingers tapped rhythmically on the table. ACI, do you intend to use the plaques to substitute for the students? Returning the curse to the plaques instead, thereby ensuring the student's safety? Shin Yunsi nodded. It appears that this was all part of your foresight, Zhao Chu remarked with a smile. However, the final resolution still rests with you. You seem to overestimate my abilities, Zhao Chu replied with a wry smile. Su Guo looked at Zhao Chu in confusion, about to speak when he interrupted her with his next words, that if it were merely a dozen figures, I could manage, but the numbers have exceeded our expectations. Zhao Chu recalled the numerous wooden plaques Shin Yunsi had brought back, initially thinking they were merely for backup, never considering that he intended to utilize them all. Let us proceed. Shin Yunsi said nothing further, merely walking toward Zhao Chu, his gaze imbued with resolute conviction. Then, Su Guo was pulled back by Dan Jie, shaking her head. Su Guo watched the two depart the base. We shall await their return here, and you must have faith in them. After an indeterminate amount of time had passed, the entire building suddenly shook at a repugnant aura surged from a certain direction, then exploded outward like fireworks. Su Guo involuntarily straightened her posture, swiftly flinging open the door and rushing outside. As she rounded the corner, she encountered Zhao Chu and Shin Yunsi, who were about to turn the corner of the hallway. Is it all settled? Is this the end? The others trailing behind Su Guo turned their gazes toward the two. Zhao Chu responded nonchalantly. Su Guo sidestepped the two, opening the door to the classroom ahead, revealing a neat scattering of wooden figures upon the floor. Did I ask this it? Su Guo murmured softly. She picked up one of the figures at her feet, crafted from a wooden plank, upon which the students had inscribed their own information. However, parts of the figure's chest and arms had broken off. Let us confirm the condition of the figures. Lin Yin beside her displayed a somewhat bewildered yet relieved expression. Very well. Lin Shu pulled Lin Yin toward the heap of remains. If there are any figures that remain intact, call those individuals. Investigate their names in the school directory to ascertain if they are safe. Understood, Dan Jie replied before departing. This is to allow the figures, serving as substitutes for the students, to bear the return curse. There are likely as many figures as there are students. Su Guo gazed at Shin Yunsi's retreating figure, still somewhat dazed. This case truly concluded. She sensed that the two had concealed certain truths from her. Knowledge that remained beyond her grasp. In the city center, the office of the PRS Abnormal Incidents Investigation Team was abuzz with celebratory fervor. Today marked a festive gathering, an occasion simply for the sake of revelry. Everyone yearned for a lively celebration to commemorate the successful resolution of an unprecedentedly challenging incident, as well as the rare opportunity to meet. Are you certain we can consume this alcohol? Su Guo exclaimed in horror, eyeing the row of bottles on the table as she looked anxiously at Zhao Chu. Zhao Chu is courting disaster. Dan Jie hurled an orange at Zhao Chu. Hey, if you want tea, drink, Lin Yin, and I certainly will. As her words fell, Shin Yunsi emerged from the office, frowning at the sight of the alcohol before him. ACI, this time, I am the hero of the hour. Shin Yunsi's words hung unspoken in the air, and he could only let out a resigned sigh. After a brief wait, Lin Yin and Lin Shu arrive. Have they prepared drinks? Lin Yin gazed incredulously at the table. Come, come. Zhao Chu stood up, ushering the two to take a seat. Observing the mildly inebriated Zhao Chu regaling the group with tales, Sugua couldn't help but chuckle. This life was something she had never envisioned. Amidst the lively scene before her, although Xin Yunxi maintained a stoic demeanor, the glimmer in his eyes betrayed his emotions. Dan Jie joined Zhao Chu in conversation, continuously teasing him. Gradually, memories of her first visit to the investigation team resurfaced. That very case, the first she had participated in. Being a psychic is not so bad. Being together with everyone truly brings joy. Sugua's gaze grew hazy. Haha, Xiao Sugua is drunk, the first to succumb to inebriation. The sounds around her began to fade, gradually blurring into obscurity. Chapter 1. The Disappearance of the Exploration Department, June 3rd location. First floor of the villa, a man raised a rusted axe, methodically striking down upon a dark mass on the ground. Upon closer inspection, the shadow exhibited slight movements. With each of the man's strikes, droplets of matter splattered across his face, but he extended his tongue to lick, and his crimson-brown eyes grew increasingly deranged, emitting guttural sounds from his throat. After an undetermined interval, the black mass lay completely still. He bent down and tugged at the mass, producing a tearing sound that echoed through the desolate corridor. It was a piece of fabric, the original color now indiscernible, resembling a fashionable women's shirt of the current year. The man dragged the shadow step by step into the depths of darkness. A sliver of moonlight crept in through the window's crevice, and in that faint glow, the true nature of the mass was revealed. That it was a grotesque lump of flesh, nearly unrecognizable as human, with grotesquely contorted limbs, as if one could sense the inhuman agony of the deceased in their final moments. The man continued to drag it, the sound of flesh scraping against the floor sending chills down the spine. Suddenly he halted, a chilling, maniacal laughter piercing the eerie silence, as if he were showcasing his unparalleled masterpiece. Such a jarring and frigid laughter echoed ominously, reverberating in the heart, growing increasingly unnerving. Crouched in the cupboard, Wang Ling stifled her mouth, terrified that even the slightest sound would alert the demon. Overwhelmed with trembling, she desperately attempted to suppress her body's physiological reactions. Regret consumed her. She lamented her decision to embark on this venture into this cursed place, as oppression, fear, and the unknown threatened to drive her to madness. Location: second floor of the villa. Just now. Lu Li's mouth twitched involuntarily. She could not form a complete sentence. This can't be happening. Truly. Sun Jinwo gripped Lu Li's arm tightly, the flesh on her arm bulging between his fingers. Shoo, listen. Qian Ming gestured for silence, his hand trembling slightly. Whose laughter is that? The three of them tensed, frozen in the corner, too afraid to peek around the wall for fear of encountering the unknown. Tap, tap, tap. The eerie silence allowed Qian Ming to hear the ticking of his watch. The group maintained their stance, oblivious to the passage of time. Where is Wang Ling? Lu Li inquired. It was then that the three realized, in their panic, Wang Ling had become separated from them. They exchanged glances, each conveying a shared concern that it can't be. At first, it was Wen Tao and He Mei who went missing. Could Wang Ling have also vanished like them? Sun Jingwo squatted down, clutching his head in despair. There truly is something lurking here, something that can cause someone to disappear with just a glance. It must be that entity that has taken them. Lu Li's eyes widened in horror, her sanity unraveling. Shall lower your voices, Qian Ming urged in a hushed tone. The three gradually regained their composure. Qian Ming listened intently, assuring himself that nothing had ascended to the second floor, that we should find a room, and if we can endure until dawn, we should be able to escape. The other two nodded in agreement. Yes, they had no intention of searching for Wang Ling, who knew whether she was alive or dead. At such a critical moment, self-preservation took precedence. The trio located a room, assessing it as likely a guest room. Qian Ming was the last to enter, swiftly locking the door behind him. In this confined space, the group exhaled softly, feeling a measure of safety. It's safe to turn on the flashlight? Sun Jingwo asked. No, let us keep it off. The moon is quite bright tonight. We can still see by the moonlight, Qian Ming replied. Lu Li nodded in agreement. Qian Ming tilted his wrist, glancing at his watch. It was only 2:30 a.m. He let out a deep sigh. With over 2 hours left until dawn, he truly understood the meaning of the saying that time drags on like years. For a moment, none of the three spoke further. They were uncertain how long the silence lasted when Lu Li was about to voice something. Suddenly, Qian Ming stood up, cautiously making his way toward the door that he pointed at the exit, and in an instant, the two others understood his intention and held their breath. Gazing toward the door that I end the corridor, they listened intently for any sound of something scraping. Initially, it was hard to discern, but gradually, the noise grew nearer. Qian Ming realized that the demon was approaching, that he wanted to find something to barricade the door, but feared that moving anything would inadvertently create noise and reveal their hiding place. The three of them remained motionless, holding their breath, afraid to make a sound. Bang! A loud crash reverberated through the air. The three of them shuddered in unison. Oh no, they had been discovered. The demon was pounding on the door. Qian Ming stumbled back, noticing that the metal door was already bulging, that he knew it wouldn't be long before that monster burst in. The balcony. We can escape to the opposite side, Lu Li shouted in a sharp voice. Pointing towards the balcony, Sun Jingwo scrambled to the balcony, estimating the gap between the two balconies to be around 2 meters, that is a substitute on the basketball team. He found this distance manageable. He climbed onto the railing and leaped, landing firmly on the opposite side. He turned to Lu Li, urging, "Jump! I can't make it. I'll fall." Lu Li cried out anxiously, "That I'll catch you. Trust me," Sun Jingwo reassured her. "Jump now. Stop hesitating," Qian Ming urged, glancing back at the door, which was about to be smashed open. No. Lu Li hesitated on the railing. "Choose between being chopped to death or falling. Hurry, jump. At least there's a chance of survival." Qian Ming's patience was wearing thin with Lu Li's indecision. With a determined bite of her lip, Lu Li finally leaped, and Sun Jingwo instinctively caught her, pulling her onto the balcony. Once stable, Lu Li turned to look back at the opposite balcony. A simultaneous scream pierced the air. Qian Ming was still braced against the railing when the figure of the demon loomed behind him, just as he attempted to step onto the railing. The monster had already broken in, swinging its axe at Qian Ming. Enduring excruciating pain, Qian Ming tried to turn and fight back when he heard the sickening sound of his shoulder dislocating. The demon had wrenched his shoulder backward with both hands until it snapped. The shattered bone pierced through flesh, and the agony from the severed shoulder and the foreign sensation of the axe embedded in his back made his temple throb as if it were exploding. He struggled desperately, but the demon seemed to revel in his impending demise and released him. Suddenly turning to face him, their eyes locked for a fleeting moment, and Qian Ming's pupils dilated in shock. It was him. Qian Ming recoiled rapidly, but the force of his movement caused him to lose his balance, plummeting downward. Before he could react, he heard the sound of something heavy hitting the ground. His consciousness began to fade. Was this what death felt like? Lu Li and Sun Jingwo, paralyzed by fear, could only watch in horror. The demon retreated from the balcony to, oh no, Sun Jingwo finally snapped back to reality, ignoring whether Lu Li could stand. He dashed to the door, locking it with a swift motion and barricading it with a nearby cabinet, haphazardly piled. He was at a loss for what to do. If the demon truly broke in, he could only fight back, for he had no other choice. After catching her breath, Lu Li slowly regained her composure. "We're going to die. Aren't we? We're going to die," she sobbed. "Shut up." Sun Jingwo snapped that if you want to live, be quiet. He feared that her weeping would attract the demon. Lu Li trembled slightly, struggling to control her chattering teeth. "Then no, don't you think that murderous demon looks a bit familiar?" As soon as the words left her lips, Sun Jingwo turned sharply to her, their eyes meeting as if they understood each other's thoughts. Silence enveloped them once more. The corridor outside was devoid of sound, eerily reminiscent of a dream. "What if we jump off the balcony? Would that mean we escape?" Lu Li murmured softly. "What do you think? How many times have we tried? Every time we manage to get outside, we blink and find ourselves back in the lodge," Sun Jingwo replied, running a hand through his hair in frustration. Suddenly, an idea struck him that he needed to check Qian Ming's body. If it was there, then the outside world was indeed real. If not, it might have been teleported back to the lodge, indicating that the outside was still not genuine. That he rushed to the balcony, leaning forward to look down, but found nothing but emptiness below. The thrill of taking a life exhilarated the man to his core. The hunt for the next victim was about to commence. Armed with an axe, he approached the neighboring room when suddenly, Something sharp pierced through his chest. His head spun around at a 180-degree angle, revealing a woman. No, she could hardly be called human. This woman crawled on all fours, her torso facing upward while her limbs supported her body in an unnatural manner. Her head hanging upside down, a grotesque sight that a black mist emanated from her mouth, as if it were a tangible entity that penetrated the man's chest. He convulsed a few times before collapsing with a thud. A shadowy figure emerging from his lifeless body, that a sinister laugh echoed as the shadow vanished without a trace, and the eerie woman simultaneously disappeared. June 2, near the lodge campsite. Zhao Cheng, I'm sorry for dragging you along with me here. Li Xian said apologetically as she cooked over the fire. It's nothing. Don't worry about it, that I'm not particularly interested in adventures. I just came because Qianming mentioned they needed someone who could drive. Zhao Cheng replied, slurping his instant noodles. The two engaged in casual conversation, losing track of time. Speaking of which, how could someone so timid participate in an adventure club? Zhao Qing teased after they became more familiar. Hey, I'm not timid. Li Xian retorted that I don't know why, but I just have this unsettling feeling. Honestly, I've been on adventures before, but I've never felt this uneasy, she said seriously, occasionally furrowing her brow. What is making you uneasy? Zhao Qing asked casually. It's that feeling of anxiety, a racing heart, as if something is about to happen. Did I ask that why you hesitated to enter the lodge and try to stop them? Zhao Qing inquired. Yeah, maybe I'm overthinking it, Li Xian sighed. Zhao Qing glanced at the sun setting behind the trees and checked his phone. It's already past 6. Why aren't they back yet? Li Xian also glanced at the time. You know them well, right? They might be having too much fun and decided to stay inside. That don't forget they took those supplies with them when they left. Zhao Qing remarked, well aware of Qianming's exuberant nature. As evening fell, the temperature began to drop sharply. Li Xian tightened her blanket as Zhao Qing suggested. Let us go to the car. It'll shield us from the wind, and the fire is about to die out. That we should stay together. We can't split up. For some reason, those words suddenly surfaced in Li Xian's mind. She hesitated momentarily, considering the implications of a man and woman sharing a vehicle. Let us both sleep in that SUV, Li Xian finally suggested. Zhao Qing nearly spat out his drink. That I don't know how to respond to that. It's just that. Li Xian stumbled over her words, trying to explain. All right, I understand what you mean. Girls have the privilege to be afraid. Don't worry. Zhao Qing grinned, gesturing to show he understood. Thus, they both returned to the car, each absorbed in their phones, respecting each other's space. June 3, 2 a.m. Perhaps it was the unease in her heart that caused Li Xian to sleep lightly. She groggily opened her eyes to find darkness surrounding her. The silence only broken by Zhao Qing's breathing from the driver's seat. Suddenly, a rustling sound shattered the stillness, followed by the sound of something moving atop the seat. As she strained to listen. The vehicle shook slightly. Observing Zhao Qing's still form, she realized that neither of them could have caused the disturbance. Abruptly, the noise shifted to her side of the car. Paralyzed with fear, she wanted to wake Zhao Qing, but feared that doing so would create noise and attract whatever was outside. She remained motionless, praying silently. Then, with a sudden jolt, the car shook violently, startling Zhao Qing awake. At the same moment, Li Xian noticed he was alert. She quickly nudged his arm and whispered urgently, "Don't make a sound." Though spoken in hushed tones, Zhao Qing could still hear, and he discerned the tension and fear in Li Xian's voice. The inquiry he had intended to make lingered unuttered on his lips. Slowly, he propped himself up, pressing his face against the car window. However, just as he was about to lean closer, something suddenly struck the windshield with great force in the inky darkness of the night. Zhao Xian could distinctly see that it was a human face, one she recognized. Those cavernous eyes bore into the car. Zhao Xian forgot to scream, her throat seemingly constricted. Beside her, Zhao Qing witnessed the same horrifying scene. The two remained frozen like statues, utterly at a loss for what to do. The head abruptly retreated from the windshield, and the pair gasped. With a resounding thud, the face slammed against the glass once more, this time leaving a small crack. We must leave quickly. We must escape this place. The source of her inexplicable terror was unknown to her. She vaguely heard someone urging them to flee. Zhao Qing sprinted to the car, starting the engine. Li Xian, struggling to control her spasming mouth, managed to shout at that moment. Zhao Qing regained his composure and, for the second time, ignited the engine. The headlights blazed to life, illuminating the path ahead. The figure outside had its shoulders hunched, its head grotesquely twisted at an unnatural angle, facing them with three gaping mouths. The Lixn covered her mouth, swallowing back a scream. Qian Ming. Zhao Qing finally recognized the face that he could no longer concern himself with anything else. Only escape. He abruptly reversed the car, attempting to veer out of the camp, only to discover that, apart from Qian Ming, there were creatures surrounding them. No, not creatures, but abnormally formed humans. The horde was closing in that moment. He spotted a potential escape route, the only direction devoid of monsters. Without hesitation, he barreled toward it, regardless of whether it was a trap. Thud! The deformed Qian Ming pursued them, colliding with the vehicle. They both realized that something terrible had happened to Qian Ming and his companions. The person before them was no longer human. With each impact, the rear window began to fracture, the cracks lengthening ominously. Faster, Lixn urged, panic lacing her voice. I can't see the road. Which way do we go? Zhao Qing was so fraught with anxiety that he could no longer discern the path. Faced with two forks in the road, his mind was a chaotic whirlwind. Just as he was about to choose the left, he noticed that a horde of monsters had appeared there, leaving him no choice but to gamble on the right path. The vehicle's speed escalated. They drove on, oblivious to the passage of time, until the sounds of impact ceased abruptly. The Lixn turned to gaze at the shattering glass, her heart finally easing. They were almost on the highway. Zhao Qing exclaimed joyfully. As they burst forth from the thicket, in the dim light, the village below became faintly visible. It was already past 3 in the morning, just as they were about to break free from the woods and reach the road leading to the manor. BM. A head protruded from the roof, shattering the windshield. The impact lodged half of the head into the glass, with a crimson substance seeping out from the indentation, reminiscent of long-sitting soy milk. It turned out that Qian Ming had not been dislodged but had been waiting atop the car for the right moment to strike. This sudden shock startled Zhao Qing, who had already begun to relax. The speeding vehicle lost control and crashed into the guardrail connecting to the road. The airbags deployed, and in an instant, both were knocked unconscious. Thick black smoke billowed up. Chapter 2. The investigation team for abnormal cases. Good morning. Danjie greeted the occupants of the office as she pushed the door open. Why are you here? No good deed goes unpunished. Zhao Chu jested while pouring tea into a cup. Don't say that. Where's ACI? She inquired, dragging her luggage inside and scanning the room, but failing to spot the person she sought. He's not here. He's gone downstairs to pick someone up for me. Zhao Chu replied with a knowing smile as he continued preparing tea and snacks. Is it a special guest? Danjie immediately understood. She waved the folder in her hand and casually settled into one side of the sofa, reclining lazily. I've just taken on this case. Once a CI returns, I will explain it to you in detail. Why aren't you gossiping about who a CI is there to pick up? That's not your style, Zhao Chu said, handing her a steaming cup of tea before sitting on the opposite sofa. That's exactly what I was about to ask. However, I suspect it might be that little girl who was involved in a seize incident a few years back. Danjie sipped her hot tea, only to spit it out in surprise. Ugh, how disgusting, Zhao Chu exclaimed disdainfully. That's scalding. Are you trying to burn me alive? She retorted just as the office door swung open. Zhaoge, I've missed you, Sugua exclaimed as she entered, spotting a familiar face. You still look as spirited as ever. Zhao Chu realized it had been half a year since he last saw Sugua, and he found he missed her more than he expected. Finally done with the chaos of graduation, I'm ready to officially be your assistant. Haha. Sugua then noticed the brown-haired woman with exquisite makeup and casual office attire sitting opposite Zhao Chu. This is Denise. You can call her Danjie. Zhao Chu introduced. Danjie smiled and extended her hand. I know you, Sugua. Zhao Chu often speaks of you. Just call me Danjie. The two exchanged a handshake and shared a smile. Danjie, what brings you here? A man behind Sugua asked as he hung his coat on a rack. He had a chiseled face, deep-set eyes, and a hint of playful charm in his smile. Indeed, I'm here to assign you a task, and you should feel honored. As she looked at the man with black hair, Danjie said with a hint of pride, taking advantage of the moment when the two were engrossed in conversation. Sugua leaned closer to Zhao Chu and whispered, Why did you let Xinyansi pick me up? You don't know how cold that atmosphere was. I could have frozen to death. Zhao Chu chuckled but did not reply. Now then, what is the matter? He said as he arranged the teacups, and the four of them gathered around. Dan Jie's expression instantly turned serious. The case we're dealing with was a sign from above. It's the Ixian disappearance case. The school's exploration team organized a free activity, and now 2 individuals are in a coma. One is dead, and the rest are missing. A search and rescue team has been dispatched, but there have been no results. And the rescuers encountered supernatural events. She handed the file to Shin Yunsi as she spoke. While Shin Yunsi reviewed the documents, the 3 of them began discussing among themselves. Does this mean that little Su Guo will be working in the research lab from now on? Dan Jie inquired. Yes, I've finished all the graduation chaos that I initially planned to work in a hospital, but it was to my liking. Zhao Gu extended an olive branch, so here I am. Su Guo replied. You seem quite fond of being a psychic. Little Su Guo is very talented. Back then, a CI, and I only taught her the basics, yet she managed to grasp it so well. Zhao Chu praised. Have you mastered the soul-binding technique? He casually asked. Soul-binding technique? Wow, little Su Guo is impressive. Su Guo blushed at the compliment. That is Dan Jie also a psychic? She hesitantly asked. Sort of. I can only sense the presence of spirits, known as spiritual sight, that I'm not skilled in exorcism or purification. Among the 4 of us, Zhao Chu is the expert in exorcism, Dan Jie replied. Wait. Su Guo glanced at Shin Yunsi, puzzled that Asi's abilities are rather unique and not easily utilized, so he relies on tools and instruments, Zhao Chu explained. Realizing there were things being withheld from her, Su Guo decided not to press further. Just as she was about to continue the conversation, a sharp sound interrupted as Shin Yunsi closed the file. All 3 pairs of eyes instantly turned to him. Is there anyone assigned to assist in this case? Dan Jie pointed to herself. That's me. Shin Yunsi sighed and rubbed his forehead. The scope of this incident is quite extensive, with just the 4 of us. We lack sufficient manpower. The headquarters is also quite busy. They won't be able to send anyone immediately. If they do, it will take some time, Dan Jie added, as he would gaze at the 3 silent figures. Bewildered. Little Su Guo, do you still keep in touch with Lin Shu and Lin Yin? Zhao Chu inquired, looking at Su Guo. I've been in contact with them all along. Should we reach out to them? A CI, do you remember the Lin brothers we encountered previously? We could ask for their assistance. The Taoist exorcists? Shin Yunsi recalled the 2 individuals they had encountered during that incident. Yes, you mentioned their abilities were quite impressive. Su Guo, could you please contact them? I would like to discuss the specifics with them. Shin Yunsi indicated to Su Guo. Today was supposed to be a welcome gathering for little Su Guo. Since the incident won't be resolved anytime soon, we might as well enjoy ourselves, Zhao Chu declared, standing up and clapping his hands. Indeed, I just returned. Are you not going to prepare a welcome ceremony for me? If you're feeling idle, you could look into the information about this place, Shin Yunsi suggested to Dan Jie. You're still as boring as ever, she replied. Come on, little Su Guo, Dan Jie, and I will show you around our workplace. Zhao Chu gently ruffled Su Gao's hair, exclaiming, one may lose their head or bleed profusely, but one's hairstyle must remain untarnished. Su Gao swatted away Zhao Chu's meddlesome hand. After touring the other rooms, Zhao Chu led Su Gao to the threshold of the equipment room. The equipment room? Su Gao inquired. This is undoubtedly our most valuable asset, Zhao Chu declared, pushing open the unlocked door. That if it's so valuable, why isn't the door locked? Su Gao retorted. You simply get accustomed to it, Dan Jie replied, placing her hand on Su Gao's shoulder, an expression of resignation on her face. Upon entering, they were greeted by neatly arranged equipment. Aside from the monitors and cameras, Su Gao could not recognize any of the other instruments. What are these all for? She asked. Electromagnetic wave detector, geomagnetic gas sensor, air negative ion meter, high sensitivity camera, infrared camera, body surface temperature meter, ultrasonic detector. Shin Songsi, who had appeared unannounced, listed the names of the devices. Su Gao's lips twitched. She had not retained a single name. All right, I overestimated myself, she admitted, advancing to the center of the room. Once more, she introduced each machine, speaking at a measured pace, her deep voice echoing throughout the chamber. Su Gao listened intently, surprisingly producing a small notebook to begin taking notes. Zhao Chu and Dan Jie exchanged glances, quietly slipping away to leave the space for the 2 of them. What are these instruments used for? Su Gao pointed at the various devices. For instance, the experiment on measuring the field utilizes these instruments. The so-called field refers to power spot energy points, auras, unique phenomena scattered across the earth that are in places brimming with the essence of the earth. We psychics refer to them as spiritual fields or sacred grounds, such as healing water sources or rocks that listen to confessions. Naturally, there are also areas with magnetic fault lines. Observing Sugao's expression of tentative understanding, Shin Songzi sighed. Is the spirit path a spiritual field? I recall Zhao Ge mentioning that term. Sugao looked at him quizzically. No, in the context of aura science, the spirit path is not considered a favorable place. It is termed a spirit path because it serves as a conduit for spirits, often connecting rivers or seas to shrines or temples, where one frequently encounters self-bound spirits. These instruments will naturally become familiar to you in due time. Do not fret too much, Shin Songzi reassured her, maintaining an impassive demeanor while observing Sugao's conflicted expression. Alright, surprised by the sudden comfort, Sugao felt a bit uneasy. Just as she was about to call out for Danjie, she realized they were alone. I've nearly finished looking around. Should we head out to find Zhaoge and Danjie? Sugao suggested awkwardly, as she struggled to communicate with Shin Songzi, who was not particularly loquacious. Each time Sugao spoke at length, she was met with only terse replies, leaving her feeling somewhat stilted. The two little ones seemed to be getting along splendidly. Zhaochu teased with a smile. You ought to keep quiet. Sugao shot him a glare. By the way, what about the superior at the office? If it's inconvenient to discuss, then forget it. You mean to say you haven't informed little Sugao about our fascinating internal structure? Danjie exclaimed incredulously. I forgot. Shin Songzi replied, casting a disdainful glance at Zhaochu, reproaching him for not having shared this information with Sugao. Does little Sugao know about the Society for Psychical Research? Is that the one in the UK, SPR? Indeed, I should have mentioned it before. However, Danjie and ACI are likely the most familiar with it. Zhaochu stated that we study phenomena that transcend conventional science, focusing on the connections between minds and their environments. For instance, extrasensory perception, ESP, encompasses abilities such as telepathy, precognition, clairvoyance, near-death experiences, out-of-body experiences, possession, hypnosis, and extraordinary healing, Danjie explained earnestly. Wow, that's incredible. Can people really do all that? Sugao's eyes sparkled with amazement. Some can, but I only possess skills in hypnosis and clairvoyance. Your soul-binding technique actually falls under the realm of possession, albeit it attaches to the spiritual body, Danjie replied with a smile, lifting her teacup to take a delicate sip. Thus, Sugao formally joined the Society for Psychical Research. As the new case materials were still being gathered, and everyone was busy with preparations, the Lin brothers were also brought in to assist with the incident, and it was expected they would converge at the location that evening. Sugao perused the SPR materials in her hands, occasionally exclaiming in wonder. Before meeting Shin Songzi and the others, she had been a staunch skeptic regarding the supernatural. Now, she found herself quietly immersed in studying these materials. Chapter 3. The filthy arrival of the Lin brothers enlivened the office. Although it was their first meeting with the brothers, the others, being psychics themselves, found plenty to discuss. Here are the relevant materials for this incident. Please take a look, Shin Songzi said, distributing freshly printed documents to everyone. The room fell silent as they meticulously examined the files in their hands. 8 adventurers at Ake Mountain. 1 deceased, 2 comatose. 5 missing. Rescue teams conducted 2 thorough searches but found no trace, and some members reported sightings of ghosts. Moreover, the autopsy report of the deceased shows anomalies, Shin Songzi remarked, retrieving the autopsy report for everyone to examine. Cause of death uncertain? Zhaochu furrowed his brow as he read aloud. Sugao quickly glanced over each examination result, her heart sinking further with each detail. And no wonder the forensic report indicated uncertainty. The report noted explosive injuries, lacerations, and blunt force trauma. While the lacerations were determined to be the direct cause of death, the timeline for the explosive injuries indicated they occurred post-mortem. That self-movement after death. Isn't that akin to rising from the grave? Sugao mused, then inquired, are there any scene photographs? Don't be so morbid, little Sugao. Danjie reacted in surprise to Sugao's curiosity. Little Sugao is studying medicine and has seen her fair share. Don't worry. Zhaochu remarked, lounging comfortably against the sofa's armrest. Shin Songzi regarded Sugao, his eyes silently asking if she was certain about wanting to see them. When Sugao nodded resolutely, he handed her a few photos. As expected, the evidence revealed that such impacts were beyond what a normal person could endure. Sugao scrutinized the photos, clearly indicating that the vehicle had been involved in a collision that resulted in minor explosions. Yet the deceased could still be identified. The position of his head, half embedded in the windshield, suggested he could not have been struck while standing in front of the vehicle. The side of his skull bore traces of injury, indicating he had thrust his head forcefully into the car post-impact. That a chill ran down Sugao's spine as she closed her eyes momentarily to alleviate her unease. Shin Song-si approached from behind, gently pulling the photos away and placing them in his folder. Sugao glanced at him and subtly shook her head, signaling that she was all right. It is precisely because of the uncertainties in the assessments that we have reason to investigate, Dan Jie remarked. The fatal injuries followed by explosive damage and other injuries suggest a level of activity after death. Lin Yin observed the documents with a knowing gaze. Furthermore, their disappearance likely correlates with this mountain and the resort. Lin Shu added, pointing to a map, that you've checked this resort, right? Zhao Chu inquired. Indeed, there are significant issues with this resort. The current owner refuses to engage with us, leaving us without any useful information. However, I discovered that this owner nearly committed murder 20 years ago, after which they immediately vacated the premises that to this day. The property remains unsold and abandoned. The previous owner infamously killed his own daughter over 30 years ago. The current owner simply razed the old house and constructed the existing one. Shin Song-si sighed, expressing his frustration. 10 years ago, adventurers went missing there and have yet to be found. Despite the sporadic expeditions to the mountains since then, no incidents have occurred until now, which marks the second disappearance with an alarming number of victims. Shin Song-si said, taking a sip of water to clear his throat. The information we possess is far too limited. We must visit the site to assess the situation firsthand and make determinations. Zhao Chu concluded, is it really that urgent? Sugao asked, astonished that if we consider June 3rd as the date of disappearance, I believe that perhaps some of the missing individuals may still be alive. Shin Song-si tapped his fingers against the table. But we must also prepare for the worst-case scenario that on June 6th, Sugao, drenched in sweat, loaded various pieces of equipment into the vehicle, glancing at Dan Jie, who was equally perspiring. Why not hire someone? It's 36 degrees out. And here I am, Sugao complained, fanning herself, her cheeks flushed from the heat. Because the budget is insufficient, Dan Jie replied, catching her breath. Suddenly, she pulled out a delicate vintage mirror from her bag. My makeup is ruined, she exclaimed, frowning as she began to fix her appearance. What are you doing? No one will be looking at you anyway, Zhao Chu remarked disdainfully as he observed Dan Jie. Sugao turned to the Lin brothers, who were also helping, and offered an apologetic smile, that I'm sorry for the trouble you've gone through, that it's quite all right, senior sister. You are being overly courteous, Lin Yin replied with a smile. Lin Shu nodded in agreement, chuckling softly. This is our first encounter with individuals from SPR, and to think we are collaborating as well. It's all thanks to you, he remarked. Su Guo exclaimed in surprise. They study parapsychology and employ research methods to substantiate the existence of spirits. While I am aware of their existence, it is solely because I am a psychic with unique abilities. Ordinary individuals often fail to comprehend this and regard us as charlatans merely seeking attention. I truly admire their dedication, Lin Shu explained. Moreover, it is said that the psychics there are exceptionally skilled, mostly professors from top universities, that I can't help but feel envious. Lin Yin's eyes sparkled with excitement as she spoke. Thus, the group set forth on their journey to Ache Mountain. The Lin brothers drove one vehicle equipped with devices, while the others drove a second car, maintaining communication through wireless walkie-talkies. They discovered that, aside from the wrecked vehicle, another one was parked not far from the mountain lodge, and the scene appeared quite chaotic, indicative of a struggle. Zhao Chu noted, is this your first time investigating, Su Guo? Dan Jie inquired. Well, sort of. Su Guo pondered that it's not entirely accurate, as I have previously assisted Zhao Chu on a few occasions, but back then, Zhao Chu was beside me in a spiritual state that I do miss those times. Is the police still stationed there? Lin Shu's voice crackled through the walkie-talkie, accompanied by a faint static. The police are not on the mountain. They are stationed in the village below, and we should first pay them a visit before heading up. Dan Jie replied as she picked up the walkie-talkie. At 2 p.m. The group had entered the boundary of Ache Mountain. Gazing at the winding mountain road ahead, Su Guo suddenly felt a wave of darkness envelop her vision. Could it be motion sickness? She patted her face to regain her composure. Why are you starting to torture yourself? Zhao Chu joked upon hearing the sound of Su Guo slapping her face. No, it's just that sitting in the car for too long has made me a bit dazed, Sugua's words trailed off as she noticed a dark mist hovering over the mountain in the distance, which had not been there moments ago. Rubbing her eyes, she confirmed she was not mistaken. Danjie, did you see that black mist rising from the mountain? Sugua tugged at Danjie's sleeve. Shin Yunkai, who was driving, glanced at Sugua through the rearview mirror before also turning to observe the increasingly ominous Ache Mountain, as if everything were reflected in her pitch-black eyes. Danjie closed her eyes and let out a deep breath. And Sugua instantly sensed a profound stillness in the air, accompanied by a sticky feeling. This was Danjie's psychic energy, whenever a spirit was present or a psychic wielded their abilities. Sugua could feel the air shift as though its density had increased. "That I don't sense anything unusual," Danjie eventually said after a while. "Could it be that I misinterpreted the sensations?" Sugua questioned herself, feeling a twinge of doubt. Better to err on the side of caution. This incident might prove to be rather troublesome. Zhao Chu mused, stroking his chin, that Su would turn her gaze away and pulled out the materials related to the incident, intent on further study. There were 2 villages at the foot of Ache Mountain, one behind the mountain and the other in front, which was the destination they intended to reach. The police were already waiting there. This village had been constructed in the past 30 years due to the establishment of a reservoir that had displaced the original village, prompting the government to relocate its residents here. Suddenly, a piece of paper slipped from the documents, and Sugua couldn't help but laugh at the childlike doodles that resembled a simplistic drawing. "Ah, what is this?" she exclaimed, flipping the folder over to discover whose it was. Shin Yunkai stole another glance at Sugua through the rearview mirror, her eyes widening in surprise. Zhao Chu was also drawn to her laughter, turning around to see what had elicited such an exuberant response. Upon closer inspection, Zhao Chu couldn't help but chuckle as well. Just as they were enjoying the moment, the vehicle seemed to skid and jerk to one side, prompting Shin Yunkai to pinch the bridge of her nose. "I, you seem capable in every regard except this," Danjie added with a smile. But upon noticing Shin Yunsai's expression, she stifled her laughter. It turned out to be Shin Yunsai's folder, and Sugua had not expected that such a composed individual would possess such an amusingly drawn, simplistic map. This realization alleviated her earlier tension around Shin Yunkai significantly. Unbeknownst to them, a shadow loomed over the mountain lodge, observing from afar, seemingly peering through something, that It wiped its face with filthy hands, emitting a chilling, sinister laugh that stretched its mouth into a grotesque grin, from which dark crimson drops began to fall, blooming into a dark red flower upon hitting the ground. The object it held rhythmically tapped against the tiled floor, creating an eerie echo in the tranquil space that in the forest. Not a single insect chirped, as countless crawling figures traversed among the trees, all moving toward a singular destination, the Black Lodge that appeared as if drenched in ink. Case 0. The Missing Expedition Team Chapter 4. The psychics the group greeted the police stationed in the village, gathered information on recent developments, and decided to establish a base before sunset to begin their investigation. As they gazed at the warm, orange glow of the sun, Sugua felt an inexplicable chill. Perhaps it was the drop in temperature upon entering the mountains, she reasoned. The yellow caution tape from the initial investigation still marked the area outside the lodge, with a solitary vehicle and scattered belongings, along with clear tire tracks preserved in place that 100 meters from the caution line would serve as their base. Zhao Chu and the Lin brothers quickly erected a tent to store the equipment. The external infrared cameras and microphones had been set up, and Shin Yunkai, along with Zhao Chu and Lin Yin, proceeded to install the observational devices within the lodge, planning to communicate through the walkie-talkies once they entered. "Be cautious outside. Do not take any chances. The sun is already set," Shin Yunkai cautioned as she gazed into the distance, realizing that the warm, orange glow had vanished with the passage of time. "As psychics, we should be capable of protecting ourselves, right?" Zhao Chu remarked, playfully tousling Sugua's hair. "Much to her annoyance, be careful yourselves, and try to exit before it gets too dark," Danjie advised. "Let us go." "Let us go." Zhao Chu waved his hand, pushing the cart laden with equipment toward the lodge. Outside, for infrared cameras and sound wave detectors were installed, and Danjie powered on all the devices, calibrating them to optimal settings while Sugua attentively observed and learned. Suddenly, the walkie-talkie crackled to life. "Hello, Danjie. The indoor camera 1 has been installed. Please check if it's working." Shin Yunsai's voice came through as the once black screen illuminated with Shin Yunsai's image. Danjie adjusted the brightness and confirmed, "Okay. Camera 1 in the hall is functioning properly." Next that in this manner, each device was verified, with one placed on each floor providing a comprehensive view of the three-story corridors. Once all 4 internal observation devices were installed, Zhao Chu's voice echoed through the walkie-talkie, tinged with disappointment. I was hoping something would happen, but it seems nothing did. Indeed, aside from the disarray, there is nothing particularly odd here. Lin Yin's voice chimed in through the walkie-talkie. Nothing strange is what makes it strange, Lin Shu pondered, stroking his chin. Indeed, it is too quiet, Shen Yunkai agreed. Logically, with a group of psychics present, the spirits should either go silent and hide or create an uproar in defiance. Based on this incident, it is likely that the spirits here are malevolent and should not be this quiet, Zhao Chu suggested. Let us return to the base, Shen Yunkai decided, once all preparations were complete. The group gathered at the base to share a casual dinner, all the while glancing at the monitors, fearful of missing any significant occurrence. Zhao Chu, has there been any change in temperature? Shen Yunkai inquired. No changes, he replied. Typically, the temperature would drop noticeably in areas where spirits were present. Time passed, and as Su Guo began to yawn repeatedly, she was about to strike up a conversation with Dan Jie to dispel her drowsiness when she noticed that Dan Jie had already tilted her head back. Mouth slightly agape, fast asleep. With a sigh, Su Guo patted her cheeks. Should we wake Dan Jie? You all can rest in the car. We will keep watch here, Shen Yunkai suggested, turning her gaze to Su Guo. All right, then I'll keep watch with Dan Jie for the second half of the night, Su Guo replied, feeling a bit bashful. Not to worry, little Su Guo. Just make sure to get some good rest. You might even grow taller, Zhao Chu teased. Shut up, Su Guo retorted with a frown, then lightly tapped Dan Jie. Is the spirit here? Dan Jie suddenly opened her eyes that no Shen Yunsi suggested we go rest in the car. Su Guo explained, as expected of ACI. He still cares for me. Dan Jie rubbed her eyes and said unceremoniously, Let's go, little Su Guo. It's time for us to rest at This old woman can't take much more of this. With that, Su Guo followed Dan Jie out of the base tent. At midnight, there was still no sign of any reaction, which was quite peculiar. Zhao Chu pondered while Shen Yunsi stood behind him, his gaze fixated on the display screen. Seemingly deep in thought. Suddenly, Shen Yunsi's eyes widened as he focused on a particular image on the screen. Zhao Chu, external camera feed, Shen Yunsi exclaimed rapidly. Zhao Chu swiftly enlarged the external camera view. The angle faced the base and captured 2 approaching vehicles that on the screen. A fleeting, blurry shadow darted around the vehicles, resembling some kind of reptilian creature he had never seen before. It moved with an agility reminiscent of zombies in a video game, but far more nimble. The group was momentarily stunned. That vehicle belongs to Su Guo and Dan Jie. Lin Yin gasped, rising in shock and turning to run outside. The other 3 followed suit as the crawling creature spotted Lin Yin. It lunged towards him. The close proximity allowed them to discern the creature's grotesque form. Its limbs twisted unnaturally, its head hanging loosely, and as it lunged, its tongue flailed out due to inertia. Its skin was unrecognizable, resembling cloth splashed with tar, and its fingers appeared bulbous, as if afflicted with tumors. Lin Yin suppressed the urge to vomit, drawing out a wooden sword and casting a silver talisman at the creature. Zhao Chu summoned a spirit to join the fray, while Lin Shu continuously formed seals to repel the advancing monstrosity. Dan Jie, what's that noise? Su Guo, still half asleep, sat up at the sounds coming from outside. Dan Jie, in a similar dazed state, vaguely heard the sounds of a struggle. This is bad. Something's wrong. At that moment, Su Guo noticed the bizarre scene outside, just as she was about to open the door. Dan Jie quickly stopped her, pointing to the top of the carport, indicating there was something above. If she opened the door recklessly, it would lead to an immediate attack. That Su Guo pulled out a paper figure, using a soul-binding technique to send it through the gap in the car window. Dan Jie retrieved a string of small bells from her bag, each the size of a plum, producing a crystal-clear sound that captivated Su Guo's attention. These are the soul-settling bells. Once this is over, I'll let you see them properly, Dan Jie teased, flicking Su Guo's forehead playfully. Regaining her composure, Su Guo felt a bit embarrassed, realizing their hands were still intertwined. Dan Jie dashed out of the right-side car door, prompting Su Guo to understand the signal and roll out as well. Dan Jie began to shake the bells, their sound resonating deeply and soothingly, causing the creatures that had initially charged toward them to hesitate. Meanwhile, Su Guo used the paper figure to test the monsters. Leave, flee. The paper figure pressed against the creature's body, and an unknown voice whispered in Su Guo's ear, just as she intended to synchronize with the paper figure to uncover the monster's hidden truths. All the creatures suddenly retreated, rushing towards the villa as if summoned by some unseen force. Shin Yunsi was the first to react, racing to the tent to check the indoor camera feeds. If these creatures are entering the villa, the cameras in the hall should capture it, he thought, waiting anxiously, but the footage showed nothing. Suzhou. Su Guo suddenly called out his name. When you arrived, this area was clear of any of this. Right. She pointed to the second-floor camera feed. Zhao Chu enlarged the second-floor camera. Shin Yunsi instructed as he spotted something in the corner. Zhao Chu also noticed what Su Guo was indicating. What is that? It looks like a pile of discarded refuse, he observed, realizing that what had once been an empty corridor was now filled with ominous, dark debris. The temperature has dropped, and electromagnetic waves are fluctuating. Zhao Chu noted. What is moving? Shin Yunsi asked. All eyes turned to the screen, and suddenly, that garbage began to stir, slowly crawling towards the camera. Time seemed to stretch as their eyes remained glued to the screen. Then, that thing lunged at the camera, its face illuminated in stark clarity, causing everyone to collectively gasp. Danjia instinctively covered her mouth, though the sound of her stifled breath echoed in the tense silence. That was a face, or what could barely be called one anymore. It resembled a piece of paper with 3 holes poked through it, barely recognizable, save for the sight of one remaining ear, from which a long, viscous substance dripped down, the nature of which was indistinguishable. Blood, flesh, or something else entirely. As Su Guo felt her stomach churn, the urge to vomit rising, but she averted her gaze from the screen. Shin Yunsi remained fixated, realizing that this malevolent spirit was intent on instilling fear in them. Asiai, you all stay at the base. Lin Shu and I will go investigate. Zhao Chu directed in a way. It is too dangerous inside. Did I want to do for just the 2 of you to go? Danjia countered. Danjia, let Lin Yin stay. We'll go in, Shin Yunsi asserted firmly. Did I stays too? Danjia shot a serious look at Shin Yunsi. Do as I say, Danjia, Shin Yunsi replied with equal gravity. It's fine. I'll protect Asiai. Zhao Chu reassured Danjia with a pat on her shoulder. Why don't they want Shin Yunsi to go? Su Guo pondered, though she held her tongue. The 4 of them stepped into the villa. The case of the Zero Missing Persons Expedition Team, Chapter 5. The Trap. The 4 entered the villa in succession. The moment they crossed the threshold into the hall, Su Guo was suddenly struck by a sharp pain in her head, causing her to clutch her forehead with one hand while the other instinctively gripped Shin Yunsi's arm. Her legs buckling as she knelt on one knee. Su Guo, Shin Yunsi exclaimed, quickly taking her hand to steady her while crouching to assess her condition. My head. It hurts terribly. I don't know why. Su Guo stammered. How do you feel? Shin Yunsi asked, glancing around, only then noticing something was amiss. Zhao Chu and Lin Shu had been in front of them, yet they seemed to have vanished, and it was impossible that they hadn't noticed Su Guo's distress. Nor would they leave the 2 of them alone, that he shone the flashlight around, only to find that the cameras set up in the hall were inexplicably missing. Once Su Guo regained her composure, she realized their hands were still tightly clasped. Her cheeks flushed, grateful for the darkness that concealed her embarrassment. She tried to discreetly pull her hand away. Shin Yunsi felt her subtle attempt to withdraw and tightened his grip. Don't move. Something isn't right. Hold on tight, he instructed AT that moment. Su Guo also sensed the abnormality around them. Zhao Chu and Lin Shu were nowhere to be seen. Following Shin Yunsi's gaze, she noticed that the spot where the camera had been was now completely bare. Could the spirit have moved the camera? Su Guo speculated to know. Just feel the surroundings, Shin Yunsi advised, taking a calming breath. Su Guo steadied herself, trying to sense the magnetic fluctuations around them. Having never been here before, she was uncertain of any notable changes in the magnetic field. Just as she was about to speak, she faintly heard a hissing sound scratching against the ground. She tightened her grip on Shin Yunsi's hand, signaling him to be alert. Shin Yunsi stood still, listening intently. Suddenly, he turned off the flashlight, blinking a few times to adjust to the darkness. He pulled Su Guo towards the staircase. Understanding his intention, Su Guo silently followed, both of them attempting to minimize their footsteps. The hissing sound grew louder, closing in on them. Run, escape, flee? Su Guo heard a woman's faint voice whispering in her ear. She wanted to ask Shin Yunsi if he heard it too, but she knew this was not the time to speak, that a sense of dread washed over her. urging her not to let that hissing sound catch up to them. Shin Yunsi led Su Guo to the second floor, where a strong metallic scent of blood assaulted their senses that he frowned at the sight that was starkly different from the afternoon's setup. The moonlight illuminated the wall's mottled marks, and as he brushed his fingers against it, the debris stuck to his pale fingers. He sniffed it. It was blood, foul and stale, indicating that some time had passed since the incident occurred. A speculation formed in his mind when Su Guo suddenly tugged at his hand, gesturing for him to look ahead. There lay a pile of indistinguishable objects that as they approached, Su Guo abruptly halted, gagging involuntarily. The sound echoed in the corridor, and she quickly covered her mouth, thinking, "Oh no, the thing in the hall won't hear us, will it?" Shin Yunsi turned to the side, finally catching a glimpse of the pile of objects. He gently patted Su Guo's shoulder with his other hand, signaling her not to fret. The hissing sound re-emerged, prompting Su Guo to glance up at Shin Yunsi, but he grasped her hand and led her toward the third floor. But their advance suddenly halted. He had not anticipated that the grotesque creatures lurking outside the villa would be stationed immovably at the stairway leading to the third floor, with wolves in front and tigers behind. Su Guo clutched Shin Yunsi's hand tightly, her palm unwittingly clammy with sweat. Shin Yunsi found it peculiar that these aberrant beings did not immediately attack them, prompting the pair to retreat to the second floor. The hissing grew increasingly closer, and just as Su Guo contemplated charging ahead, she caught sight of the creature's eyes. She squeezed Shin Yunsi's hand, their gazes locking. This moment, Shin Yunsi also noticed that the creature's eyes, rather than being fierce, glimmered with a hint of moisture. Let's test the soul-binding technique. Shin Yunsi whispered softly in Su Guo's ear. Su Guo produced a paper figure and tossed it toward them. Surprisingly, the creatures did not flinch. Su Guo thought perhaps they sensed no malice in this attempt. "Run, hurry and flee," echoed the previously heard woman's voice. Second floor, at the end a room. The faint voice persisted. "Is there a room at the end of the second floor?" Su Guo suddenly inquired. "Yes," Shin Yunsi quickly replied, recalling the layout of the villa from when they had set up the cameras. "Let us go there," Su Guo urged. Shin Yunsi did not question her reasoning, but instead focused on the memories of the villa. Swiftly pulling Su Guo toward the designated room, that moment, the grotesque beings descended from the third floor, bypassing the second floor and directly crawling toward the first, where the faint sound of flesh scraping against blades could be heard. Leave, escape, flee. Various chaotic voices flooded Su Guo's mind. The door was locked. Su Guo tugged at it, but it would not budge. "Break it down," Shin Yunsi suggested. As they prepared to charge the door, a faint voice emerged from within. "Who is it? Is it a person?" Su Guo and Shin Yunsi exchanged glances. "It's a person. Please open the door." Su Guo replied urgently, realizing that the hissing sound had indeed reached the second floor. "We are from the police." She added, speculating that the other party might be members of the missing expedition team, hoping to reassure them. The door slowly opened a crack, and Su Guo wasted no time, pushing it open with a forceful shove and dragging Shin Yunsi inside. Inside the room were two girls, trembling slightly as they stepped back, creating distance between themselves and Su Guo and Shin Yunsi. Wang Ling, Lu Li. Shin Yunsi called out their names, having seen their photographs in the expedition team S-files. "Are you really here to save us?" Wang Ling asked, her belief solidified upon hearing her name. "We are saved. We are saved," Lu Li cried, embracing Wang Ling once they had calmed down. Shin Yunsi inquired, "How did you end up in this room?" "Initially, we hid from those creatures, and before we knew it, we ended up here. Eventually, we realized the creatures had not attacked us." Wang Ling explained that we saw them confront that demon. "Demon?" Su Guo questioned this moment. Wang Ling covered her face and began to weep, choking out, "It's not human. It wants to kill us. That I saw he may die. She was killed by it." "Who is it?" Shin Yunsi pressed. "The demon." "It's a demon," Wang Ling exclaimed, her demeanor bordering on madness. "Lu Jiangwo, he wants to kill us." "Why? Aren't you all together?" Su Guo was perplexed by their responses, which alternated between Lu Jiangwo and demon. "He just wants to kill us," Lu Li replied. Shin Yunsi sighed. He sensed the girls were on the brink of mental collapse and doubted they could extract any further information. Their primary concern now was to find a way to escape. "We need to figure out how to get out of here," he and Su Guo stated. That moment, he noticed that their hands were still intertwined, that he glanced at Su Guo, who appeared lost in thought. Oblivious to the connection. "We can't get out. We can't." Luli interjected that if we run out, we'll just return to that hall. It always happens. We can't get out. Shin Yunsi remained silent, his gaze vacantly fixed on a point. Su Guo understood he was contemplating a solution and refrained from interrupting him. Instead, her attention remained focused on the door. She feared that something might burst through. She leaned closer to listen for sounds outside. And as she took a step forward, she realized their hands were still clasped. Stealing a glance at Shin Yunsi, she noticed he had not released her, perhaps too absorbed in thought that Su Guo felt a fleeting smile at the corner of her lips go unnoticed. If I'm not mistaken, we must have been transported to an alternate space the moment we stepped into the hall, Shin Yunsi remarked. Could that sharp pain we felt earlier be due to entering this alternate space? Su Guo inquired. Precisely. Zhao Chu mentioned your perceptive abilities were exceptional. It seems when you entered the alternate space, you inadvertently pulled me along with you. Did I apologize? She replied. But it was fortunate you were brought along. Had you been alone, your inexperience could have led to dire consequences. How do we escape now? I'll attempt the soul-binding technique first, he declared, producing the paper figure to explore down the balcony. The only route leading outside the villa. The paper figure floated down, and Su Guo could distinctly see the moss-covered walls outside the villa. However, the moment it touched the ground, the scene transformed dramatically. It was the hall of the villa. Su Guo felt disoriented, failing to notice the shadowy figure emerging behind the paper figure. Just as she was about to continue her exploration, a heavy blow shattered the paper figure. What's wrong? Shin Yunsi asked. Concern etched on his face as he steadied Su Guo. I was discovered. And when I descended, I returned to the hall, she confessed. Shin Yunsi momentarily fell silent, deep in thought. This alternate space is crafted by spirits. We cannot rely on our eyesight to discern reality, as our vision can deceive us. Your soul-binding technique depends on your sight for perception, which remains ineffective. What then? Su Guo was at a loss for alternatives. If they are spirits, we should navigate in a spiritual manner. This space they created is intended to mislead us, so we must find a way to unravel the illusion they have spun. The paper figure won't suffice. Do we need to perform astral projection, transform into spirits? Su Guo suddenly had a moment of clarity. But I don't know how to project my spirit, she lamented, musing aloud. Suddenly, she noticed a slight smile at the corner of Shin Yunsi's mouth. Could it be that his ability involves spirit projection? But before, Dan Jie mentioned that Shin Yunsi's powers were quite unique. Su Guo mused, casting a questioning glance at him. That we'll wait until dawn to make our move. The malevolent energy will dissipate as the sun rises, increasing our chances of escape, Shin Yunsi stated. Can we really escape? Wang Ling murmured softly, her voice tinged with doubt as silence enveloped the room once more. Shin Yunsi, I believe the creatures we encountered outside might harbor no ill intentions. Su Guo suddenly recalled. Back at the base, I heard someone urging me to leave during our encounter, and I heard it again when I faced those creatures. Moreover, it was this room that they directed me to. Perhaps, Shin Yunsi replied. Can you synchronize with them using the soul-binding technique? Are you suggesting I synchronize to witness their past? Su Guo replied that it's possible, as long as they do not resist. Given the current circumstances, it seems resistance is inevitable, she sighed. Chapter 6. Escape from the missing expedition team. As the horizon began to lighten, Su Guo wearily stood up. Shall we set off? She asked. If you project your spirit, what will happen to your body? Su Guo hesitated but voiced her concerns. Projecting your spirit means detaching from your physical form, which would leave your body in a state of slumber. If anything were to happen to it while you're gone, the damage would be irreversible. That's inconsequential. I can walk back on my own, though I may feel a bit weak, Shin Yunsi responded. Seeing Su Guo's look of confusion, he opted not to elaborate further. This was not the time for explanations. Shin Yunsi seldom had the opportunity to utilize spirit projection, as Dan Jie and Zhao Chu forbade him from doing so due to its significant toll on his body. Not physically, but mentally. From a young age, he had involuntarily projected his spirit, entering a state of existence independent of his consciousness. However, the more frequently he became a spirit, the greater the risk of failing to return to his body, with the most perilous outcome being the inability to return at all. Later, Zhao Chu approached him, imparting lessons on how to control his powers without manifesting his spirit. Yet, during this process, he astonishingly learned to govern his spirit body, enabling him to confine half of it within his corporeal form, while the other half engaged with the spirits, but he tore a piece of discarded cloth into strips and handed them to Wang Ling and Lu Li, advising, "You would do well to wrap this around your wrists. It will ensure we do not become separated." Sugua followed suit, binding herself and the two others with the cloth. Shinyan Si stepped beside Sugua, extending a hand, asserting, "We absolutely cannot lose each other." Sugua gazed at that hand, hesitated not, and clasped it firmly. In that instant, she felt the air around her shift, as if it had transformed from before. Upon glancing at Shinyan Si, she noticed a gray shadow overlapping her bodily outline, gradually coalescing into a hazy figure that drifted away from him. Was this a spirit? It appeared as though there were two Shinyan Sis, one of which seemed ethereal, but Sugua could not discern the expression on the spirit Shinyan Si's face. Yet, due to their close proximity, she distinctly perceived the weighty rhythm of his breathing. "Keep up," he uttered succinctly, falling silent thereafter, wishing to conserve his strength. Shinyan Si felt each step burdened with an unbearable weight. His legs straining to lift, he closed his eyes, striving to utilize the vision of his spirit body to navigate. Pushing open the door, they were met with the dim, misty light of dawn enveloping the corridor, where the only sounds were the breaths of a few individuals. Thus, they slowly advanced towards the hall. Shinyan Si understood that they remained within the realm of illusion. According to Sugua's perception, the malevolent spirit had erected a barrier in the hall, and if he was not mistaken, it would lie in wait for them, eager to ensnare them. In a room on the second floor, a shadow wielding a blade observed their departure, a silent smile creeping across its face. The game of cat and mouse was nearing its end. The hall would serve as their tomb, rendering the path to salvation tantalizingly elusive. How delightful it was! "It's coming. Be cautious," Shinyan Si whispered in an unusually low tone into Sugua's ear. The sound akin to a blunt object scraping against the ground emerged, and both Wang Ling and Lu Li heard it. Wang Ling, gripped by anxiety, clutched Sugua's arm, yearning to flee as far away as possible. Sensing their unease, Sugua softly reassured, "Do not fear. Stay close that we are together." Shinyan Si proceeded slowly, acutely aware that the ominous sound drew nearer, a light sweat beginning to form. He could distinctly feel Sugua's hand trembling due to her heightened tension. "Ahead is a wall. We are doomed," Lu Li remarked, observing Shinyan Si, veering not towards the door, but rather towards a wall. In that instant, she released her grip on Sugua, attempting to escape in another direction. But fortunately, the cloth binding them ensnared her, pulling her back. Sugua swiftly grasped her to prevent any further frantic attempts to flee. That very moment, the threatening sound grew alarmingly close. Seizing the opportunity, she cast a paper effigy, using an ensoulment technique to ascertain their situation behind them. Yet, upon its release, the paper figure split in twain, just as the shadow raised its blade to strike where the paper effigy had appeared, momentarily shielding Sugua. Shinyan Si sensed the imminent danger and forcefully yanked Sugua and the two of them into an embrace, crashing against the wall. "A CI, Sugua!" Suddenly, a familiar voice called out, prompting Sugua to exhale a sigh of relief as she collapsed onto the grass outside. While Shinyan Si sat down heavily that moment, she noticed that the fabric of his shirt had been torn. Recalling how he had pulled her into his embrace in the blink of an eye, Sugua crawled toward him. Shinyan said, His tone remained somewhat aloof, yet Sugua detected a note of relaxation in his demeanor. She peeled back the shredded garment, realizing that it was merely the fabric that had been damaged, and his body remained unscathed. That a wave of relief washed over her as she slumped weakly against his back. Meanwhile, Lu Li and Wang Ling were still enveloped in confusion, struggling to comprehend the situation. Zhao Chu and Lin Shu recalled clearly that Sugua and Shinyan Si had been following closely behind them upon entering the manor. Yet in the instant they turned back, the two had vanished without a trace. They called out multiple times, but received no response, soon realizing that something was amiss, when Dan Jie, stationed at the wireless communication base, informed them that the footage had not captured Sugua and Shinyan Si due to their obstructed view. They swiftly returned to the base to review the recordings. They discovered that the temperature in the hall had plummeted below freezing for a mere 2 seconds. The brief duration had prevented them from feeling the drastic drop, as their bodies had not reached the threshold for such a sensation. Lin Yin helped Lu Li and Wang Ling to their feet, turning to Dan Jie and inquiring, "Should we contact the police?" We must get them to a safe location immediately. Dan Jin nodded in affirmation, indicating, I've already reached out. They will arrive in 20 minutes. ACI, you actually manifested your spirit. Do you wish to jeopardize your life? Before Dan Jie could finish her orders, Zhao Chu's stern voice interrupted with urgency. What ACI? Dan Jie's expression shifted upon hearing this. You should descend the mountain as well, and undergo an examination, she stated decisively. No need. I am aware of my own body that I will remain. Xinyan Ci replied. That is, Dan Jie admonished once more that I will attend to it once this ordeal concludes. Though his tone was as usual, an inexplicable fatigue resonated within Sugua. Xinyan Ci stood, brushing off the grass clippings from his clothes, and made his way toward the base. That I have discovered something we have previously overlooked in the records. Lin Shu announced. What is it? Sugua inquired. Upon our arrival, I noticed an unusual number of graves in this vicinity. That I conducted some research and found that the villagers below the mountain have been placing their deceased relatives' graves here. As the village relocated from the reservoir over 30 years ago, do you not find this coincidental? The issues began to arise only after this relocation, and prior to my inquiries, there had been no recorded problems in this area. Lin Shu elucidated. Moreover, I recently reviewed the latest data, and the mortality rate among the villagers is alarmingly abnormal. What do you mean by abnormal? Dan Jie asked. You may examine it for yourselves, Lin Shu said, handing the records to Xinyan Ci. Nearly every month, one person dies, with 90% of those deaths classified as unnatural. Xinyan Ci frowned upon reading the results. Unnatural deaths? Zhao Chu queried, taking the documents from Xinyan Ci. And they are all buried in the ground. Dan Jie exclaimed in disbelief. What on earth are they thinking? At this rate, the mountain will become a necropolis. Zhao Chu was at a loss for words, astonished by the absurdity of the situation. Sugua scrutinized the documents intently. What is it, little Sugua? Have you made a new discovery? Zhao Chu asked. Not so much a discovery, rather something that piques my interest. The family structures are predominantly single-parent households led by fathers. With very few intact families, Sugua replied. Observe how many mothers have passed away, leaving fathers to raise their children. She pointed out several family records. Xinyan Ci regarded Sugua, his long fingers rhythmically tapping upon his elevated knee. It seems we must investigate that village, Sugua, and I will conduct the investigation. You all may manage the base here, Xinyan Ci declared. Are you not going to rest? Perhaps a brief respite would be prudent. Dan Jie suggested, her concern evident. Though the two had taken a short break after their outing yesterday, Xinyan Ci paused, observing Sugua's dark circles. Let us rest for a while. We will visit the village in the afternoon. As it is safer there with the police present, that Sugua nodded, her eyelids growing heavy with fatigue, having held on thus far. Seeing Sugua fall asleep almost instantly in her chair, Dan Jie gently draped a light blanket over her and turned to Xinyan Ci, urging, You should rest as well. Leave the village investigation to us. Perhaps my brother and I could handle the investigation, Lin Yin suggested, with Lin Shu nodding in agreement. Zhao Chu looked to Xinyan Ci for his opinion. Yes, let us maintain constant communication, Xinyan Ci replied, regarding the two brothers. Chapter 7. Tao Lin Village, June 11. Tao Lin Village. The Lin brothers drove towards Tao Lin Village. Brother, do you think there is something amiss about this incident? Lin Yin inquired as he drove. Having practiced together for many years, Lin Shu's abilities surpassed those of his younger sibling, who could sense things that Lin Shu had also noted, yet one aspect remained elusive to him. Indeed, and I suspect Zhao Chu and the others have sensed it as well. However, they have yet to reach a conclusion due to the lack of concrete evidence, Lin Shu mused while reviewing the data on Tao Lin Village. Have there been any communications from that area? Lin Shu asked. That a few police officers are stationed there. They likely understand that sending more personnel would be futile, hence most of the forces have been withdrawn. Lin Yin replied, glancing at the rearview mirror. Suddenly, he noticed that the mountain seemed to be shrouded in something, an indistinct haze that had not been present during their arrival. Brother, look back at the mountain, Lin Yin reminded him. At that moment, Lin Shu set down the documents in his hand and turned his head away. A layer of gray mist blanketed the sky, piercing into the mountains as if forming a pillar to the heavens. Contact Sugua and the others. They are likely to sense it as well, Lin Shu said. This mountain has become a graveyard for the dead. The yin energy is so dense that it's only a matter of time before it spreads to the surrounding areas. In the afternoon, the two arrived at Taolin Village Point. Two police officers were stationed at the village. Initially, they were skeptical of the psychics, viewing them as ignorant charlatans. However, after learning about the rescue of two missing persons from the villa, they began to take the abilities of these psychics seriously. Upon seeing the Lin brothers disembark from their vehicle, the officers immediately approached them. After a brief exchange of introductions, Lin Yin casually inquired, "Officer Wang, you have been in this village for half a month. What are your impressions of the place?" These two were also seasoned officers, and upon hearing the question, they understood what Lin Yin was getting at. "Isolated, oppressive, and rather unwelcoming," Officer Wang replied. "Moreover, it seems they are avoiding us. While not overtly obvious, there's an underlying sense of it, and it feels somewhat contrived," Officer Yu added. "Contrived?" Lin Shu questioned. Just then, a few villagers approached from a distance, carrying hoes on their shoulders, presumably just returning from the fields. The two officers noticed them as well and turned to the Lin brothers, saying, "Let's discuss this inside." Lin Yin and Lin Shu exchanged glances. Realizing the officers likely had something significant to share, though we have investigated some records about this village. The mortality rate here is alarmingly high, and the deaths are predominantly unnatural, Lin Shu stated. "Unnatural deaths? Are you suggesting murder?" Officer Wang mused, stroking his newly sprouted stubble, "that IT may not necessarily be murder," Lin Yin hinted, casting a suggestive glance at Officer Wang. "Putting that aside, I would like to hear about any recent discoveries you two have made in the village," Lin Shu said as he took a seat, with Officer Yu placing glasses of water in front of everyone. "Recently, it seems someone in the village head's family has fallen ill. I've noticed them constantly fussing over some roosters and burning incense to pray. Moreover, whenever we inquire, some villagers become rather evasive, but we can't press too hard. It might just be a village tradition," Officer Wang explained. "Also, there's a madwoman around here. When we first arrived, she used to come running to us every day, rambling nonsense, but we haven't seen her much lately." Officer Yu added that I've visited many villages and encountered all sorts of villagers, but they seem polite yet guarded that I can't quite grasp the source of their wariness. Officer Yu continued, "Indeed, it's perplexing. As public servants, we are here to uphold justice, yet we remain oblivious to what they are wary of. Even if they engage in these superstitious practices, we have no intention of prosecuting them." Both officers exchanged thoughts. Lin Yin observed his brother, and they both nodded in tacit understanding. "Can you tell us more about the village head?" Lin Yin inquired. "We only met him in the first few days after our arrival. He was quite welcoming then. That time, about a dozen villagers were waiting for you psychics, and the village head was genuinely diligent, responding positively to our police inquiries. However, after we withdrew, we haven't seen him since." Officer Wang recounted. "The last time I saw the village head, he mentioned some family matters and apologized for not being able to host us properly. After that, he vanished from sight," Officer Yu added. "I also find the villagers quite peculiar," Officer Yu remarked, scratching his head in confusion. "Peculiar how?" Lin Yin asked. "They seem overly curious about what we are doing. Sometimes, while I'm out on patrol, they would approach me, engaging in all sorts of small talk, and at times, it becomes quite bothersome, prompting me to just hurry back," Officer Yu explained. Before he could elaborate further, a commotion erupted outside, prompting the group to stand and move toward the noise. "This insane woman! Seize her! Old Sun's family! Why haven't you locked this wretched creature up? Always causing trouble. I swear I'll beat this dog-born pest to death." A barrage of harsh, biting words reached their ears. The four were taken aback, hearing such cruel insults for the first time, that a disheveled person, barefoot and in tattered clothing, stumbled toward them, her long, dirt-matted hair clinging to her face like a veil. It was evident from her silhouette that she was a woman. "This is the madwoman I mentioned," Officer Yu pointed out. Officer Wang rushed forward, positioning himself between the crowd and the madwoman. As a police officer, he could not stand idly by as such brutality unfolded. Despite the adage that a wise judge cannot discern domestic disputes, this had escalated to domestic violence. Upon seeing Officer Wang intervene, the villagers finally noticed their presence. A man stepped forward, seemingly the one with authority. "Officer Wang, this woman is mentally unstable and could harm others. We are merely provoked by her actions. Look, her family is here. Why not let them handle it? It's best to leave family matters to them." "Wouldn't you agree?" the man suggested with a smile. "Absolutely not. If we leave her in your hands, she might end up dead at your hands," Lin Yin interjected before Officer Wang could respond. Casting a glance at the terrified woman hiding behind Lin Shu, Lin Yin's expression darkened. Yes, I believe this matter should be reported to higher authorities, as it constitutes domestic violence, which carries criminal liability under the law. Lin Shu asserted, positioning himself protectively in front of the woman. The villagers tightened their grips on their weapons, and Lin Shu furrowed his brow, sensing the situation was diverging from his expectations. That it was no wonder they say that impoverished mountains breed cunning folk. These individuals seemed intent on resolving matters through force. Furthermore, he had sensed the same aura emanating from the madwoman as that of the mysterious creatures, albeit faintly, indicating she might hold vital clues. Though they could not fathom why she was connected to those beings, the villagers contemplated their next move regarding the madwoman. Suddenly, someone rushed up from behind and whispered into the ear of the leading man. The man, appearing flustered, hurriedly led the group away. What just happened? Officer Wang was left bewildered, the only certainty being that the villagers had been contemplating violence against them. Captain Wang, officer, you noted, having observed the unfolding scene. It seems the issues in this village are far from trivial. Lin Shu, with a knowing glance at the madwoman, suggested they take her back to their quarters for the time being. Officer Wang had already contacted higher-ups to report the situation, and reinforcements were on the way. However, for the Lin brothers, the most pressing challenge lay in deciphering the vital clues the deranged woman possessed. Lin Yin sensed a layer of foul energy enveloping her, indicating that she had recently come into contact with those creatures. He tentatively posed a few questions, but the woman did not respond, nearly resorting to violence against him instead. Brother, do you think she is possessed? Yet, I can't discern the original entity, Lin Yin pondered aloud. At that moment, Lin Shu produced a talisman and began to arrange a formation around the woman. However, despite completing the arrangement, the madwoman remained in her frenzied state, showing no signs of reaction. It seems we must contact Su Guo and the others. Since this woman is not currently possessed, our exorcism efforts would be futile, Lin Shu concluded. Officer Wang, when are the reinforcements expected? Lin Shu inquired. They should arrive by evening, Officer Wang replied. Coordinate with Su Guo and the reinforcements. I fear there may be danger. Lin Shu recalled the earlier near conflict. Lin Yin instantly understood the implication, picking up the phone to contact the others at the villa. Chapter 8. Possession by Malevolent Spirits, June 11th. Base when Su Guo opened her eyes. It was already evening. Rubbing her eyes, she glanced toward the monitoring area. Xin Yunxi and Zhao Chu were oblivious to her awakening, engrossed in a discussion, stretching her limbs. Su Guo was about to inquire when the door curtain was lifted and Dan Jie entered with a water jug in hand. Xiao Su Guo, you've finally awakened. Dan Jie beamed. You had quite a restful slumber. Indeed, I even snored, Zhao Chu teased. In no way. I never snore when I sleep. Don't slander me. Su Guo replied, neatly folding her blanket to the side, that if you don't believe me, ask a CI. We both heard it quite clearly. Zhao Chu gestured toward Xin Yunxi, who remained unresponsive. Seeing this, Su Guo rolled her eyes dramatically. That a CI always undermines me. It's frustrating. Zhao Chu retorted, by the way, what were you discussing earlier? As Su Guo recalled the lively discussion between the two upon waking, she inquired, what were we talking about? We investigated the adventurers who have visited here in previous years and discovered a pattern. Zhao Chu replied. What pattern? Su Guo asked. The small groups that encountered accidents all had a female member. Zhao Chu stated. Su Guo remained somewhat bewildered, utterly unaware of the connection. While many adventurous groups had visited in the past, most had not encountered any problems. Notably, those that did had a woman among them. For example, when Zhao Chu and I initially set up the camera equipment, everything went smoothly. At that time, you and Dan Jie were at the base. However, during our second visit after you joined us, problems arose the moment we entered the villa. Looking at the composition of this exploration team, the presence of women seems to trigger the activity of that malevolent spirit that, do you understand my explanation? Xin Yunxi explained to Su Guo at a leisurely pace. I see, Su Guo nodded, indicating her comprehension. ACI, we've received the statements and recordings from the two survivors over there, Dan Jie remarked as she glanced at the files just received on her computer. Let's play the recording, but given that they are still mentally shaken and have yet to recover, we need to approach the information they provide with a discerning mindset, Xin Yunxi added, similar to what Xin Yunxi had mentioned. The two survivor statements were indeed somewhat disjointed. After reviewing the summarized notes, Shin Yunsi clarified the circumstances surrounding this group. So, the two who initially went missing were Wen Tao and He Mei. Then, Wang Ling witnessed the murderer kill someone but was unsure of the victim's identity at that moment. Later, Lu Li saw Qian Ming being murdered, and then Sun Jingwo suddenly attempted to kill Lu Li, who was ultimately saved by Wang Ling. It's all so chaotic, Su Gu lamented as she raked her fingers through her hair in frustration. But how did Lu Jingwo die? And didn't Zhao Cheng and Li Xan not enter the villa? How could anything have happened? Also, why is Qian Ming, who was supposed to be dead, appearing outside the villa? Dan Jie and Zhao Chu pondered, their brows furrowed in contemplation. Here, Lu Li mentioned that the murderer who killed Qian Ming bore a resemblance to the missing Wen Tao, that I boldly speculate that he is indeed Wen Tao. If we consider the two who initially went missing, then it follows that Wan may also have been murdered by Wen Tao. Zhao Chu mused, clicking his pen rhythmically, that I find Zhao Chu's hypothesis to be quite plausible. Dan Jie concurred. The others turned to Shin Yunsi, eagerly awaiting his thoughts. Following Zhao Chu's reasoning, it is highly probable that the individuals I encountered that night were either Lu Jingwo or Wen Tao. Shin Yunsi responded, aligning with Zhao Chu's conjecture. Moreover, Lu Ling mentioned that after witnessing Qian Ming's death, Sun Jingwo inexplicably turned on her, attempting to kill her. This led to their escape, during which they encountered Lu Li. And both were subsequently driven into that room by the creature, Shin Yunsi elaborated. The analysis of the events reached an impasse. However, there is another hypothesis, Shin Yunsi said, raising his cup to take a sip of water. What hypothesis? Dan Jie and Su Gu asked in unison. The spirit may have possessed a human this time, that if a human is possessed by a malevolent spirit, the conflicting magnetic waves of the two souls could result in a repulsion, with each spirit vying for control over the body, leading to various forms of disharmony. However, based on their accounts, there was no indication of any physical disarray. Rather, the act of murder appeared swift and decisive. Zhao Chu queried, what if the host body is that of a deceased person? Shin Yunsi posited succinctly to AT that moment. Dan Jie and Zhao Chu exchanged enlightened glances, while Su Gu gazed at them. Her eyes clouded with confusion as she looked at Shin Yunsi. Shin Yunsi sighed, observing Su Gu's innocent expression, that he turned to her and asked, you must be familiar with cases where dolls are possessed by malevolent spirits. Right? I know. Zhao Gu mentioned it to me before, she replied. Dolls serve as vessels for sealing souls. Lacking a soul, a doll is susceptible to possession due to its maintained human form, that if we consider the deceased as a doll. Before Shin Yunsi could finish, Su Gu's eyes widened in realization that I understand. The deceased, devoid of heart and soul, is akin to a doll. Following the sequence of our hypothesis, the first to die was Wen Tao, followed by Qian Ming, and finally Sun Jingwo, Shin Yunsi noted while jotting down the details. Furthermore, the malevolent spirit can only possess those within the villa, Dan Jie added. Indeed, upon closer inspection, it appears that all those possessed were individuals who entered the villa. And notably, all were men, Zhao Chu remarked. But why pursue Zhao Cheng and Li Xian outside? Su Gu questioned. This remains uncertain, still under scrutiny, Shin Yunsi noted, sketching a question mark in his notebook. Given this perspective, I believe we could attempt a S-ance, Shin Yunsi suggested, turning to Zhao Chu. Let us summon Wenwan's spirit. Why Wenwan? Wouldn't it be better to summon Sun Jingwo or Wen Tao? That way, we could directly uncover what transpired. Su Gu argued that no, we cannot yet ascertain whether his spirit has been expelled or consumed by the malevolent entity. If it has been consumed, it would mean a merger has occurred. The spirit summoned could likely be that of the malevolent being, Shin Yunsi explained. Then I'll prepare. Let's conduct the S-ance tonight, Su Gu declared. Just as she stood up, her phone rang beside her. Without knowing the details of the conversation, she noticed Zhao Chu frowning as he replied, all right, understood. Please ensure your safety. Did I ask that Lin Shu's call? Dan Jie inquired. Yes, they not only clashed with the villagers over there, but also uncovered matters related to those creatures. Zhao Chu responded. What happened? Dan Jie asked anxiously. They found a clue from a madwoman, suspecting something amiss at the village chief's house. They secretly followed her there and discovered an unknown evil object being worshipped at the chief's residence. Mainly, it was the aura of that madwoman that piqued their interest, so they wanted to know if you could hypnotize her to uncover what happened in the past. They believe it might lead to a clue. Zhao Chu summarized. When can I go over? Dan Jie asked straightforwardly. Wait for the police to send additional personnel to escort you. Don't rush. Lin Shu mentioned that the villagers over there seem quite strange. So exercise caution. When you go, be careful in your actions. Don't be reckless like a foolish girl, Zhao Chu advised, crossing the room to pat Dan Jie on the shoulder. Dan Jie instinctively shrank away. Evading the contact, don't touch me. Who are you calling a foolish girl? I don't want to talk to you. Watching Zhao Chu being dismissed, Su Gu shook her head and sat down beside Shen Yunzi. Stealing a few glances, she noticed that his complexion was not as pale as before, suggesting he was likely in good health. She then focused intently on reviewing the surveillance footage. Case 0. Missing Adventurers Chapter 9. The Madwoman June 12th. Evening. Dan Jie accompanied the police to the village. Upon disembarking, she spotted Lin Yin and approached her. Lin Yin waved in greeting. The setting sun cast its warm glow over the mountains, presenting a seemingly serene landscape, yet inexplicably evoking a sense of dread within Dan Jie. Reminiscent of the calm before a storm, it seemed that this night was destined to be one of unrest. Thank you, Dan Jie. Zhao Ge should have briefed you on the situation. Right? Lin Yin led the way ahead. Indeed, it appears the situation here is rather dire, Dan Jie observed, catching a glimpse of a figure lurking in the shadows of a nearby house, suggesting their movements were under surveillance. Yes, it seems that woman is of significant importance to them, which is why we insisted on protecting her, Lin Yin replied as they approached a brick house and entered. Inside, a man in police uniform stood guard at the door. Nodding in acknowledgement to Lin Yin. This is Officer Yu. We owe much to him during our time in the village, she explained. Dan Jie stepped forward, extending her hand. Hello, I am Danis from the SPR headquarters. I appreciate your assistance. Officer Yu momentarily hesitated before quickly recovering and shaking Dan Jie's hand. Hello, thank you for your efforts. That I'll step outside to keep an eye on things. Just call if you need anything. With that, he exited the room that they're inside. My brother has been watching her all along, Lin Yin said, lifting the curtain. The sight of the emaciated woman before Dan Jie left her utterly stunned. She struggled to articulate the horror reminiscent of scenes from crime dramas depicting abduction and abuse. Dan Jie, you're here. Lin Shu's voice jolted Dan Jie, who had been intently gazing at the woman. This must be the person you want me to hypnotize, she said as she sat down, meeting the woman's gaze. The woman's disheveled hair obscured her eyes, and after a moment's hesitation, Dan Jie cautiously extended her hand. As if afraid of startling the woman, gently brushing aside the locks that concealed her gaze and tucking them behind her ear in that instant of contact, the woman flinched but remained motionless. Murmuring softly to herself, "Do not be afraid. We will not harm you. You are safe now." Although aware that the woman might not comprehend her words, Dan Jie whispered her reassurance. Rising, Dan Jie opened her backpack and retrieved a cloud-patterned bundle. Placing it on the table and unwrapping it delicately. Inside lay a branch, adorned with several yellow-green leaves, and another small pouch contained a string of bells. Dan Jie entwined the bells around the branch, their crisp sound resonating in the air, creating an unexpectedly refreshing sensation. Could this possibly be the soul-calming bell? Lin Yin inquired. Indeed, this is a Bodhi tree, over 300 years old, Dan Jie replied. As she lifted the branch and approached the woman, shaking her wrist. The sound captivated the woman's attention. Dan Jie gently swayed the Bodhi branch before her. The bells chimed steadily, filling the room with an exotic fragrance. The soothing aroma of Bodhi wafting through the air. The Lin brothers, standing behind her, sensed the weariness of their days dissipating in the presence of the bell's sound and the fragrant air. Dan Jie and the woman locked eyes, engaging in a gaze that sought to penetrate the depths of the soul in that moment. Their spirits intertwined. Darkness enveloped them, an endless void, as Dan Jie steeled herself against the fear of the unknown. Gradually delving into the woman's consciousness, she beheld the woman in her youth, with willow-like brows and dimples that emerged when she smiled, embodying a gentle yet vivacious spirit. This time, the woman appeared to be in her 20s. Her bag containing books indicative of her university life. Yet, the woman was not merely a girl that on her way home from class, she was intercepted by a pregnant woman. Though Dan Jie could not decipher their conversation, the woman's gesture suggested she was in distress and seeking help. Observing the girl's anxious expression, Dan Jie recognized her as a kind-hearted soul that in a sudden shift, the girl was seen supporting the pregnant woman towards a car. only for a shocking twist to unfold. The seemingly expectant mother, upon opening the door, swiftly turned and pushed the unsuspecting girl into the vehicle. The girl, caught off guard, stumbled inside, and just as she attempted to escape, hands from behind covered her mouth and nose. She struggled briefly before succumbing to unconsciousness. Danjia's heart tightened with understanding. She could sense the tragedy that was unfolding. She yearned to intervene. Yet she knew it was futile. No one could return to the past. The girl was bound and taken to a warehouse, and soon after, transported to a village. Like livestock, she was traded, having pleaded and cried in vain, only to be met with brutal repression that on her first day in the village, she was forced to engage with a man she had never seen before. Danjia gazed upon the man's face. The pieces of the puzzle fell into place. The girl's harrowing fate, however, did not end there. Her first child, a daughter, was buried alive. Then came the second, the third. How many had been born and buried, she did not know. She had attempted to escape but had her legs broken. She had resisted, only to have a cruel matron blind her in one eye, calling her a useless failure for not bearing a son. Eventually, the family procured another girl, and in that moment, Danjia glimpsed her past self. She aided the girl in her escape, but was discovered. The girl was brutally killed before her eyes. Madness consumed her. And Danjia saw the madness reflected in the woman's tear-filled gaze. How long had she waited? How many hopes had she harbored, only to be dashed? Danjia could not fathom the number of girls who had perished there. Yet she knew their deaths were tragic. They sought to unleash their pent-up resentment and rescue those still trapped, a mystery that haunted Danjia. Why did they defend the two girls from the exploration group? The scene shifted, revealing the girl's weathered visage, surrounded by a throng kneeling in reverence before something veiled in mist. The girl's expression was devoid of emotion until a hunched old man abruptly dragged her forward. Danjia could not discern what lay before them, obscured by a thin veil of fog, as if deliberately concealing the truth from her view. The old man drew a knife across the girl's arm, blood gushing forth as she remained motionless, numb. The crimson flowed into the object before them, an overwhelming stench suddenly assailing Danjia, causing her to feel nauseous as she instinctively covered her mouth. At that moment, the scene shattered into fragments. Returning to reality, Danjia gazed into the weathered eyes of the woman, as if seeing the spirited, kind-hearted girl of yore. She held the woman's hand tightly, yearning to offer a promise, yet words eluded her. Lin Yin and Lin Shu silently observed as Danjia clasped the woman's bony hand, and to their astonishment, the woman's eyes, no longer vacant, shimmered with unshed tears. Retribution. They shall face retribution, Danjia hissed through clenched teeth. She turned to the Lin brothers. You too, come with me, before returning to the woman. Rest assured, with us here, you are guaranteed safety. The Lin brothers, sensing the gravity of the situation, understood Danjia wished to discuss something significant, something beyond mere transgressions. Her outrage was palpable, and her curses hinted at a malevolent reality that as spiritual practitioners. They were cautious with their words, aware that utterances could manifest into reality. Are you suggesting human trafficking? Lin Shu asked, astonished. Indeed, and not just a few families. The entire village is complicit in this heinous act. Who knows how many girls have suffered at their hands? They deserve to be punished, Danjia exclaimed, slamming her fist onto the table, causing the water in the teacup to slosh over. That I also witnessed them engaging in some ritualistic bloodletting, using the girl's blood. This is nothing short of barbaric, Danjia continued. Ritualistic bloodletting. Lin Yin echoed that if I am not mistaken, it is related to what we stealthily observed in the incense burner that day. Lin Shu remarked, exchanging knowing glances with Lin Yin. What transpired? Danjia inquired, having only been aware of their surveillance without the specifics. That it turned out that the day of the confrontation, the sudden withdrawal of the opposing party had raised their suspicions. After ensuring the madwoman's safety, they conducted a nocturnal investigation at the village chief's residence. They discovered the chief had entered a room and not emerged for a considerable time. Outside that room, Lin Yin had sensed a shroud of dark energy and a vaguely familiar aura reminiscent of the monsters they had encountered. The chief was seen performing a ritual before an incense burner, curiously devoid of offerings or images of deities, with even the incense unlit. Did you notice anything unusual about that incense burner? Danjia inquired. We refrained from investigating further for fear of detection. Lin Yin sighed. We were being watched, and in uncertain circumstances, we feared we might raise alarms, he added. Dan Jin nodded in agreement, acknowledging her own impatience had clouded her judgment. Chapter 10. June 12th. Outside the villa. Summoning souls, I wonder how Lin Shu and the others are faring. Suguo rubbed her eyes, fatigued from hours of staring at the monitors. Trust in their abilities. They will be fine, Zhao Chu replied, handing her a cup of water. It's been days without any sign. Could it be that the malevolent spirit has departed this place? The rich aroma of coffee dulled her exhaustion. No, it is merely waiting. Shun Yunxi's icy voice interjected. Fearing the loss of crucial moments, Shun Yunxi and Zhao Chu had taken turns monitoring the surveillance, her hair having fallen forward over her forehead, lending her an unexpectedly gentle appearance. Zhao Guo, will the summoning require us to enter? Suguo recalled her previous experiences with trepidation and no need to enter. We can summon from the base, Shun Yunxi assured her. Soon, I will need you. Suguo, to help me clean the base that we must also set up infrared cameras, Zhao Chu stated as he retrieved a bag from his backpack. Does the base require monitoring? Suguo inquired curiously. Indeed, and this bag's contents must be scattered about. Zhao Chu pointed to the package. What is inside? Salt, to dispel the original energies. After scattering it, I will place talismans around to ensure no other spirits interfere. Zhao Chu explained to Suguo. Hey, where did Shin Yunxi go? Suguo turned to find Shin Yunxi had vanished from her post. How can you miss someone for just a second? Zhao Chu teased. You can be quiet. Suguo retorted, tossing the cloth she had been holding at him. Have we finished cleaning? Shin Yunxi lifted the curtain of the base and declared, done. Just now, Xiao Suguo was looking for you. Zhao Chu nudged Suguo with a wink. What's the matter? Shin Yunxi entered, holding a stack of documents. That it's nothing. I just noticed you weren't around and wanted to ask Zhao Guo where you went. Suguo replied with a hint of helplessness. Da-da. I went to the car to retrieve some information regarding Wenwan. Shin Yunxi answered with utmost seriousness. That I see. Suguo said, completely at a loss for how to continue the conversation. Zhao Chu's invocation required specific details about the deceased, such as their birth date, age, and time of death, along with any possessions they had in their lifetime. Sensing Suguo's discomfort, Shin Yunxi began to explain. Zhao Chu carefully placed an incense burner in the center of the table, flanked by 2 black candles, along with a small copper item resembling a bowl, which had a wooden handle, since Shin Yunxi had previously instructed them to maintain silence. Suguo held back her questions. Zhao Chu then cautiously opened a small box to extract a black ink stone, gently grinding it. Once everything was prepared, he lit the incense and inserted it into the burner. Thin wisps of smoke began to rise, gradually filling the air with the scent of agarwood. Zhao Chu took a piece of slightly yellowed rice paper and picked up a brush, inscribing Wenwan's name. Shall we write the time of disappearance as the day after she went missing? Zhao Chu hesitated to inquire. Shin Yunxi placed the documents onto the chair behind him. Let's write the day they went missing. Zhao Chu complied, placing the paper atop Wenwan's student ID that Shin Yunxi had brought to ITS about to begin. Zhao Chu signaled for Shin Yunxi to extinguish the remaining lights. The only light in the room now emanated from the 2 candles. Zhao Chu picked up the wooden-handled object and gently shook it, producing a sound reminiscent of ethereal drums. Echoing within the small room, that silence fell again. Zhao Chu opened his mouth, emitting an astonishing sound, deep yet gentle. As if murmuring, Suguo found herself entranced, her weary body and mind suddenly soothed and relaxed. Just as she began to revel in a moment of tranquility, a sigh abruptly pierced the air. Suguo's body involuntarily shivered, and the temperature around them seemed to plummet. Upon closer inspection, she discerned that the sigh belonged to a female voice. Instinctively, she grasped Shin Yunxi's sleeve. She wished to explore her surroundings, only to find a silhouette appearing on the wall opposite Zhao. Chu.is that Wenwan? Zhao Chu inquired. The shadow slowly nodded. You realize you are already dead? Wenwan nodded once more. Do you know who killed you? Wenwan suddenly stiffened, then twisted slightly. Is it Wen Tao? Zhao Chu asked pointedly. Wenwan began to nod, then suddenly shook her head vigorously. Is it that thing? Zhao Chu suggested. It must have killed Sun Junwo too, right? Do you know where it is now? Is it still at the villa? Zhao Chu glanced at the incense, which had burned low, realizing time was running short. Suddenly, the shadow clutched its head, as if desperately wanting to scream something. Watching the shadow grow fainter, Zhao Chu knew they couldn't hold on much longer. He then saw Wan extend her arm, pointing toward the woods east of the villa. Just as Zhao Chu intended to ask for specifics, Wan's shadow erupted like fireworks, dissipating into countless specks of light that vanished into the air. Su Guan now realized she was still clutching Xin Yunxi's sleeve and quietly released her grip, glancing at him from the corner of her eye, relieved to see he had not noticed her small gesture. That direction? Zhao Chu pondered. Do you remember when Lin Shu mentioned he found a graveyard over there? He even said it resembled a place for nurturing corpses. Xin Yunxi's gaze shifted toward that direction. So, are we saying that area is the so-called lair? It must be where the ancestors of the villagers are buried, he mused, picking up the documents resting on the chair to peruse them. So, we've been circling back to the village all along. Zhao Chu tapped the table, observing the stark contrast in his demeanor from when he was conducting the Su Gua's previously constructed filter shattered instantly. Zhao Gu was still the same Zhao Gu after all. Watching the two engage in discussion, Su Gua, unable to interject, felt her curiosity piqued and slowly leaned toward the table, eager to examine Zhao Chu's items. Curious, are we? Came Zhao Chu's teasing voice from behind. Indeed, it's my first time seeing this, Su Gua admitted candidly. What is this wooden-handled object? That is a Yin bell, to as the saying goes. It is held and struck to guide. Thus, it is named Yin bell, used to beckon spirits, to let them know I am searching for them. Noting Su Gua's hesitance, Zhao Chu smiled. If you have any questions, feel free to ask. Consider it a free lesson. Why use black candles? And why are there usually 3 or 5 incense sticks, but this time only 2? Su Gua queried. White candles are for calming spirits, while black candles summon them. Odd numbers of incense sticks are for worshipping deities and offering sacrifices, whereas even numbers are for guiding souls. I see that so. Xiao Sugua, do you think I'm quite impressive? Are you not in awe of me? Zhao Chu playfully tousled his hair and struck a pose. I'm numb. Seeing you like this shatters all illusions, Su Gua retorted, recalling how she initially viewed Zhao Chu as a godlike figure, only for his true nature to be revealed over time. Just as the two were about to exchange playful banter, a loud thud resounded as Xin Yunxi forcefully closed the documents that it's better to focus on how to dispel the spirit than to engage in idle chatter. Su Gua stuck out her tongue and turned to eagerly organize the footage from earlier. ACI, these matters cannot be rushed. For now, we only know they are connected to the villagers. The rest depends on whether Dan Jia has any clues, she remarked. Zhao Chu approached Xin Yunxi, snatching the documents from his hands. I believe you need to rest. You've been working tirelessly for quite some time now, and your body can't endure this much longer. Listening to Zhao Chu, Xin Yunxi pinched the bridge of his nose and sighed. He understood that while Zhao Chu's suggestion was delivered in jest, the seriousness in his eyes indicated that he would not relent until Xin Yunxi took a break. Rest assured, Xiao Sugua and I will keep watch. Nothing will go awry. With no other option, Xin Yunxi reluctantly wrapped himself in a thin blanket and settled into the chair. Chapter 11. The Nurturing Ground for Corpses. June 13th. I have already communicated with Officer Wang. He will assist us in detaining the village chief and his group under the pretext of a temporary investigation. However, we still need Dan Jia to help divert their attention, Lin Shu stated. Then let us proceed as planned to my brother and I will investigate. While Dan Jia, you focus on keeping an eye on things, Lin Yin affirmed. Changing into inconspicuous clothing, as darkness descended, the temperature outside gradually dropped. Dan Jia cautioned the two to act cautiously as they stealthily slipped out. The village chief's residence was situated at the northern edge of the village, near Ake Mountain, with the closest neighbor several hundred meters away. The two quietly infiltrated the courtyard. Brother, do you sense that? Lin Yin asked, concealing herself in the shadow of a woodpile. The stench of decay is potent. It emanates from that house over there. Not just decay, but a strong scent of blood, Lin Shu added. Blood? Lin Yin queried, trying to discern the source to the blood of spirits. He suddenly realized. The foul odor indicated the presence of someone on the brink of death. However, the acrid scent of blood brought an unsettling chill. Lin Shu grew serious, recalling their previous encounters with various malevolent spirits that it was rare to feel such dread before even seeing the source. Let us take a look over there, he suggested, pointing toward a structure that appeared to be a warehouse built by the Lin family. Upon opening the door, they encountered an incense burner, conspicuously larger than usual. positioned in front of a blank wall, devoid of offerings or incense. This anomaly puzzled both of them. Lin Yin leaned in closer to examine the burner, only to be met with a noxious stench. "Brother, come over and take a whiff," she beckoned. Lin Shu stepped forward, and upon inhaling, he donned gloves and took a pinch of the substance, bringing it closer to his nose, suppressing his discomfort as he contemplated its significance. "This is grave soil," Lin Shu confirmed. "What? Is it toxic?" Lin Yin was taken aback. Why would they offer grave soil without any offerings for the spirits? Moreover, the soil bore a hint of blood. Didn't Tidanjia mention they used that woman's blood for rituals? Lin Yin recalled, piecing the information together. It appears to be the case. This atmosphere reeks of anguish, resentment, and malevolence. "It makes me feel extremely uncomfortable," as she spoke. She pulled out a piece of paper and carefully collected the soil. Folding it neatly and tucking it into a compartment of her clothing, we should head back. This soil needs to be shown to Zhao Chu and the others. Just as they exited the warehouse, Lin Yin caught a glimpse of a shadow darting into the house, emitting the foul odor, causing her to blink in disbelief, unsure if she was hallucinating. "Brother, should we check out that house?" Lin Yin gently patted Lin Shu on the shoulder, her gaze unwavering from the room ahead. Lin Shu seemed to sense Lin Yin's thoughts and nodded slightly as they drew closer to the door. The stench of decay intensified, suggesting that time was running short. Lin Shu's hand fell to his side, instinctively counting the days, realizing that the person's end was imminent. The two cautiously pushed the door, which yielded effortlessly. Inside, the sparse room was adorned with talismans plastered against the windows and walls. Lin Shu stepped forward to scrutinize the various charms. An exorcism talisman, albeit drawn incorrectly. Lin Yin leaned in closer, confirming her earlier suspicions. Glimpsing the elderly man on the bed, who lay unconscious, a shadow suddenly emerged from him, lunging towards Lin Shu. Taken by surprise, Lin Shu was unable to evade the attack, seemingly penetrated by an unseen force. A chilling sensation piercing through to his very bones, both frigid and clammy. Simultaneously, a chorus of voices, female, or perhaps many women, echoed, chanting, "Do not interfere, you shall be killed," absolutely unforgivable. The dark figure bore a striking resemblance to the group of monsters encountered previously. Lin Yin, disregarding everything else, rushed to Lin Shu's side, grasping his arm in an attempt to pull him up from his kneeling position. "Brother, are you all right?" Lin Shu waved his hand, signaling he was fine, though he was too pained to speak. Once he regained his composure, the two quietly exited the room, planning to return to discuss their next course of action with Sister D and Atiakshan. "Zhao Ge, are you certain this is the right direction?" Su Gui asked, casting a dubious glance at the compass as she looked at Zhao Chu. "What's the rush? We still have quite a distance to cover." Zhao Chu reassured her. "These bugs are about to devour me." Su Gui swatted at the tiny flying insects surrounding her, but her efforts proved futile. I insisted that a CI stay behind to rest. "Yet here you are, eager to accompany me. Am I to blame?" Zhao Chu teased, a mischievous grin on his face. "Does saying a few words cost you a piece of flesh?" Su Gui rolled her eyes in annoyance. The two continued their arduous trek through the forest, with Su Gui scratching at the welts on her arms and sighing, lamenting her self-inflicted plight. Suddenly, she spotted a corner of a stone tablet that was unobscured by foliage. "This must be the graveyard we spoke of," she mused. They pushed through the tall grass and finally beheld the eerie graveyard, overrun with weeds and towering cypress trees. Zhao Chu wandered among the gravestones as if on a leisurely stroll. Kneeling to examine the soil, at each grave Su Gui quietly followed, refraining from interrupting him. Time seemed to stretch endlessly, with only the rustling of leaves and the absence of insect chirps to be heard. The silence struck Su Gui as strange. She glanced around, recalling a nagging sense of being watched. Just as she was about to voice her unease to Zhao Chu, he abruptly pulled her away with a grave expression. He moved swiftly, and had she not been grasped by him, Su Gui felt certain she would have stumbled. After what felt like an eternity, the oppressive sensation of being surveilled dissipated. "Zhao Ge, earlier," Su Gui began, but was cut off by Zhao Chu. "I heard a voice urging me to kill you." "What?" Su Gui was taken aback, unsure how to respond. Although it was but a fleeting moment, the desire for bloodshed had washed over him, leaving her troubled about the identities of those who had perished here. While trying to attune himself to the spirits of the graves, Zhao Chu's mind was invaded by thoughts of kill her and sever her limbs so she cannot escape. Thankfully, after the previous incident, he had strengthened his control over his soul awareness. Otherwise, the consequences would have been dire. The spirits of the deceased, their resentment coalescing, were growing increasingly powerful. Interesting, it seems someone is nurturing these energies. Zhao Chu remarked, "Should we return and devise a plan?" Su Guo suggested that as soon as she spoke, a rustling sound emerged from the bushes behind them. "Who is it?" she exclaimed, swiftly turning and tossing a paper talisman in that direction. Zhao Chu noticed as well, but hesitated, concerned for Su Guo's safety if he pursued. Ultimately, he chose to remain, watching as her talisman returned without capturing anything. Upon their return to the base, after you left, the temperature inside the mansion suddenly dropped. Shin Yunkai remarked, observing the two newcomers, that isn't it supposed to decrease? Spirits manifesting typically lower the temperature, so why would it rise? Su Guo questioned, puzzled, but only for a brief moment. As soon as you returned, it plummeted again. Shun Yunkai continued, reviewing the surveillance footage, that if I'm not mistaken, it must have followed you. Desuga felt goosebumps rise on her skin, realizing that the feeling of being watched was unmistakable, and the entity that had failed to pursue them must have been that malevolent spirit. Zhao Chu recounted the events at the graveyard to Shin Yunkai. Did you manage to capture it on film? Zhao Chu inquired, considering that if it wished to act freely, it could only do so by possessing another's body. The commotion it had caused implied it was likely inhabiting someone's corpse. Yet they found no trace of it on the surveillance footage. Our recordings cannot capture this four-dimensional space unless it deliberately allows us to see it. Shin Yunkai explained that I've reviewed the individuals linked to the graves. They all died under mysterious circumstances, and their resentment is palpable. It seems someone is collecting and offering these resentful energies. Zhao Chu understood Shin Yunkai's limitations, adding, it appears this burial ground has indeed birthed a malevolent spirit. Shin Yunkai rested his chin on his elongated fingers, gazing out the window into the distance. But why would it choose this mansion as its lair? Isn't that peculiar? He countered, realizing he needed to investigate the house's history further. At that moment, Zhao Chu's phone rang. It appeared to be Sister Dan. He could be heard saying, "We'll wait for your return." As he was suddenly realized, Sister Dan and the others are coming back? Yes, Lin Shu indicated there was little left to investigate. The situation is quite complex. They will brief us upon their return, likely tomorrow morning, Zhao Chu replied. Let us take shifts tonight. I'll cover the first half, and you the latter, Shin Yunkai suggested, turning to Su Guo. All right, I understand your gentlemanly conduct. Leave me on watch alone, but you can't force me to sleep, she declared, plopping down in front of the monitor, casting a helpless glance at Shin Yunkai. Shin Yunkai chuckled in resignation. Wow, you actually smiled, Su Guo blurted out, unable to suppress her thoughts. Shin Yunkai, caught off guard, stiffened his smile, turning back to his tasks as Su Guo felt a mix of embarrassment and amusement alongside Zhao Chu's smirk. Chapter 12. The Perfect Plan. June 14. Base. Good morning. Morning. Hey, Sister Dan. Su Guo, still groggy, finally registered that Sister Dan was greeting her. Just in time for breakfast. I was about to wake you, Sister Dan said. Oh, all right, Su Guo replied reflexively, gathering her toiletries and heading out. The village below certainly harbors issues. The entire community is involved in the trafficking of women and children, as well as human organs. Truly despicable. Sister Dan bit into her bread with disdain. How do you know? Zhao Chu inquired, handing a carton of milk to Sister Dan. I saw it during hypnosis. She replied, Did I ask that the madwoman you mentioned before? She is not mad. She is a victim of circumstances, Sister Dan insisted, shoving a piece of bread into Zhao Chu's mouth as he attempted to speak. What other discoveries did you make? Shin Yunkai, ignoring the playful banter, turned his attention to the Lin brothers. That we brought back a few items, but we'll need to eat before we examine them. Lin Yin responded with a knowing look. It is not something revolting, is it? Su Guo immediately grasped. Well, it's about that level, Lin Yin replied after a moment's thought. By the way, Zhao Gu and I visited that graveyard. How was it? Any findings? Lin Shu inquired. Someone is collecting the resentful energies. They have coalesced there, which is unusual since the resentments of different individuals typically exist independently. Zhao Chu explained, and no wonder it's like that, Lin Yin murmured. What do you mean? Shin Yunkai furrowed his brow. The items we brought back are related to this, Lin Shu remarked. The rest of the group had lost their appetite, all eager to discover what had been brought back. Sugwa absent-mindedly picked at her food before leaning in. She watched as Lin Shu retrieved a transparent small box from his bag, its surface sealed with an unknown talisman. Lin Shu tore open the talisman and opened the box, revealing an object wrapped in paper. Although she had yet to unwrap the paper, Sugwa seemed to catch a whiff of a foul odor, causing her to quickly cover her mouth and nose to prevent herself from gagging. The senses of spiritual practitioners are exceptionally acute, particularly for those with higher spiritual energy. Observing the serious yet twitching temples of Shin Yunkai, Sugwa inexplicably felt a desire to laugh. Da-da, Zhao Chu. Reacting instinctively, almost wretched but managed to regain control and refrain from vomiting, that it appeared that both she and her brother had somewhat weaker spiritual energy, while Lin Yin and the others could also smell it. Few exhibited such intense reactions that no, I am the weakest. Danjia looked at everyone with a sense of helplessness. She had only caught a whiff upon getting closer. This is the earth offered to the village. Not for the gods or Buddhas. Lin Shu mocked with a chuckle. What is the situation in the village? Shin Yunkai carelessly pushed the box aside, while Zhao Chu took the opportunity to observe it closely. Before Danjia left, she briefed the police. So those people should be taken away for investigation, Lin Yin replied. During my hypnosis, I gleaned the girls' previous living conditions in school, with such detailed information. The police will likely soon uncover the missing persons from that time, Danjia said with a hint of pride that by the way, that girl carries the scent of those monsters. Danjia mentioned she had been saved by them several times after being bullied by the villagers. Lin Yin suddenly recalled. Shin Yunkai had her own suspicions. If she was not mistaken, those monsters were likely the girls who had been abducted and murdered. Previously, the village relocated due to dam construction. And according to the records, they moved their ancestral graves to Ake Mountain. Strangely, only the graves of male family members were relocated, with no female relatives moved, indicating a lack of regard for these women. It had been discovered earlier that they were so impoverished they could barely afford food, let alone consider procreation. Yet now, they appeared to have plentiful offspring, suggesting these women were likely abducted to bear children for them, only to be disposed of once their purpose was fulfilled. There were no records regarding trafficking or organ trade, indicating that there must be someone shielding them from scrutiny. This means our previous investigative materials may have been tampered with. And it is also necessary to communicate with the current owner of this villa. Shin Yunkai tossed aside the previously reviewed materials, deeming them useless since they had been altered. Now that you mention it, we have only seen men in the village during our stay. Aside from that woman who escaped, Lin Yin suddenly realized that no, perhaps there are others, like her, still trapped inside. Danjia enlightened that it seems our materials require re-examination. Ah, how frustrating. Zhao Chu rubbed his hair in exasperation. Leave the materials to us, Lin Shu said, looking at Shin Yunkai. Rest assured, we have our methods, Shin Yunkai replied with a nod, acknowledging their effort at Asiai. What are your thoughts on this evil spirit? So far, only you and Sugwa have confronted it directly, Zhao Chu suddenly asked. Indeed, we have been here for over half a month, far exceeding expectations, and the progress has been sluggish. Observing everyone's weary expressions. It is evident that if this continues, our physical limits will soon be reached, Shin Yunkai stated. The possessing type of evil spirit, if lacking strong willpower, is likely to turn its host into a puppet. Once that occurs, the chances of survival become exceedingly slim. For it, the body is merely a medium to interact with the physical world, and if one is rendered useless, it simply seeks another. Its ability to transfer possession poses a significant challenge to our exorcism efforts. As Shin Yunkai spoke, everyone fell into contemplation. If it only possesses boys, then if there is only one body available for possession, doesn't that mean we can catch it? Lin Yin proposed. Among us, only Zhao Chu and you, Lin Shu, possess exorcism abilities, and once possessed, the original soul is devoured. Shin Yunkai pointedly refuted the suggestion that we absolutely cannot allow possession. However, even without possession, we cannot confine this evil spirit. The group fell into a stalemate. Substitute human form. Shin Yunkai suddenly uttered these two words, like thunder striking the ground. Zhao Chu jumped up from his chair in astonishment. Yes, let the evil spirit possess a human form. Truly, you are brilliant, Asiai. Zhao Chu praised. But how do we make it possess? Sugwa voiced what everyone was thinking. Evil spirits determine a human's essence based on the presence of life within the body, that if this human form contains life, It can confuse the spirit into believing it is human. But where do we find a living essence? Lin Yin sighed at the daunting challenge. Dan Jie and Zhao Chu instantly grasped Xin Yunsai's intention, voicing their disapproval in unison. "Ah, see, I know." The Lin brothers looked at them in confusion. That it was then that Su Guo remembered Xin Yunkai could control his life essence to exit his body. But recalling the side effects that would impose significant strain and danger on him, she clenched her hands. "Do you realize how dangerous this is? What if you lose control?" Dan Jie grasped Xin Yunsai's arm, anxiously gazing at him. Her hair, which had been neatly arranged, fell in disarray over her face. This was the first time Su Guo had seen Dan Jie so flustered that I had been able to control it for quite some time. Before Xin Yunkai could finish, Zhao Chu stepped forward, his expression grave. "Have you forgotten the last time? If not for Su Guo's accidental strike against that evil spirit, would you have returned safely? It was precisely due to the previous encounter that he proposed this solution. Is there any alternative?" He asserted, "I have my own thoughts in proposing this. I will ensure my own safety." Xin Yunkai stated earnestly that no, at worst, we can withdraw from the case or change personnel. Dan Jie exclaimed, agitated. "Dan Jie, do not be willful." Xin Yunkai raised his voice significantly. "That I hope you will respect my decision, that I understand your concerns. If I were not fully prepared, I would not propose this plan, that I hope you can trust me." Gazing into Xin Yunsai's resolute eyes, Zhao Chu, who had been locked in a long stare with him, finally relented. "What is your foolproof method?" He rubbed his temples, inquiring. "The crux of this method lies in Su Guo." Xin Yunkai replied, turning to her. "I will teach Su Guo the binding technique to ensure the evil spirit is confined within the human form." That Su Guo gazed at Xin Yunkai in bewilderment, feeling as if she had been thrust into a challenging situation. "With Su Guo's spiritual energy, I believe in her," Xin Yunkai asserted, his gaze steadied at that moment. Lin Shu seemed to grasp the plan. "You intend to take Su Guo inside?" Lin Shu stood up. "No, that is far too dangerous for her," he protested vehemently. Xin Yunkai did not respond to his question, merely looking at Su Guo, his black pupils reflecting her image. Serious yet filled with unwavering trust, prompting Su Guo to nod in affirmation. "I can do it, but we will discuss the specifics of the plan later." Her fingers lightly tapped the table as she regarded Su Guo's hesitant expression. "Do you have any questions?" What is a human substitute?" Su Guo asked softly. Although she was familiar with the term, she did not know its specific implications and could not help but inquire. In witchcraft, there is also the concept of a substitute. One creates a human form substitute, transfers misfortune onto a straw figure, and then burns the straw figure to dispel it. There is another variant of transformation, known as sending a substitute. For instance, if one has offended a certain spirit, they can create a human figure to send it away. Xin Yunkai patiently explained it. So, the idea is to let the evil spirit possess the human form, binding it there while we eliminate it. Is that correct? Su Guo pondered, looking at Xin Yunkai, awaiting his response. Precisely. It appears you are quite astute, Xin Yunkai teased, a rare playful tone in his voice. Su Guo was momentarily taken aback, as she thought she had seen the corners of his mouth lift slightly. Did he just smile? Chapter 13. The events unfolding June 15th. A phone call in the early morning shattered the tranquility of the base. "You mean the village chief's father died of fright?" "You must be joking," Lin Yin exclaimed incredulously. Earlier, she had speculated with Lin Shu that the man was nearing his end, but she had expected him to last at least another year. "I received notification this morning. The forensic results from the overnight autopsy just came in," Xin Yunkai replied seriously. Dan Jie and Lin Yin exchanged glances, stunned that the most unbelievable outcome had indeed come to pass. "What did he die of?" Dan Jie inquired. "Unknown," Xin Yunkai replied flatly. By the way, before I left, I asked Officer Yu to keep an eye on our high-sensitivity cameras and infrared cameras, that if all goes well, we should have captured the specific situation on tape. We can review the footage." Dan Jie suddenly clapped her hands in excitement. "Hiss." Zhao Chu clasped her hands together and patted her arms as though trying to rid herself of non-existent goosebumps. "What's wrong? Is this all you've got?" Dan Jie cast a disdainful glance at Zhao Chu, harboring an ominous premonition. Zhao Chu remarked, "As expected of you. Dan Jie, your foresight is truly remarkable." It was then that Lin Yin recalled Dan Jie's abrupt mention of needing to attend to some matters before their departure. It turned out to be this very issue. Beside her, Lin Shu nodded in agreement. "Of course, that's the case. You must have left it there because the items were too heavy to move back and forth. Right? Shin Yunsi cast a teasing look at Dan Jie. Well, isn't the outcome rather unfortunate? Dan Jie shrugged her shoulders, making a gesture that implied the police would likely send over the videotape. Zhao Chu stated. The recording indeed captured the entire sequence of events. All we see is that contorted creature standing beside the bedridden individual, devoid of any further action. Shin Yunsi sensed something was amiss. Was there any audio recorded? Turn it up that moment. Zhao Chu moved her fingers slightly, maximizing the volume, and faintly, one could hear desperate pleas of "let me go. I don't want to die," and "don't come closer," interspersed with a piercing, inhuman shriek. Repeatedly echoing revenge. Revenge. Shin Yunsi. Look, Sugwa suddenly pointed at the screen. Beneath the creature's shadow, another figure emerged, unnoticed earlier due to their overlapping forms. The individual turned, taking deliberate steps towards the camera, and suddenly, a pair of wide, terrified eyes and a gaping mouth appeared on the screen, exclaiming, "Don't interfere with me." The bloodshot eyes, so bulging, startled Sugwa, making her take a step back. It was in that moment that everyone else awakened to the reality that there was indeed a profound vendetta at play. What had this person done to be consumed by such resentment that it led to their demise? The targets of the creatures we encountered were the villagers, weren't they? Lin Yin summarized. What are you all looking at? The curtain was drawn aside, revealing Lin Shu, who entered with a stack of folders, beads of sweat still glistening on his forehead. Brother, I was wondering where you had gone. Documents, but I hope you're all prepared for what you'll find. Lin Shu stated gravely, shaking the folders in his hand. Everyone gathered around to receive a copy and began to peruse. 10 years ago, a woman who had been abducted to the village escaped and reported the village's involvement in human trafficking and organ trade to the police. However, when the police investigated, they found nothing and ultimately could only detain the family that had purchased the girl for the trafficking routes. They claimed it was a one-time transaction with no clear information on the other party. The leads thus faded away, and over time, the matter was left unresolved, and no follow-up was ever conducted, regardless of the girl's claims. Lin Shu explained. Surely, the villagers helped to conceal this. No, the entire village conspired together. Lin Yin murmured to herself that I managed to locate the girl's current residence and sent someone to investigate, gathering some information. They would sell a portion of the abducted girls while keeping others for breeding within the village. However, if a girl gave birth to a female infant, she would be buried immediately. Male infants would be retained. These girls would then be sold again, and their fates after that remain a mystery. Some girls, driven to despair, would commit suicide, while others would attempt to escape. Those who succeeded were fortunate, but those who were caught and returned faced brutal punishment. The girl who managed to escape did so with the help of others who shielded her. Yet in the end, no one was able to rescue them, leaving her with a lifetime of pain. Lin Shu reflected, recalling the photo of the woman who had since entered a monastic life. She was likely still living with her guilt. Those deceased girls now slumber at the bottom of the dam. No wonder their grievances could take form. Shin Yunsi casually flipped through the materials in his hands. The vengeful spirits of the girls and those infant girls who met tragic ends at birth. Without anyone to guide them, harboring resentment, revenge has become their greatest desire. The entire village is complicit in such deeds. Retribution is only a matter of time. Zhao Chu clenched his teeth in fury. The village's sacrificial practices began in recent years, coinciding with the arrival of new residents. Since then, unnatural deaths have plagued the village. And curiously, all the deceased have been male. Initially, the victims were elderly, but in recent years, they have been predominantly young men, and the circumstances of their deaths have been quite peculiar. They even invited a sorcerer to inspect the situation. He claimed they were being tormented by malevolent spirits, advising them to atone for their ancestors' sins and to cease their violent ways. Yet, I don't understand how these individuals could conclude that summoning more powerful evil spirits would solve their problems. As a result, everything spiraled out of control, leading to the current situation, Lin Shu elaborated. Their sacrifices are intended to appease and control that malevolent spirit. But what about this house? Su Guo inquired, utterly bewildered. Do you think merely offering a small incense burner and a sprinkle of blood will suffice? Shin Yunsi replied, his expression devoid of emotion. That little soil is merely a means to establish a connection with the malevolent spirit, to pacify it and ensure it remains in the mountains. The primary site of their sacrificial rites is this very house, that if I'm not mistaken, the concrete of this house contains remnants of those burial sites. Shen Yunzi smirked, realizing he had overlooked the essence of the house, a grave mistake. Indeed, the workers responsible for constructing this house were villagers, making it all too easy for them to tamper with things. Lin Shu responded, "But wasn't this house demolished and then rebuilt?" Su Guo was once again perplexed. She examined the documents in her hands, which indicated that the current owner had indeed demolished the original structure and erected the present house. Yet issues still arose. After moving in, the new owner began experiencing auditory hallucinations, incessantly hearing voices urging him to sever his wife's limbs and harm his family. That it wasn't until he nearly killed them that he realized he needed to escape the house. Su Guo, glancing at the documents, couldn't help but feel astonished that Lin Shu had managed to obtain information about the owner, who had previously refused to communicate with them. The house was indeed torn down, but the foundation remained. This new structure was built on the old foundation, Lin Shu clarified. Part of the construction crew for the new house was still hired from the village, and no wonder, Dan Jie murmured softly. So, it seems there are debts to be settled. The targets of those creatures are the villagers and that malevolent spirit, which explains why they aided us earlier, Su was suddenly understood, so their attack on us was a warning to stay out of their affairs. Their animosity had nothing to do with them, yet the malevolent spirit within needed to be eradicated. If left unchecked, its influence might only grow. Shen Yunzi spoke with gravity. Indeed, the existence of malevolent spirits necessitates consumption, continuously devouring to sustain their existence and desires. That if this continues, the unimaginable consequences of unfulfilled desires could manifest. The group turned their gaze towards the ominous manor beneath the setting sun, as the waning light offered no warmth. Chapter 14. Epilogue. Are you an idiot? Zhao Chu grasped at his hair, which had become a tangled mess, as he regarded Su Guo with an innocent expression. With a sigh of exasperation, he resolved to teach a simpler incantation. Do you still remember the 9-character true words? Yes, I still recall that, she replied. That I'll teach you the 9-character sword seal, in midair. While reciting the incantation, draw 4 horizontal and 5 vertical lines. With your left hand positioned as if holding a scabbard at your waist, your right hand should form a sword shape with your index and middle fingers together, while the remaining fingers remain slightly clenched, akin to drawing a treasured blade. For each character you recite, make a corresponding stroke. Odd-numbered strokes should be horizontal, and even-numbered strokes vertical. Do you remember this? Zhao Chu gazed intently into Su Guo's eyes as he earnestly instructed. Isn't this meant to repel spirits? Su Guo recalled Zhao Chu's previous lesson and couldn't help but ask. This can also temporarily immobilize spirits. You must remember it well, Zhao Chu reiterated when facing the combatants. All shall array before you. Su Guo attempted to trace the incantation in the air. Meanwhile, the others busied themselves discussing their action plan for the following day. Tomorrow, when the spirit manifests, I will merge with its form and enter alongside Su Guo. Having faced it once, I believe it will be more fixated on my body, Shen Yunzi remarked with a sardonic smile. When you withdraw, Lin Shu, Lin Yin, and I will keep an eye on you to prevent any unforeseen issues. Zhao Chu worried that the spirit's emergence might lead to an attack that could inflict psychological harm on his corporeal self. That I can handle it, Shen Yunzi replied, yet upon observing Zhao Chu's resolute expression, he fell silent. You must exercise caution. Under no circumstances should you allow yourself to be attacked. Dan Jie stepped forward, her concern evident as she grasped Shen Yunzi's hand. That I will withdraw at the most opportune moment. You need not worry. Shen Yunzi squeezed her hand reassuringly. As night fell, stars scattered like fine grains of sand, forming a galaxy that reclined against the azure sky, with wisps of clouds drifting by. Su Guo tossed and turned on the base's sofa, ultimately sitting up slowly, only to find that the previously solitary vigil had transformed into a gathering of 2. Shen Yunzi and Lin Yin sat before the monitor, engrossed in conversation. The nearby lights cast a pallid glow on their faces. What are you discussing? She donned her slippers and, draped in a light garment, wobbled her way over. Neither of them anticipated that Su Guo would awaken. Did we disturb you? Lin Yin asked, a hint of embarrassment in her gaze. That no, I just couldn't sleep, Su Guo pouted in response. Worried about tomorrow? At some point, Shen Yunzi had brewed a cup of red tea. He approached and offered the warm beverage to Su Guo. The fragrance of the tea wafted gently around her, and she took a small sip, savoring its sweetness laced with a hint of bitterness. I suppose so. I'm just afraid I won't be able to shoulder this great responsibility. She glanced at Shin Yunsi. Trust me, and also have faith in yourself, he said, taking a seat across from her. I remember the first time I met you. You weren't nearly as timid as you are now. You were just as impulsive and reckless as a young calf. Shin Yunsi reflected on their first encounter. The first time he had seen such a spirited and bold girl. Lin Yin couldn't help but chuckle. Shin Yunsi, what a way to describe a girl. You can't really compare her to a calf. Noting Shin Yunsi's slightly bewildered expression, Lin Yin understood that he truly did not grasp the gravity of his words. Never mind, just go with the flow, don't overthink it. You should rest early tonight to prepare ample energy. Shin Yunsi ignored Lin Yin's advice and gazed tenderly at Su Guo, his eyes lingering on the strand of hair that had curled up as she slept, unable to suppress the smile that crept onto his lips. June 16th. The air was infused with the unique fragrance of mountain flora as Su Guo took the talisman that Zhao Chu handed to her, looking at him with curiosity. Though I gave you some yesterday, I still feel uneasy. These are to protect you. Please take care of yourself for ACI, Zhao Chu said, gently ruffling Su Guo's hair, that I will be careful. You shouldn't be too anxious. I believe in you all. Su Guo replied with a cheerful smile directed at Zhao Chu. Let us go, Shin Yunsi's voice came from behind. Due to the human form acting as a medium, there was a discernible difference between the entity and the physical body. Su Guo extended her finger to touch the shimmering membrane surrounding Shin Yunsi's form, astonished to find it soft to the touch. How peculiar, she murmured, her curiosity piqued as she glanced at the single bed within. It appeared as though Shin Yunsi's body lay motionless, seemingly asleep. Observing the body and the entity that had taken on his form felt surreal. Let us go, Shin Yunsi urged, pushing open the villa's door. A wave of damp, decaying air rushing to greet them. From the entrance, she could see the surveillance camera positioned in the hall that Su Guo couldn't recall how she had entered this alternate space. And turned to Shin Yunsi, her eyes inquiring what they should do next. Taking her hand, Shin Yunsi led her forward. With each step they took, dust was stirred up, floating in the light. Suddenly, Su Guo felt a wave of disorientation. The once sunlit hall turned ominously dark. She could hear her heartbeat echoing in her ears as her grip on Shin Yunsi tightened, that it felt as though something was scraping against the floor. The rhythmic slash drawing closer, as her eyes adjusted to the darkness. She squinted towards the source of the sound, vaguely discerning a tall silhouette that moved slowly, occasionally emitting strange cries, suppressing her trembling hands. Su Guo pulled out a flashlight and pointed it towards the noise. She gasped in terror. What she saw was no longer human. A face and body covered in decaying flesh, with remnants of rotting meat dropping from it with each step. The portions that were not decayed were saturated with thick, congealed blood, resembling a zombie from a post-apocalyptic world. That moment, the entity's blood-red sockets fixated on Shin Yunsi, and it suddenly grinned. Its mouth grotesquely merging with its nose as crimson froth spewed forth. This corpse has reached its limit, Shin Yunsi remarked as a dark shadow began to coalesce. It's coming, Su Guo exclaimed, watching as it lunged toward Shin Yunsi. In the blink of an eye, the shadow plunged into Shin Yunsi's body. He was thrown back, and in that fleeting moment, Su Guo perceived his half-detached state as he silently conveyed, I'm leaving it to you. As Shin Yunsi's essence retreated, the humanoid form he maintained reverted to its original appearance, and upon witnessing the dark figure struggling to escape its human guise, Su Guo sprang into action. Formation, all combatants. Line up before me. With each strike, the figure would recoil, as if desperately resisting. The once intact humanoid began to show fine cracks, and Su Guo realized that this form could not contain it for long. She could only hope Zhao Chu and the others would arrive soon. Suddenly, Shin Yunsi's true form trembled. He opened his eyes in search of Su Guo. Lin Yin, who stood by his side, startled, replied, They've already gone. Shin Yunsi exhaled in relief, rising from the bed, but the sudden movement made him dizzy, nearly causing him to fall back. Take it slow, don't rush, Lin Yin advised. Sweat trickled down Su Guo's forehead. Zhao Guo, hurry. If you don't come soon, I won't be able to hold on. A clear bell-like sound echoed from afar, and a beam of white light streaked across, bringing Su Guo a sense of relief. She knew Zhao Chu and the others had arrived. Little Su Guo, Are you all right? Dan Jie rushed over, pulling Su Guo, who was slumped on the ground, to her feet. Well done, Zhao Chu said, picking up the now cracked humanoid figure from the ground and placing it into a box that emitted a faint golden glow. Noticing Su Guo's confusion, Zhao Chu explained, "This is a binding device that can suppress malevolent spirits. Once we're out, we'll find a suitable place to deal with it." Su Guo nodded, realizing that the once dim hall had returned to its original state. With the occasional sound of birds chirping in the distance, "Did I it over?" she asked tentatively. "It's over. Finally, I can return and enjoy a lovely spa day," Dan Jie said, her movements causing the bell to chime sweetly. At that moment, a faint rustling noise came from behind them, startling everyone into turning around. It was the group of monsters, standing still in the sunlight, their contorted limbs gradually returned to their former shapes. They looked gentle and grateful as they gazed at the group before dissipating like mist into the air. "This is truly the end. I isn't it?" Su Guo stated earnestly. "Yes," Zhao Chu said, stretching as he stepped out of the villa. Dan Jie and Su Guo exchanged smiles. June 20 By the way, how did you deal with that evil spirit? Su Guo asked nonchalantly, taking a bite of her shaved ice. "I initially intended to go to the temple to exorcise it. But Lin Shu stated that his talisman could send the spirit away directly." Zhao Chu replied, sipping through his straw. "Truly impressive. The Taoist exorcism techniques are remarkably swift," he continued. "However, while watching the Lin brothers exorcise the spirit, I felt something was amiss but couldn't quite pinpoint it. After much deliberation, I decided to defer the matter for later. After all, they're friends and surely wouldn't betray me. How did you exorcise it? Please tell me." Su Guo pressed on, "It's a secret." Zhao Chu made a shushing gesture. Case closed. Chapter 1 The car accident. Shen Yunsi gradually rose, mechanically turning to survey his surroundings, his hazy consciousness sharpening. He could only recall that before losing consciousness, Zhao Chu had been frantically spinning the steering wheel, yet they still failed to evade the truck that had deliberately collided with them, in the moment of impact. He had embraced Su Guo, shielding her from some of the force, but due to inertia, they were both flung from the vehicle. Standing up, he examined his hands, finding them unharmed, and upon lowering his gaze, he discovered his body bore no injuries either, leading him to sense something was amiss. The vegetation around was lush. A road lay 100 meters to his right, entirely devoid of any traffic, lending him the uncanny feeling that the earlier accident had been an illusion. Su Guo, he called out, scanning the area for her. As he prepared to head to the road for clues, he heard a rustling noise behind him. He spun around, instinctively on guard. Cough, cough, a figure slowly stood up. Su Guo, Shen Yunsi called hesitantly. "Shen Yunsi," the girl appeared dazed. Shen Yunsi hurried over to steady her as she swayed. "Where are we? What about Zhao Guo? I just woke up and only saw you. I'm completely unscathed. I must be lucky," Su Guo exclaimed, realizing she had emerged from the accident without a scratch. "This is very strange," Shen Yunsi remarked, looking around. "What's wrong? We should check that road over there." Shen Yunsi didn't respond to Su Guo's question. He needed to ascertain something urgently. They stood at the roadside, observing their surroundings. One side was a towering mountain, the other a dense forest. "Do you remember the section of road where the accident occurred?" he inquired. "I do," Su Guo replied, puzzled as she regarded him. One side was indeed a mountain, while the other presented a steep incline. "But look at the trees over there." Shen Yunsi pointed to the forest that was level with the road. "This isn't the same spot, and our car along with that truck is gone. What on earth is happening?" Su Guo's tone was tinged with urgency as she expressed her confusion. "Let us search for Zhao Chu. Logically, he should not be far from us." With that, she ventured along the roadside, peering into the thicket. The two of them were unaware of how long they had been searching back and forth without success in locating Zhao Chu. Could Zhao Guo be in danger? Why is it so difficult to find him? Su Guo's voice quivered with anxiety, fear gripping her heart at the thought of Zhao Guo encountering misfortune. Shen Yunsi halted, surveying the surroundings. Apart from the rustling of tree branches in the wind and the occasional chirp of a bird, there was an unsettling silence. The road we traversed is a national highway, frequently traveled by many vehicles daily. Yet, since we awakened, have you seen a single car pass by? Shen Yunsi spoke with a serious tone. Indeed, they had been there for nearly an hour without witnessing a single vehicle, a situation that defied logic. Su Guo, do you see it? See what? Su Guo inquired, puzzled. The spirits. We might be experiencing a phenomenon akin to a ghost wall. Su Guo steadied her breath, attuning herself to the flow of energy around them. There was no sense of distortion. Instead, the atmosphere felt harmonious and warmed. No, I do not see anything. Let us continue forward and investigate. With the sun overhead, they walked for an indeterminate amount of time, and Su Guo's breath began to grow uneven. Su Guo, are you feeling unwell? Shenyan Ci noticed her increasingly labored breathing, and the frown etched on her brow. My body feels heavy and fatigued. Su Guo inhaled deeply, exhaling slowly in an attempt to alleviate her condition. Let us take a moment to rest. Shenyan Ci gently supported Su Guo's arm, guiding her to sit casually by the roadside. This place is quite peculiar. Perhaps it is only we two who have ventured here, that if that is the case, Zhao Chu should be safe. Shenyan Ci looked up at the azure sky, suddenly narrowing his pupils in realization that he quickly glanced at his watch, and enlightenment dawned upon him. From the moment we awoke until now, considerable time has passed. Logically, it should be dusk, yet it still resembles the afternoon. Though the second hand of his watch appeared to move, the hour and minute hands remained obstinately still. That we are likely in a spiritual realm. Shenyan Ci's heart sank at the thought. What do you mean by a spiritual realm? Su Guo asked, bewildered. It is a world that exists yet does not exist. The tangible world we inhabit is accepted by society, while the world of spirits resides in the spiritual realm, known only to us spiritual practitioners. Only spirits can traverse the spiritual realm freely. Oh, you are saying that we are spirits, and we have detached from our physical forms. Su Guo interjected, her expression shifting as the explanation fell into place. Currently, we both exist in a state of life. Normally, a person only experiences such detachment when on the brink of death, which indicates that your physical condition is precarious, Shenyan Ci remarked, concern evident in his gaze. Noticing that Shenyan Ci focused solely on her condition, Su Guo asked, what about you? Since childhood, my spiritual body has been unstable, often detaching involuntarily, that I later learned to control and confine my spirit within my body. So I cannot ascertain whether my detachment is due to impending death or a lack of control that I see. However, since we are in the spiritual realm, you must remember to avoid injury at all costs. Physical wounds can heal, but injuries to the spiritual body are arduous to mend, potentially leading to death or mental collapse. That Su Guo nodded, signaling her understanding. What should we do now? I am uncertain, but this must be premeditated. Shenyan Ci had initially declined to take on this case, but due to persistent pleas from above, he reluctantly acquiesced. Suddenly, all patients in the CIG hospital fell into a deep coma, occasionally emitting a scream, only to cease breathing thereafter. Doctors could find no explanation, and the situation gradually worsened. Shenyan Ci had intended to wait for the Lin brothers and Dan Jie to join them, but due to incessant urging from the other party, the three had to proceed alone, leading to this predicament. That as they continued along the highway, Su Guo asked, do you remember our visit to the Guanyin spiritual site in Taiwan? Why? I feel the same here as I did at the spiritual site. It's indescribable, but it feels as though spirits are congregating here, yet they remain unseen. That Su Guo glanced around anxiously. Are they floating spirits? No, it's an indescribable sensation. At that moment, a winding path appeared before them. Is this an invitation to a trap? Shenyan Ci scoffed. Shall we proceed? Yes, we must. But you must stay close to me, Shenyan Ci urged. A hint of apprehension flickering in his eyes, understood that Su Guo recognized that if they became separated now, it would surely lead to dire consequences. That in the forest, aside from their footsteps, not a single bird chirped. Su Guo felt as though she could hear the rhythm of her own heartbeat, gently tugging at Shenyan Ci's sleeve, trying to tread lightly. The sound of leaves crunching beneath her feet sent shivers down her spine. After an indeterminate period, they faintly heard voices conversing. Shenyan Ci halted, straining to discern the direction of the sound. Just then, darkness enveloped the area in an instant. Shenyan Ci looked up at the sky, a sense of worry creeping into his heart. They cautiously approached the source of the voices, and through the tall, lush grass, they discerned a group of individuals surrounding a fire, engaged in heated arguments. At that moment, Su Guo stiffened, sensing something pressing against her back. Shenyan Ci, too, found himself restrained, as a voice from behind commanded, raise your hands. Who are you? The two were abruptly shoved forward, stumbling into the midst of the crowd. I saw these two eavesdropping from behind, exclaimed a voice from the rear. Shinyan Ci calmly scanned the surroundings, gently tapping Sugwa's hand to reassure her. We were en route to Seiji Hospital when we met with an accident. And upon regaining consciousness, we found ourselves here, he stated cautiously, noting several individuals clad in hospital gowns. Damn it, not again with Seiji Hospital. A dark-skinned man spat, his voice laced with disdain. Following that, the group began to hurl insults at one another. Yet Shinyan Ci attentively listened, piecing together that these individuals were somehow connected to Seiji Hospital. Trapped in a case, he thought. Once the group calmed down, Shinyan Ci resumed questioning Datso, aside from the patients. There were also family members and doctors who visited the hospital that day. Have they all arrived here as well? This revelation shocked Shinyan Ci. The basic information provided to him had been incorrect. Indeed, in our small county hospital, there were approximately 30 people caught up in this incident. The man replied, his stature unimposing, yet his sharp gaze indicated shrewdness. What about the others? Shinyan Ci surveyed the group, estimating their number to be about a dozen. Are you unaware? The man scrutinized Shinyan Ci, appraising him from head to toe. Shinyan Ci remained silent, his dark eyes fixed on the man. They are dead, the man replied. The weight of his words caused Sugwa to tremble involuntarily, while Shinyan Ci's pupils constricted slightly. Do you know about the escape game? The man inquired. Yes, Sugwa nodded. Our current state mirrors that. We must constantly flee and hide, for those captured will meet their end. The young man caressed the gun in his hand, providing clarity to Shinyan Ci as to why the numbers had dwindled so drastically. The frail physical conditions of the patients rendered their survival in such a tense and perilous environment all the more challenging. As spirits, their demise likely meant their physical forms were either comatose or had suffered brain death. By what force are we being hunted? What do you mean by that? You must be unaware of everything that we were just drawn into this today. Besides, we were investigating this matter, and then we met with an accident. Sugwa muttered softly. Upon hearing that they were there to investigate the incident, the man's eyes lit up, and hope began to blossom within the group. But you still haven't mentioned what is pursuing you. He pressed. The man shook his head. We do not know. We have never seen it. However, we have encountered those who have perished. He abruptly paused, as if carefully choosing his words, yet his description remained vague. Those bodies were contorted, grotesque, and some were even perverse. Shinyan Ci furrowed his brow, struggling to grasp the man's intended meaning. The man remained silent, his shoulders sagging as he waved his hand dismissively. Opting not to elaborate further on the bodies, my name is Ching He. They all call me Chingu. The man introduced himself, extending a hand. Shinyan Ci, this is Sugwa. After a brief handshake, Shinyan Ci inquired about the recent developments. Time seemed to stand still. The cycle of day and night appeared at random. The people had long lost track of how long they had been trapped here, with the only constant being the horrific fate of those who perished daily. They referred to the unseen entity that haunted them as the killer. None had ever witnessed its true form. Whenever someone strayed from the group, they would invariably find themselves confronting death the following day. Doubt has lingered among the crowd regarding its concealment within their midst, yet it was not until one fateful day, amidst a haze of celebration, that a towering shadow, reminiscent of a giant, caught their attention. In that fleeting moment, the individual who had been walking ahead vanished without a trace, and upon their next encounter, he had transformed into a lifeless corpse, his flesh gruesomely mutilated. The realization struck Chingha with certainty that it must have been the giant who had abducted and cruelly slain that person. Initially wandering near the hospital, the scene inexplicably shifted to a forest, leaving everyone in a state of considerable fright. Time and setting had become erratic, reminiscent of a horror escape game, as if invisible hands were orchestrating the unfolding events. As night deepened, while a few remained as sentinels, the others took refuge in several makeshift tents. Sugwa and Shinyan Ci had no intentions of resting. Instead, they resolved to meticulously analyze the current situation and gather information. Approaching the campfire, they greeted the three on watch and settled down. Look, the sky is truly clear tonight, filled with stars, remarked a bespectacled man, gesturing toward the heavens. Indeed, do you think it's the same back home? He continued. The atmosphere shifted to one of heavy silence, as they grappled with uncertainty about their ability to return. The crackling of the fire punctuated the stillness, occasionally accompanied by the distant chirping of insects, enhancing the eerie ambience surrounding them. Observing the silent group, Sugwa understood their longing for home and shared their anxiety about survival. Just as she contemplated offering words of comfort, she sensed an unusual fluctuation in the air, as if something was pressing toward her. Straining to peer into the surrounding darkness, she felt an unsettling sensation, as if something lurked just beyond the reach of the firelight. Gripping Shun Yun's sleeve tightly, her breathing became labored, her other hand instinctively resting upon her heart. Sugwa, what is it? Shun Yun's grasped her hand in return, his touch cold and slightly trembling. She felt a weight bearing down upon her, accompanied by a sense of being watched. Following her gaze into the dense woods, a muffled grunt escaped his lips as Sugwa hastily bent down to assess his condition in the present realm. Shun Yun's had accustomed himself to restraining his spiritual energy within, suppressing his innate powers. Yet in this moment, he was acutely aware of the intensity of his spiritual essence, seeing clearly a towering shadow concealed within the trees. Its gaze sharp as a blade. Their eyes locked. Shun Yun's knew it had noticed him, and a sharp pain pierced his mind, akin to a needle's prick, but he sensed an overwhelming force emanating from the intangible air, rendering him immobile. The darkness felt abnormally deep, the silence unnaturally profound, and the allure inescapable. This was his perception of the unseen wave. Sugwa's voice sounded distant, as if coming from afar. He steadied his breath, and gradually the sensation dissipated. Turning to Sugwa, he subtly shook his head, indicating that he was unharmed. The moon, veiled behind clouds, soon re-emerged, casting a pallid glow across the mountains and forests as darkness receded quietly. I have seen the murderer, Shun Yun's whispered closely to Sugwa's ear. Startled, she instinctively covered her mouth and turned to him, her eyes wide with disbelief. I fear he intends to target me, he confessed, as Sugwa glanced toward the group still conversing by the fire, gently tugging at Shun Yun's sleeve. Let us speak at a distance. He nodded, and they withdrew a bit from the others. What are you two whispering about? Teased the bespectacled man, observing their movement. That we'll just step over there, Shun Yun's replied, guiding the blushing Sugwa away. What is the situation with the murderer? Sugwa inquired, regaining her composure as she leaned closer to him. Are you familiar with the Wai-Kai known as the Hakushisa? A tall, slender apparition, he explained. Yes, I know of it, that I could only discern its silhouette, resembling the Hakusha-sama, but I could not ascertain whether it is male or female. Our eyes met, and it will undoubtedly seek another opportunity soon. What should we do? Sugwa asked, her voice laced with worry. In the spirit realm, it's best you refrain from engaging. Stay close to me, and we should be able to manage, Shun Yun's advised her. The spirit realm already poses significant pressure on your body. If you exhaust your spiritual energy, it could inflict severe harm upon you. You must remain by my side. I fear its intentions may extend beyond just me to include you as well. He reiterated. The night stretched on, its length indeterminate, as the watchman changed shifts. Shun Yun's counted meticulously, estimating they had been awake for about 10 hours since we awoke. Sugwa whispered, leaning in to ask. Approximately, he replied, relying solely on instinct for the assessment. As they spoke, the once twinkling starry sky became obscured by a blanket of dark clouds, resembling a soot-blackened pot lid overhead. The occasional chirping of insects faded, overwhelmed by the rustle of branches swaying in the wind, which kicked up dust that struck their faces. Sugwa instinctively closed her eyes, coughing lightly, as Shun Yun's pulled her toward the tent. A blinding flash of lightning split the night sky, followed by a deafening clap of thunder. The impending storm unleashed torrential rain, which churned the earth into misty plumes, as the downpour transformed the once tranquil surroundings. The storm is upon us, Sugwa remarked, gazing out at the darkening sky. Having entered the tent, Sugwa instinctively glanced back outside, only to see a figure hastening toward them. As he lifted his raincoat to reveal his face, she recognized Qinghe, who, drenched and disheveled, wiped the rain from his brow and inquired, "Have you seen the giant?" The others shook their heads, and Qinghe's expression fell, a pallor washing over his features. "The giant is missing," he stated gravely. "When did he go missing?" Shun Yun's probed. Just as the rain began, the watchman retreated and discovered one person was unaccounted for. With that, Ching had donned his raincoat again and dashed back into the storm. We should follow and investigate, Shun Yun Ci suggested, borrowing 2 raincoats from those nearby and handing one to Su Jiyuod. Is it safe? She asked, apprehensive that we are already in danger. It would be wiser to take the initiative rather than wait for trouble to find us. They trailed behind Qinghe and his group, scanning their surroundings. Due to the sudden downpour, the giant and the watchman had hurried toward the tent, but in the chaos, the rain obscured their vision, in the blink of an eye. He lost sight of his companions, spotting the tent's glow not far off. He thought little of it, but as he began to move, he sensed something slicing through the air behind him. A tremendous force struck his back, and when he regained his senses, he found himself thrown approximately 2 meters from where he had been standing, crashing into the mud. Struggling to rise, he discovered that one arm was rendered useless and throbbed with pain. Turning his neck with great effort, he sought to discern what had attacked him. All he could make out was a blurred shadow. Summoning every ounce of strength, he attempted to stand amidst the muck. An instinctual dread whispering that he was teetering on the brink of death. Memories of his slain companions echoed in his mind, urging him to flee. Yet, in his panic, he stumbled over a branch and fell to the ground, desperation clawing at him. The shadow's breathing grew closer. Watching the fallen giant with a deliberate pace, it raised its weapon once more, and a muffled grunt escaped the giant's lips, followed by a piercing scream that echoed through the forest. Akin to a rooster being slaughtered, with a sickening crunch, the giant's kneecap shattered, and he could not discern whether it was rain or tears streaming down his chin, his throat gasping for air. That shadow swung its weapon again, but survival instinct drove him to evade the blow, forcing his hands into the mud, which now bore a deep crimson hue. The shadow, agitated by his maneuver, unleashed a rapid series of blows, striking the giant's head with brutal force that a cloud of red mist enveloped his vision as he began to fall, his body spasming from the pain before finally going still. The shadow approached, mercilessly stabbing at the lifeless form, when suddenly, voices echoed through the forest, causing the shadow to vanish without a trace. Did you hear any sounds just now? Sugwa gently tugged at Shun Yun Ci's sleeve. Shin Yunkai shook his head. The two of them explored a distance that was neither too far nor too close to the celebration. What are you thinking? Sugwa sensed that the person beside her was contemplating something. They are concealing something from us, and the more people there are, the greater the danger becomes. Sugwa remained silent. The human heart is the most unfathomable of all. Do you wish to detach from them? It depends on the situation, for there are many matters we have yet to unravel. Let us see what further intelligence we might glean from them. Suddenly, Shin Yunkai halted his steps. What's wrong? Have you sensed something? The earthy scent mingled with the unmistakable odor reminiscent of fish being gutted. Sugwa nodded, about to express her thoughts on the suspicious sound she had just heard, when her words were interrupted by a piercing scream. Case of the Deadly Trap. Chapter 4. Separation. A shrill scream sliced through the air, the dawn light gradually brightening, yet still shrouded in gray. Over there! Shin Yunkai grasped Sugwa's hand, leading her deeper into the woods. Though the crowd was uncertain why the two of them were so certain of that direction, they nonetheless followed closely behind. Shin Yunkai forged ahead, continuously parting the tall wild grasses that obstructed their path. After an indeterminate amount of time, he caught sight of a flash of blue amidst the underbrush. Rain pattered down, and an acrid, nauseating stench wafted through the damp air. He moved towards the blue hue, his feet sinking into muddy patches stained with crimson rivulets, the color of blood. This scene jolted Shun Yun Ci's nerves, and he swiftly covered Sugwa's eyes, who was about to glance in that direction. What's wrong? Sugwa inquired, placing her hand over his. The big guy is dead. His tone was laced with a chilling coldness. The corpse lay face down, hands deeply embedded in the earth, a wooden stake protruding sharply from its back. The legs had lost all semblance of normalcy, one twisted grotesquely, as if woven into a braid. Those who had lagged slightly behind upon witnessing this ghastly sight instinctively turned away, retching. He gripped his hands tightly, slowly advancing, the sight of someone who had shared the night watch with him now reduced to this haunting tableau. He struggled to swallow, fighting against the urge to vomit that lodged in his throat. It has begun again, and no sooner had he spoken than the others were plunged into a frenzy of panic. It's over, it's begun. Shin Yunkai was baffled by their sudden shift in demeanor. He seized Qing He, gripping his collar tightly, suppressing the fury that threatened to erupt within, demanding, "What else Haven to you told me?" Qing He's hands fell slack, his gaze fixed intently on Shin Yunkai. The two remained locked in a tense standoff for 2 minutes before Qing He forcefully pushed back, stumbling slightly from the momentum. Every time the scene changes, a few days later, a corpse appears. Typically, after 3 or 4 people die in one scenario, it shifts to another. The tranquility of these past few days is the crucial window for us to find a way out. So you wish to abandon me and Su Guo, believing that we might be the next to perish. It suddenly made sense why he and Su Guo had felt a sense of relief when they spoke slightly apart from the main group. No one knows who will live or die. Your arrival is already quite peculiar. Just as he finished speaking, the crowd's gaze shifted, their weapons instinctively turning toward Shin Yunkai and Su Guo. Shin Yunkai sensed their change in attitude. Knowing separation was inevitable. "We will leave on our own, that I hope you take care of yourselves." With that, he took Su Guo's hand, leading her deeper into the woods. That as they departed, the group released a collective sigh. A smile of relief spreading across their faces. "Brother, they've left. Do we stand a chance of surviving this scenario?" The plump one's voice rose in excitement. "Let us hope so." Qing He nodded slightly to the others, a gnawing sense of foreboding creeping into his heart. They buried the big guy's body, erecting a simple stone marker without inscriptions, and then returned to their camp. Su Guo and Shin Yunkai proceeded cautiously through the woods, their steps careful on the rain-soaked ground, the air heavy with the scent of grass. Recognizing Su Guo's unease, Shin Yunkai articulated his thoughts. Humans are social creatures. However, within that group, the danger does not dissipate merely because we are together. It intensifies. That the two who joined later. Our presence is a destabilizing factor. The exclusion and suspicion that have festered over time pose a lethal risk to both you and me, especially since this situation may have been deliberately orchestrated against me. Shin Yunkai conveyed his thoughts to Su Guo one by one. "What shall we do now? We need to shake them off, then track them back to see what unfolds next. That if this trap is designed for me, it certainly won't allow for a swift conclusion. Instead, it will seek to heighten entertainment." Shin Yunkai lifted his gaze towards the sky. "Shake them off? You mean they're following us? Let us go." Shin Yunkai grasped Su Guo's hand. Case of the Deadly Trap, Chapter 5. The shadow having just experienced rain, the two moved cautiously, one deep and one shallow in their steps. Shin Yunkai adeptly utilized the surrounding foliage to evade the gaze of those trailing them, successfully distancing themselves. That we continue onward. Su Guo discreetly glanced behind, that will circle around to their rear. "Where is that?" Su Guo appeared perplexed, utterly bewildered by the twists and turns. Shin Yunkai sighed, their hands still intertwined. Su Guo realized this and attempted to withdraw her hand, but one look from Shin Yunkai made her abandon the thought. Finally, they returned to a place familiar to Su Guo. Breathing heavily, she asked, "Did they head upwards? Perhaps." Shin Yunkai observed the disarray of footprints on the ground, supporting Su Guo as he replied. That an unsettling premonition gnawed at him. That we haven't eaten or drunk anything for quite some time. Yet we don't feel the slightest bit hungry or thirsty. That Su Guo suddenly sensed something amiss. That we have become spirits. Those things are of no use to us. Maintaining the integrity of our spirits is now of utmost importance. The integrity of spirits, to avoid injury here, is our most critical concern. Dying here equates to a death sentence in the physical realm. That as they spoke, Shin Yunkai spotted figures ahead, but in an instant, those figures began to flicker in and out of view. Not good. Shin Yunkai pulled Su Guo forward, but it was too late. He watched helplessly as those people vanished into the depths of the woods. The sound of rustling reached their ears, carried by the wind. Shin Yunkai placed a finger to his lips. The once unobstructed wind was suddenly interrupted by an unseen force, and countless thin tendrils of black mist began to swirl around them. Su Guo held her breath, fearful that even her exhalation might disturb the dark fog. Shin Yunkai half-encircled Su Guo, enveloping her within his own breath. She felt him take a deep breath, and as she turned to glance at him, she could hear the sound of waves crashing against the shore. Reaching out to touch him, her fingertips sank into a soft, warm sponge. The air before them visibly warped. Such was the power of the spirit energy. Shin Yunkai extended a hand, pointing towards the sky. then slowly brought it down, as if cleaving through the AI, or an invisible blade seemed to erupt from his gesture. The black mist before them was severed. The air began to flow freely once more, and the mist exploded outward. What is this? Sugwa couldn't help but ask. The surroundings became disjointed, as if viewed through a water-filled glass, contorting and reshaping. The dispersed black mist reformed, coalescing into a human figure. Shin Yunkai raised his hand once more, but at that moment, the shadow remained motionless, suspended in midair. Did I see it? The ethereal voice echoed from all directions. Who was calling Shun Yunsai's name? Sugwa looked around in terror. Did I see it? Shun Yunsai's body trembled, his arm dropping limply, his pupils constricting as he fixed his gaze on the shadow before him. Just as he took a step forward, the shadow vanished in an instant. This was the first time Sugwa witnessed Shin Yunkai in such a daze. Shin Yunkai? She softly called his name. After repeating his name several times, Shin Yunkai finally came to his senses, striking his fist against his own body, lowering his head as he uttered a derisive sound. The sound of mockery left Sugwa stunned. Her body frozen in place. She nearly doubted her own hearing. Shin Yunkai, who usually spoke with a haughty demeanor and was unyielding in arguments, had never displayed such a state, with a smirk upon his lips. Yet his eyes, icy cold, that single sound of disdain bore an air of cynicism and detachment. Let us go. Sugwa gazed at his expression, hesitant to press further. The two continued their journey towards the direction where the main group had vanished. Time slipped away unnoticed until they stumbled upon a vast cave. Just as Shin Yunsai was about to step inside for a closer look, Sugwa grasped his arm and cautioned. Could there be danger within? With utmost caution, they edged into the cave, where the only sounds were their breaths and the occasional drip of water. The remnants of the earlier rainfall pooled in the uneven stone surfaces. Disturbed only by their presence, that a gust of damp wind rushed from within, and Sugwa inquired, "Do you detect an odd odor?" Shin Yunsai remained silent, his brow furrowed as he fixated on a stone not far away. Sugwa squinted in that direction, but the dim light rendered the details obscured at that moment. Footsteps echoed from the cave entrance, prompting both to turn as a blinding beam of light flooded in, forcing them to instinctively shut their eyes. Once they adjusted, they recognized it was Ching He and his companions. "How did you end up here?" Ching He directed his flashlight elsewhere, remarking, "This place seems rather peculiar." "And you?" Shin Yunsai retorted. The others exchanged glances, their expressions heavy with unspoken thoughts. One person has gone missing, suddenly disappearing from sight. Ching He replied. Shin Yunsai nodded, acknowledging the information without further comment. He then gestured towards the rock he had been observing, asking, "Could you shine the light over there?" Ching He hesitated briefly before complying, and his companions followed suit. At last, they discerned the pile of objects behind the stone. Ching He, unable to believe his eyes, approached cautiously, anxiety intensifying with each step. When the truth came into view, a wave of visceral fear washed over him, his legs trembling involuntarily, and his throat prickling with dread. What lay before them resembled refuse carelessly discarded from a slaughterhouse. It was a human form, or rather, a corpse. Perhaps it was a psychological trick, but he felt a noxious odor assaulting him, filling his nostrils. The others stepped forward to investigate, only to recoil suddenly, the beams of their flashlights merging to illuminate a larger area. The ground was strewn with intestines and unidentified chunks of flesh. Upon closer inspection, they noticed a mass writhing involuntarily. The corpse's abdomen was ripped open, its organs entirely extracted, and within the gaping cavity rested a spherical object. Somehow, this orb, as if losing its balance, rolled down suddenly until it settled at Shun Yunsai's feet. That a series of screams pierced the air. The sphere faced Shun Yunsai, revealing a visage frozen in terror. Sugwa's legs buckled, and she collapsed to her knees. In that instant, silence enveloped the group. After what felt like an eternity, someone pointed accusatorily at Shun Yunsai, exclaiming, "Is it you? Did you kill him?" Like startled birds, the group armed themselves with whatever they could find, casting wary glances at Sugwa and Shun Yunsai. Ching He stumbled back a few steps, aiming his weapon at Shun Yunsai. "It wasn't us," Shun Yunsai replied calmly despite the tension. "Then why are you here? What a remarkable coincidence." Indeed, indeed. Your appearance is quite strange. You both had casualties before we arrived. Do not hastily assign blame. Su Guo retorted, her voice tinged with indignation. But since your arrival, all the deceased have been brutally murdered. One individual questioned. Are you suggesting that if they vanished, we could return? Another voice rose sharply, filled with panic. This statement jolted the others from their stupor, and they stared at the two with frantic eyes. Qing He, as if bewitched, aimed his weapon once more at Shen Yunxiai. Shen Yunxiai recognized that they were teetering on the brink of mental collapse. Compounded by the horrific scene they had just witnessed, he instinctively shielded Su Guo, channeling his energy once more, causing the air around them to crackle with static electricity. The others, now in a frenzy, reacted even more wildly. Qing Ye's finger curled around the trigger. Shen Yunxiai grasped the air tightly, and Su Guo felt the atmosphere shatter around them. Suddenly, the bullet, as if ensnared by an unseen force, halted mid-air. With a squeeze and release of his fingers, the bullet disintegrated into fragments. Qing Ye's eyes widened in disbelief. He could scarcely fathom that someone could intercept a bullet. The rest of the group mirrored his shock. Their expressions a mixture of terror and confusion that a cry erupted from the crowd, and chaos ensued as several individuals fled in panic, perceiving Shen Yunxiai as a monstrous entity. The disarrayed group flailed like headless flies. And Qing He attempted to restore order. But even the sound of gunfire proved futile, that a dark mist silently crept among them, gradually encircling the panicked crowd. Shen Yunxiai noticed the ominous smoke and sought to warn them. But it was too late. As the shadowy fog brushed against their skin, screams erupted, plunging them into a hellish nightmare. Shen Yunxiai positioned himself protectively in front of Su Guo, adopting a defensive stance. This black mist, I've seen it before. That person has indeed returned. The memory ignited a fierce anger within him. Su Guo sensed Shen Yunxiai's distress and stepped forward slightly. Shen Yunxiai, what is wrong? He jolted awake, having nearly succumbed to his inner demons. Gripping Su Guo's wrist instinctively, he urged her to stay close. With that, they began to retreat, seizing the opportunity to escape the dreadful place. Due to the prodigious talents of both parents as psychics, Shen Yunxiai exhibited exceptional abilities from a tender age. However, as he grew older, his parents discovered that he often unwittingly unleashed his powers, resulting in disturbances from malevolent spirits that threatened his very existence. To such dark entities, an untainted soul like his was the ultimate prize. During middle school, he encountered Zhao Chu, another prodigious psychic, who imparted methods of control to him. Subsequently, Shen Yunxiai integrated this knowledge, mastering his abilities further. However, tranquility was short-lived. In high school, his parents vanished without a trace, leaving only his elder sister, Fei Chui, to fend for them. 6 years his senior, Fei Chui embarked on a relentless quest for answers, joining the Mind Research Association in hopes of uncovering the truth behind their parents' disappearance. During high school, Shen Yunxiai became embroiled in a kidnapping incident. Upon regaining consciousness, he found himself ensnared in a sinister experiment. Subjected to relentless blood extractions and harrowing tests by individuals clad in identical uniforms in a daze, he lost track of time until he awoke to the familiar surroundings of his room, where Fei Chui and Zhao Chu had come to his rescue. It was then that Shen Yunxiai finally grasped the true nature of his parents' disappearance. A clandestine experiment in the United States aimed at achieving immortality by allowing souls to inhabit new bodies at will. His father had become a prime target for this insidious project. His last memory of them was after school one day when he encountered his parents, who were preparing to leave to solve a case. His mother tenderly caressed his face, promising a family outing once their work was complete. Those joyful moments were now but a distant memory, and his sister Fei Chui delved into various cases, following in their parents' footsteps, that he understood that their disappearance had become an unbearable thorn, a source of constant pain, that he lived in fear each day, terrified that his sister might vanish like their parents. Eventually, upon learning that he had become a target for the organization, Fei Chui forcibly sent him back to Country Z, where he could receive adequate protection. Gradually, he learned to conceal his emotions and began secretly investigating the circumstances surrounding his parents' case. Desperate to find them once more, Shen Yunxiai poured out his past to Su Guo as if seeking release. The voice he heard earlier mirrored that of his mother, indelibly etched in his memory despite the passage of years. A sense of nostalgia filled his eyes. This spirit realm appears to have been crafted for me. Yet I remain perplexed as to why my mother would manifest here. Anxiety gnawed at him that if his mother's spirit were trapped in this place, the situation could become dire. He could not fathom the reasons behind her presence or the intentions of those orchestrating this. Now, he was not only evading a murderer and a sinister organization, but also investigating the mystery surrounding his mother. How he longed for another chance to reunite with her. Shin Yunsi's face bore a rare warmth, leaving Su Guo at a loss for comforting words. She could only grasp his hand. The azure sky was devoid of a single cloud. As if the previous tempest had been but a fleeting dream, the two leaned against a tree, savoring this moment of tranquility, and as time flowed by, Shin Yunsi opened his eyes and smiled at the sight of Su Guo, who had fallen asleep against his shoulder. She too seemed to sense something and awoke. Shall we go? Where to? To the breach in the spirit realm. Since we have been brought here, there must be a gap somewhere. The pair continued their ascent up the mountain. Suddenly, Shin Yunsi noticed wisps of black smoke emanating from a nearby thicket. It did not resemble smoke from a fire, but rather seemed to be exhaled by malevolent spirits. Could it be that the black smoke from earlier has pursued us? Su Guo remarked, following his gaze, that let's go. The smoke thickened, and Shin Yunsi's mood turned grave that Su Guo, puzzled by their earlier decision to distance themselves from the smoke, now found herself moving toward it. Not far from the direction of the smoke, Shin Yunsi perceived an unusual sound, echoing softly in his ears that he turned to look at Su Guo, who remained unresponsive, realizing that only he could sense it. Upon reaching the crest of a small hill, they were confronted with a scene of utter devastation. Su Guo felt the world spin before her, and Shin Yunsi quickly pulled her close. She had never witnessed such a sight and could not help but retch. She was unsure how long she had been heaving, feeling as if her stomach were being emptied entirely. Broken limbs and dismembered corpses was the only phrase that came to Shin Yunsi's mind to describe the scene before them. That as he approached to investigate, a massive shadow loomed ahead, rendering him motionless in shock. The voice seemed to penetrate everything. Upon its utterance, the shadow abruptly halted, disintegrating into nothingness. Mother! Is that you? Shin Yunsi exclaimed, frantically searching his surroundings. Leave it to the east. This is the last thing I can do for you. As the words fell, the ethereal sensation shattered like fragile glass. Never to coalesce again, to go. To the east, Shin Yunsi urged, supporting Su Guo as they departed from the ravaged site. After a brief passage, the scenery around them began to blur and shift, and upon regaining their senses, they found the surroundings transformed. What is this? Su Guo asked, struggling to stand upright, astonished by the change. Shin Yunsi gazed at the familiar landscape, childhood memories flooding his mind. This is my home, he declared, noticing Shin Yunsi's unease. Su Guo inquired, where are we? My home. He pushed the door open, encountering the potted plants at the entrance and the casually discarded keychain on the hallway table, all exactly as he remembered them from when he left home. He examined every detail of the room with nostalgia, scenes from the past gradually resurfacing. His parents' room, his sister's room, the study. Upon entering his own room, he was taken aback. There was a mirror that had never been there before. Could this be the exit? Su Guo, observing Shin Yunsi's sudden change in demeanor, asked, "What's wrong?" There was no mirror in my room. Could it be that mirror? Just as Shin Yunsi was about to respond, they heard footsteps approaching from downstairs. They crept to the door, opening it without a sound, but in that instant, the air was sliced by a sharp sound of a weapon. Shin Yunsi barely had time to react before a tremendous impact sent him crashing into the wall. His consciousness blurring, catching only a glimpse of Su Guo shouting his name as she lunged toward him. The sensation of his ethereal body being assaulted felt like bones shattering, and he urged himself to remain conscious. He could not afford to faint. Su Guo could not face this alone. In a split second, as an attack was launched at Su Guo, Shin Yunsi extended his hand and shouted, "Get away!" Chapter 8. Memories. The murderous spirit advanced, treading upon the wreckage of the door, leaving bloody footprints as it approached the crumpled Shin Yunsi. The knife in its hand, corroded by blood, exuded a foul stench that permeated the as it drew nearer. It disregarded Su Guo, raising its blade with a sinister intent. All combatants, assemble. In the spirit realm, Su Guo's soul-binding abilities were restrained, leaving her to rely solely on the 9-character true words. She felt uncertain of their efficacy. However, this attack seemed trivial to the killer. It merely cast a scornful glance at Su Guo and swung the knife downwards. Shin Yunsi was nearing his limit. As the blade descended, he summoned the last of his strength to raise his gaze toward the killer, desperate to discern its identity. Yet, he was drawn to its hollow eyes and the malicious expression on its bloodied, muddy face. Shin Yunsi felt his consciousness waver, as if being drawn into a void by those eyes. An overwhelming sensation akin to plummeting from a great height enveloped him. When he regained clarity, he found himself in a pitch-black abyss, but he sensed unusual fluctuations within the darkness, desolation, obscurity. It was an indescribable feeling of utter negativity. He groped his way through the darkness. After what felt like an eternity, the barren space began to tremble, pulsating like a heartbeat. Vortices emerged, beckoning him closer. As he penetrated the whirlpool, an unforgettable scene unfolded before him, a figure radiating a soft, milky light, a person he had longed to see. "Father, have you grown so tall?" The man reached out to touch the boy, now of the same height, his gaze filled with warmth and pride. "Why are you here?" "Father, just a fragment of consciousness." "Father, where are you now?" Shin Yunsi hesitantly asked, lowering his head. The man did not respond, smiling gently. "Your mother and I are together, and we are well. This world was once prepared for me." But alas, they truly stop at nothing. Shin Yunsi understood that his father would not divulge what he wished to remain hidden and refrained from probing further. "I cannot linger here any longer. Those who remain too long in this realm may never return. There lies a sliver of a gap within that mirror, through which you can return to your original world. However, before you do, I hope you can vanquish this malevolent spirit." "The malevolent spirit, you mean the killer?" "Indeed, as long as it exists, this spirit realm shall endure." "Father, why does this spirit realm exist? To commit slaughter, to control spirits, to kill. To manipulate living beings into becoming tools for murder, allowing souls to inhabit different bodies. Thus, this weapon becomes eternally endless, so I have become their target. Let us go. That girl is waiting for you." The man gave a gentle push, sending him deeper into the abyss. "ACI, this may be our last farewell. Cherish the present and live well." The man's voice echoed within the darkness, gradually fading into tranquility. The killer appeared momentarily frozen, and Sugwa seized the chance to drag Shin Yunsi into a temporarily safe corridor. "Shin Yunsi, wake up," she called urgently. Yet as Shin Yunsi opened his eyes, the killer regained its control, turning toward their location, its knife hanging limply, scraping the ground with a jarring sound as it approached. "It's here. It is here." Su Guo grasped Shin Yunsi's sleeve tightly, her palms slick with cold sweat. As he experienced the sensation of returning to reality, he attempted to move his fingers, regaining control of his body. Only then did he realize that the darkness he had just traversed mirrored the killer's tormented psyche. Devoid of fear or compassion, it was a void reminiscent of a soulless puppet. Su Guo, observing the tears welling in Shin Yunsi's eyes, could no longer contain herself. "You finally woke up," he nodded, rising and brushing off the dust from his clothes. "He's coming. Stand behind me." A shadow darted swiftly from one side of the wall. Shin Yunsi pulled Su Guo aside just in time, and with a loud crash, the figure collided with the wall. It was the killer, its face smashed against the white surface, leaving a grotesque smear. Wrapped in black mist, the killer surged forward, fueled by the vengeful spirits of the slain, its eyes gleaming with insatiable malice. Shin Yunsi condensed the air in his hand into a solid form, intercepting the descending blade with a surge of energy, pushing the threat away. However, he charged at her once more. Shin Yunsi seized his greasy, blood-scented hair and yanked him toward her, forcefully slamming him against the wall behind them, the impact causing the wall to tremble. Seizing the moment while the killer was unable to defend himself, she deftly plunged the long knife into the murderer's abdomen, just as he was about to fall to the ground. Viscous crimson fluid gushed forth from his mouth, and Shin Yunsi lifted her foot, kicking him several meters away. As she raised her energy for a final strike, the killer uttered a name that struck a chord within her. "ACI." It was her father's voice. She instinctively took a step back, disbelief etched across her face as she gazed at the tattered body before her. Unsteadily, she approached, crouching down to wipe the filthy face. And to her astonishment, she recognized that familiar visage. "Father." In that fleeting moment of distraction, the killer bit down on her arm before she could retract. Su Guo. Witnessing this, summoned all her strength to kick the half-collapsed killer away from Shin Yunsi. Why was the murderer her father? Shin Yunsi's mind was in turmoil. The killer rose once more, malice radiating from him, the dark energy more intense than before. Desugwa immediately pulled Shin Yunsi back. Running away, and upon seeing the dazed look on her face, she recited the 9-character true words once again, hoping to stall the killer's advance. Even if it proved futile, the attack merely caused the killer to pause momentarily before he swaggered toward them. Long knife in hand. Shin Yunsi. She swung her hand to slap his face. The killer struck at them again, and Sugwa hurled a nearby stool at him, but it was effortlessly severed in two, creating a pit in the floor by her feet. No. She found herself with no retreat. A muffled groan reached Sugwa's ears as Shin Yunsi caught the descending long knife with his hand. Not my father, not. He drew all the energy he could muster around him, creating a tempest of electric-like vibrations that he concentrated the energy into a sphere, and as time passed, the orb grew larger. The amassed energy crashed down upon the killer, engulfing his form, erasing that familiar face in the process. Father, farewell. Dad, will I become as formidable an energy wielder as you? Yes, our ACI is the best, Dad. Mom lied to me. Mom is so mean. Let us deceive her together. Dad, do you prefer my sister or me? Sister is a girl. We should both like her. Dad, farewell. Case Death Trap Chapter 9. Epilogue Return. Let us go. Shin Yunsi supported Sugwa as they ascended the stairs toward the room where he once lived. The two stood before a mirror, yet their reflections did not appear. Shin Yunsi extended an arm, tapping the mirror's surface with his index finger, and in an instant, ripples spread across it. The two were drawn into the mirror in the blink of an eye. Shin Yunsi, what is this? An exit, Desugwa. Shin Yunsi gestured for her to take his hand, but Desugwa smiled. Placing her hand atop his Dais, they stepped out of the spirit realm. The ethereal world behind them shattered like a broken mirror. Ah! The girl on the hospital bed gasped for breath. Desugwa has awakened. Dan Jie exclaimed joyfully from beside the bed. ACI is awake too. At that same moment, Feitsue noticed the figure on the hospital bed move their fingers slightly. Sister. Hearing this familiar yet strange address brought tears to Feitsue's eyes. It had been nearly 10 years since she last heard that name, ever since their parents had gone missing. ACI, I saw father and mother. They are together, and they want us to live well. Shin Yunsi shielded his eyes with one hand. That's so. That's wonderful. Feitsue grasped Shin Yunsi's hand, her voice choked with emotion. Do you know that father and mother have passed away? Shin Yunsi hesitated for a moment before asking. Yes, I'm sorry. I understand that I do not wish for you to be entangled in these matters, as they threaten your life. I understand, but her voice grew increasingly faint, and Feitsue did not catch the words. Rest well. I will check on Sujiuo. As she spoke, she moved toward the kitchen. How is little Sugwa feeling? Danjie gently patted Sugwa's back. Placing a cushion behind her, I feel a bit dizzy and nauseous. She struggled to support her heavy head. We've been so worried. What about Zhaoge? He merely has a fracture. Ishikigami helped shield him. Feitsue has already informed us that this case was entirely a trap. You left too hastily, and she couldn't intervene in time. When she found you, it was just as you had the accident. But thankfully, she arrived in time to prevent those people from taking you away. Oh, Sugwa, you're awake. Feitsue leaned in to look at Sugwa on the bed. Long time no see, Feitsue. Thank goodness you're all right. Feitsue exhaled a long breath. We couldn't pinpoint your exact location. It was as if you were cut off from the world. Feitsue recalled the panic she felt during that time. Shin Yunsi said we entered the spirit realm. No wonder. Sugwa, may I ask what happened in there? I think it's better if Shin Yunsi explains. Sugwa recollected the matter concerning Shin Yunsi and his father, feeling it was a family affair that she shouldn't discuss as an outsider. All right. Feitsue understood Sugwa's hesitation and did not press further. Oh, little Sugwa. Zhaochu wheeled himself slowly into the hospital room. Zhaoge, are you all right? I'm fine. Don't worry, little Sugwa. He'll be just fine. Dan Jie interrupted him. Why are you still blaming me? I had no idea it was a trap. Zhao Chu retorted weakly. But after this incident, we must be cautious when taking on cases. Accepting one without even meeting the client is just plain foolish. As she spoke, Dan Jie couldn't help but slap the newspaper in her hand against Zhao Chu's leg, which was in a cast. All right, my fault. But during this time, we can't take any cases anyway. Since we're all gathered in the hospital, be quiet. Sugwa watched the two bicker, helplessly. Sugwa, it's been a while. At the door appeared two familiar figures, Lin Shu and Lin Yin. The two inside continued their quarrel as the others exchanged smiles. Su-guo's chapter. The Unapproachable Fourth Floor Chapter 1. Returning home time. July 3, 2015. After 2 years, Su-guo finally set foot on the land where she had lived since childhood. Upon returning to Jianing City, Su-guo did not head home immediately, but drove to her best friend Mo Bing's house, that a shadow that seemed neither ghost nor human, akin to the ethereal essence of a wandering spirit, lingered beside Su-guo. She deemed it a curse, for only she could perceive this figure. During a summer outing, she encountered him in a state of lingering spirit, and as a person captivated by beauty. She fell into the trap of his allure, only to later learn that his name was Shun Yinse. As Hugh was settled into a taxi, donning her headphones as if engaged in a phone conversation, and began to speak. Do you think what Bing mentioned is merely her delusion, or is there truly something wrong? She toyed with her phone, her gaze averted. That we do not know the specifics. If it is a malevolent spirit, given your level of expertise, it would be akin to delivering oneself to death. Shin Yunsi replied, somewhat disinterestedly, I can't help it. Exorcism is not my forte. You know? Considering I'm a novice, it's quite impressive that I've come this far, she said, throwing her hands up in surrender. Shin Yunsi glanced at Su-guo, but chose not to continue the conversation. Half a month prior, Su-guo's best friend Mo Bing had learned of Su-guo's return and asked if she could visit her home first, as there were issues at her place. Several years ago, Jianing City began a redevelopment project, and Mo Bing's family was among the first to move into new apartments. The new buildings were erected on the site of the old No. 14 Middle School, which Su-guo and Mo Bing had attended together. Speaking of number 14 Middle School, there were several urban legends associated with it. First, it always rained heavily during the annual sports meet. Second, the door beneath the podium was strictly forbidden to open. And third, the wall between number 14 Middle School and the adjacent number 14 Primary School was not to be torn down. Yet, they had paid little mind to these tales in their youth. As Su-guo had been entirely focused on her studies, only vaguely aware of these eerie stories. Although some children might engage in adventurous dares, it was unlikely they would dare to stir trouble in the school at such late hours. The malevolent energy was strongest before midnight, during the peak of darkness, while the latter half of the night bore the light of dawn, where both benevolent and malevolent spirits roamed the earth. Su-guo closed her eyes to rest, yet her mind incessantly recalled the tales she had heard during her school days, as well as the information she had previously gathered about No. 14 Primary School and number 14 Middle School. Su-guo had heard her mother mention that before she was born, number 14 School, encompassing both number 14 Middle School and number 14 Primary School, had already existed. But back then, it was not a school, but rather an office building for the Japanese. Was it truly an office building? Her mother had mentioned that the school possessed an air raid shelter. Yet when Su-guo inquired with many people about its existence, they all claimed it was non-existent at that moment. Su-guo suspected that perhaps her mother had made a mistake or had been swayed by rumors. Mo Bing had been waiting at the entrance of the neighborhood for Su-guo. When she saw Su-guo alight from the car, it seemed as if the weight of the world had been lifted from her shoulders. She hurried over to Su-guo, enveloping her in a warm embrace. Su-guo, I've missed you terribly. If you hadn't returned, I might have forgotten what you looked like, should you truly forget my appearance. We shall cease to be friends, Su-guo jested. Let us not linger outside. Let us head upstairs. I've prepared a feast for you, and if you don't finish it, it would be a grave insult. Mo Bing playfully draped her arm over Su-guo's shoulder, guiding her up the stairs. However, midway, Mo Bing paused and leaned in closer to Su-guo, whispering, by the way, Su-guo, is that person you mentioned still around? Su-guo was momentarily taken aback, but soon realized she was referring to Shun Yunsi. She looked into Mo Bing's eyes and nodded. He is currently resting in ISNT here. As Su-guo and Mo Bing reminisced, Shun Yunsi had previously told Su-guo to rest, lightly touching the jade pendant she had worn since childhood. After their meal, the two settled onto the sofa in the living room. Mo Bing hesitated, her words tumbling out in a jumbled manner. Su-guo, I found myself in a predicament that compelled me to seek you out, that I know if it were truly supernatural. I wouldn't want you to take any risks, but it has been utterly tormenting that Mo Bing had moved into the Ping community 3 years prior, yet the strange occurrences did not begin until 6 months ago. One particular night, her parents had gone to bed early. While preparing for her classes, she stayed up late, only to hear a rhythmic tapping against the glass. Initially, she assumed it was hail, as the weather had forecasted storms. However, the tapping was far too methodical for that. Cautiously, she peeked through the curtain, and a fleeting glimpse of something white caught her eye. Being of a timid disposition, she quickly dropped the curtain, reassuring herself that fatigue had caused her to see things. Nonetheless, the knocking persisted every night, initially confined to Mo Bing's room before it spread to her parents as well. The family dismissed the notion of it being a prank, considering the height of the fourth floor made such antics unlikely. After a month of this unsettling disturbance, while out for a stroll, Mo Bing's parents overheard neighbors discussing similar nocturnal disturbances. It was then they realized they were not alone in their plight, and that only their building seemed afflicted by this phenomenon, while others remained untouched. Recently, there had been reports of elderly residents inexplicably falling ill and children speaking incoherently, all of which hinted at a deeper, more sinister issue that left everyone feeling anxious and uneasy. "What do you think, Shun Yun Ci?" Sugwa sat cross-legged on her bed, gazing at the shadowy figure before her. Shun Yun Ci, with his tousled hair and casual attire, sat upright in the chair opposite her. "Please share your thoughts." Instead of addressing her directly, Shun Yun Ci redirected the conversation. "Consider this. When Mo Bing first encountered the situation, she mentioned seeing a thin, white light flash past the window. Under normal circumstances, with the room illuminated and the outside engulfed in darkness, it would be impossible to perceive anything outside. Yet, she clearly saw it was white, suggesting it possessed a luminosity and movement. This is the fourth floor. If it were a prank, the light would manifest as a spot rather than a line. The situation is escalating, and it certainly warrants concern. Your perception is rather dull." Shun Yun Ci sighed in exasperation. "You're right. How could I overlook such a crucial detail? Most schools are constructed in areas rife with negative energy, under the belief that the student's positive aura can counteract it. Yet now, the school has been converted into residential apartments." Sugwa paused before continuing. "The wall adjacent to the 14th Elementary has nearly crumbled, effectively merging this residential building with the school. Additionally, the nearby willows and locust trees place this building at a disadvantage from a feng shui perspective. Furthermore, Shun Yun Ci, I have an inexplicable fear of the teaching building at the school across from us." Sugwa stood solemnly by the window, her slender fingers gently tapping against the glass, directing her focus toward the elementary school structure. Although not a professional spiritual practitioner, Sugwa possessed a heightened sensitivity to the fluctuations of the surrounding energy fields due to her late entry into this realm. She considered herself inept at subduing malevolent spirits. Her only recourse had been to flee when confronted, as she often quipped, "As long as I can run fast, death cannot catch up to me." Fortunately, she had Shun Yun Ci by her side. Otherwise, she might have faced dire consequences long ago. Glancing at the clock, Sugwa noted it was 20:47. She wondered what disturbances the night might bring, and soon found herself dozing off. Suddenly, she was roused by Shun Yun Ci's voice, accompanied by the faint sound of tapping. Sugwa sprang up, her heart racing, and cautiously made her way toward the window. The curtains remained drawn aside, revealing a flurry of white impacts against the glass, appearing all too vivid. As she leaned closer, eager to observe, a wave of oppressive energy washed over her, causing her head to throb painfully. The previously tranquil atmosphere distorted, the very fabric of reality warping around her. She was certain this was a malevolent spirit, harboring a deep-seated malice toward her, as she had initially intended to employ a spirit-binding technique to pursue the elusive white light. But reconsidered, recognizing that caution was paramount. She resolved not to alert the spirit, knowing the light originated from the direction of the elementary school. A sudden recollection struck her. The earlier campus folklore surrounding the wall that must not be demolished. Everything seemed interconnected, and she trusted her intuition. How intriguing. It's clear that they know we've arrived, and yet they still venture to test us. What audacity, Shun Yun Ci observed, gazing out the window. Indeed, every occurrence has its origin. Tomorrow, I shall visit the library and investigate further, Sugwa mused, feeling an unsettling sense of something forgotten hovering just beyond her grasp. Chapter 2. The Spirit Binding Technique Time. July 5, 2015. The 14th Elementary was not built by the Japanese but by the Russians. Before it was repurposed as a school, the site remained vacant, and in the late 1970s, it began functioning as an educational institution without incident. However, by the early 1990s, strange occurrences became frequent, with students inexplicably trapped on the fourth floor. Although this did not result in casualties, it left a lingering negative impact. Subsequently, the fourth floor was sealed off, and access to it was dismantled. It was after this that the bizarre happenings ceased. Su-gwa felt a profound sense of melancholy as she pondered these events. She knew that what she understood was merely the surface, and she believed there were deeper secrets buried beneath, waiting for her to uncover them. Determined, Su-gwa planned a nighttime exploration of the 14th Elementary, procuring fine wine and pig's head meat as bribes for the elderly guard to lend her a spare key. The jade pendant she had worn since childhood glimmered softly, while the vermilion ring on her slender middle finger accentuated her fair complexion, and the small rosewood and silver bracelets adorned her wrist. Stuffing a peachwood bagua mirror haphazardly into her bag, Su-gwa felt a surge of confidence, believing she could manage to retreat unscathed. Had Shin Yin-sei been present, he would undoubtedly have mocked her for such naive optimism. As Su-gwa unlatched the chain, the clanking sound echoed harshly in the still of night. Taking a deep breath, just as she was about to pull the door open, a beam of light struck her face, causing her to flinch and nearly scream. "Who is there?" Su-gwa's hand instinctively reached for the self-defense stun gun tucked in her pocket. "Hey, you nearly scared us to death. It's the dead of night. And you're liable to give someone a heart attack," said the figure wielding the flashlight, visibly relieved. "And you are?" Su-gwa scrutinized the two individuals before her. "Well, it's a long story. Let us cut to the chase." "Who are you? Don't tell me you're just out for a stroll." "I'm no fool that we're here for an adventure," one of the figures standing behind the flashlight bearer replied. "Do you really think I'm that gullible?" Su-gwa retorted, her tone sharp. She wouldn't admit that their presence had unnerved her. It was merely an outlet for her frustration. The aura surrounding these two was formidable, and Su-gwa sensed a shift in the energy field, concluding that they possessed significant spiritual power. Shin Yin-sei whispered to her that they likely belonged to the exorcist community and could potentially assist her. "We are spirit exorcists that perfect. I was rather apprehensive on my own. How skilled are you? You seem quite young. Su-gwa inquired candidly. Your level is quite acceptable. Are you also heading to the teaching building?" The man in a dark short-sleeved shirt asked. "Yes, I'm investigating a few matters," he replied. "My name is Lin Shu. And this is Lin Yin," said a man clad in a denim jacket, holding a flashlight. Su-gwa. Could it be the provincial top scholar from years ago? Another man in a dark short-sleeved shirt exclaimed in astonishment. "Yes, it should be me. Do you know me?" Su-gwa searched her memory, confirming she did not recognize the person before her. "That of course I know you. My brother is—" "Oh, brother, you stepped down so heavily," Lin Yin began, only to be abruptly kicked by someone beside him. Lin Shu took out a blueprint from his bag and, glancing at Su-gwa, explained, "This is the blueprint of the school's teaching building. Would you like to have a look?" "No need. I graduated from this elementary school, and since my graduation year, I haven't received any new students. The changes inside shouldn't be too significant." "Why haven't any students been admitted?" Lin Yin questioned. "That I'm not sure," Lin Shu replied, silently pondering something as he stood beside the two that the trio set off together. And after a discussion, given Su-gwa's relatively weak ability to fend off malevolent spirits, she walked between the two. That leading the way was Lin Shu, with Lin Yin bringing up the rear. The moment they entered the teaching building, they felt a stark contrast in temperature between the indoors and outdoors. The air was permeated with a foul, damp odor. They entered through the east side door of the teaching building, which led to the school's main hall. Opposite the entrance used to be a mirror, but now only a mottled wall remained. The right corridor led to the broadcasting room, the storage room, and the school infirmary. The left corridor led to various classrooms. And at the end was the west side door of the teaching building. Lin Shu shone the flashlight around and noticed the honor roll on the left wall, faintly seeing Su-gwa's name. As they stepped into the building, a sudden ringing in Su-gwa's ears surged into her brain, prompting her to instinctively cover her ears. She gently caressed the vermilion ring on her middle finger. An unsettling feeling washed over her. Moments ago, she distinctly sensed something lunging towards her. Yet, noticing Lin Shu and Lin Yin's lack of reaction, she wondered if it were merely her imagination. If not, that entity was indeed targeting her. Su-gwa, be cautious. That vengeful spirit harbors a formidable hatred towards you. Shin Yin-kai emerged from the jade, surveying the surroundings. Su-gwa glanced at the Lin brothers, observing their oblivion to Shin Yin-sai's presence. then asked, "Did you feel anything just now?" Lin Shu and Lin Yin exchanged glances before shaking their heads. No, Lin Shu paused for a moment, looking earnestly at Su Guo. "What did you sense?" "A foreboding feeling. Difficult to articulate. If I must describe it, it would be an overwhelming malevolence," Su Guo responded, scanning the area until her gaze abruptly fixated on the staircase. The space around the staircase seemed distorted. Forming the silhouette of a child, Su Guo stared intently, appearing entranced, oblivious to the Lin brothers' inquiries. The figure suddenly dashed upstairs, and instinctively, Su Guo moved to follow, but just as she stepped forward, clarity struck her. She thought to herself, that was a close call. Shin Yunkai glided gracefully to Su Guo's side, tapping her head lightly. Not entirely foolish, Su Guo produced a handmade paper figure, tying a slender yellow thread around its neck. With a gentle motion, she traced a spell in the air, causing the paper figure to emit a faint yellow light and soar upstairs, pursuing the silhouette. Shin Yunkai observed the yellow to vanish at the staircase's end, commenting, "This time, the soul-binding technique was executed correctly. There has been progress to soul-binding technique." Lin Shu muttered. Lin Yin, who overheard, prompted Lin Shu to elaborate. The so-called soul-binding technique involves attaching one's consciousness to a paper figure made of yellow paper, tying a colored thread around its neck, and performing the heaven and man united incantation. The color of the thread matters. Different colors serve different purposes, requiring careful selection. The yellow paper figure allows the caster to perceive everything the figure encounters, as if experiencing it firsthand. The yellow represents Earth and the 5 elements, symbolizing upright energy in the universe. The righteous energy of the living can merge with the figure, effectively creating a second self. Su Guo was taken aback by Lin Shu's profound understanding. Noticing her gaze, Lin Shu continued, "The thread serves as a conduit for the connection between the figure and the caster's spiritual energy, enabling control over the figure to perform spells. This step is notably challenging, and few can accomplish it. Most categorize the soul-binding technique under pursuit techniques. Legend suggests that an ancient text records its most formidable aspect, controlling the paper figure to combat and repel malevolent spirits. When harmed, the figure absorbs most of the damage. Yet, no one has been found capable of wielding it to such an extent. It is often dismissed as mere rumor. This does not imply that everyone can use the soul-binding technique. It demands a high level of skill from the practitioner. Those with weak spiritual energy cannot perform this spell, and even those with powerful energy cannot employ it at will, as attaching consciousness to the figure requires the practitioner's own spiritual awareness. For the spiritually strong, the depletion of awareness is akin to the loss of energy. However, the Lin brothers harbored many questions regarding Su Guo's soul-binding technique. "Let us check the second floor," Lin Yin suggested. Breaking the silence, "No, let us wait a moment. It's too rash to go up now, and I'm starting to suspect it is targeting me." Su Guo halted Lin Yin's advance towards the second floor. "Targeting you?" Lin Yin replied incredulously, glancing at his brother Lin Shu. Lin Shu cast a brief glance at him, nodding in agreement with Su Guo's decision that he could not afford to take any risks, especially with this individual. Su Guo was unlike ordinary people. She possessed not only a powerful innate spiritual awareness, but also an acute sensitivity to perception, her sixth sense being exceptionally strong. Following the paper figure, Su Guo observed that the silhouette did not linger on the second floor, but rather entered a classroom at the third floor's end, disappearing into the ceiling. Upon closer inspection, she realized this was her elementary school classroom. Certainly not a coincidence. Surveying her surroundings, everything appeared just as it had before her graduation. The figure vanished near the podium in the classroom, that Su Guo directed the paper figure to search for clues above the podium. Suddenly, a chilling gust, sharp as a blade, surged towards the figure, severing one of its arms instantly. The faint yellow glow emanating from the figure dimmed. At that moment, Su Guo felt a piercing pain in her head. Subsequently, the vermilion ring on her finger shattered, prompting her to hurriedly summon the paper figure back. From the moment Su Guo began performing the soul-binding technique, Lin Shu sensed she was more than she appeared. Observing her seemingly dazed expression, he refrained from interrupting her, as the final incantation, the heaven and man united, was one he had only seen in texts. Although he could not detect any exorcism abilities from her, he felt a peculiar spatial fluctuation while she traced the spell, an unfamiliar sensation he had never encountered before. The three stood quietly in the first-floor hall when Sugwa swayed slightly. Lin Shu noticed the vermilion ring on her finger had broken and fallen to the ground. Lin Yin also saw this and moved to alert Sugwa, but Lin Shu grasped his arm, signaling him to be silent. Before long, Sugwa turned towards the main entrance. "Let us go. This matter requires careful deliberation that I have underestimated it. However, if you wish to continue upstairs, I will not impede your decision." Sugwa's chapter of the inaccessible fourth floor, Huang Lingling, time 32015, July 6th. The following day, at the city library, Sugwa began sifting through newspapers from various years, searching for news about the 14th Elementary and other pertinent information. She felt the earlier rumors could not have arisen from nothing. Every rumor must have its source. What transpired from the establishment of the 14th Elementary to its sudden closure? Moreover, the malevolence of the silhouette in the teaching building. Her sixth sense insisted there was a connection between it and herself. Although she had no evidence at present, her past experiences taught her to trust her instincts, for it was precisely this unsubstantiated intuition that had allowed her to evade numerous dangers. "Did you find anything?" Shin Yankai inquired nonchalantly, propping a long leg on the chair opposite Sugwa. "Plenty of information, but it's all useless," Sugwa replied, feeling disheartened as she stretched her arms above her head. "Ah, truly foolish," he sighed. How am I foolish?" Sugwa retorted indignantly. "You believe that figure is connected to you. Thus, aren't you the greatest clue?" he said, tapping his fingers lightly on the table without making a sound. Sugwa was taken aback, never having considered that angle. Reflecting on her elementary school days, she felt nothing significant had ever occurred. No extraordinary events. Had she perhaps overlooked something? However, it is also quite possible. After all, nearly 20 years have elapsed since those events, and much has faded from memory. During my elementary school years, I attended classes, took supplementary lessons, and engaged in playful antics with my peers. There was nothing particularly remarkable about it. Sugwa racked her brain, but simply could not recall any extraordinary incidents. After pondering for a moment, Shinyunsi suggested casually sharing whatever came to mind regarding her elementary school days. Sugwa seemed to grasp Shinyunsi's intent and began recounting her childhood experiences. In her younger years, Sugwa was remarkably intelligent. The policy mandated that children must be 8 years old to enroll in elementary school. But Sugwa's mother used her connections to admit the 6-year-old Sugwa into the first grade. Being the youngest in her class, Sugwa consistently ranked among the top students, garnering special attention from her teachers. Though she appeared quiet and demure, Sugwa was, in fact, a lively little girl, leaping and bounding about, often frolicking with the boys, and occasionally injuring herself in the process. Her mother always believed that Sugwa lacked athletic prowess, as she would often trip and fall while walking. After an arduous effort, Sugwa finally learned to ride a bicycle. One day, when she failed to return home on time, her parents became frantic. Just as they were about to leave to report her missing, they spotted little Sugwa, sluggishly pushing her bicycle with a somewhat unsteady gait. Upon approaching, they were horrified to discover one of her feet drenched in blood, nearly causing her mother to faint. That Sugwa explained that she had been struck by something on her way home, causing her bicycle to veer out of control and scrape against the curb, resulting in her toenail being entirely torn off. Her mother hastily carried her to the hospital for a tetanus shot and wound care. Consequently, Sugwa rested at home for more than half a month, during which her mother lectured her on the importance of riding cautiously and paying attention to her surroundings. Each time, Sugwa would earnestly retort that it was simply a sudden loss of control. On another occasion, Sugwa participated in a national painting competition. After much effort, she completed an oil painting, but just as she was about to collect her drying artwork, she inexplicably stumbled forward. The easel toppled, and her painting landed directly in her palette, rendering it unusable. That as the submission deadline loomed, Sugwa had no choice but to hastily sketch a landscape, relinquishing any hope of winning a prize. She soon lost interest in the competition, convinced she would not be selected. Much later, a teacher unexpectedly approached her with a small document, stating it had been found in the second-floor hall and contained her name. Sugwa, puzzled, opened it to discover a certificate proclaiming her as the second-place winner in the provincial calligraphy and painting competition. The teacher was equally astonished, exclaiming in surprise, as all the faculty had assumed that every participating student had failed. Reflecting on this, Sugwa mused that her childhood luck had not been particularly favorable. Propping her arm on her head, she muttered while flipping through some materials that I'll look. Sugwa suddenly exclaimed, gesturing excitedly to Shinyunsi and pointing at a newspaper. The paper dated back to 1992, with a bold headline reading, Key Elementary School's Safety Management Lapses Lead to Students' Abduction and Disappearance. Glancing over the article, Sugwa noted it detailed the disappearance of a student. Suspected to be a case of abduction, the school accepted responsibility, expressing remorse for not adequately safeguarding the students, while the whereabouts of the abducted child remain unknown to this day. Just as Sugwa was about to share her discovery with Shinyunsi, her phone rang, causing a moment of awkwardness in the vast library. She bowed apologetically to those around her and stepped outside to answer that it was a call from Mo Bing. Hello, Sugwa, I hope I'm not interrupting you? No, not at all. What's up? I remembered something from our fourth grade experiences after hearing you mention the events on the fourth floor the other day that I'm not sure if you recall the terrifying incident that occurred during our fourth and fifth grades. What incident? Sugwa struggled to remember any significant events from that time. Well, it's understandable if you don't recall that I remember that day you fainted due to low blood sugar, so it's natural you wouldn't remember what happened afterward. Mo Bing explained. You think that might actually help? Sugwa noticed Shinyunsi lingering nearby, seemingly listening intently, that I remember it vividly, and I assure you I'm not embellishing that it was a Monday during the flag-raising ceremony. And the weather was ominous, hinting at rain that we were all downstairs listening to the principal's speech when suddenly the window on the fourth floor, which had no entrance, swung open, and a white cloth billowed out like a curtain. Fluttering in the wind, that I distinctly recall that our curtains had been blue for quite some time, so the sight caused quite a commotion. The principal hastily concluded his speech and sent us back to our classrooms. However, upon returning, we discovered a mess on the podium that looked like some kind of sticky paint, which I remembered well since it was my turn for duty that day. That Mo Bing paused before continuing. Our classroom was directly below the fourth floor. From that moment on, I have been afraid to be alone. I admit I was genuinely frightened, which is why the memory remains so vivid that I don't know if you believe what I'm saying or if it will help you. But I thought it prudent to share that Sugwa fell silent for a moment. Are you certain I fainted then? My health has always been good. I'm certain. Had you been beside me, I might not have been so frightened. At that moment, everyone was focused on the window opening, and suddenly you collapsed onto a classmate. The teacher promptly carried you to the infirmary, suggesting it was due to low blood sugar from skipping breakfast. Mo Bing affirmed. All right, I understand. Thank you. This information is quite significant, Sugwa contemplated while listening, realizing in her heart that this malevolent spirit was indeed connected to her and had likely begun troubling her since elementary school. Yet, she remained perplexed as to why she was the target. Why me? This targeting could stem from several possibilities. First, perhaps your mother is associated with this school, which may have some relevance. Second, did you ever inadvertently provoke her during your childhood, leading to her desire for revenge? Third, it could be that only you possess the ability to sense her unconsciously, making her feel threatened by the potential of you eliminating her. Or perhaps she desires your companionship. As for why her influence manifests in such a mischievous manner, it could simply be due to her limited powers at that time, Shinyunsi analyzed. However, given your personality, it's not entirely impossible that you may have unwittingly incited her wrath. Shinyunsi added, causing Sugwa to wince at the remark that if you keep talking like that, I might just drop this. Sugwa threatened, pointing to the jade pendant around her neck said to nurture the soul. Shinyunsi scoffed lightly. I initially intended to share something with you, but since you've threatened me, I must decline. You shameless. Sugwa's hands trembled in frustration. Big brother, you're my big brother. Look at how handsome and charming you are. It is all my fault for having such a sharp tongue. How could I be so insufferable? Ha. Observing Sugwa's sudden change of expression, Shinyunsi smiled calmly. As long as you recognize how wonderful I am, that suffices. When you were struck by that malevolent spirit on the fourth floor, a spirit intervened to shield you, albeit its power was minimal. Yet I sensed its presence. Shinyunsi fixed his gaze on Sugwa for a moment before adding, it was the spirit of a little girl. A little girl? Sugwa appeared perplexed. Could you see what the spirit looked like? I didn't catch a glimpse of her face. She remained hidden behind the door of your classroom, dressed in your school uniform. Upon seeing your paper figure, she seemed momentarily stunned, as if she recognized you. Given her age, she must have passed away during her elementary years. Do you recall anyone you might have known who could fit this description? If she maintained the form of a little girl, it indicated she had died young. The only person she could think of who had departed so early was her deskmate and close friend, Huang Lingling, with whom she had shared 6 years of schooling. To be honest, there was a time when Su Guo felt envious of Huang Lingling, though it was more of a pure admiration than jealousy. Huang Lingling excelled academically and was exceptionally beautiful. She was always the one to represent the school during speeches and major events. Having such a remarkable classmate evoked both pride and envy within Su Guo. Being 2 years younger than her classmates, Su Guo often relied on Huang Lingling for help in her weaker subjects, leading others to tease her as Huang Lingling's little shadow for a child. Such a label could be quite hurtful, and during that time, Su Guo felt increasingly indifferent towards Huang Lingling. When Su Guo was in the midst of this Cold War, Huang Lingling suddenly fell ill and missed a significant amount of school. Su Guo began to worry, fearing that Huang Lingling might have transferred to another school. Eventually, she found herself wishing Huang Lingling had indeed moved away. As long as she was alive, that it wasn't until she unexpectedly encountered Huang Lingling again in the hospital that Su Guo could hardly believe her eyes. The once beautiful girl, always adorned in lovely dresses, had transformed into a gaunt figure, utterly unrecognizable. The adults informed her that Huang Lingling was suffering from terminal stomach cancer, declaring that her condition was beyond remedy. However, at that time, she was oblivious to the gravity of the situation. Embracing Huang Lingling, she promised to wait for her at school, vowing that they would take the junior high entrance examination together and pose for graduation photos as classmates. They even made a pinky swear. Yet, until the final graduation ceremony, she never saw Huang Lingling again. In her search for her friend's home, she was met with the disheartening news that the house had long since changed ownership. When she inquired with her teacher about Huang Lingling's absence, the teacher merely expressed sorrow, stating, "That child has passed away." For a child unacquainted with the harsh realities of life and death, Su Guo could only comprehend that she would never see Huang Lingling again. She had lost a dear friend. Su Guo mourned throughout the entire holiday, and it was only upon entering junior high that she met Mo Bing, gradually allowing Huang Lingling's memory to fade from her heart. Perhaps children are inherently forgetful. By high school, she had scarcely thought of Huang Lingling. However, when she encountered a spirit that might be protecting her, memories long buried surged back, and a wave of warmth flooded her eyes, blurring her vision. It was indeed her. Su Guo sighed deeply. Su Guo's chapter. The Inaccessible Fourth Floor Investigation Time. July 10th. 2015. Ordinarily, the souls of deceased individuals are destined to enter reincarnation. Those that do not are either malevolent spirits or bound spirits. Shen Yunqi stated that Huang Lingling did not belong to the category of malevolent spirits. Thus, she must be a bound spirit. Su Guo pondered why Huang Lingling had become a bound spirit, and why, despite knowing she was present, she did not come to see her. Continuing her research in the library, Su Guo began her investigation with rumors concerning the wall between the 14th primary school and the 14th high school, discovering a lead. Shen Yunqi, I've found a clue. Look here. Su Guo pointed to the architectural blueprints of the 14th primary school, noting how the wall diverted around a small storage room, suggesting that the overall shape of the storage room resembled the yin-yang symbol. The storage room belonged to the boiler room on the side of the 14th high school, categorizing it as yang, while the 14th primary school was yin. Additionally, she pointed out that the images showed the 14th high school's building was constructed of red bricks, whereas the 14th primary school was made of gray bricks. Shen Yunqi nodded. There's progress, but this is all rather basic. Your excitement is unwarranted. A cold splash of reality doused Su Guo's enthusiasm. In the afternoon, at the duty room of the 14th primary school, Su Guo, having finished her research, directly approached the duty officer to inquire about the school. The elderly officer, surnamed Zhang, began to smoke his hand-rolled cigarette, enveloping the room in clouds of smoke as he perched on the edge of a bed. After a few coughs, he recounted, "This building is quite strange. Once, during the day, I felt as though someone was following me, and there was an unsettling chill in the air. Later, that night in the dark, when I went to the neighboring room to relieve myself, I caught a glimpse of light on the 4th floor through the window that I looked several times, and I can assure you it wasn't my imagination. It frightened me so much that I held it in." He exhaled another puff of smoke, adding, "If there were other jobs, I wouldn't be doing this, but without work, I wouldn't be able to eat. I truly believe my brother. He said there's something wrong with this school, and it seems he wasn't lying. Your brother? Yes, had it not been for that incident, he might have become the principal by now. What incident occurred back then? Students went missing, and the blame was placed on my brother. He bore the brunt of it. Are you clear about what happened back then? Not really. All I know is that it started to become haunted afterward. Haunted? Initially, I thought it was nonsense, but later, the haze obscured his expression. Suddenly, the door of the duty room was knocked upon, startling Sugwa. Elder Zhang paused, then rose from the bed, saying, "Two young men have been here recently asking about the school. Perhaps you know them." The door swung open, revealing two familiar faces, the Lin brothers. After exchanging glances, Lin Shu regarded Sugwa with a knowing expression. "That I thought you would arrive sooner, but I'm glad we finally met. Have you been coming here every day as well?" Sugwa inquired. "Pretty much," Lin Yin replied. "So, what do you need from me?" "I don't think we're familiar enough for you to ask for favors." Sugwa tilted her head, eyeing them skeptically. You're overthinking it. We merely wish to follow you to the 4th floor, Lin Yin chuckled. "Why not go up yourselves? I charge a fee for taking you along." Sugwa teased. "When we entered the building the second time, we encountered a wall of ghosts on the 3rd floor and barely made it out. You seem to know the situation inside from day one. So it's far more convenient and reliable to come to you rather than devising elaborate plans," Lin Shu stated, meeting Sugwa's gaze, revealing no hint of deception. That Sugwa understood that Lin Shu possessed formidable abilities. Yet even someone as strong as him had been toyed with by the malevolent spirit upstairs, leading her to realize that she had underestimated the spirit's power. "How did you encounter the wall of ghosts?" "With your abilities, that should have been a mere trivial matter." "Yes, it was powerful. Everything here nourishes that malevolent spirit." Lin Shu approached the window, gazing out at the playground. The willows surrounding the playground swayed restlessly, while the poplar trees occasionally rustled ominously. Willows are known to attract spirits. After all, the soul-calling banners are crafted from willow. Poplar trees are also referred to as ghost clappers in feng shui, categorized as Yin wood. The accumulation of Yin energy here makes it a prime breeding ground for malevolent spirits. Moreover, there is not just one malevolent spirit in the building. There are many, with the most powerful one located there. Lin Shu gestured towards the 4th floor. Despite the summer sun shining brightly, a sudden chill enveloped the room as they focused on the 4th floor. Sugwa followed his gaze, and, in an instant, their eyes met. That no, this was not an illusion. Someone on the 4th floor was staring back at her. She widened her eyes, straining to see, yet found nothing. "Tell me about that day when you encountered the wall of ghosts," Sugwa said, pulling her gaze away and pressing her temple. Sugwa's chapter. The Inaccessible 4th Floor, Chapter 5. Rewind time. Rewind. July 9, 2015. The sun had not yet fully set, casting the entire teaching building in an orange glow. Lin Shu and Lin Yin planned to re-enter the building, initially intending to act alongside Sugwa. Regrettably, they had forgotten to exchange contact information and had not encountered her in the past few days. So they decided to explore first. Pushing open the weathered red door, they found it unchanged from their last visit. However, this time they could clearly see the layout of the 1st floor lobby. Lin Shu spotted Sugwa's photograph on the dusty honor roll, her youthful face radiating joy. The two of them inspected their surroundings, finding everything to be normal. The empty hallway echoed only with their footsteps as Lin Shu glanced at the unmoving compass in his hand. Peering deeper into the building, aside from the dust on the 2nd floor, nothing unusual seemed to be occurring. "Brother, doesn't this silence feel eerie?" Lin Shu nodded, recalling Sugwa's abrupt retreat that night, reminiscent of the calm before a storm. Upon stepping onto the 3rd floor staircase, Lin Shu sensed something was amiss with the compass in his hand. Something's not right. This is completely wrong. The compass is utterly still. That's impossible. When they were on the 1st and 2nd floors, the compass had shown slight tremors. After all, spatial properties are not absolutely stable. It was precisely this instability that caused the needle to quiver. To ensure the compass was attuned to him, Lin Shu had infused his spiritual energy into it. Unless faced with a malevolent spirit of comparable power, the compass should not easily be influenced by the illusions of Yin spirits. Lin Shu surmised that this situation could arise from one of two reasons. Either they had been trapped in an illusion since ascending to the 3rd floor, or the power of the malevolent spirit surpassed his own. Which was the more troublesome possibility? The Lin brothers realized the situation was entirely beyond their expectations and immediately retrieved their prepared protective talismans, forming a six-pointed star array. Lin Shu produced a sandalwood fan adorned with a dual-horned protective spirit jade pendant, while Lin Yin wielded a long sword inscribed with countless spells that a cacophony of eerie laughter echoed from all directions. And in the blink of an eye, their surroundings transformed. Moments ago, they had been on the third-floor staircase. Yet now they found themselves in a classroom. Looking around, they discovered there were no exits. The walls surrounded them. The crimson wooden floor and dark brown podium were cluttered with disordered desks and chairs. Save for the neatly arranged desk and chair in the front row, facing the podium and blackboard. Tendrils of dark energy swirled around them, yet dared not approach, perhaps in fear of the protective array. As the dark mist thickened, Lin Yin nudged Lin Shu with her shoulder, her gaze directing him to the corner of the classroom, just above the blackboard, from whence the ominous tendrils of darkness emanated. Lin Shu recognized this as the source of the malevolent energy. With a gentle flick of his fan, he unleashed a beam of white light towards that shadowy corner, only for it to be consumed by the encroaching darkness. Suddenly, the black mist coalesced into a massive hand, reaching out to grasp Lin Shu. The clash between the dark hand and the protective array reverberated with a tremendous force, causing a fissure to appear in the protective talismans. The dark hand grew larger, relentlessly assaulting the two, in a moment of desperation. As the hand lunged once more, Lin Yin thrust her sword forward. The hand disintegrated into wisps of mist, but in mere moments. It reformed into two hands, attacking from different directions. The shrill laughter pierced the air, seemingly intent on penetrating their eardrums, while the sinister sound assaulted their minds, causing their temples to throb painfully. Lin Shu discerned that this laughter was a weapon wielded by the malevolent spirit, targeting their mental fortitude. Should this persist, their lives would surely be forfeit. He needed to locate the origin of this evil presence. Observing the source of the black smoke, he removed the jade talisman of the divine beast from his fan. He instructed Lin Yin to maintain the protective array while he placed the compass on the ground, gesturing towards the heavens to inscribe the 5 thunder spells, summoning lightning into the compass. Countless bolts of lightning shattered the oppressive darkness, converging at the center of the compass. Lin Shu pressed the talisman onto the compass, gradually diminishing the lightning's brilliance as it was absorbed by the jade. The immaculate beast jade became enveloped in tendrils of electric energy. Just as Lin Shu was about to hurl the jade towards the source of the black mist, he caught sight of a shadow near the side wall. It emitted a faint, dim glow, beckoning him with a wave, and then gesturing behind him that I end this classroom. Shrouded in darkness, he discerned that the shadow pointed to a door. Lin Yin also spotted the door. Gripping her sword horizontally as she affixed an exorcism talisman onto its blade before charging towards it. Lin Shu covered their retreat, directing the beast talisman against the multitude of dark hands reaching for them. Instantly, the air was filled with the sound of sizzling and the acrid scent of burning as the talisman unleashed its power. The moment the door swung open, Lin Shu withdrew the jade talisman. Now tainted by the spirit's miasma, the two burst forth, the door slamming shut behind them, with a faint echo of Sugua, "Don't come." Exchanging glances, Lin Shu and Lin Yin realized that the female spirit who had aided them was somehow connected to Sugua. They now stood in the hall of the third floor, and when they turned back to the door through which they had just exited, they were astonished to find nothing but the pitch-black corridor behind them. No door remained. They hastily made their way out of the teaching building, recognizing that this matter required deeper contemplation. Chapter 6. Discussion on the inaccessible fourth floor time. July 10, 2015. Sugua listened intently to the two. Deep in thought. Given that this malevolent spirit is connected to you, I believe it would be prudent for us to converse and share what we know. Lin Shu observed Sugua, who remained silent. Sugua nodded in agreement. Shall we head to a nearby safe? Lin Yin suggested that no. Let us go to the office, Lin Shu replied. The office? Sugua asked in surprise. Yes, it contains pertinent documents, and it will be more convenient for discussion. It is not far. Let us go, I'll drive. You have an office? It seems that spirit practitioners are faring quite well these days. I thought it was forbidden to become enlightened after the founding of the nation? Sugua teased, gazing out the car window. Spirit practice is merely a sideline. We have legitimate professions. My brother is a lawyer, and I'm just an art dealer, Lin Yin boasted proudly. What about you? Sugua, Lin Shu asked through the rearview mirror. that I'm graduating this year and plan to start my internship this month, but I came back temporarily due to a friend's request regarding this matter. By the way, did you know me from before? It seems you've forgotten. We attended the same middle school and were even in the same tutoring class. Lin Shu sighed. That I apologize. My memory isn't very good. Su Guo replied with an apologetic smile. Who commissioned you for this incident? A developer. They wish to expand the residential area and demolish these 2 teaching buildings. But after experiencing supernatural occurrences, the developer suffered an accident and has been plagued by nightmares. This is the gist of it. Lin Yin explained, gesturing vaguely, that Su Guo then recounted the situation regarding her friend Mo being to the 2, revealing that there were significant hidden complexities surrounding the matter. This situation seems quite serious. Lin Yin murmured. The trio arrived at Lin Shu's office. Here, this is the information we currently have access to. You can take a look, Lin Shu said, handing Su Guo a stack of documents that Su Guo took it and settled onto the sofa. Flipping through the pages, Lin Yin poured 3 cups of tea and placed them on the coffee table, casually perusing the documents as well. Meanwhile, Lin Shu opened his computer and began typing away. The materials contained numerous annotations on a particular case of abduction that had gone missing, suggesting that both Lin Yin and Su Guo found this matter potentially related. In 1992, and Ping failed to return home at the usual time after school, prompting his family to contact the school and other children before ultimately reporting him missing as of this year. The case remains unsolved. Additionally, there have been frequent incidents of children being locked on the 4th floor, including a serious case where a locked child became dehydrated and required hospitalization. Prior to these events, the school had not experienced any supernatural occurrences.